Ding! You have read 10 volumes and gained 1 year of cultivation. You have obtained 1 sword Dao deduction opportunity. You have obtained 1 breakthrough pill. Lin Fan set down the book in his hand and looked at the earnest young man standing before him with a bundle on his back. Lin Fan, are you truly willing to stay in this library forever, content to waste your prime years buried in these books? Lin Fan was slightly stunned, then replied with a helpless tone. Reading brings wisdom, clarity of nature, and virtue. Martial arts can bring peace to the world through force, and literature can civilize the world through teaching. In my view, there is no difference between them. The young man's face grew even more frustrated, as if unable to accept such an answer. Do you still remember that you are the heir of the Zhongnan royal mansion? The Zhongnan royal mansion is gone, Lin Fan replied. The Zhongnan king single-handedly charged 90,000 miles into the heartland of the barbarian clan, slaying countless barbarians and protecting tens of millions of our human kin. What magnificent heroism! How is it that you have learned nothing of it? And yet he still died, Lin Fan said with a calm expression. Over the past few years he had heard such words many times. The so-called dog son of a general's house, that was probably what they meant by him. Lin Fan, I truly feel it is unworthy of the Zhongnan king. The heroes of the world all enlisted in the army to follow the Zhongnan king to fight for our human race. Yet you, the heir of the Zhongnan king, choose only to cower here in this library. Do you have any face to show the Zhongnan king? On the day the Zhongnan king fell in battle, every member of the Zhongnan royal mansion followed him in death. What tragic heroism! How could such a household have produced a wretch like you, content to live a cowardly life? Reading? What good is reading more books? The young man said angrily, his face full of disappointment, then turned and walked away. Lin Fan watched his retreating back and shook his head slightly. Reading, of course, was useful. Lin Fan turned his gaze toward the system panel. Name: Lin Fan, age 27, cultivation heavenly being realm, first level talent unparalleled through the ages, sword Dao deduction opportunities 11 and used destruction origin insight opportunity 1 and used thunder origin insight opportunity 1 and used. Reading can also cultivate 1 to the heavenly being realm, the Xianhuang great world where myriad races stand and martial strength is revered. The cultivation realms are divided into body tempering, spirit communication, pill condensation, divine platform, spirit connection, creation, heavenly being, Dao severing, saint, great saint, quasi-emperor, and emperor. The heavenly being realm stands at the very pinnacle among the 9 provinces of the human race. With no saints among humanity, those who reach the Dao severing realm are already considered human sovereigns, and throughout all the 9 provinces there are only 9 such beings. Among the myriad races, the human race barely ranks within the top 100. The so-called 9 provinces of humanity are only a corner of this world. Lin Fan resides in Qingzhou, one of the 9 provinces ruled by the Great Tang imperial dynasty. Threats from without and troubles within the human race's situation is dire. I never imagined the human race was this weak, Lin Fan thought. He had been at the library for 7 years. Everything he heard and saw about the battles between the human race and the alien races told the same story. The humans lost 9 out of every 10 engagements. With each defeat, the territory of humanity shrank further. The only great victory was 7 years ago when his father had repelled the barbarian clan in the southern region of the Great Tang. But in the end, the entire Zhongnan royal mansion was destroyed. He had been in this world for 20 years and had only met his father a handful of times. The man always seemed to be away fighting on the front lines. No wonder he was so revered. The vast 9 provinces, and yet not a single saint. Saints shouldn't be enough either. At the very least, one needs to reach the emperor realm. Well, losing is losing, but at least we haven't been wiped out yet. Lin Fan turned his gaze back toward the library behind him. Fortunately, the library contained enough books. In 7 years, he had barely read 1/10 of them. Slow and steady growth would be the way. A single barbarian clan alone was enough to push the human race to the brink, let alone the more powerful races lurking in the shadows, watching and waiting. Who knew how many hidden champions they harbored? The heavenly being realm was far from enough. Although the library was remote, it had its advantages. It was quiet, and most importantly, safe. Geniuses were common enough, but how many actually survived? Most were struck down the moment they showed themselves. A few years ago, the Great Tang had produced a so-called once-in-300 years genius who had reached the pill condensation realm in his 20s. Yet within days he was found dead under mysterious circumstances in his own residence. The court was shaken and the Grand Court of Review was ordered to investigate thoroughly. After some time, the investigation was quietly dropped without any conclusion. Lin Fan, one of the 3 remaining heirs of the Zhongnan royal mansion, arrived at the Great Tang imperial capital 7 years ago and entered the library. Dislikes cultivation, prefers reading. Current cultivation. Body tempering, level 1. Threat assessment, grade 9. Recommendation, no further monitoring required. Outside the library, a gray-robed, middle-aged man quietly watched Lin Fan, within writing these lines on the letter in his hand. Then his brow furrowed as if sensing something, and his form dispersed like mist. Moments later, an old man arrived at the same spot. He stood outside the library for a long time, hesitating until at last he heaved a deep sigh. The princess consort named you Lin Fan, perhaps hoping you would live as an ordinary person passing through life in peace. So be it. At least this way the royal mansion has left behind a bloodline. The Zhengnan royal mansion still has this old servant, and still has 2 other young masters. It is enough, he said, then finally bowed deeply toward the library before turning to leave. Lin Fan stood before a row of bookshelves, pausing briefly at the old man's words, but then immediately immersed himself back in his book. Reading could make him stronger, but he also genuinely loved reading. Because of his identity as the heir of the Zhengnan royal mansion, many people kept watch over him: the great noble houses of the Great Tang, the imperial family of the Great Tang, and the spies planted in the Tang capital by the alien races. Far too many. However, gradually, these watchers all withdrew. Lin Fan's life was too simple, monotonous beyond measure, reading, eating, sleeping through spring and autumn year after year. There was simply no sign of any threat. Many alien races' assessment of Lin Fan was just 2 words: mediocre. Spring passed, and winter came again, and the young man who had left the library finally sent back news. But it was news of his death. Yet another race, the Stone Clan, had joined the encirclement of humanity. He died on the battlefield against the Stone Clan. The Great Tang's borders were eroded further still, and countless more humans were slaughtered. Yet these things had become commonplace. The war of myriad races was simply the law of the jungle. Creak. The great gate at the front of the library courtyard was pushed open by a narrow crack, and a dark figure crawled through the gap, then with a flash of motion hid in the accumulated snow. Then a pair of eyes emerged from the snowbank, surveying the library courtyard. A 9-story tall library stood at the center of the courtyard, surrounded by walls of gray stone, several men high enclosing the building within. The courtyard was covered in thick snow, and weeds and vines grew along the walls, so long untended that no one could recall when they had last been cleared. A withered banyan tree stood at one side of the library. A reclining chair sat beneath the tree with a small table beside it. On the table rested a pot of tea, thin wisps of steam curling upward. A young man in white robes lay quietly upon the chair. Someone. The dark figure pressed lower into the snow, from whom it could only barely be discerned that this was a young boy, thin and frail, his clothes torn and ragged, stained with traces of blood. A low, steady breathing sound drifted through the air as the boy let out a quiet sigh of relief. The man had fallen asleep. He crouched for a while longer. Once certain the man on the recliner had truly fallen asleep, he edged sideways, step by careful step, into the library pavilion. Finally inside the library pavilion, he gazed at the dazzling array of books before him and clenched his fists tightly. There must be cultivation methods and martial techniques here. Once he could cultivate, he could defy fate and escape his current predicament. In the courtyard before the library pavilion, Lin Fan opened his eyes. He picked up a cup of tea nearby, took a gentle sip, then reached for a book and began to read leisurely. For more than half a year now, his cultivation had reached the 4th level of the heavenly realm. How could he possibly fail to detect a mere body-tempering first-level boy? Moments later, Lin Fan looked beyond the courtyard and saw a little girl of only 7 or 8, wrapped in thin clothes, crouching in the snow and shivering. Lin Fan shook his head. "Little girl, come in." At the sound of his voice, the little girl opened her hazy eyes, looked around warily, her gaze sharp with caution. Whoosh! The bitter cold wind blew through, making the little girl shiver violently. She gazed at the library pavilion before her, hesitated for a moment, then finally walked toward it. She pushed open the door. What greeted her eyes was the towering library pavilion, and beneath the banyan tree a figure in white as pure as snow smiling at her. She froze for a moment. After a long silence, "Where's my brother?" she asked. Lin Fan smiled faintly and pointed toward the library pavilion. "He's inside." The little girl froze slightly and lowered her head. She knew what they had come for. Her brother had come to steal books, and she was there to keep watch for him. "Big brother, we didn't mean to, we just..." she explained, not daring to look at the face before her, her cheeks faintly flushed and her head bowing even lower. A cup of hot tea landed in her hands. The long-forgotten warmth made her startle slightly, and she looked up at the person before her. At some point he had already walked up to stand before her. Beneath the moonlight his white robes drifted slightly, and the smile in his eyes calmed her fluttering heart. "Are you cold?" She stared blankly for a moment before nodding slowly. Lin Fan chuckled softly and gently patted her head. "Wait here for a while. You should still need some time." She nodded absently. After all the long running and fleeing, in this moment, she finally felt settled. She gazed at the person before her, lost in thought. After a long while, about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the boy emerged from the library pavilion, clutching a few yellowed books with great care, his face alight with barely contained excitement. But the moment he saw the scene in the courtyard, he froze. His sister, the sister he had told to wait outside the courtyard, had actually entered, standing beneath the banyan tree beside the young man on the lounger, a cup of tea in her hands. The curling tea steam rising before him made his heart sink to the lowest depths. In an instant his gaze grew razor-sharp. Like a leopard defending its prey, he lunged violently toward the man on the lounger. Though he was only 14, he had already killed before, more than once. Only this way could he bring his sister all the way from the border to here. "Brother," a voice called from the side. He focused and saw his sister's face full of panic. He turned sideways, scooped his sister into his arms, and shielded her behind his back. What do you want? He stared at the young man on the lounger, his expression grave. He had inquired about this library pavilion before. It belonged to the Imperial Tang royal household. It used to be guarded by a core formation cultivator, but now only a body tempering cultivator remained. He was the surviving son of the Zhun Nanwang, the general who had single-handedly driven the barbarian forces back 90,000 li. Out of respect for the Zhun Nanwang's meritorious service, the imperial court had entrusted this library pavilion to him. He was merely a scholar, not a cultivator. That was what everyone said. So although he had been discovered, he was not afraid. He only worried for his sister. If he killed this surviving son of the Zhun Nanwang, the entire Tang imperial household would hunt him down. He would never be able to protect his sister again. He also knew that the library pavilion contained formations. Only such formations allowed someone of mere body tempering cultivation to guard this place. Once he activated them, even spirit channeling or core formation cultivators would struggle to leave. Lin Fan looked up and glanced at him. Thunder Spirit Art and Thunder Sword Cannon. Though they are only low yellow-grade techniques, they are not easy to cultivate. Have you thought this through? Lin Fan said this. Qin Ming was greatly shaken upon hearing it, and stared at Lin Fan. How did he know? He had indeed chosen those two books, one a cultivation method, one a martial technique. But wasn't Lin Fan outside the library pavilion? How could he know what was happening inside the library pavilion? I don't know much about these things, but I know that thunder is the most violent force between heaven and earth, and that the way of the sword is the strongest art of offense. So I choose this. He drew in a deep breath and spoke. Perhaps aware that the person before him was no simple man, his voice had already taken on a note of respect. Such a person would not care about small folk like them. To him, they were probably nothing more than a small addition to his boring life. Lin Fan laughed upon hearing this. Thunder, also known as the power of heavenly punishment, is indeed the most extreme force of offense in the world. Yet the overly rigid easily break, and it is the hardest to control. One careless moment, and you will be destroyed body and spirit. The way of the sword is the same. Among all the great Taoists of heaven and earth, the sword is the supreme art of offense. The most people cultivate it, yet it is also the most difficult. Are you certain you wish to choose this path? Lin Fan asked again. He concentrated, hesitated for the briefest instant, then nodded with unyielding resolve. This is the path I choose. Lin Fan looked at him and nodded slightly. Why do you cultivate? Another question. He looked at Lin Fan, startled for a moment, then his pupils focused sharply. For vengeance. My parents, my kin, all slaughtered by the barbarian siege of the city. If the day ever comes, I wish to march into barbarian lands 90,000 li deep, just as the Zhun Nanwang did, and drench the earth with blood for 10,000 li. Lin Fan was silent. He had heard such words too many times. From the moment he had entered the Imperial Tang capital, he had kept hearing them. Yet the barbarians remained there south of Tang, and no one could shake them again. Take these two books, and come back tomorrow. After a long silence, Lin Fan said. Qin Ming was slightly stunned, not understanding Lin Fan's meaning. But Lin Fan did not explain. He turned his gaze toward the little girl with hazy eyes beside him, and smiled slightly. Little girl, what about you? What do you wish to learn, eh? He asked. The little girl was bewildered upon hearing the question. She looked at her brother, then at Lin Fan. Was she to cultivate as well? Qin Ming was also shaken, a glimmer of hope appearing on his face. I want to learn the Guqin, she said softly. Qin Ming was slightly stunned. Learn the Guqin? What use was learning that? Guqin, playing courtesans, in everyone's fixed impression, were what women of pleasure houses learned. It belonged to an unorthodox skill, hardly considered a true path of cultivation. Very well, return at this same hour tomorrow. Lin Fan said with a smile, then turned his gaze toward Qin Ming, who stood nearby. Every art under heaven can lead to the Tao, none superior or inferior. Who says playing the zither is a mere trivial skill? With a single melody one can conjure the grand symphony of humanity's golden age. Skills distinguish men, and the Tao distinguishes them as well. Under the cold, frost-laden night, those simple words opened a new door in the hearts of the two young souls. No one had ever spoken to them like this before. No one ever would have. The Tao is not to be taken lightly. Remember these words. Lin Fan said, stretching lazily. He picked up a book and walked toward the 9-story pavilion, leaving the two staring blankly at his retreating figure, lost in a daze. After a long while they walked out of the courtyard, closed the gate behind them, and stepped into the boundless snow. Brother, shall we come again tomorrow? Do you want to? Yes. Then we shall come again tomorrow. No one could have imagined that in this frozen wasteland the fates of a boy and a little girl were about to undergo a cataclysmic transformation. Inside the library, Lin Fan opened the two books the boy had browsed earlier. The Thunder Spirit Art and the Thunderbolt Sword Manual. He had read them before, but never delved deep, only skimmed them. They were merely works by a cultivator at the condensation core stage of no great use. Since they were useless, he would create a thunder technique himself. Thunder. Sword. After about half a day, Lin Fan closed the books and murmured in contemplation. Then he gazed into the distant sky, and a vast ocean of thunder surged within his pupils. Activate the opportunity to comprehend the thunder origin. Most cultivators comprehend the way of thunder by observing the thunder and lightning in the heavens, grasping a sliver of its true essence. But Lin Fan directly immersed himself in the very origin of thunder. A world of nothing but lightning. A realm where the Tao was singular, every inch of void composed of thunder. This was the primordial world of thunder, the ultimate destination of all realms. Lin Fan's consciousness appeared there. The system did not directly instill the comprehension of thunder into his mind. Instead, it placed him in the origin to comprehend on his own, and his talent was unparalleled through the ages. The Prince of Jinnan's residence had 3 sons. He was the youngest, yet revered as the heir. Even after the massacre of the prince's household, various factions kept him under surveillance for years. All because of his talent. And this was after the prince's household had concealed most of his abilities. After the system awakened, his talent was further elevated. The system's assessment of him was unparalleled through the ages, and as his cultivation advanced, his talent continued to grow. He was a host who did not need the system to infuse comprehension. Forced infusion was inferior to his own insights. The night passed in silence. When the first ray of dawn fell upon Lin Fan, he opened his eyes, and a flash of lightning vanished from his gaze. Even without the cultivation imparted by the system, his cultivation had naturally broken through. The 5th level of the heavenly human realm. There is still the sword path and the zither path. I must also fuse the way of thunder with the way of the sword. Lin Fan said, a smile blooming on his face. He took 2 more books from the pavilion. One was the Thunderbolt Sword Manual, the other the Wind and Moon Zither Score. 2 very ordinary books. Outside the library, someone recorded Lin Fan's activities for the day in a routine manner, then departed. Morning reading books. 2 low-level cultivators' writings. Did not cultivate. Still at the 1st level of body tempering. Recommend no further attention. He could not understand why they had to monitor a waste here. Every day he made recommendations, but the reply was always the same 4 words: continue surveillance. Once many people had been stationed outside this library, now only he remained. He had gone from daily check-ins to monthly ones. The content was identical every day, so he just copied and pasted. Am I going to watch him for the rest of my life? Would I be freed if he died? This thought had crossed his mind more than once, but he never dared to act on it. Though he was a waste, he was still the heir of the Jinnan prince's residence. He could be ignored, but he must not die. But he would not come anymore. The higher-ups had stopped concerning themselves with Lin Fan. They had probably forgotten his existence. Who would want to read the same report every day? The Great Tang had too many geniuses. It was not worth investing energy here. Sword. At some moment, Lin Fan suddenly extended a finger and traced a line in the void. The space before him tore like paper, and the raging snowstorm froze in that instant. Among the myriad Daos, Lin Fan loved the sword the most. The system, as if knowing his thoughts, gave him many opportunities to observe the origin of the sword. His sword Dao had long reached an unfathomable realm. As for just how powerful it was, perhaps only the human emperor of the Great Tang could test it. Merging thunder into the sword path doesn't seem so difficult. Lin Fan said with a smile. No one had ever taught him swordplay. His sword followed only his heart. Just like now, he felt his sword path lacked something, and integrating thunder would perfectly fill that gap. So he did it. It still seems imperfect. What if I also incorporate ice and snow? Lin Fan looked at the swirling snow, and then shook his head with a smile. No rush. For now he would study the zither path. He found a zither in the library. Old and worn but playable. With a score and a zither he began to play amidst the boundless snow. He knew nothing of the zither, only heard of it. This was his first contact. But since the little one wanted to learn, he would learn too. The zither's sound started stiff and awkward, gradually gained feeling, then entered a realm of enchantment. Finally the snow and sky themselves seemed to dance to the melody. The zither sound entered the Tao, resonating with heaven and earth. Enough. The music ceased. Lin Fan took a sip of the warm tea beside him, exhaled, and returned to the 9-story library. He took out a few sheets of paper and began to write. For the Thundersword path, he wrote 1 page, for the Zither path another page. 2 pages in total, 2 inheritances. Those 2 little ones might not even know how to read. He had not even asked their names or origins. He only sensed that their birth was probably not low. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. Teaching them a little something. Lin Fan had no idea what this casual act would change. He simply found it interesting, so he did it. Alien races oppressed humanity. The human race was weak. If someone could shoulder that burden, his own life would become more peaceful. That must be the reason. He simply did not want to be disturbed. Having figured it out, Lin Fan smiled faintly. He continued reading. Time slipped away imperceptibly. When Lin Fan next looked out of the library, it was already dark. The snow fell heavier, but 2 figures, one large, one small, grew clearer and clearer outside the library. The 2 supported each other, shivering in the icy wind. When they raised their heads and saw the distant library, determination hardened on their faces. This must be his test, Qin Ming said. His small frame seemed unable to lift another step, yet his stride never ceased. This was a boy's perseverance. Whether to become stronger or for some other reason. Pushing open the gate of the library pavilion, snow fell in a flurry. Deeply hidden on the Tsang Mountain beside the Datong Imperial Palace, the pavilion was rarely visited, perhaps not even once a month. The Datong Imperial family had more than just this library pavilion. Deep within the palace stood an even more magnificent library tower, housing various martial arts secret tomes. That was the place that all the world flocked to. This was a forgotten place. Qin Ming pays respects to master. Qin Gu pays respects to master. Two figures, one large and one small, supporting each other, bowed toward the young man standing on the steps of the library pavilion. They had wandered all the way, stumbling their way to this imperial capital, only to find that time had changed everything. The capital was utterly transformed from what they remembered. The vast Datong imperial capital offered them no place to settle. Here, perhaps, was their hope. On the steps, Lin Fan, dressed in white robes, held a book and quietly watched them. The ancient pavilion and the falling snow made the entire world seem to become his backdrop. "You're here," Lin Fan said, a smile spreading across his face. "You can read, can't you?" 2 pages drifted from Lin Fan's hand and landed in theirs. They took the paper, feeling the still damp ink, and stood in a daze. "Thunderbolt, Sword Dao. Way of the Zither." The words caught their eyes, and their minds instantly became immersed in them. Boom. In Qin Ming's mind it was as if a thunderclap had sounded. His mind shook in a trance. He seemed to see a bolt of lightning cleaving through the sky, splitting the world at that moment. Each character seemed to transform into sword intent, making him almost unable to hold the page. Beside him, Qin Gu was similarly affected, her small cheeks flushing slightly. An invisible zither sound echoed in her ears. The page seemed to contain the myriad powers of the way of the zither, naturally giving rise to one world after another of the zither's path. This. They looked up at Lin Fan again, their faces filled with awe. At this moment, they felt the paper in their hands as heavy as Mount Tai. This was an unparalleled inheritance. "Do you understand?" Lin Fan's voice sounded in their ears. They quickly nodded, but then shook their heads. "It's enough that you can recognize the characters," Lin Fan said, taking a twig into his hand. He looked at Qin Ming. "Watch this sword stroke. If one day your sword can attain the meaning of this stroke, you will be considered the foremost in this world." Using the twig as a sword, he swung it once. The falling snow paused in midair, and a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, shaking the entire Datong imperial capital. One by one, powerful figures emerged, but they did not know where this phenomenon originated. "It seems someone in the capital has broken through. Perhaps one of the patriarchs of the 4 great clans, or someone in the palace. The path of thunder, not many cultivate this path. But for the current Datong, this is a good thing. The vast Datong has only the Tang Emperor as a Dao-severing realm expert. If there were another such expert, our Datong would not be suffering so much. But this does not look like the phenomenon of breaking through the Dao-severing realm." A single sword stroke, and the capital was astounded. Before the library pavilion, Qin Ming stared blankly at the sky, his eyes filled with stupor. "A bit too flashy," Lin Fan muttered, clicking his tongue. He had only swung casually, never expecting it to cause such a commotion. He would have to be more restrained next time. Qin Ming withdrew his gaze from the sky. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and then he looked at Lin Fan, unable to suppress a deep breath. How powerful was he really? A single stroke that cleaved the sky, and it was just a casual one. "Did you remember? Practice according to this stroke from now on. But remember, when you go out, never say that I taught you this stroke. It was your own extraordinary talent that allowed you to comprehend it yourself," Lin Fan said. Qin Ming, still stunned, nodded. "Practice according to this stroke." How could he possibly practice that? Lin Fan then turned to Qin Gu. The little girl stared blankly at him with a dazed expression. Lin Fan smiled gently and tapped her lightly. "Changed your mind? Want to learn the sword?" The little girl's eyes widened, as if waking from a dream. Hearing Lin Fan's words, she paused for a moment, then shook her head. "I want to learn the zither," she said with an indescribable stubbornness in her eyes. Qin Ming, watching from the side, seemed about to speak, but then fell silent. "All right then, listen to me play a piece. See how much you can comprehend from it." Under the nearly dead banyan tree, a zither had somehow been placed. Its ancient, elegant strings were covered in snow. Lin Fan gently brushed off the snow and sat upright before it. The 2, one large and one small, followed and stood before Lin Fan. They watched him arrange the strings and then sit quietly. The way of the zither is different from ordinary paths of slaughter. That is not to say it lacks the power of killing, but I prefer the creative force derived from the zither's path. Lin Fan said, strumming the strings lightly. The whole world fell silent. Zheng. The clear note of the zither seemed able to soothe all the clamor of the world. At this moment, the entire world was reduced to Lin Fan, one man and one zither, and the withered old banyan tree. The 2 figures, one tall and one small, stared transfixed at the scene. "Endless vitality, the revival of all things," Lin Fan murmured softly. With the sound of the zither, the old banyan tree behind him began to slowly revive. New buds emerged on the withered branches, followed by leaves sprouting one after another. A miracle. The 2 were stunned. The way of the zither has myriad aspects. The way I understand it is creation, endless vitality, the power of life. But this is only my own path of the zither. If you have other ideas, you can also try them. As the music ended, Lin Fan looked at Qin Ge and spoke. Qin Ge stared at Lin Fan, lost in thought for a long time before finally shaking her head with a serious expression. I just want to learn this, she said. Lin Fan smiled upon hearing this. All right, then learn this. In fact, from the first glance at the two, he had known what paths suited them. Qin Ming's path of wielding the sword in slaughter, and Qin Ji's path of playing the zither in creation. This zither is for you. It's an old relic from the Library Pavilion, not worth much. Go back and practice more. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. From now on, come once a month. As for you, Qin Ming, there are no swords in the Library Pavilion, so you will have to find a sword outside and practice on your own. Also, you must both remember, do not mention me to anyone. You have extraordinary talent. Everything you have learned is your own comprehension. Lin Fan said. He had acted casually, not expecting any great results, only hoping to offer some help to De Tong and the human race. As for anything else, Lin Fan did not ask for more. This was enough. The two were startled for a moment, then nodded. Lin Fan smiled slightly and returned to the Library Pavilion. Qin Ming and Qin Ge stood in the courtyard for a long time. Then Qin Ming picked up the twig that Lin Fan had used, and as if it were a precious treasure, tucked it into his belt. This was his sword. The two walked out of the Library Pavilion's courtyard and then looked back. The master is unwilling to acknowledge us because we are not strong enough. But one day the master will acknowledge us. We must not let down the master's expectations. Qin Ming said, and Qin Ge nodded as well. In the Library Pavilion, Lin Fan gazed toward the Imperial City and gave a faint shake of his head. Atop the peaks of the Imperial City in the great Tang capital sat a solitary figure. A majestic aura enveloped all of Tongdu, appearing as though overflowing with vital energy, yet Lin Fan saw therein a hint of decline and demise. His days were numbered. The Tang Emperor was dying. He truly deserves the title of human sovereign, Lin Fan said, withdrawing his gaze to watch those two departing figures, one tall and one short, one large and one small, appearing so minuscule amidst the ice and snow. A generation of human sovereign who had devoted his life to the human race. Even on his deathbed, he continued to guard his people, suppressing all beneath him through sheer blood qi. Yet who would carry on his legacy? In the starlight hall of the Tang Palace, the Tang Emperor gazed upon Tongdu and furrowed his brows. Who is it? It was a gaze that even he could not trace. In an instant it seemed to pierce through all, revealing the depleted sea of qi in his dantian, recognizing him as but a spent force. Was it an outsider race? He concentrated, and a killing intent flooded the starlight hall, making those guarding outside shudder. Or perhaps it was one of his own people. He reigned in his killing intent, and exhaustion showed in his eyes. The human race faced such hardship. If he perished, what would become of the great Tang? What would happen to countless humans across this land? He could almost see rivers of blood stretching for 10,000 miles, flesh piling to the heavens. With a soft sigh, he closed his eyes to meditate once more. He could only strive to live longer, buying his people more time. Snow fell across the realm, while the mortal world flourished. Tongdu displayed its splendor. Hundreds of miles of long streets, jade balustrades, and towering pavilions. Yet none knew all of it could dissolve into nothing at any moment. The Library Pavilion remained tranquil, broken only by the occasional rustle of turning pages. Lin Fan's cultivation had broken through once more to the 6th level of the heavenly human realm, yet no ripples stirred in this quiet place. Cultivation breakthroughs came as easily as drinking water to him. But Lin Fan had never been strong because of his cultivation. He was strong because of his realm. The Tao of the Sword possessed 4 great realms: Sword Momentum, Sword Intent, Sword Domain, and the Path of Tao. Beneath the saints, the highest attainment was the Sword Domain, yet Lin Fan had already entered the Tao 3 years ago. Mingguer, what are you doing? In the servant courtyard of Hantan Martial Arts Hall, several youths propped open their dilapidated windows and called out to the figure wielding a branch in the yard below. Practicing the sword. The reply drifted back from the yard, leaving them stunned. Practicing the sword. Was wildly swinging a tree branch really what counted as sword practice? Had their brother's mind frozen solid from the cold? Hiss! A bitter wind swept through, making them shiver and slammed the windows shut. They were refugees who had fled disaster, fortunate to find shelter as servants under the hall master's protection. Simply surviving was hardship enough. Where would they find the strength for cultivation? Cultivation was reserved for those gleaming disciples of the martial arts halls. They couldn't understand Qin Ming, regarding him as someone lost to obsession. Qin Ming himself didn't understand cultivation. All he had was that single page and the sword held within his heart. He was merely mimicking it by memory. This sword had no name, so he gave it one. Lightning punishment. When thunder tore through heaven and earth, it was as if the heavens themselves delivered judgment upon the mortal realm. As he swung the branch, spiritual energy gathered from heaven and earth, flowing into him in a steady stream. Unaware of this, he had already immersed himself in the sword within his heart. In another servant courtyard, Qin Ge took out the qin that Lin Fan had given her. Fearing she would disturb the others sharing her room, she slipped out onto the snow, covered her mouth and nose, exhaled a breath, and began to play amid the heavy snowfall. From tentative exploration to awkward fingers, she slowly grew more adept. That single page was tucked close against her body, and in her mind appeared the image of him plucking the strings beneath the banyan tree. Gradually, she entered a state of deep focus. She too named this piece, All Things Come to Life. Winter passed, and spring returned, and 3 years slipped by in a flash. The boy who once had become a disciple of Hans Martial Arts Hall, achieving what many could only dream of, leaping the Dragon Gate itself. In Tongdu, he was known as the Thunder Sword. Meanwhile, Qin Gu had been noticed by the Yuan family, one of the 4 great clans of Tongdu, and became a companion and reader to a legitimate daughter moving into the Yuan estate. That year Qin Ming was 16 and Qin Gu 13. Once again they came to the Library Pavilion. 3 more years had passed, and the pavilion grew even more desolate. No one had set foot here for 3 years. The once dead banyan tree had sprouted 1,000 branches, all draped in verdant green. As a gentle breeze moved through them, it seemed as though the tree had awakened to some form of consciousness. Everything remained as it had always been. That person still lay on the recliner beneath the banyan tree, seemingly in light repose. Beside him sat a pot of boiling tea, its fragrance wafting through the air. Qin Gu stepped forward to replenish his empty cup, then waited quietly at his side. 3 years had transformed the once naive girl into a graceful young woman. Her pale green silk dress swayed delicately about her delicate features and gentle bearing revealing a beauty that could not be concealed. In Qin Ming's hand remained that same wooden branch. 3 years later it had not withered in the slightest, and within this courtyard it now radiated an even more ethereal aura. After a long while the figure on the recliner stretched and rose. The book slipped from his body and fell to the ground. Qin Ming bent to retrieve it, and Lin Fan regarded the two before him with a gentle smile. You've come, Lin Fan said. 7-fold spirit enlightenment and 9-fold spirit enlightenment. Not bad. In Lin Fan's eyes the two had progressed from their first steps in cultivation to the late stages of spirit enlightenment in just 3 years. That was truly gifted. Hearing this both bowed respectfully. We owe our cultivation to the Tao text you shared. Through fleeting moments of understanding we have reached where we stand today. Were their aptitudes truly exceptional? Not at all. When they first entered the martial hall as servants they had taken the assessment, and found themselves merely ordinary. What had truly altered their fate were those 2 pages of Tao text. They were far more than simple paper, they held an ineffable power of Tao resonance constantly nurturing and strengthening their foundations. Only now did they understand the true depth of Lin Fan's abilities. He was no mere scholar as outsiders claimed, nor had the destruction of his clan broken his will, as rumors suggested. The greatest hermits conceal themselves among mortals, and Master Lin Fan was truly an unparalleled master. Regrettably time is short. He will not be able to wait for you, Lin Fan added. His calm words left them both startled, unable to grasp his meaning. Lin Fan looked toward the Tang Palace. 3 years had passed, and the Tang Emperor could no longer contain the hemorrhaging decay within him. Now even the Heaven Realm experts throughout Tongdu could sense his deteriorating condition. This human sovereign who had guarded this land for a millennium was nearing his end. Qin Ming followed Lin Fan's gaze toward the imperial palace, his expression growing tense before shock finally crossed his features. Over recent days undercurrents had been stirring throughout Tongdu. An unknown force had surfaced, casting an air of gravity over the cities for great clans. Yet he hadn't anticipated this would be the cause. It is your majesty. He spoke in disbelief. The Tang Emperor was a figure worshipped as divine by countless hearts whose singular strength had suppressed the entire realm and preserved the flame of humanity. No one would have imagined he could die. He is dying, Lin Fan said. Of all people he alone truly understood the Tang Emperor's condition. His calm words left both of them pale with shock. The human emperor of Great Tang was on his deathbed. What a terrifying prospect. He was the spiritual pillar of all humanity and Qingzhou, the one who sustained countless wars between mankind and the alien races. If he fell, what would become of this world? What of the human race in Qingzhou? They dared not imagine it. They could only turn their gaze to Lin Fan, hoping he would do something, or perhaps guide them down a path. Master, they said, but Lin Fan merely shook his head slightly and took a quiet sip of tea. When the sky falls, those tall enough will hold it up. That is not your concern. You should think of the future of Great Tang, the future of the human race. Lin Fan spoke these words. His gaze drifted toward the imperial palace where the human emperor of Great Tang could no longer sustain the aura pressing against the heavens. He sat in the Hall of Stars gazing out at the world around him, surrounded by an aura of impending death. Who are you? He asked, his eyes burning with intensity, his soul's fire raging to maintain his last shreds of imperial authority. I am dying. Will you not show yourself now? His divine sense attempted to trace that piercing gaze, but it was severed by an ineffable Tao resonance beyond comprehension. He withdrew his consciousness, his spirit shaken. 3 years prior he could still sense the general direction of that gaze, yet now it was completely severed. He has grown stronger. He concentrated quietly, overlooking the entire capital of Great Tang, while no one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Outside the Hall of Stars a dark mass knelt in prayer. concubines, princes and princesses, and the heads of the 4 great clans, all seemingly awaiting some inevitable fate. Silence reigned thick and oppressive. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and turned to Qin Ming and Qin Go before him. Return now, do not come back for some time. His words sent shockwaves through both of them. When they looked again, all they saw was Lin Fan's retreating figure. The survival of the human race, the rise and fall of the world. Nothing in this realm seemed to concern him. An inexplicable sense of loss settled within them. Great Tang will not perish. Suddenly a voice rang out from the pavilion of treasured texts, and they snapped their heads up as hope flared in their eyes once more. A single phrase was more than enough. His master still cared for all living beings of the human race. Should humanity truly face extinction, his master would surely intervene. The two bowed reverently toward the pavilion of treasured texts before departing. Within its walls, Lin Fan exhaled a soft sigh. The peace he had known was finally shattered. Since you wish to see me, I shall come, he declared, stepping forward as ripples disturbed the very fabric of space around him like breaking bubbles. His form vanished from the pavilion of treasured texts. The Imperial Palace, Hall of Stars. The dying human emperor of Great Tang unleashed his cutting the Tao might once more. Opening his eyes, he beheld a figure emerging from the void, standing before him, silently gazing back. White robes, cloth shoes, a book tucked at his waist, as if merely a common scholar. The human emperor's expression shifted to outright shock. How could it be? How can he be so young? Someone he had feared for 3 years, hunted for 3 years, was merely a young man, moving through the void itself. Could this be the legendary path of space? Their gazes locked across the Hall of Stars as silence stretched on. After a long while, the human emperor drew a deep breath and surprisingly smiled. Good thing you're of the human race, he said, as though a tension held within him finally released. Lin Fan simply watched him. And if I were not, you would die here. The human emperor's words carried such killing intent despite his approaching death and depleted energy. A single whiff of it sent chills through the air. Such was the human emperor of humanity. A peerless powerhouse who carved his path through the combined forces of 10,000 races. Lin Fan smiled faintly at this. He was well aware of what lay within this Hall of Stars. The killing formations, the sacred weapons of humanity, the convergence of the human race's destiny, and a human emperor ready to sacrifice himself at any moment. Yet could any of these truly harm Lin Fan? Would you consider succeeding me as human emperor? He asked, his gaze fixed upon Lin Fan with grave seriousness. Lin Fan paused, then shook his head. I've grown accustomed to idleness and cannot bear such a heavy burden. If the human emperor seeks a successor, there are many elsewhere who could serve. Your sons and daughters are failing that the 4 great clans of Tang capital. Lin Fan glanced beyond the hall, where several princes, princesses, and leaders of the 4 great clans still knelt outside. With the human emperor on the verge of death, new ambitions stirred within many hearts. For when he truly perished, chaos would surely follow. Lin Fan had no desire to be drawn into such strife. More than anything, he dreaded the trouble it would bring. Rather than engaging in their schemes, he would prefer to lose himself in books. The human emperor turned his gaze outward as well. Those separated by the hall doors, those outside, each felt their hearts constrict, causing them to press their foreheads even lower to the ground. They knew the human emperor was watching them. As he approached death and the throne remained vacant, whoever would inherit the position depended solely on his word. For 3 millennia, Great Tang has bred those who harbor corruption and filth. In my days, as long as they did not threaten the empire, I chose to overlook them. Yet should I fall, they will become poisons eating away at Great Tang. Human emperor, they are unworthy of such responsibility. The human emperor spoke flatly. Lin Fan regarded him, then smiled faintly as though struck by some thought. Then it seems you've already made your choice. Lin Fan didn't care who took the throne. As long as it didn't disturb his peace, he came only because of the current human emperor, one who had truly devoted himself to humanity's welfare. The successor would be merely a ruler of Great Tang, not a true human emperor. That title belonged to humanity as a whole, their protector. The human emperor offered no reply, only studying Lin Fan. This scholarly figure before him, so refined and detached, with a quiet sigh. Might I ask your name? The human emperor said, already sensing Lin Fan harbored no ambition to succeed him. Lin Fan gazed back, recalling an imperial decree from the Tang Palace issued years past, bestowing upon Prince Jinan the title of hero of Great Tang's human race, inscribing his name in the Hall of Heroes, and granting all his descendants the status of princes and princesses. That was why he had been able to live in peace within Great Tang for so many years, and why he had come. Lin Fan, he stated simply 2 words that caused the human emperor to freeze, then stagger back in shock. Staring at Lin Fan in utter disbelief. You are. Years ago, the Prince Jinan had been exterminated, leaving only 3 children sent to the Tang capital. He had personally drafted that imperial edict and remembered the name Lin Fan, the heir of the Prince Jinan's mansion. Lin Fan offered a faint smile. Indeed, I am that very heir of the Prince Jinan's mansion. I must thank you for your protection, which allowed me to live in peace within Great Tang for so many years. The human emperor fell speechless at these words. Lin Fan, the heir to the Prince Zhenon's mansion, meant he was barely 30 years old. At such a young age, having reached the realm of cutting the Tao, how was this even possible? An unimaginably terrifying prodigy, an unparalleled genius never seen in human history. A shock beyond words, an excitement too profound to describe. The Tang Emperor laughed heartily. Good, good, good. 3 consecutive praises echoed beyond the starry hall, causing those kneeling to tremble. They looked up, their eyes filled with confusion. Was this a final burst of vitality? Straining to hear the voices within the hall, they found only silence after the laughter, as the entire starry hall was sealed off by the Emperor's power. With you here, even if I die, what does it matter? A human emperor. Our race has 9, yet we remain a minor clan. But with you we will finally rise. You are the true hope of humanity. He spoke, his words brimming with exhilaration even as death approached. You did right to hide in the mortal world, evading the gaze of alien races. By the time you attain sagehood, it will be too late for them to stop you. Lin Fan, can you tell me your true cultivation level? He knew Lin Fan had already stepped into the Tao-severing realm and might even surpass him in strength, yet he remained ignorant of Lin Fan's true cultivation. He wished to witness just how extraordinary this unparalleled human genius truly was. Lin Fan looked at him with a faint smile. Instead of answering, he gazed out at the boundless starry sky beyond the starry hall. Is your majesty at the peak of Tao-severing? He asked. The Tang Emperor paused, then nodded. His path had been severed before reaching sagehood. He was too old, bearing wounds that could never heal, and could no longer glimpse the sacred realm beyond Tao-severing. Yet that remained his lifelong pursuit. Would your majesty like to see the scenery beyond Tao-severing? At these words, the Tang Emperor's expression shifted, and he stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. Have you become a sage? The sage realm, a realm untouched by humanity for tens of thousands of years, where all beneath the sage are but ants. The human race had managed to survive for so long in the Xinhuang Grand World only because of the foundations left by ancient sages. A single sage, even if fallen for tens of millennia, could still influence later generations for eons. Such was the power of a sage to a race. They were pillars of the heavens, and humanity now lacked such a presence. But the man before him was barely 30. Could it truly be possible? He looked at Lin Fan, his emotions a whirlwind of excitement, joy, and countless others. Lin Fan met his gaze and gently shook his head. The Tang Emperor trembled slightly, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes, but he soon smiled and shook his head. The sage realm. How could it be so simple? For tens of thousands of years, many humans had reached the Tao-severing realm, but none had become a sage. Lin Fan was already monstrous enough. As long as he lived, he would surely become a sage in the future. He should not be burdened with too much pressure. Lin Fan, your talent far surpasses us so-called human emperors, and even exceeds the ancient sages. All you lack is time. It will take 1,000 years. No, not even that long, perhaps just a century, and you will surely become a sage. There is no need to rush this moment. As if afraid that his own expectations would weigh on Lin Fan, the emperor suppressed his eagerness and spoke softly. Lin Fan did not reply. Instead, he took a step forward, ripples spreading beneath his feet, and in the next moment, he stood by the balustrade of the starry hall. Below lay the splendor of the Tang capital, an ancient city of 10,000 years. It was the Lantern Festival, and floating paper lanterns adorned the night sky, while countless people filled the streets and alleys, creating a scene of peace and harmony. The so-called sage realm is to manifest one's own Tao principles into a Tao domain to command a piece of heaven and earth, so that every move becomes the power of the great Tao, Lin Fan said. The Tang Emperor stared at him in a daze, sensing an indescribable Tao resonance from Lin Fan, one far beyond his own. Every sage manifests a unique Tao domain. I have long pondered what my Tao should be. The sword Tao, the Tao of thunder, the Tao of space. I tried many, but none were truly my Tao. Even if I could manifest a Tao domain, it would be flawed. Lin Fan spoke calmly. The Tang Emperor stood behind him, also gazing down upon the entire Tang capital, his mind filled only with awe. Only he could perceive the subtle changes taking place in this ancient capital, in this very heaven and earth, all stemming from the man before him. A flawed Tao domain. Perhaps no one had ever considered such a thing. Being able to manifest a Tao domain meant entering sagehood. Who could resist such temptation? He could not, and neither could the sages of antiquity. Then have you now understood your own Tao? He asked without thinking. He already knew that the man before him was not incapable of becoming a sage, but was seeking a supreme path, the ultimate Tao. Lin Fan gave a faint smile. I think I have understood. He pointed a finger at the void, toward the boundless starry sky above. At that moment the stars seemed to respond, blazing brighter than ever. A bright moon seemed to descend, drawing closer to him. Countless people in the Tang capital looked up, their eyes filled with awe. Stars falling, a moon suspended. What an extraordinary phenomenon. Not enough, Lin Fan said. Then thunder and sudden rain appeared, followed by a blazing sun, the cry of the golden crow, sun and moon sharing the sky. A myriad of wonders erupted. Finally Lin Fan smiled. All the phenomena vanished as if everything had been an illusion, a dream for the entire Tang capital. I understand now, Lin Fan said. He turned to look at the Tang Emperor, and in that single gaze the Emperor seemed to see a vast galaxy with countless worlds rising and falling within it. All Tao return to one, they all merge into me. Why cling to a single path? If I wish, 10,000 Tao rules will serve me. Boom. In that instant, everyone in the Tang capital, the Emperor, those outside the Starry Hall, and the common folk, felt a tremor in their hearts as if they had all heard that resounding boom. Lin Fan had become a sage. A myriad of phenomena sank into his body, and 10,000 Tao were fused into the palm of his hand. The Tang Emperor stared at this sight, unable to snap out of his stupor for a long time. All Tao returning to one. To forge 10,000 Tao rules into his own body. What a terrifying act. He had never even dared to imagine such a thing, yet the man before him, barely 30, had accomplished it, becoming a sage through this heaven-defying feat. Monstrous. He could find no other words to describe it, so he simply uttered this. At this moment, he no longer worried about humanity. His chi and blood were withering, and his once sturdy frame finally stooped like that of a dying old man. Cough. A cough, and his hands were stained with blood. Yet he was laughing, his smile tinged with moisture. The human race was safe. This man could bear the weight of all humanity. As long as he lived, the race would not perish. He would create a true golden age for humanity. And now he could depart in peace. The world knows that the Tang imperial family has 5 sons, but in truth there is a 6th. The contingency I left for the Tang Empire. I hope he can become your disciple. He spoke, his life force slowly fading. The figure standing in the moonlight grew blurry in his eyes. Lin Fan paused slightly. I do not take disciples. These words made him tremble. But you can tell him to come to me. At the following words he smiled. When he looked again, the man was gone. No trace, no sign, impossible to capture. So this is sagehood, he murmured. Turning, he walked slowly step by step and pushed open the doors of the Starry Hall. The people outside the Hall of Stars finally saw the current state of the human emperor. Their expressions stiffened and their hearts sank. That stooped figure, the blood-stained robes, the pale strands of hair. He was like a man in his twilight years with not a trace of the majesty of a human emperor. Human emperor, your majesty, a crowd cried out in grief. At that moment, they finally knew that the rumors were not false. This one who had protected the great Tang for thousands of years was truly about to fall. Their sky was collapsing. Cough. The Tang Emperor's coughing sounded, and that figure seemed even more desolate. Everyone trembled. They could already sense the withered blood and chi as if it could no longer support that body. Who in this world can escape death? Even sages are no exception. My time has come, the Tang Emperor said, looking at the kneeling people before him. His blurry eyes seemed to traverse time and space, and finally he sighed softly. From now on, the great Tang and Qingzhou are entrusted to you. Remember, the human race is unyielding. Even if we die to the last, we will never be slaves. I am dead, and you must bear this responsibility even more. The human race shall not perish, the torch shall pass forever, he said, stepping down the stairs one by one toward the inner palace. Each step landed heavily, as if trampling on the hearts of the crowd. The crowd followed his figure with their eyes rising to follow. Go back, all of you. Don't follow. The great Tang still needs you to stabilize it. Don't waste too much energy on me. I am merely a dying man. The Tang Emperor said, his figure disappearing from their sight. The crowd stood before the Hall of Stars, staring at the direction he had left, unable to snap out of it for a long time. No one knew what they were thinking. After a long while, that is the direction of Jingyan Palace. Could it be true, as the rumors say, that His Majesty intends to pass the throne to that person? But his identity? Will those others be willing to give up? Many eyes fell on the figures at the front. The 5 children of the royal family, 4 princes and 1 princess. The world knew only these 5, the bloodline heirs of the human emperor, representing the entire Tang royal family. Whatever the human emperor decides, we shall obey. Someone said, the continuation of the human race is paramount. It doesn't matter who ascends the throne. If he truly has such ability, we will willingly bow and pledge allegiance. We trust the human emperor. The 5 said, their eyes full of determination, seeming without a trace of disloyalty. The people behind looked at this scene, their expressions stiffening, then they looked toward the direction the Tang emperor had left and bowed deeply. Farewell, human emperor. The voices gradually echoed through the Tang palace, and one by one people knelt. Along that long corridor a crowd knelt, and an old man walked slowly step by step, causing countless people to tremble. This was the human emperor, their spiritual pillar. Was he about to fall too? Where would the future of the human race go? Inside the inner palace, a youth stood quietly at the palace gate. When he saw the Tang emperor, he finally couldn't help but tremble, his eyes full of sorrow. Father, he called out. The Tang emperor looked up, shook his head, and smiled. You finally called out. The so-called 5 children of the Tang royal family only possessed the bloodline of the human emperor, but they were not his biological descendants. They were merely the most outstanding among those with the human emperor's blood. The human emperor had only one child, the one before him. The more powerful a cultivator, the harder it was to bear offspring, let alone a cultivator like the human emperor, who was in his extreme twilight. It's a pity that I don't have much time to teach you. You possess a saint body and unparalleled talent. In the future, you will not be weaker than me. he said, then suddenly thought of Lin Fan and shook his head. Before Lin Fan appeared, his child was the hope for the continuation of the human race. But with Lin Fan, wasn't that even better? There was a sage hiding behind the human race and a peerless human emperor suppressing all directions. I came here to ask you, do you want to be emperor? He looked at the youth, and the youth looked back at him. The old man's eyes held earnest hope, while the youth's eyes were full of determination. He nodded heavily to the old man. I didn't understand you before, but now I do. You say I have a saint body that I can lead the human race to live with dignity in this world. Then I will do it. I will help you achieve what you want. The youth set his face resolute. The old man nodded with relief. He looked beyond the palace to the place where the library stood. Fortunately, you are not alone. The human race still has someone to rely on. To the south of our Tang Palace, there is a library, and within it a person. His name is Lin Fan. If the great Tang is in danger, or if you have cultivation problems, go to him. It would be best if you could become his disciple. If not, it doesn't matter. As long as he stays here, the great Tang will not fall. He spoke, teaching earnestly, as if in these final moments he was entrusting everything to the youth. The youth followed the old man's gaze, slightly dazed. Lin Fan. Who was he? Father was the human emperor, the sovereign of the human race, yet he valued a person so highly. It was as if he was entrusting the great Tang and himself to that person. Remember my words. Even if the entire great Tang is untrustworthy, only him. You must trust him. The Tang emperor looked at him, his face serious. He nodded. Good. The Tang emperor reached out, gently stroked the youth's head, then looked beyond the palace at the brilliantly lit capital of the great Tang. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. They are already restless when I am not yet dead. Then none of them shall leave. From his withered body surged forth vast aura once again. He stepped into the air and headed toward the prosperous Tang capital. The youth stood behind, tears streaming down, and knelt toward that figure. This farewell would be forever. This human emperor who had exhausted his mind and energy for the human race for thousands of years would burn for the last time on this land. With the fire of his life, he would make the alien races remember forever. In the library, Lin Fan also watched this scene. Truly worthy of the name human emperor. Lin Fan shook his head and said, he naturally knew what the human emperor was doing, burning his last life force to slay all the alien races within this city. Human emperor. Greetings, human emperor. In the Tang capital, crowds of people knelt down. They looked at the human emperor striding through the air, their faces full of shock. The human emperor had actually appeared. Kill. A sword flew in, landing in the Tang emperor's hand. He slashed down toward a courtyard, and then a chorus of angry voices arose. Emperor of the great Tang, you are mad. A powerful expert rushed out of the courtyard only to be killed by the Tang emperor with a palm strike. Emperor of the great Tang, we were sent by the barbarian prince to establish diplomatic relations with you. Do you know the consequences of killing us? A barbarian at the heavenly realm level soared into the air, his body several meters tall, covered in a wild aura, holding a giant axe. He looked at the Tang emperor with extreme gravity. The Tang emperor swung his sword, splitting heaven and earth. The barbarian at the heavenly realm was directly cut down. The human race does not need to establish relations with you. When the human race rises in the future, it shall be the first to exterminate the barbarian tribe to honor the countless heroic spirits of our people. A faint remark imbued with overwhelming dominance reverberated across the entire Tongdu. Countless people were awestruck, gazing at the figure standing in midair with reverence. This is the human emperor. What are the envoys of alien princes? With a single sword stroke, they were cut down. Standing between heaven and earth, he deserves the worship of all people. Countless people rose from their hearts, one by one, kneeling down. At this moment, there was only one person in the world. The human emperor. Qin Ming and Qin Ge, having just arrived in front of the Yuan clan's mansion, looked up and saw this scene. Their hearts trembled, and they also bowed in respect. Is he really going to die? Qin Ge asked, as if unwilling to believe that the human emperor, so domineering and overwhelming, was already at the end of his strength. The entire city was stirred with excitement for the human emperor, but only they knew that the human emperor was about to die, and this would be his last appearance in the world. Emperor Tang, you are about to die. Are you sure you want to make enemies with us? Another alien appeared, trembling as he looked at the figure in the sky, and spoke. An invisible domain enveloped the entire Tongdu, turning it into a prison, precisely locking onto each of them, trapping them here. Nowhere to escape. They could not believe that the dying human emperor dared to slaughter them like this. Was he not afraid that after his death they would take revenge on the human race? Could this be the Dao domain? An alien stood before the city gate of Tongdu, only an inch away, yet it seemed like an insurmountable chasm, unable to cross no matter what. They stammered. Turning to look at the human emperor in the sky, their eyes filled with horror. Has the Emperor Tang attained sagehood? No. The Emperor Tang's blood energy was dissipating, and deathly aura could no longer be contained, spreading across the world. He was dying, not having reached sagehood. Then who was this? In the library, Lin Fan, holding a book, stood quietly by the window. His eyes were as calm as a starry sea, as if they contained the entire world of Tongdu. Is the human emperor going to die? The kneeling people in Tongdu shuddered violently, looking at the figure in the sky in disbelief. A streak of blood flowed from the corner of Emperor Tang's mouth. Cracks seemed to appear on his body, and his shattered frame could no longer support the use of the Dao-slaying power. How is that possible? Human Emperor? Impossible. Countless people trembled and turned pale. After you die, do you think the human race can withstand our wrath? If you let us leave alive, the human race still has a glimmer of hope. We will report back to our elders. In the future, your Qingzhou human race only needs to provide our clans with a certain amount of blood sacrifices, and you can preserve your heritage. Human Emperor, do not bring trouble upon yourself. One by one the aliens appeared, led by the Barbarian clan and the Stone clan. They looked at the human emperor in the sky and spoke. Originally terrified, but after speaking they seemed to regain confidence, their eyes filled with arrogance. The human race, mere blood sacrifices. Countless people in Tongdu watched this scene in horror. So many aliens had been hidden in Tongdu, and the leading few had even reached the heavenly human realm. The human emperor laughed. Under the gaze of countless people he laughed, so wantonly and arrogantly. He gazed at the heavens and earth, pausing for a moment at that corner of the library, then turned his eyes to the aliens. Provide blood sacrifices for your clans, is that so? A sword stroke tore open the sky, slashing toward the aliens. No matter how desperately they resisted, they only held for a moment before being cut into a rain of blood. The human race stands between heaven and earth. He who dares to call us slaves? Another sword strike like divine might swept across the land. This stroke killed more than half of the aliens, leaving only dozens staring at the human emperor in terror. The human emperor of Qingzhou was too powerful. He was at the peak of Dao, slaying half a step into the sage realm. Even among the 9 human emperors of the human race, he was one of the strongest. Even dying, he was not something they could resist. Madman, once you are gone, who will protect your Qingzhou humans? Our army will surely slaughter you all. The human emperor's sword swung wantonly across the world. The cracks on his body multiplied, and his blood energy grew more withered. This was a grand performance, a performance belonging solely to the human emperor. Countless people watched the figure in the sky, yet felt nothing but desolation. Human Emperor. When the last alien fell before their eyes, all gazes converged on the human emperor. The human emperor stood in midair, drenched in blood. He looked down upon Tongdu, then gazed into the distance, as if trying to engrave the entire world into his mind. Then his body began to crumble, his blood energy dissipated, and his life force faded away. Yet a smile still lingered at the corner of his mouth. I leave everything to you. These were his last words, words that only one person could hear. His body fell toward the earth. Countless people rushed toward that spot, wanting to catch the human emperor who had protected Qingzhou for millennia. But when they arrived, they did not see the human emperor's corpse. Did the human emperor not even leave a body, eh? Countless people knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with grief. At Shishan, behind the library, the human emperor's corpse fell from the void into a grave that had already been dug. Lin Fan stood there. Why must it be so? Lin Fan shook his head slightly. After gazing at the human emperor's corpse for a moment, he waved his hand, covering the body. A small grave mound rose up. He also erected a tombstone. Tomb of the 26th human emperor of Qingzhou. As for the name, Lin Fan did not know, but it was enough. There are still some left. Lin Fan then looked beyond Shishan, where several barbarians, panic-stricken, were fleeing into Shishan. That Qingzhou human emperor didn't even notice us. What kind of human emperor is he? Nothing much, one of them said. Though he spoke thus, his face was full of fear and his body trembled. We can't stay in the previous place. We'll hide in Shishan from now on. When our army arrives, we will make Tongdu flow with blood. This Shishan has few people, only a library. There's a lone orphan of the Prince of Jinan who is said to dislike cultivation and loves reading. A good-for-nothing. Fine, let him pay for today's blood debt first. Crossing a mountain ridge, a library came into view. A stone path marked with green traces surrounded by vines and weeds. A few flowering trees outside the library's courtyard wall had just sprouted, as if recently planted. Leaves and petals drifted down, giving a sense of seclusion and depth. He knows how to enjoy life, but he's too foolish. One of the 7 said, looking at the library. Loves reading. What use is reading? But it's good that he doesn't cultivate. I heard the orphan of the Prince of Jinan was actually a cultivation genius. Otherwise it wouldn't be easy to capture him today. The 7 said, having fully revealed their barbarian forms. Their bodies grew taller, hair sprouted, and their faces mutated, acquiring beast-like features. The 7 pushed open the courtyard gate and saw the person inside. Clad in a simple scholar's robe, he stood on the steps quietly watching them. The wind blew, bringing the sound of turning pages. The 7 inexplicably felt a chill. Lin Fan, the orphan of the Prince of Jinan, has fallen to being a mere guardian of the pavilion. The Prince of Jinan once killed many of our clan. Today you will atone for his sins. The 7 barbarians said, though they sensed a slight wrongness, they did not take it seriously. A scholar, what is there to fear? A barbarian stepped forward, reaching out with a hand as large as a palm leaf fan to grab Lin Fan, while the other 6 barbarians watched coldly with a hint of mockery. Lin Fan watched calmly, not a single ripple in his eyes. The barbarian only got within 3 feet of Lin Fan before his expression drastically changed, and then his face was filled with terror. You. As if time had stopped, the barbarian's hand paused before Lin Fan. A gust of wind blew, and like a wisp of fine sand he simply dissipated. What? The 6 barbarians behind were utterly horrified. Looking up again at the young man on the steps, a deep fear had already surfaced in their eyes. That was a barbarian at the divine altar realm, yet he was killed without the slightest resistance, body and soul utterly destroyed. How strong could he be? Adaptation realm, transcendence realm, or perhaps the Tao severing realm. As for the sage realm, they dared not even think of it. A sage is the most ancient and powerful existence of a great clan, long vanished from the world, and rarely appears unless it's a war of annihilation. Wasn't he not a cultivator, only a scholar? Flee. The 6 barbarians exchanged a glance, and without a moment's hesitation they all retreated towards the courtyard. But as soon as they moved, they felt an unimaginable force sealing the space around them, freezing their bodies mid-air. Since you are here, would you not like to stay and see more? Lin Fan's voice came from behind, and they felt their whole bodies tremble. Turning back, the young man still watched them quietly, but the feeling was completely different from before. His eyes seemed to contain an abyss ready to devour them all. Bang! With a soft sound, a barbarian instantly turned to ash. No mercy. The remaining 5 barbarians fell to their knees. Lin Fan extended a finger and gently pointed, and flames erupted on one of the barbarians, reducing him to ash in moments. The pear tree at the gate has been lacking some nourishment. Your arrival is just in time, Lin Fan said, waving his hand, and the ash remnants of the barbarians flew out of the courtyard and settled under the pear tree. Bang! Another one. The remaining 3 barbarians finally broke down, and all 3 of them attacked Lin Fan together. Lin Fan only lifted his gaze, and the 3 barbarians were instantly horrified. In Lin Fan's eyes they saw a terrifying vision, and a dreadful thought arose in their hearts. You are a sage. As the words fell, they turned to ash and scattered under the tree outside the gate. The 7 barbarians who could stir up trouble in the Tang City were dead, just like that. It's time for a period of peace, Lin Fan said, glancing outside the courtyard gate, and then returned to the library. Just as Lin Fan's words fell, all the foreign clans in the Tang City felt a suffocation in their hearts. Looking up towards a corner of the sky, a figure appeared in their minds. On the 7 steps, a young man holding a scroll. One glance was eternity. The next moment their souls were extinguished. With one glance he killed all the foreign clans in the city. The library fell silent again, with only the occasional sound of pages turning, but the entire Tang City, and even the Qingzhou region, were thrown into a tremendous upheaval. The human emperor of the Great Tang had fallen. The news quickly spread from the Tang City throughout the Qingzhou region, and even reached the other continents of the human race. Li Yu, the son of the human emperor, succeeds the throne, continuing the great lineage of the human race in Qingzhou. It was not the widely known 5 imperial princes of Qingzhou, but an obscure figure. Yet he was said to be the only descendant of the Great Tang's human emperor. Later the 5 princes left the capital, and the Great Tang entered a new chapter. 3 more years passed in a bustling blur. The Yuan family mansion. Surrounded by azure waters with rockeries and stone gardens, a melodious zither music flowed out. A woman in green sat in a stone pavilion playing the zither, a light veil covering her face, yet it could not conceal a beauty that could outshine all others. Sister Qin Ji's zither playing has become better, and more men from the capital come to visit. I wonder who will be able to win her heart. In the corridor, a man and a woman watched the woman in the stone pavilion. The woman was not old, and she looked at the woman in the pavilion with unconcealed excitement. As she spoke, she glanced at the young man beside her, a hint of slyness in her eyes. She was the legitimate daughter of the Yuan family, Yuan Nanyue, and Qin Ge was her companion. The young man looked at the woman in the stone pavilion, not hiding the admiration in his eyes. Xiao Yue, don't talk nonsense. Miss Qin Ge does not have such thoughts, the young man said, unconsciously immersed in the rising and falling zither music, and a hint of infatuation crept into his eyes. Yuan Nanyue watched this scene and shook her head slightly. Her brother's feelings for Qin Ge were obvious to anyone. If she were an ordinary companion, it would be fine, and she could even play matchmaker, but Qin Ge was different. Qin Ge had grown up with her, and she had already formed a bond with her. Another reason was Qin Ji's brother, Qin Ming, a figure of great influence in the Tang City, a prodigy of heaven. At 19, he had already reached the 8th level of the condensing pill realm, the most monstrous talent the Tang City had seen in years. He had long since entered the Great Tang Academy, and on the day of his admission, even several old monsters of the adaptation realm appeared to take him as a disciple. But in the end, he refused them all. I already have a master. That was his answer. Later, someone investigated the origins of Qin Ming and Qin Ge. They had come as refugees, originally descendants of a noble family, but there was no record of them taking anyone as a master. Some said Qin Ming was too arrogant, even refusing to be taken as a disciple by the adaptation venerables of the academy. However, those adaptation venerables were not angered by this. Instead, they were even more delighted with him, seeing him as the future hope of the academy. If anyone had thoughts about Qingge, the first person they would have to face was this prodigy. Brother is not bad either. At least I haven't seen Sister Qingge speak to any other man. She is different with you, Yuan Nanyue said. Thinking of Qin Ji's personality, she shook her head slightly. It was indeed different. Just a few more words, always indifferent, and in the entire Yuan family, she was similar to everyone except her. Yuan Hua could only smile bitterly at this. A woman like Miss Qingge naturally would not easily fall in love. I, Yuan Hua, am merely a son of a noble family, and I have yet to achieve any success. When I achieve fame and honor in the future, I will certainly come to seek her hand in marriage. Yuan Hua said, looking at the woman in the stone pavilion, a brilliant light shining in his eyes. Yuan Nanyue looked at him wanting to speak, but stopping, and did not interrupt him. The barbarian armies from the southern border are attacking the pass. The emperor has ordered our Yuan family to lead the troops. I have already told my father that I will go with the army. My father is waiting for me. I'll go now. Yuan Hua said, taking one last deep look at the woman in the stone pavilion, then turned and left. Yuan Nanyue watched his back, slightly stunned. Her brother was also going to war. Ever since the human emperor fell 3 years ago, the battles in Qingzhou had not ceased. But this was the first time a scion of a powerful clan like theirs was going to the battlefield. Had the situation in Qingzhou really come to this? But what her brother said, about returning victorious and then marrying her, would it really work? She looked at Qingge. She shook her head slightly. She thought Sister Qingge had probably already given her heart to someone else, but she didn't know who that person was. Sister Qingge simply lacks the talent for cultivation, otherwise she would undoubtedly be one of the most enchanting figures in the flourishing capital of Great Tang. Fortunately, brother Qinming is there. Yuan Nanyue said, and already a figure of another person surfaced in her mind. He had once challenged several martial arts academies in the capital with a single sword strike, and subsequently defeated multiple prodigies of the Great Tang Imperial Academy. He had even transcended his realm to best several senior experts. He was now the #1 prodigy of Shengjing. He was also the object of springtime admiration for countless young women in the capital, and she was among them. Peerless beauty is not always a blessing for a woman, especially when she is merely a companion in study. Yet because Qin Ming was by Qin Ji's side, no one in all of Shengjing dared to lay a hand on her. It seems he has not come to visit Sister Qingge in quite some time. She bowed her head, a trace of sorrow on her face, before finally leaving the courtyard. And after she departed, bouquets of flowers unexpectedly bloomed from every nook and cranny of the courtyard, while birds circled around in flocks. 100 flowers bloomed in unison, and 100 birds paid homage to the phoenix. They all gathered around Qingge, moving in rhythm with the sound of her zither. Aside from Qin Ming, no one knew that this woman, who seemed to spend her days playing the zither, had already reached the divine altar realm, her cultivation surpassing even Qin Ming's. She was a true peerless prodigy, the foremost figure of the younger generation in Shengjing. 10,000 things come to life. This melody had been further refined by Lin Fan, interwoven with his own comprehension of the way of life, rightfully earning it the title of a timeless sacred piece. Qin Ji's cultivation had been continuously rising, with each successive performance advancing even faster than Qin Ming's. The Great Tang Imperial Academy. It was the gathering place for all of Qingzhou's geniuses, and one of the cornerstones of Great Tang's foundation. Many human realm experts resided here in seclusion. Even a ground-sweeping attendant could be a powerhouse of the divine ability or creation realm. On the martial arena, everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man at its center. Sword in hand, he was locked in a standoff with an Imperial Academy instructor at the divine altar realm. With each strike, lightning coiled around him until his entire figure resembled a bolt of living thunder. With a thunderous crash, the duel was decided. The young man retreated 10 paces before halting, his gaze turning toward the distant academy instructor. The instructor, too, had been forced back several steps, his breath somewhat ragged. He looked at Qin Ming, his face etched with profound shock. "Instructor, I have lost." Before the man could speak, Qin Ming said it himself. He paused slightly, opening his mouth to reply, but Qin Ming had already offered a respectful bow and turned to leave. The onlookers on the arena watched Qin Ming's retreating figure, unable to shake off their daze for a long while. "Doesn't it feel like Master Wang was the one who lost?" someone murmured. "They say senior brother Qin Ming's most formidable sword stroke originates from that branch at his waist. Back then, Master Li was indeed defeated by that very strike." An elder once remarked that senior brother Qin Ming treats that branch as his life-bound sword artifact. Once his cultivation deepens further, it shall transform into a peerless sword treasure. He is nurturing that branch, tempering his sword. They spoke on, remarking how overwhelmingly powerful Qin Ming was, suffocating the younger generation of the Imperial Academy under his pressure. Having witnessed so much from him, nothing about him struck them as strange anymore. Master Wang also watched Qin Ming's departing silhouette, and after a long moment, a smile finally broke across his face. "That kid. A loss is a loss. I, Wang Li, am not one who cannot accept defeat. Truly worthy of the director's favor, a condensation pill realm expert can already force this old man to such a pass. The human emperor has fallen, Qingzhou is in turmoil, and a crisis looms swiftly for the human race. I can only hope you grow stronger soon. He shook his head, his spirit unbroken by defeat. Instead, his face radiated delight. Such was the Imperial Academy, the crucible for discovering Qingzhou's human race of tomorrow. Not only did noble clans send their heirs here, but the Academy also conscripted many of its instructors into military service. Everyone understood that the seemingly tranquil Qingzhou was quietly brewing a monumental crisis. Even with reinforcements from the other human continents, the threat of clan annihilation remained ever-present. The elder generation currently bore the burden, but the future must rest upon the shoulders of these youths from the Imperial Academy. Within the cultivation chamber, Qin Ming drew out that same branch. In this moment, it seemed to shed all worldly dust, exuding an ineffable resonance of the Tao. Lin Fan had once asked him whether he needed a forged sword. He had refused, presenting this branch instead and declaring it to be his sword. Lin Fan had nodded, infusing the branch with Taoist resonance. What appeared to be an ordinary twig actually contained two of Lin Fan's supreme paths, the path of the sword and the path of thunder. Moreover, the two seemed faintly on the verge of merging. Comprehend the sword Tao within this. Should you one day grasp even a sliver of that merging intent, you shall have officially crossed the threshold. At that juncture, I will impart to you the methodology of fusing the great Tao. This was Lin Fan's words, which Qin Ming held ever close to his heart. Can the great Tao truly be merged? He had never heard of such a thing. He had merely just stepped into the realm of intent. The concept of the Tao itself still lay far beyond his reach, let alone the fusion of great Taos. As far as he knew, to truly enter the Tao, one had to reach the level of a saint. A saint. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward a certain corner of the world where the Library Pavilion stood. Had Master already attained that realm? He had seen the grave behind the Library Pavilion and read the inscription upon it, knowing full well that it was the resting place of the human emperor. On that day when the emperor's corpse vanished, it had actually been interred by his master behind the pavilion. Before his death, the human emperor must have met with his master and made certain vows with him. If the human race faced peril, Master would surely intervene. No, Master would definitely act. In the western hills surrounding the Library Pavilion, pear trees were in full bloom. Stone steps lined with vines and branches made the area appear even more profound and secluded. The Library Pavilion stood nestled within this tranquil enclave. None would ever guess that a saint of the human race dwelt inside. 3 years had passed. How formidable Lin Fan truly was could probably only be tested by the oldest existence in this vast Xianhuang world. The books are nearly finished. Lin Fan set down a volume, gazed around the single-story Library Pavilion, and shook his head slightly. It was probably time for him to step outside as well. After all, a scholar without books to read was an incomplete man. Yet before he left, there was still one matter to attend to. He had waited for 3 years, the time had come for him to arrive. Beyond the western hills, a young man had been standing before the mountain for quite some time. Simply by standing there, he exuded an ineffable aura of dignity and majesty. Though no one followed in his wake, his presence commanded the weight of 10,000. It was as if the entire Great Tang stood behind him. Peak condensation, pill realm. His cultivation surpassed even Qin Ming's by a full realm, and their ages were comparable. Yet in all of Shenzhen, no rumors circulated about him. Or rather, people simply dared not speculate on his identity. He was the current sovereign of Great Tang Liu. He remembered the dying words of the human emperor: if Great Tang faced danger, come here. If he felt no one in this world could be trusted, come here. His name was Lin Fan, the man entrusted by the human emperor with his dying wish. However, he had previously looked into Lin Fan's records. He was not particularly old, an orphan of the late Prince of Jinan. Rumor had it he cared little for cultivation and preferred only to read. Could such a person truly become the pillar that upheld all of Great Tang? Doubt and confusion lingered in his eyes until the sun dipped below the horizon. Only then did he tread into the mountainside and make his way toward that Library Pavilion. Regardless of his uncertainties, he believed in the human emperor, his own father. The remnants of the setting sun had not yet dispersed at the edge of the earth, and a few strands of golden light filtered through the leaves, falling upon the figure lying beneath the banyan tree. A warm breeze blew and leaves rustled down. When Liu pushed open the courtyard gate, this was the scene he beheld. The person was reading a book, very young, dressed in coarse robes of a scholar, with no trace of cultivation visible. He seemed, as the outside world said, merely a bookish youth. You're here. The person on the recliner looked at him, his expression serene. Liu hesitated for a moment, then offered a slight bow. By the human emperor's command, I have come to see you, he said. Though he didn't understand, he thought Lin Fan might possess some other ability that earned his father's regard. Since he was a worthy sage, he deserved a bow. Now the Tang dynasty faced foreign invasions, beset by both external and internal troubles, yet few took him, the Lord of Tang, seriously. He urgently needed a strategist to advise him. Lin Fan nodded. What do you wish to ask, or what do you wish to learn, eh? Lin Fan said, cutting straight to the point, causing the words Liu had prepared to choke in his throat. He looked at Lin Fan, trying to find any flicker of emotion on his face, but those eyes remained perpetually calm, like a vast ocean. He was the Lord of Tang, yet Lin Fan cared not even for that. After a long pause, he took a deep breath. I want to ask, what path should the Tang dynasty take? What should I do? He asked regarding Lin Fan as the peerless strategist the human emperor had found for him. A strategist could calculate the fate of the nation, and that was exactly what he needed now. Lin Fan glanced at him, paused briefly, then shook his head with a smile. He knew Li Yu must have misunderstood something. The future of the Tang dynasty is something you, as its lord, should contemplate. As for what to do, I am merely a scholar. I do not understand such matters. If I must say, then it is that man can conquer heaven. The future of the Tang lies entirely in your hands. Lin Fan spoke as if he had answered, yet as if he had said nothing at all. Li Yu fell silent. He had not expected such a reply. If Lin Fan was just a scholar who understood nothing of these things, why had his father sent him to seek him out? Then what do you know? He asked again. Lin Fan smiled faintly. I know a little about everything, but depends on what you wish to learn. Learn what? Li Yu concentrated, looking at Lin Fan with renewed seriousness. Even knowing he was the current Lord of Tang, Lin Fan had shown not the slightest ripple, as if the Lord of Tang was no different from an ordinary person in his eyes. He suddenly recalled the words the human emperor had spoken to him. His name is Lin Fan. If the Tang is in danger, or if you have problems with cultivation, go to him. As long as he is here, the Tang will not fall. Those earnest words were like a trust. He had entrusted him and the entire Tang dynasty into Lin Fan's hands. After a long silence, he took another deep breath and bowed to Lin Fan. My father said I am a sacred body born to control the origin of all flames. Cultivating flame arts and comprehending the flame Tao would progress 1,000 miles a day. Yet my understanding of flame has only reached the half-step artistic conception level, no better than the students of the Gua Academy. He is younger than me, yet he has already surpassed me. Can you help me? He said. A sacred body was naturally attuned to the Tao with an affinity far beyond ordinary people, yet he had fallen behind a genius of the Gua Academy. He found it hard to accept. Lin Fan looked at him. His sacred body was fully revealed in Lin Fan's eyes. Its essence, its root, everything instantly laid bare. Li Yu's spirit trembled. He felt that gaze as if it dissected and analyzed his entire body, leaving him with no secrets. It was him. He stared at Lin Fan, shocked. Could he have been wrong? A sacred body born with a trace of the origin of the Tao nourished within is indeed extraordinary. The path to sainthood is far smoother than for ordinary people. Lin Fan said. He saw the flame origin hidden within Li Yu's body, constantly nourishing him, granting him an early advantage. But Lin Fan had seen and comprehended too many origins to be impressed. When he comprehended the Tao, he immersed himself directly in the great origin of the Tao. As for the flame Tao, he had also gained some insight. Not much, but still enough to reach the level of an ordinary saint. What? Li Yu was astounded. This was his greatest secret, the origin of his sacred body, and Lin Fan had seen through it with a single glance. How could that be? He was about to speak when the courtyard gate opened again. A young man entered carrying a sword scabbard on his back with a twig tucked at his waist. An aura of sharpness emanated from him, making Li Yu involuntarily tense. Qin Ming, the top prodigy of the Guo Academy. The very person Li Yu had felt a faint threat from. Why was he here too? Qin Ming also noticed Li Yu in the courtyard. The Lord of Tang. He naturally knew him. He paused briefly, then looked at Lin Fan on the recliner. He bowed respectfully to Lin Fan. Master, I wish to join the Southern Expedition Army to hone my sword Tao on the battlefield. He spoke with great seriousness. Li Yu observed him, sensing his cultivation level, and his expression tightened again. His cultivation had already caught up to his own. Both were at the peak of the condensed core stage. And Qin Ming's understanding of the Tao had reached the level of artistic conception. That meant Li Yu was now completely outmatched. Lin Fan looked at Qin Ming. If you want to go, then go. Just don't let hatred cloud your mind. He knew Qin Ming's journey was not solely for cultivation. He had fled from the south as a refugee, his entire family killed by the Man tribe. Hatred toward the Man tribe had been suppressed in his heart. Qin Ming bowed again to Lin Fan. Master, I understand. He turned and saw someone standing behind him. Qin Ge had also arrived. Dressed in a green gown holding a zither, she stood as still as a secluded lotus watching him. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned, wanting to say something, but not knowing what. Suddenly Qin Ge smiled radiantly. The world seemed to brighten. Brother, take care on your journey, she said. Qin Ming also smiled, nodded heavily, gently patted Qin Ji's head as he had when they were children, then glanced at Li Yu and left the courtyard. Li Yu had watched the whole scene. He had heard that Qin Ming had a sister who was a companion to a legitimate daughter of the Yuan family, a beauty of unparalleled radiance. Now he saw she was indeed beautiful. But what shocked him most was her cultivation. He couldn't see through it at all. How was that possible? Divine platform stage. At her age, the divine platform stage, surpassing even his sacred body. When she came to the library, Qin Ge no longer used the technique from Lin Fan's all things birth to conceal her cultivation, and her full level was revealed divine platform first level. Master. She bowed respectfully to Lin Fan on the recliner, just as Qin Ming had done. Lin Fan nodded slightly. He hadn't expected Qin Ge to possess such talent in the Zither Tao. Although his Tao resonance had aided her, most of her insights came from herself. Not bad, you have already walked out of your own path. The cycle of all things, endless birth and rebirth. The birth and death of every life in the world follows a discernible pattern. The birth of all things is the Tao of life, and also the Tao of creation. Lin Fan said, his calm words dissecting the essence of the birth of all things once more. Qin Ge listened intently, a surge of life's true intent flowing within her, as she constantly validated her own Tao. Li Yu stood by, his expression filled with astonishment. Another level of artistic conception, and she had already advanced far within this realm. She was even more prodigious than Qin Ming. But there were few rumors about her in Shangjing. Qin Ge. He looked at the woman before him, memorizing her name, then turned his gaze to Lin Fan, who was reclining on a chair, and couldn't help but draw a deep breath. This was hardly the pedantic scholar who merely guarded a library, as the world claimed. What scholar could speak of the Tao at every turn and casually guide others to sudden enlightenment? No wonder an abruptly emerging Qin Ming could swiftly become the foremost figure of the Imperial Academy and the current supreme prodigy of Xinjiang, all because of him. She broke through. With the flow of aura in the small courtyard, Qin Ge had broken through to a new realm. Li Yu's expression trembled. Now not a single young cultivator in Shangjing had reached the divine platform realm, yet here a woman had not only broken through to that realm, but had also taken another step forward within it. Compared to her, what was his sacred body worth? Lin Fan watched this scene, a smile spreading across his face. The path of the zither is indeed suited to you, and the melody birth of all things fits you as well. Lin Fan said, and Qin Ge upon hearing this, smiled radiantly. The woman often called the cold beauty in the Yu mansion revealed her smile time and again here. Next time you come, I'll give you another melody. About a month from now, Lin Fan said. He would be away for a while, perhaps about a month. Yes, master. Qin Ge replied, then looked at Li Yu, who was standing nearby. Li Yu smiled, and Qin Ge nodded. She did not recognize Li Yu. She had never cared about the Great Tang's ruler or its aristocratic clans. What mattered to her were only her brother and her master. However, since he was here, he must be someone master valued. Qin Ge left behind some tea leaves she had collected, poured a cup for Lin Fan, and then departed the courtyard, leaving only Li Yu. This time Li Yu had no lingering doubts. With profound respect, he bowed deeply to Lin Fan. Master. He now addressed Lin Fan, just as Qin Ming and Qin Ge did. Lin Fan nodded slightly. He took a sip of tea, then rose. The simple act made Li Yu feel as though the entire world's operation had paused for a moment, and the flame origin within his body trembled. It was like a pilgrimage. You possess a sacred body and have long glimpsed the flame origin, something that cultivators at the Tao Severing Peak can only perceive. But encountering it too early is not necessarily beneficial. Lin Fan extended a finger, and a spark of flame ignited at its tip, then blossomed into a small blaze. Li Yu's expression jolted, his gaze fixed on this flickering fire. You have witnessed the grandeur of fire, but you have not yet understood the essence of flame. That is why you have been unable to comprehend the flame artistic conception for so long. Sometimes a sacred body can even be a shackle. Calm your heart and contemplate well. The flame at his fingertip quivered slightly, as if imbued with a spirit, then flew to Li Yu's forehead. Countless insights regarding the Tao of flame poured into Li Yu's mind. Li Yu's expression shook and flames surged within his pupils. The next moment he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate right there. Lin Fan watched with a faint smile, then lay back down to read. Cultivation was always their own affair. Whether it was Qin Ming, Qin Ge, or Li Yu, he only pointed out the path for them. Of course, understanding one's own Tao was precisely what countless cultivators in the world desperately sought. Lin Fan simply placed the path directly before them. All they needed to do was step forward. Li Yu was indeed a flame-sacred body. In just half a cup of tea's time he had awakened, and the aura around him had shifted. A touch of artistic conception now adorned him. He had finally comprehended the flame artistic conception. He clenched his fists, his face brimming with excitement. Not only had he grasped the artistic conception, but he also understood how to cultivate from now on. Thank you, master. He bowed deeply, his reverence for Lin Fan now absolute. Though he did not know Lin Fan's exact cultivation level, he was certain that Lin Fan was one of the few great powerhouses in the Great Tang, perhaps at the heavenly human realm, or even the Tao Severing realm. No wonder his father had entrusted him to Lin Fan. You were born with the great Tao origin upon you. What you lack is not insight into the Tao, but a cultivation method suited to yourself. This is some calligraphy I wrote in my spare time. Take it, Lin Fan said, and a single sheet of paper fell into Li Yu's hands. Li Yu looked at the paper, and with just one glance his entire mind was immersed in it. To an ordinary person the paper only bore the character fire, but to Li Yu it was a sacred scripture of flame. The tiny fire character contained an unimaginable number of flame Tao principles. I will be away for a while. Don't come again this month, Lin Fan said. Li Yu snapped back to reality, looking at Lin Fan dumbfounded. Then, as if understanding something, he was overjoyed. Yes, he replied respectfully. Don't come this month meant he could come again afterward. I prefer tranquility and dislike being disturbed. This place is just a barren mountain and a remote library. No need to let anyone know about it. Before you leave, go take a look behind the courtyard. Lin Fan continued picking up a book from the stone chair, dusting it off, and walked toward the library. The banyan tree that had provided shade for Lin Fan swayed gently, as if it had gained intelligence, also bowing in farewell. Liu was momentarily stunned, then nodded and bowed as well. He left the courtyard, followed the bluestone path around the stone wall, enclosing the library, and found a small grave standing quietly there. The tombstone bore an inscription, Tomb of the 26th Human Sovereign of Qingzhou. Liu's expression shook, then he turned to look at the library, and drew a deep breath. So that's how it is, he said, then knelt before the small grave. Father, I finally understand why you wanted me to come to him. As you said, the Great Tang's survival depends on Master. I did not become his formal disciple because I saw that the others also address him as Master. But I can come often to seek his guidance from now on. And I can visit you often too. The young emperor's murmurs, filled with indescribable emotion, echoed through the mountains. Day turned to night, and before long it was deep into the night. Under the warm breeze and bright moon, the young emperor left the western mountain. Name Lin Fan, age 33, cultivation sage, realm 9th, heaven, talent unmatched through the ages, sword, Tao deduction opportunities 72, and used flame, origin enlightenment opportunities 9, and used thunder, origin enlightenment opportunities 17, and used. Another 3 years passed, and Lin Fan's cultivation had reached the peak of the sage realm, accumulating hundreds of opportunities for origin enlightenment. It should have been even faster, but it was slower because Lin Fan walked the path of the return to the origin, refining countless Daos within himself alone. Ordinary sages comprehend only one Dao. Prodigiously talented sages may walk 2, 3, or more, but even the most heaven-defying never exceed 9. 9 is the limit. This is the ordained number bound by the rules. Yet from the moment Lin Fan entered sagehood, he shattered this so-called ordained number. Every step he took was opposed by heaven and earth, constantly suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Every inch of his body was fettered by the laws of heaven and earth, and a great cauldron formed from the laws of heaven and earth suppressed even his soul sea. Yet Lin Fan remained ever so calm. Are you truly so afraid? He said softly. No one knew to whom he spoke. Perhaps to the rules of this world, or perhaps to the so-called heavenly Tao. Does it help, eh? Lin Fan rose, and countless invisible chains of law shattered inch by inch, only to coalesce again in an instant. Lin Fan shook his head unconcerned. Even if his strength was suppressed by more than 90%, he could still crush the so-called sages of this world with a single hand. And who could say he truly could not break free from these constraints? The 9 prefectures of humanity have countless books. I might as well go and see them all. I've been in this world for so many years without truly seeing it. Lin Fan said, casually, taking a book from the bookshelf and tucking it into his belt. After a moment's thought, he also picked up a wooden sword and hung it at his side. The spirit of a scholar wandering the world with a sword. This was very much like his previous life's martial attire. Without bidding farewell to anyone, Lin Fan left the library, walking 100 meters with each step, exiting the western mountain and entering Xinjiang. The barbarian tribes have invaded, slaughtering 21 human cities in a month, killing tens of millions of humans. Bones scattered across the sky, blood flowing for 10,000 li. Let all humans share this righteous indignation. This expedition against the barbarians, let every righteous person join. Conscription notices were posted everywhere in Xinjiang, each word dripping with blood. Countless people were enraged, and cries for vengeance echoed through every street and alley. Lin Fan walked among them, his expression showing little change. Amid the clamor of the world, he was like a man walking outside the mundane affairs. Young master, the conscription notice is right in front of you. Do you not even glance at it? Someone said to Lin Fan. The barbarians have slaughtered my people across 10,000 li of land. Every man of ambition in Xinjiang is filled with indignation. How can you be so calm? It seemed to strike a chord. More and more people turned to look. Lin Fan paused slightly. I am merely a scholar. His faint words made the crowd pause for a moment, but before they could speak further, that figure had already reached the end of the street, and with another step he vanished. The crowd stared in bewilderment. Were they seeing things? When they tried to recall the young man's face, it was already blurred. They could not remember his features at all. Lin Fan left. He did not go south, but west, to Xuzhou, another of the 9 prefectures of humanity. The world had countless affairs, good or evil. He could not manage them all. The barbarians, he would go, but not now. If he went, the barbarians would cease to exist in this world. But the time was not yet right. Though he had already stepped to the peak of the sage realm, he had not yet truly seen through this world. The Xianhuang Great World was too vast. Moreover, Lin Fan vaguely sensed that the Xianhuang Great World was not the only world. There were living beings beyond it. Xuzhou, Songnan Commandery City. The dynasty ruling this human prefecture was called the Great Song, and Kanglan Commandery City was one of the 4 commandery capitals under the Great Song's Bianjing. Here existed an ancient clan that had been passed down for 10,000 years, the Zhao clan. Though not the direct rulers of Kanglan Commandery City, they were more than its rulers. This day marked the triennial selection of retainers and guests for the Zhao clan. A scholar with a book tucked into his belt and a wooden sword hanging at his side arrived outside the Zhao residence. Name, origin, cultivation, and any special talents. A young servant in blue stood at the gate holding a ledger in one hand and a brush in the other, inquiring of Lin Fan. From Qingzhou, cultivation at the first layer of body tempering, but I have read 10,000 volumes. Lin Fan said, and as his words fell he had already entered the Zhao residence, leaving behind the stunned young servant. Body tempering first layer. With such cultivation, he wanted to be a retainer of the Zhao clan. Though the Zhao clan also accepted retainers based on special talents, what sort of talent was reading 10,000 books? Humanity was weak and the myriad races were eyeing them covetously. What use was reading in such times? Stop, he called out hurriedly, but the figure was already out of sight. Inside the Zhao residence's main courtyard a crowd bustled. Some wore long sabers at their waists, others carried great swords on their backs. All exuded killing intent and possessed considerable cultivation. They listened to a man on the platform, their fighting spirit soaring. As long as you become a retainer of the Zhao clan, you will receive a monthly salary of 10,000 silver taels. Those who render meritorious service will be granted a residence in the inner city of Kanglan Commandery City. Moreover, you will be protected by the Zhao clan, with status equal to that of the clan's own descendants. These words made everyone in the audience extremely excited. Lin Fan cared nothing for this. He only had his eyes on the Zhao clan's library. A clan 10,000 years old, its collection rivaling even the Imperial Library. He walked through the crowd, entered the Zhao residence's rear courtyard, as if no one was there, and headed toward the most magnificent tower standing in the Zhao residence. The Zhao clan library. Young master, have you taken a wrong turn? The retainer selection is in the front courtyard. This is the Zhao clan's forbidden ground, the library. Anyone not of the Zhao clan who enters shall die. A young man blocked the way, standing before Lin Fan with a sword, and said indifferently. Lin Fan smiled faintly and continued forward. How dare you? Zhao Kuangyi shouted, drawing his sword and slashing directly at Lin Fan, intending to kill this intruder who dared trespass into the library. The sword swept across 100 meters, rippling through the void, and cut through that man's body. Yet the man kept walking forward as if the sword light had only passed through a void. Zhao Kuangyi stared in shock at this scene, then looked at the figure who had already entered the library, and could not help but take a deep breath. A master. An unparalleled master. He had long heard that some supreme masters could regain youth and remain forever young in appearance. This man must be such a master. Should he notify the clan elders? He held his sword, paused for a moment, then followed into the library. By all rights, such commotion should have alarmed the clan elders, but until now there was not a single stir from them. This proved that he had blocked the elders' perception. The library pavilion was a sprawling structure of 9 stories with shelves lined floor to floor with volumes and scrolls. The first floor held mostly accounts of folk customs and rare anecdotes rarely visited by anyone. Above that lay the cultivation classics, martial techniques, cultivation methods, and all the Zhao family's accumulated heritage spanning 10,000 years. Zhao Kuangyi had assumed this sudden visitor had come for the Zhao family's profound or heaven-level martial arts, yet never expected him to halt on the very first floor of the library pavilion. He opened a book recounting local customs and strange tales and began to read. The upper floors hold far better selections. Following close behind, Zhao Kuangyi spoke up. The words left his mouth before he could stop himself, and he suddenly realized something was amiss. By all rights, this person should be a thief. Books are not distinguished by merit or inferiority. A true scholar never picks and chooses. Even the most mediocre volume contains fragments of truth. Distill the essence and discard the dross. Lu Fan said, setting down the book in his hands and lifting another. The Travels of Su Ling. Merely a vernacular novel. Zhao Kuangyi listened, momentarily lost in thought. The words seemed reasonable, yet could such novels and anecdotal records truly compare to the profound or heaven-level martial arts? He could not quite fathom the person before him, turning his back on the Zhao family's most vital martial techniques, yet choosing to read these neglected volumes on the first floor. Time drifted by. Before long, half a day had passed. The gatekeeper selection in the front courtyard had concluded, yet Lu Fan remained on the first floor, with Zhao Kuangyi still following. He realized this master sought nothing more than to read. Until night fell. Are your books for sale? Suddenly a voice rang out, and Zhao Kuangyi stirred with alarm. He looked at Lu Fan, words catching in his throat, unable to form anything coherent. For sale. This was the Zhao family library pavilion. Who dared speak of purchasing its sacred texts? Yet he dared not offend the person before him. Senior, I cannot unilaterally decide upon the sale of the library's collection. I must consult my elders. He composed himself and spoke those words. Lu Fan nodded. Then go and inquire. Lu Fan said, untroubled by the wait, and lifted another book to read. Zhao Kuangyi bowed slightly to Lu Fan before departing. After roughly half a time frame, several gusts of wind howled through the pavilion, and several figures carrying Zhao Kuangyi materialized within. Their gazes fell upon Lu Fan. Body refining first stage. Someone remarked, skepticism evident. He does not seem to be concealing his cultivation, but... Several concentrated their attention. The youth before them appeared utterly ordinary apart from his appearance, yet instilled in them an inexplicable sensation. They turned to Zhao Kuangyi, who offered only a grave nod. Their expressions tightened in unison. They did not disturb Lu Fan, merely observing from the sidelines. The library pavilion fell into profound stillness, broken only by the soft rustling of turning pages and the distant calls of nightingales drifting through the window. An eternity passed. Lu Fan set down the book in his hands and glanced at the group, offering a faint smile. I wish to purchase books. I wonder what price you would ask. Lu Fan said. He naturally perceived the cultivation of each person before him in a single glance. One among them had reached the heaven-level realm, while the others stood at the creation realm. Hearing this, their expressions staggered. He truly intends to buy books. They exchanged glances, pondering briefly. I wonder what price the young master can afford. They asked, surprisingly not refusing Lu Fan's words. Zhao Kuangyi, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. Were the elders truly considering selling the books? Anything will suffice, Lu Fan said with a faint smile. Hearing this, the Zhao elders drew deep breaths once more. The Zhao family's supreme elder at the heaven-level realm stepped forward and offered a respectful salute. I request the young master's assistance in eliminating one individual, he said, his eyes holding depths of vast mystery. The other elders, upon hearing these words, felt a trace of tension arise. Lu Fan turned his gaze to him. Who? The Grand Tutor of the Great Song Dynasty, Lin Weiyan. In a single sentence, the entire atmosphere of the library pavilion grew suffocating. Zhao Kuangyi also stared at the supreme elder in utter disbelief. Grand Tutor Lin Weiyan, the #1 figure beneath the Great Song, Human Emperor. Rumors even suggested that Lin Weiyan had already stepped into the Dao-cleaving realm. With the Great Song Human Emperor absent, the entire Great Song court was practically his domain of absolute authority. Lin Weiyan, though he holds the lofty position of Grand Tutor of Great Song, is in truth a hybrid of human and demon. The demon clan is one of the 10 peak bloodlines of the Xianhuang Great World. A death swarm of our clan once infiltrated the capital and uncovered this secret. That Lin Weiyan has long since submitted to the demon clan ruling Great Song on their behalf, intending to surrender our entire Great Song to the demons. The Human Emperor's sudden disappearance may well be connected to him. For the sake of billions of human lives and Great Song, this man must die. Though I do not know your exact cultivation, it should not be inferior to my own. I implore you, young master, to lend us your strength and help us subdue Lin Weiyan. And you would not face this alone. Our Zhao family has already contacted several heaven-level experts. Combined with the full might of our clan, we may yet subdue him. The supreme elder of the Zhao family said, his expression grave. To everyone's astonishment, he bowed deeply alongside the elders behind him. Zhao Kuangyi, standing to the side, was filled with overwhelming shock. Grand Tutor Lin Weiyan, the second greatest figure among humanity in Shuzhou, had actually defected to the demon clan. Bianjing had long claimed the Human Emperor entered seclusion to contemplate the sacred Tao, yet no one expected such a dark secret. Had the Human Emperor been murdered by Lin Weiyan? Yet could the Zhao family truly accomplish such a earth-shattering deed? Assassinating the Grand Tutor, the #2 figure of Great Song. Who would dare accept such a mission? In truth, not only did he think this way, but the Zhao family's supreme elder and the other elders shared the same doubt. They were merely doing their utmost to try. Even if Lu Fan refused, they would still journey to Bianjing to kill Lin Weiyan. If this man lived, Great Song would face ruin. They were simply seeking an additional ally. This suddenly arriving mysterious figure might just be the help they needed. Very well. However, I demand the entire collection of your library pavilion. At that moment, a voice rang out, and everyone froze. They looked at Lu Fan, utterly disbelieving. He actually agreed to Bianjing to assassinate the Grand Tutor of Great Song. Lin Weiyan may have already stepped into the Dao-cleaving realm. Yes. Lu Fan nodded. His composure remained unchanged, as though he had spoken merely in passing. The others strained to read something from his face, but found only an abyss of stillness. Not only the books from our Zhao clan's library pavilion. If the esteemed one desires any text, the Zhao clan will spare no effort to seek them for you, the supreme elder of the Zhao family said. Lu Fan nodded, offering a faint smile. Very well. Then I shall take my payment first. Lu Fan gave a slight wave of his hand, and all the books throughout the entire library pavilion floated into the air. Then with a sweep of his sleeve, every book vanished from sight. The others stared at the spectacle, their faces etched with awe. The universe within a sleeve. What manner of technique was this? Zhao Kuangyi, our paths crossing was no accident. Lu Fan tapped the void, and a spark of light fell into Zhao Kuangyi's forehead. Immediately, an indescribable Tao resonance surged through his entire being. Since I have received my compensation, it is time I depart. Do not trouble yourself to trace my origins. I am merely a reader who occasionally wanders this world. The fate of Great Song still rests upon your shoulders. As the words fell, Lu Fan had already vanished. The others stood transfixed, gazing at the empty space, then collectively bowed toward the void. Assassinating Lin Weiyan was a mission with 9 deaths for every one life. Having accepted it, he was already a hero of the human race worthy of their bow. This figure had departed, now it was their turn to set forth. Their expressions grew grave, and they all nodded in solemn agreement. Lin Fan did not walk quickly, he hitched a ride on a horse-drawn carriage reading a book, while listening to tales of the Great Song's customs and landscapes leisurely, making his way toward Bianjing. Among the 9 provinces, the Great Song is undoubtedly the most literature-revering realm. It is said that the founding Emperor Taizu of Song attained enlightenment through the path of literature, nearly achieving sainthood. Even though no one has since reached enlightenment through literature, the Great Song still preserves many academies, and there are still a few civil officials in the court who do not cultivate martial arts. Young master, I presume you are heading to the Bianjing Academy to study. Inside the carriage, a graceful and gentle woman spoke. Beside her sat 2 maidservants who had been watching Lin Fan warily throughout the journey, fearing he might harbor ill intentions. Yet to their surprise, Lin Fan had indeed been reading the entire time. Bianjing Academy. Lin Fan looked up upon hearing this, then shook his head with a smile. No, I am merely entrusted to go to Bianjing to kill someone. As Lin Fan spoke, the atmosphere inside the carriage suddenly stiffened, several pairs of eyes fell upon him. A refined young gentleman, though bearing a sword, exuded not a trace of murderous aura, and his cultivation was merely at the first level of body tempering. He claimed he was going to Bianjing to kill someone. The 3 women exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. And who does the young master intend to kill? The graceful young lady asked. Lin Weiyan. A name, and the carriage fell silent for a moment. Young master certainly knows how to jest. The Grand Preceptor governs the court with countless experts under his command. Even a heavenly realm venerable would not dare to claim they could kill the Grand Preceptor. I never expected the young master to be such a humorous person. The graceful lady smiled, and the 2 maidservants followed suit, their wariness toward Lin Fan seemingly easing. Lin Fan merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Bianjing, the capital of the Great Song Empire, saw streams of people converging from all directions, and the carriage blended inconspicuously into the crowd. Miss, we have entered the capital. The coachman's voice came from outside. He was also a formidable cultivator at the divine platform realm, implying that the noble lady inside was no ordinary figure. Young Master Lin, do you have a place to stay in Bianjing? If not, why not come with us to our residence first? Chu Yin said, extending an invitation to Lin Fan. The 2 maidservants watched in astonishment, for they had never seen their mistress treat a man with such warmth and extend such a cordial invitation. Lin Fan lifted his head, but instead of answering her, he looked outside the carriage. The coachman, who had been holding the whip, also wore a grave expression. A towering figure, bare-chested and 9 feet tall, strode from the end of the long street toward the imperial palace. With each step, the ground seemed to tremble. The mountain-moving venerable Gu Wang. The coachman's voice trembled as he spoke. The 3 women inside the carriage shuddered simultaneously. One who could be called a venerable was undoubtedly a heavenly realm powerhouse. The carriage curtain was drawn aside, and they too saw the figure. A 9-foot frame, as if commanding the entire heavens as he advanced the entire street, quaking with his movement. Gu Wang passed by the carriage without paying it any heed, his gaze fixed on the imperial palace at the end of the street, as if that was the only thing that mattered. He is gathering his momentum, Lin Fan said. He had not arrived too late, he had come just in time. Heavenly realm venerables were converging on Bianjing to kill the Great Song's Grand Preceptor. Chu Yin and the 2 maidservants' expressions tightened, not because of Lin Fan's words, but because another figure appeared in the sky. A fierce gale gathered in the heavens, and earth coalescing into 10,000 wind blades, and from within those blades stepped forth a figure with white hair and a long robe, making his way toward the palace. The wind venerable Yin Changkong. Another heavenly realm powerhouse. And there is more. A sword streaked across the sky, traversing 1,000 meters in an instant, transforming into an old man who stood atop a giant sword, his sword intent sweeping across the land. The heavenly sword venerable. At the same time, a voice resounded within Bianjing. Grand Preceptor Lin Weiyan is of half-demon lineage. He conspired against the human emperor, betrayed the human race, and has massacred our fellow humans in Bianjing. He deserves the joint punishment of all under heaven. Hearing this, Chu Yin turned abruptly, her face filled with shock. Father. It was the head of the Chu clan, a major aristocratic family in Bianjing, who had stepped forward first to denounce the Grand Preceptor's crimes. Behind him stood a line of Chu family experts. Not only the Chu family, but other noble houses also voiced their support. From outside, Bianjing figures flew in, densely numbering in the tens of thousands, including the Supreme Elder of the Su family. The Su Supreme Elder, another heavenly realm powerhouse, has arrived. The heavenly realm was already the peak of human combat power, and in just this short moment 4 had appeared, not to mention the countless cultivators at the creation realm and divine ability level. Lin Weiyan, the human race has treated you well, yet you have repaid us thus. You deserve death. Where is the human emperor? What have you done to him? Voices of condemnation shook all of Bianjing. Countless onlookers watched in horror, their faces pale. The Grand Preceptor had rebelled, and the human emperor was not in seclusion, comprehending the saintly path. These revelations were hard to accept in such a short time. Inside the carriage, Chu Yan's expression was grave, as if she understood something. Now I know why my father sent us all out of Bianjing. He and the others had already been planning this day. She spoke, and the coachman's expression also changed. Lin Fan, however, watched the scene quietly. Soon the Imperial Palace launched a counterattack. Utter nonsense. Taking advantage of the human emperor's seclusion to force the court is the true rebellion. The Grand Preceptor has devoted himself entirely to the great song. How dare you slander him? A general in golden armor soared into the sky wielding a great halberd, his aura, also at the heavenly realm. As his voice rang out, legions of troops appeared in Bianjing, and a heaven-covering formation enveloped the entire city. The aristocratic families loyal to the Grand Preceptor also began to send forth their experts. Rebellion against the throne, slandering the Grand Preceptor. Such men deserve death. The great battle was on the verge of erupting. Experts clashed instantly. The mountain-moving venerable stomped the ground, launching himself into the air, shattering the earth for 1,000 meters in every direction, as if the land itself had sunk a layer. He tore through the sky with a single punch, engaging the golden-armored general in combat. From one noble house emerged an ancient elder wielding a long hook that pierced the heavens and earth instantly, slaying hundreds of the attackers. Another heavenly realm powerhouse. That is the supreme elder of the Wu family. Inside the carriage, the two maidservants trembled, watching the scene in the sky. It's the clan head. He's confronting the Wu supreme elder. The Chu family supreme elder was also a heavenly realm expert. Surrounded by thunder, he struck with the force of 10,000 Jun, sending the Wu supreme elder's long hook flying and halting his slaughter. How could this happen? Chu Yan trembled in horror. In just moments, all of Bianjing had descended into chaos with bloodshed everywhere. Even her father was caught up in the conflict. Suddenly, she turned to Lin Fan. Earlier he had said he came to kill the Grand Preceptor as well. Could he be one of the participants? Yet she swiftly dismissed the notion. He was merely a scholar at the body refinement first layer, hardly a participant in such a grand battle. He likely only knew something by chance. Hurry, let us return to the Chu residence. Feeling the intensifying slaughter throughout Bianjing, Chu Yan urged. The coachman cracked his whip, and the alien blood warhorse beneath him neighed as it galloped down the long street. Chu Yan and her two maids felt their hearts leap into their throats. Schlick! In an instant, a long blade descended from the heavens, piercing straight through the alien blood warhorse, which had reached the spirit connection realm. The horse let out but a single whimper before falling silent. The coachman stepped forward, steadying the carriage with sheer force. Gazing ahead, he saw a man in opulent robes approaching slowly. The long blade hummed and returned to his hand. It was he who had struck that blow. I never expected to encounter the carriage of the Chu family's young miss here. As he spoke, figures emerged one after another, filling the entire street, and an invisible formation swept over them. I wonder how much you mean to that Chu transcendent. If I capture you, it should have some effect on him, shouldn't it? He said, his gaze locked on the carriage, taking in the four people within. The two maids guarded Chu Yan closely, and there was also a young man at the body refinement first layer. He dismissed Lin Fan outright. How dare you? The coachman's aura erupted with the power of the divine platform realm. With a flick, the whip's outer shell fell away, revealing an iron whip. He then stepped forward to shield the carriage. A divine platform realm guard. Not weak, but a pity. The man said, not taking the coachman seriously, his eyes fixed on Chu Yan. Someone behind him stepped forward and whispered a few words, causing him to beam with delight. So you're the Chu Transcendent's only daughter. It seems I shall earn a great merit today. Capturing you could earn me a promotion of 3 ranks. He said, no longer hesitating, and struck directly. His long blade swept out, carving crescent moon blade lights, each capable of cleaving a small mountain with ease. He was at the peak of the divine platform realm and had mastered a formidable martial technique. The coachman, however, was only at the 3rd layer of the divine platform realm. From the very first exchange, the coachman was at a disadvantage, barely able to parry. Moreover, over 100 onlookers were watching, the weakest among them at the spirit connection realm. Inside the carriage, Chu Yan watched this scene, then turned to Lin Fan with an apologetic look. Master Lin, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. She spoke as if she already knew her fate. She should have listened to her father and not returned. He was currently battling the Wu family's transcendent, and if she were captured, it would greatly affect him. In a battle between transcendents, a single moment of distraction could mean death. She could not let that happen to her father. At this thought, a glimmer of deathly resolve surged in her eyes. Lin Fan looked at her and shook his head slightly. His gaze shifted beyond the carriage, not to the fight between the coachman and the Longblade man, but to the battle in the heavens. In addition to the Chu family transcendent, Su Taishang Banshan Venerable and Wen Venerable, 3 more transcendents had arrived. The strongest among them was already at the half-step, Dao severing. She was a woman clad in black robes. Where she stood, the very sky seemed to darken her body, grounded her back against the night. The darkness, Dao, Lin Fan remarked. The other transcendents had all been intercepted, but she alone wounded her opponent with a single strike and stepped unimpeded above the great Song Imperial Palace. Eternal Night Venerable. Someone in Bianjing cried out in alarm. She alone seemed capable of plunging all of Bianjing into eternal night. Lin Weiyan was hailed as the second strongest in the Great Song, and she was the third. Lin Weiyan come out. She spoke calmly, her voice soft yet impossible to ignore. Even many battles in Bianjing paused at her words, including the fight before the carriage. The Longblade man stopped and looked up at the Eternal Knight Venerable. The coachman staggered back to the side of the carriage, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly withered, and he slumped beside the carriage. Uncle Wang. Chu Yin cried out. The coachman could barely open his eyes. Young miss, forgive me. I fear I can no longer protect you. He said, his life force slowly ebbing away on the verge of death. But just as his last spark of vitality was about to fade, a hand suddenly landed on him. His once dry body surged with life anew. He looked up at the person before him, utterly astonished. It was the scholar they had casually picked up on the road. He now had one hand on him, gazing at him with a faint smile. Just have a good sleep. At those gentle words, the coachman's muscles instantly relaxed, the tension dissolved into nothingness, and he drifted into slumber. Chu Yin and her two maids stared at this scene, equally amazed. Master Lin, are you a physician? They asked. Lin Fan paused for a moment. Sort of. The life Tao could be considered a physician's art, only more direct. But Chu Yin looked at the coachman, whose breath had stabilized, then at the Longblade man, and the surrounding crowd, her face still etched with worry. The Longblade man considered them already in his grasp, so he did not rush to act. Instead, he focused on the Eternal Knight Venerable in the sky. Once they moved, capture would still be unavoidable. Wuxinya. A voice rang out from within the Great Song Imperial Palace. All eyes converged on the figure emerging from it. Clad in a white robe with a kindly countenance and a slight smile on his lips, he radiated light, as if he were a deity. Upon his appearance, many bowed toward him. Imperial Preceptor. Even the Transcendents bowed. The Longblade man did the same. Even Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. A nation's Imperial Preceptor. How could he seem like the leader of a cult? He was not the human emperor, yet he exuded a hint of the human emperor's authority. Where is the human emperor? Wu Xinya, the Eternal Knight Venerable, looked at Lin Weiyan and asked. Lin Weiyan smiled slightly. The human emperor is naturally in seclusion. Before he went into seclusion, he specifically instructed me to govern the Great Song and not to disturb him unless it was a matter of extinction. I believe the human emperor has already touched the threshold of sainthood. He said, then turned his gaze to the countless figures in Bianjing who had come to kill him. Are you rebelling by attacking while the human emperor is about to enter seclusion and achieve sainthood? Our human race has not seen a saint in tens of thousands of years, which is why we have been constrained by other races. Now that the human emperor has finally touched that realm, can you bear the responsibility if you hinder his path to sainthood? His words one by one shook countless people, even causing Su Taishang, the Chu family transcendent, and others to waver in doubt. The human emperor is about to become a saint. If it is true, as Lin Weiyan said, that their actions caused the human emperor's failure in seclusion to break through to the saint realm, then they would be sinners for eternity. For tens of thousands of years, the human race has endured a bloody history precisely because there was no saint among them, only barely surviving by the lingering blessings of ancient saints. If a saint were to emerge among humanity, everything would be completely different. The current situation of the human race would be rewritten. Our tribes like the barbarians and the Stone Clan would no longer dare to invade human territory recklessly, and humanity could truly stand in the Xianhuang Great World. Nonsense. The human emperor is not in Bianjing at all. The Qianquan mirror has long shown no trace of him. The last scene in the Qianquan mirror showed the human emperor together with you. The human emperor's disappearance must be related to you. What have you done to the human emperor? Just at this moment of unease, a voice rang out, and everyone's gaze turned. It was the transcendent of the Chu family, a close minister of the human emperor. He held a bronze ancient mirror, its surface shrouded in holy light, and encircled by a trace of Tao rhythm. It was the saint artifact of the Great Song dynasty, the Qianquan mirror. It could reflect scenes unknown to anyone possessing unfathomable power. At that moment, an image emerged in the Qianquan mirror. Under the night sky, a towering figure stood in the void, turning back to gaze, his eyes filled with reluctance. Finally, he stepped away under the moonlight and never returned. As the scene shifted, Lin Weiyan appeared, a peculiar smile on his face. The human emperor, nothing more than this. He said, his indifferent words emanating from the Qianquan mirror, causing countless people in this world to tremble, staring at him in disbelief. The human emperor, nothing more than this. How dare he speak such words? Lin Weiyan watched the scene, his former smile freezing. His gaze fell upon the transcendent of the Chu family, murderous intent undisguised in his eyes. I thought the Qianquan mirror would have been taken away by him, but I never expected it to be in your hands. It seems he truly trusted you. And in the end, I miscalculated one move. He said, still maintaining a calm expression even after being exposed. The Qianquan mirror, a saint artifact left by an ancient saint, was one of the foundations of the Great Song dynasty. It could be considered solid evidence. Under such irrefutable proof, any more words were futile. National teacher, is what he said true? The transcendent, who had originally stood on the side of national teacher Lin Weiyan, turned to him and questioned. Unbelievable. The national teacher they had trusted so much had actually betrayed the great song and abandoned the human race, and they themselves had become accomplices to his tyranny. Lin Weiyan glanced at these people, his face cold. The human race has been declining for nearly 100,000 years. Extinction is only a matter of time, it's just that the peak races have not yet made a move. Now that the demon clan has set its sights on this land, the human race has no hope of survival. In the future, humanity will only become blood food for the demon clan. I am merely picking a side early. Perhaps the continuation of the human race will even depend on me. Knowing when to bow your head is the true way to survive. You are all too foolish. He said, not to any particular person, but to the countless humans in Bianjing. Resisting stubbornly only leads to destruction. Only by submitting to the demon clan can humanity survive in this great world. Otherwise, do you think a race without a saint can truly survive? Moreover, do you really think the reason for humanity's lack of a saint is only internal? He added his words, shocking countless people. Since the fall of the last ancient saint of the human race, nearly 100,000 years had passed without a new saint appearing. They had always believed that humanity simply had not produced such an extraordinary genius. Was there another reason? Inside the carriage, Lin Fan's expression froze. He thought of the injuries on the human emperor of the great Tang, seeming to understand something. Lin Weiyan smiled. It is because some powerful races of the Xinhuang great world do not allow the human race to have a saint. Whenever someone is about to attain sainthood, they face a purge from the mighty races, ending in injury or death. The human race is a cursed race, no longer tolerated by the Xinhuang great world. With these final words, countless people were shocked. A purge by the mighty races. Cursed race. How is that possible? Why? Their gazes all fell upon Lin Weiyan. Lin Weiyan just shook his head and smiled. In truth, he did not know why either, but thinking of these things filled him with despair. Under such circumstances, how could the human race rise? It was doomed to perish. Cursed race. Lin Fan murmured, then shook his head. It seemed the human race's past was a history worth delving into. Something must have happened to humanity 100,000 years ago. We are a cursed race. Inside the carriage, Chu Yen murmured. Just by saying it, one could feel the despair in her voice. Powerful races were watching humanity. Whenever a human showed potential to become a saint, they would be purged. No matter how humanity struggled, the only end was extinction. Cursed race. Not necessarily. Is there a possibility that they are afraid? Lin Fan said, his words calm and carrying a hint of a smile. No matter the situation in this world, his expression seemed never to change. Unwavering calm. Chu Yen and the two maids all looked at him. Even the man standing outside the carriage holding a long blade turned to look at Lin Fan, as if only then noticing this young man who was only at the body tempering first stage. Afraid, the man said. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Afraid of the human race's rise. They severed the history, perhaps out of fear that humanity would remember the past. You read too few books, you don't know a saying. Humans are the spirit of all beings. Lin Fan said, holding a book in his hand. Though he looked like an ordinary scholar at this moment, he seemed to be shrouded in a holy radiance. I don't believe it. This was the words of the transcendent of the Su family. He was one with the heavens, with invisible blades churning around him, as if the void around him concealed thousands of swords. What is a cursed race? That is merely their verdict. How can the human race be judged by them? As long as we live, we will never submit to any race. Humans are not slaves. It has always been this way, and it will remain so. We are born as humans. Even if we die standing. He said, his words echoing through Bianjing, shocking countless people who then followed suit. Humanity will not yield. We are not a cursed race. Even the two maids in the carriage shouted while Chu Yen clenched her fists beside them, her face resolute. Haha. A light laugh came from Lin Weiyan, who looked at the entire Bianjing city. Foolish. Since you refuse to submit, then let all of you die. With these indifferent words, a terrifying aura surged from his body, one that had already surpassed the transcendent realm and reached the Tao-severing realm. Lin Weiyan had truly broken through to the Tao-severing realm, the same realm as the human emperor. The national teacher is right. If it is for the continuation of the human race, what use is dignity? We are willing to follow the national teacher. There were also those willing to follow Lin Weiyan, and not a few. In the sky, eternal night, venerable, the transcendent of the Su family, the transcendent of the Chu family, and others watched this scene with a hint of desolation. Lin Weiyan was never the only one who had fallen. The great righteousness of the human race has been passed down through the ages. When truly faced with despair, there are always those willing to abandon it just to survive, even if it means living in disgrace. How could this be? Chu Yen and the others stared at the scene in disbelief. Even though Lin Weiyan's scheme had been exposed, so many still chose to stand by his side. Lin Fan watched the scene indifferently. Human nature is like this. Those who can hold fast to their true heart are ultimately few. If one knows the path leads to certain death, who would truly be willing to walk it? For them to live is hope. If one cannot even manage to live, what dignity is there to speak of? His words, spoken lightly with a hint of nonchalance, were like those of a bystander indifferently observing the world, commenting on the affairs of this realm. A hint of annoyance flickered in Chu Yan's eyes. Then is dignity not important, she demanded. The two maidservants and the people outside the carriage also looked at Lin Fan. This was exactly what they wanted to know. Lin Fan shook his head. The continuation of the human race has never required the abandonment of dignity. Who says humanity is doomed to inevitable extinction? Dignity is merely an excuse they use to justify their cowardice. Even in despair, there is a glimmer of dawn. No one can truly declare the future of humanity before that moment arrives. Besides, is it truly that humanity has no sage? His calm words sent a shock through the crowd. Humanity has a sage. Is it true? They looked at Lin Fan as if seeking the answer from him. Lin Fan looked up at the sky. The world-shaking battle had already begun. Yongyezuns conjured the darkness, plucked a corner of the night to form a sword, and slashed it toward Lin Weiyan, while Lin Weiyan's body erupted with boundless light. The light pierced through the darkness, transforming into countless spears that attacked the entire realm. Though Yongyezuns did his utmost to defend, he could only block the majority. The other celestial experts also joined in, 7 celestials in total surrounding and attacking Lin Weiyan. Still some light spears slipped through, falling into Bianjing. Whether at the divine platform realm or divine ability realm, before these spears they were like ants mercilessly slaughtered. With a single strike, thousands perished. One spear also landed on the ground near the carriage, pinning a divine ability realm expert to death, leaving Chu Yin and the others horrified. Such was the might of Dao severing. I have severed my Dao? How can you resist me? Lin Weiyan stepped into the air, landing at the apex of the sky, gazing coldly at Yongyezuns and the others. The human emperor is absent. I am the only Dao severing expert in Great Song. By all rights I should be the human emperor. Your coming without declaration is an act of defiance. You deserve execution. He looked down upon Bianjing like a deity. Thunder breaking the dawn. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, stirring countless ripples heading toward him. He merely lowered his palm, and a gigantic radiant palm followed suit. Boom. The one who struck was the Chu family celestial, but with a single blow he was blasted to the ground, his fate unknown. Father! Chu Yin cried out in shock. But this was only the beginning. The Su family celestial also wielded a blade. With one swing the entire world seemed about to split apart. Yet Lin Weiyan sidestepped, and then struck out with a palm, sending the Su family celestial flying back, with blood gushing from his mouth. Eternal night approaches. Darkness descended and countless people's vision went dim. Beneath that darkness a spear forged from darkness, the eternal night spear shot forth. Lin Weiyan looked at this and shook his head in disdain. Before I severed my Dao, I might have feared you a little. But now that I have severed my Dao, you are no different from ants in my eyes. No matter what you do, it is futile. Lin Weiyan took a step forward. Light pierced the long night, and the eternal night spear halted in Yongyezuns' hand, being annihilated by the light. Yongyezuns also retreated, spitting blood. The other celestials suffered the same fate. With a single step the 7 celestials were routed. You have not severed your Dao, so you will never know what Dao severing truly is. It is cutting off mortal roots, shedding the mortal body, becoming a being truly transcendent of all worldly creatures. He spoke calmly, each word carrying an invincible momentum. The 7 celestials looked at him with grim expressions. Though they had known that Lin Weiyan might have reached Dao severing, they never expected such a vast gap between the celestial realm and the Dao severing realm. They were not even a match for a single exchange. One final word: submit to me, and all of you will live, he said. In his eyes appeared a color not belonging to humans, golden pupils, and a faint demonic aura emanated from his body. This was the half-demon body. Absolutely impossible. A holy light illuminated heaven and earth, and a vague sacred aura appeared in the world. The Chu family celestial walked out from the ruins holding the Qinkuan mirror, staring at Lin Weiyan. Lin Weiyan looked at the Qinkuan mirror in his hand, and finally showed a hint of seriousness. A sacred artifact. One had to treat it with caution. Even a trace of sacred intent bearing the word sacred granted unimaginable power. Even a Dao severing cultivator would die upon contact. The 7 celestials gathered together using the Qinkuan mirror as a shield, confronting Lin Weiyan. Cough. The Chu family celestial struggled to support the Qinkuan mirror, his aura feeble. Driving a sacred artifact with his power was already a stretch, especially with his heavily injured body. But the Qinkuan mirror was bound to him, only he could activate it. He could not hold on much longer. Su Jun, didn't you say you invited another person? That person might be a hidden Dao severing expert. Where is he? The Chu family celestial looked at the Su family celestial and asked. The Su family celestial's expression froze upon hearing this. He scanned the land of Bianjing, but did not see that figure. Remembering the young man's promise when he left, he shook his head slightly. I don't know. Perhaps he hasn't arrived yet. He couldn't believe such a person would break his word, so he could only think this way. I think he's scared. Banshan Zun said, his half-body pierced by a light spear, blood continuously gushing out, also at the end of his strength. He was utterly disdainful of the mysterious Dao severing expert the Su family celestial mentioned. After all, he is facing a half-demon Dao severing, and behind him are the demons. Since he has severed his Tao but never appeared in the world, he must be the kind who lives in hiding and disgrace. Don't place your hopes on him, he said, staring fixedly at Lin Weiyin, his blood and chi surging. The Su family celestial wanted to retort, but the words died in his throat, turning into silence. I can use the Qinquan mirror one more time. Everyone give it your all. The future of great song rests on you. The Chu family celestial interrupted the others, saying. All of them steeled their expressions and nodded. In the carriage, Lin Fan watched this scene, paused slightly. He had naturally heard their words, but then he let out a carefree smile. Of course he would act. He could have killed Lin Weiyin the moment he arrived in Bianjing. But what meaning would that have? Humanity cannot rely solely on him. They must be self-reliant and awaken. In this process, they must undergo the baptism of blood. Universe within the mirror. Above the sky, the Chu family celestial had already activated the Qinquan mirror for the final strike. The mirror enlarged, surging with sacred intent, firmly locking Lin Weiyin in a patch of the sky. Then the attacks of the several celestials fell. His hair turned white in an instant. The Tianren of the Chu clan activated the Qinquan mirror, using his life force, managing to control Lin Weiyin for only a fleeting moment. But that brief instant was enough to create an opportunity for the assembled Tianren. Darkness like the sea swallowed Lin Weiyin's figure. Yet another massive sword descended toward that patch of darkness. Die! Venerable Banshan roared in fury, raising his hands as the phantom of a colossal mountain materialized before him. Bearing the weight of the peak upon his shoulders, he drove it downward into the encroaching darkness. The remaining 3 Tianren followed suit. Boom! 7 Tianren joined their forces in a single devastating strike, the sky above Bianjing tearing asunder, and countless onlookers watched in horror. As he perished, the darkness flowed across the heavens, obscuring everyone's sight. All could do was gaze fixedly at that stretch of sky, their expressions grave. The Qinquan mirror lost its radiance and fell into the hands of the Tianren of the Chu clan, whose entire body shuddered uncontrollably as he crashed to the ground. Father! Hu Yin cried out, yet few could hear her voice over the chaos. All eyes remained fixed on the sky above. Is Lin Weiyin dead? 7 Tianren combined their power and wielded a sacred weapon. Even if the state preceptor has reached the Tao-severing realm, he wouldn't survive this. A man wielding a long blade beside the carriage spoke with grave expression. Others nodded in agreement. When the Qinquan mirror was activated, they could all feel the overwhelming pressure. It was the aura of holiness, a single strand of which could crush entire realms. Even from this distance, they felt suffocated, let alone Lin Weiyin, who faced it head-on. Inside the carriage, Lin Fan lifted his head slightly. He's not dead. As if to confirm his words, light began to surge from within the darkened sky. One thread, then another, until countless strands illuminated the heavens. Finally, Lin Weiyin's silhouette emerged from the light. His golden pupils radiated boundless indifference, and fleshy wings spread from his back as blood-stained flesh wrapped around him, rendering him akin to a demon. A half-demon physique, someone exclaimed in terror. He hasn't died. He's transformed into a demon. Rather than perishing, his demonic bloodline had awakened within him, making him a true half-demon of greater power. How could this be? He survived even this. Countless people in Bianjing wore expressions of utter despair, while Tianren, such as Venerable Yongya, Venerable Banshan, and Su Taishang, all showed flickers of fear upon their faces. Despite the combined might of 7 Tianren and the activation of a sacred weapon, they had failed to kill him. Lin Weiyin hovered in midair, his gaze cold and piercing as he looked down upon the gathered Tianren and all of Bianjing, with demonic blood dripping from his body and emanating an eerie aura. You truly have made me angry. His calm words carried a killing intent that suffocated the air. Since you refuse to submit, then perish all of you. With a single sentence, the entire realm was shrouded in deathly tension. His target was not merely a handful of Tianren, but countless humans throughout Bianjing. He intended to slaughter all of Bianjing. Su Taishang, Venerable Yongya, Venerable Banshan, and the others all shuddered, exchanging glances as resolve to fight to the death ignited in their eyes. Though gravely wounded, they still positioned themselves before Lin Weiyin. You're like mantises trying to halt a chariot. Overestimating your strength, Lin Weiyin said coldly. Across the land of Bianjing, countless people watched the spectacle above with trembling hearts. He's only a half-demon and not yet a complete demon race, yet he's already this powerful. What if we face the true demon race? Someone murmured, recalling Lin Weiyin's earlier words, his voice filled with utter despair. A faction of the demon race had set their sights on humanity and were poised to strike. The demon race ranked among the 10 supreme clans of the Xianhuang Great World, one of its true rulers. Could humanity truly withstand such a race? Inside the carriage, Q Yin and her 2 attendants shared the same trembling dread, not merely from the impending doom of the present, but from concern over humanity's very future. No hope could be seen anywhere. As though grasping for one final strand of salvation, Su Taishang suddenly cast his gaze across all of Bianjing and spoke a single sentence. Your Excellency, will you not intervene? The words left countless people stunned. Lin Weiyin, who had been about to strike, also halted, his expression sharpening, as he followed Su Taishang's gaze across the surrounding earth, but detected nothing unusual. He sneered again. Playing tricks. What are you afraid of death to? He continued, while Venerable Banshan and the others gazed at Su Taishang with grave expressions. They knew he was not one to resort to such deception. Long before arriving in Bianjing, Su Taishang had already informed them of another ally joining their campaign, a mysterious powerhouse likely at the Dao-severing realm. Could such a person really exist? Yet why had they never heard of someone like him? Your Excellency, I know you are not one who breaks promises. You sought books, did you not? The Imperial Palace of Great Song holds a collection of 1,000,000 volumes. As long as Lin Weiyan dies, Your Excellency may peruse all the books in the Great Song Imperial Palace. Even take them all away if you wish. Su Taishang pressed on, his proposals growing increasingly absurd. His words had veered entirely to book collections. Venerable Banshan and the others stared in bewilderment. The book collection in the Great Song Imperial Palace. What connection could such a mysterious powerhouse have with books? Could anyone truly be willing to oppose a half-demon at the Dao-severing realm merely for the sake of a library? Your Excellency. At a loss for further words, Su Taishang simply bowed toward the city of Bianjing. Within the carriage, Lin Fan offered a faint smile. This elder of the Su clan certainly proved to be an intriguing character. Against the dazed stares of Qiu Yin and her two attendants, he drew back the carriage curtain and stepped out. Young master, don't go out. Qiu Yin cried, following close behind. Meanwhile, the coachman suddenly came to his senses and caught sight of Lin Fan emerging from the carriage. His vision blurred with confusion before his expression shifted sharply and he sprang to his feet. His near-fatal wounds had inexplicably healed in that single moment. Before he could utter a word, Lin Weiyan's voice echoed from the heavens above. What has the knowledge of your impending death driven you mad? He declared, taking a single step forward. The crushing pressure of the Dao-severing realm sealed all directions, forcing the gathered Tianren to cough up blood and retreat, while Su Taishang's face contorted with anguish. Had he truly misjudged the situation? Lin Weiyan's gaze swept across the entirety of Bianjing, his expression steeped in mockery. Even if such a person exists as you claim, so what? Humanity has no saint. At most there's some rat hiding away to secretly achieve Dao-severing. What is there to fear? His voice resonated across the earth. Listening, Lin Fan merely shook his head and smiled, then spoke. Are you truly unafraid? These 4 words, spoken softly, echoed through heaven and earth as though rising from the deepest chambers of countless souls. Qiu Yin and her 2 attendants gazed at Lin Fan in stunned silence. In that instant, countless eyes turned toward him. Body Refinement Realm, First Layer. Mount Moving Sage gazed at Lin Fan standing on the long street, his brow slightly furrowed. He is young, not yet 100 years old. Eternal Night Sage spoke, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan. It was not that she had discerned his bone age, it was merely a feeling. Under 100 years old, and already at the Dao-severing realm. She turned to Su Taishang, as did the others. Su Taishang looked at Lin Fan on the street, his once dim eyes suddenly brightening, as if glimpsing a ray of light in the darkness. Young master, you came after all. He spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Fan glanced at him and nodded. I accepted your collection of books and promised you my word so naturally, I had to come. Lin Fan said. The wind swept across the earth, billowing his sleeves, yet it could not stir the tranquility in his eyes. He merely gazed at everything before him indifferently. The shattered ground, the drifting bloodstains, and the scrutinizing gazes. He was far too calm. Is this the ally you found? Lin Weiyan's gaze fell, still looking down upon Lin Fan from above. Lin Fan nodded. I suppose so. Lin Weiyan's expression tightened slightly. Suddenly Lin Weiyan burst into manic laughter. Demonic light surged, blotting out the sky and covering the sun as if it would turn all of Bianjing into a demonic domain. You people are truly regressing. This man bears not a single trace of the Dao-severing intent. I doubt he even qualifies as a transcendent. And you let a mere brat trick you into a frenzy. His words stunned everyone. No Dao-severing intent. This came from a genuine Dao-severing powerhouse. Even Su Taishang's face flickered with uncertainty. Young master. Qiu Yin called out behind Lin Fan, her face filled with worry. Lin Fan merely smiled faintly. I am indeed not at the Dao-severing realm. He spoke, and Qiu Yan's expression stiffened, her heart sinking to the depths. Those around him upon hearing this recoiled from Lin Fan as if from a plague. Ha ha ha. Lin Weiyan's laughter continued, and the glimmer of hope that had just risen in countless hearts began to fade. Since you regard him as your hope, I will crush that hope before your very eyes. He extended a finger toward Lin Fan, and a beam of demonic light shot forth. Young master, flee. Qiu Yin cried out, but it was too late. The demonic light pierced through the sky instantly, descending upon Lin Fan. But just as countless onlookers believed Lin Fan would be obliterated, that beam of demonic light halted mere inches before him. Yes, it stopped. The very void seemed frozen, and the myriad expressions of those around also froze in that instant. A light breeze blew, and the demonic light dissipated like a bubble. The entire world fell silent in that moment. Whooshed! After a long pause, someone exhaled heavily, their face etched with astonishment. This. He blocked it. Not only did he block it, but he did so with an indescribable technique. Lin Weiyan, high in the sky, was also shaken by the sight. He stared at Lin Fan, who stood composed on the long street, and involuntarily took a step back. Su Taishang was first stunned, then overjoyed. He blocked it. He is a Tao-severing realm cultivator. His voice trembled with excitement. He had bet correctly. Eternal Night Sage, Mount Moving Sage, and the others also watched, their expressions filled with awe. To so effortlessly block a strike from Lin Weiyan, he was undoubtedly at the Tao-severing realm. In one step, Lin Fan's figure vanished from the ground, and in the next he appeared in the sky 100 meters from Lin Weiyan. Lin Weiyan started in alarm and retreated again. What speed was this? Why could he not see it at all? Had he comprehended some Tao of swift movement? Who are you? He asked, no longer daring to underestimate Lin Fan, his face showing gravity for the first time. This sudden arrival had given him a strange sense of pressure. I am a human, Lin Fan replied. Just those 4 simple words made Lin Weiyan's hair stand on end. He retreated another 1,000 meters, hovering above the Great Song Imperial Palace. Lin Fan watched him calmly, just as he had before, as if looking at an ant. Insolence. Feeling Lin Fan's gaze, he grew furious. His demonic blood boiled, myriad demonic lights gathered in his palm, forming a sky-piercing spear. Die! The spear tore through the sky, nearly rending the void, carrying boundless demonic aura that made Su Taishang, Eternal Night Sage, and the others recoil in terror. This was the true power of a Tao-severing expert. They turned to Lin Fan, wondering how this mysterious Tao-severing cultivator would counter this strike. The next moment, they all trembled. Lin Fan merely extended one hand, as if forming a heavenly barrier. The spear shattered instantly, and Lin Weiyan was struck as if by lightning, his entire body nearly cracking apart. How is this possible? Mount Moving Sage uttered, staring in disbelief. Lin Weiyan was a genuine Tao-severing expert with a half-demon body, yet he was beaten half to death with such ease. Could he be comparable to the human emperor? The human emperor was also at Tao-severing, but at the peak, a being of great renown among all races, far beyond ordinary Tao-severing. Lin Weiyan was also shattered. He stared at Lin Fan, utterly incredulous. How can you be this strong? An expert nearing the human emperor's level, hidden in this world without ever making a name. Why? I see. You fear being purged by the mighty of all races. He added, trying to flee as Lin Fan walked toward him through the void, but found he could not move an inch. It was as if space itself had ceased to flow. This felt less like Tao-severing and more like the legendary Tao domain. Suddenly a realization struck him, and his face filled with horror. Sage? He murmured, all his mental defenses crumbling. No matter how he schemed, he could never have imagined that a living human sage still existed in this world. And this sage had come before him. Sage. Su Taishang, Eternal Night Sage, Mount Moving Sage. All heard Lin Weiyan's utterance, and shock filled their faces. Did humanity have a sage? In that moment, they were dazed, unable to believe it. They only felt that the figure before them seemed to hold up the entire sky. Was he truly a sage? Where has the Great Song's human emperor gone? Lin Fan asked, standing before Lin Weiyan, his gaze calm. Lin Weiyan's face was pale. He had already given up resistance. Before a sage, all beings were ants. No amount of schemes or plots would avail. Yet hearing Lin Fan's question, he still managed to smile. He went to the demon clan. There you go, he said, as if thinking that even a sage needed something from him, and he laughed. Lin Fan was silent for a moment, unwilling to speak. Lin Fan said, then touched a finger to Lin Weiyan's forehead. The void around them trembled as if time were rewinding, and scenes from Lin Weiyan's past began to manifest in the air. Su Taishang and the others watched in utter shock. Reversing the past. What a divine technique this was. As if a slideshow, a cascade of images streamed past his eyes, finally freezing on a canyon. A deep abyssal gorge shrouded in a chilling black mist. This must be the place, Lin Fan said, releasing Lin Weiyan. The one who moments ago had been arrogantly vowing to slaughter all of Bianjing now lay like a puddle of mud, staring blankly at Lin Fan. Forcibly extracting memories through such means had inflicted irreversible damage upon his soul. Lin Fan paid him no further heed, turning his gaze instead to Su Taishang and the others. The assembled crowd bowed as one before Lin Fan. We pay homage to the sage, they intoned, their voices trembling with an indescribable fervor. A sage among humanity. Such news would shake the entire 9 provinces of the human race. On the long street, Chu Yin stood, equally dumbfounded. He is a sage. Indeed, not a mere Tao-severing cultivator, but a sage. It was almost inconceivable. A sage had accompanied them all this way, listening patiently to their trivial tales. Lin Fan nodded slightly, then swept his gaze across the land of Bianjing. Wherever his eyes fell, people knelt one by one. In that moment, whether they had once stood with Lin Weiyan or not, all were filled with tears of emotion and fervor. A sage. They too now had a sage. It had been so long. Nearly 100,000 years since the last sage had appeared. In those 100 millennia, the human race had suffered countless tribulations. Endless invasions, merciless massacres. All because they had no sage. They could not threaten those other races. But now they had one. Buzz. The entire Bianjing trembled, and a rain of light descended from the heavens, falling upon the city. Within that radiant rain the dead revived, the wounded healed, and all things flourished. Even the shattered earth mended itself slowly, while pavilions and streets were restored at a visible rate. An unimaginable, magnificent miracle. They looked up at the figure in the sky, their faces etched with awe. Is this the power of a sage? This is the legendary Tao domain where all things are reborn. The sage's great Tao must be the Tao of life. Yongye Venerable spoke, his eyes fixed on Lin Fan with nothing but reverence. The Tao domain. A legendary power they had only read of in ancient texts, where one who comprehended the Tao to a certain degree could manifest it. This was what it meant to become a sage. Such a miracle should be the power of the Tao domain. Yet, was this domain's power too overwhelming? That thought lingered only a moment in their minds before vanishing. They had never beheld a sage, and surely a sage must be this formidable. Chu Yan. A voice called out, snapping Chu Yan from her shock. I see you have an interest in reading, so I shall impart to you some insights on the pursuit of knowledge. Reading is no trivial path. Through reading one can even attain the realm of a sage. She raised her head, meeting Lin Fan's gaze. In an instant, countless insights flooded her mind, weaving together into a boundless, endless Tao. Reading can also lead to the realm of a sage. She closed her eyes and focused, attaining enlightenment in that very moment. Lin Fan smiled faintly, then turned his gaze toward the great Song Imperial Palace. With a single step, he descended upon the ancient library which had stood for tens of thousands of years. Su Taishang Yongye Venerable, Banshan Venerable, and the others followed. I am no savior of the world. The human race has its own course, one I cannot steer. I am merely a scholar. As I said before, I will take these books. Lin Fan spoke. The assembled listeners shuddered slightly, wanting to protest, but when they saw his receding figure, words failed them. A sage indifferent to the fate of humanity. They understood his implication. Yet if he truly cared nothing for it, why would he have appeared here at all? He could have simply remained ignorant. If the human emperor of the great song has not yet died, he will return. Lin Fan added. The others were startled, but before they could react, Lin Fan had already left the library. When they hurried after him, they saw only his silhouette. Step by step he faded into the distance. Before that solitary figure, the human race and all living beings seemed to lose their significance. Do not follow. His voice rang out, and the assembled people froze, then bowed in unison toward that vanishing figure. He had come with such ease and left with equal lightness, yet the impact he left on humanity was far from trivial. A sage among humanity. This would shape the history of the human race for the next 10,000 years. On the long street, the Chu family's celestial found Chu Yin, and his expression filled with astonishment at the aura surrounding her, a Tao he had never heard of. As if grasping the truth, he bowed once more toward the direction the sage had departed. The sage had not left nothing behind, nor was he entirely indifferent to humanity. Chu Yin was the sage's gift to the human race, a transformed prodigy, the future of humanity. Lin Fan left Bianjing. By rights, this journey should have ended here. The Su family's collection, combined with the Great Song Imperial Library, would keep him occupied for a long time. However, after searching Lin Weiyin's soul, he had one more task: to find the Great Song Human Emperor. The moment Lin Fan departed Bianjing, Lin Weiyin died. Watched by countless eyes, his body dissolved into remnants in the sky above the city. The second strongest man in the Great Song was gone. About 10,000 li north of Bianjing lay a canyon perpetually shrouded in black mist, the place from Lin Weiyin's memories. Indeed, Lin Weiyin's rise and his tragedy began here. Standing atop the canyon, Lin Fan gazed down at the abyss, a faint smile crossing his lips as if he had seen something. Young one, this black mist canyon is a forbidden zone for living beings. You should stay away. A hermit cultivating above the canyon spotted Lin Fan and called out, but before he could finish, he saw Lin Fan step into the canyon. His voice died in his throat. A young man at the first level of body tempering realm stepped into the void, descending wherever he passed. All the mist parted, forming a clear path. This. The hermit was stunned. Roar. A howl erupted from the depths of the canyon, each roar shaking the soul. Lin Fan walked leisurely as if he heard nothing. Hiss! A rustling sound emerged. 100-meter-long python, its jaws gaping wide, lunged to swallow Lin Fan in one bite. Lin Fan merely glanced at it, and the python's body shattered. It has developed intelligence. Does this count as a demon? Lin Fan mused, as if talking to himself or to some unseen entity. The demon race is separated from humanity by billions of li. Logically, they should have no designs on us. At most, they would send strong cultivators to eliminate those who ascend to sagehood. Yet demons do appear on human soil. It must be because of you. Lin Fan quickened his pace, covering 1,000 li in a single step until he arrived before a black pool. Along the way, every creature that had awakened its demonic nature was annihilated. A figure sat cross-legged before the black pool, his body a strange battleground where demonic and human natures constantly warred, an eerie sight. At least you're not dead yet, Lin Fan said. This was the great Song human emperor being slowly transformed into a demon by the mysterious presence in the black pool. Lin Fan gazed at the black pool. Ripples stirred upon its surface, exuding an eerie aura, as if some great terror lurked within the unfathomable depths below. "So you can't get out," Lin Fan remarked. Beneath the black pool he spotted a pair of crimson vertical pupils along with a sinuous body that coiled like a mountain range. This pool was a small world in itself. A miniature world specifically designed to suppress it. Yet this world was on the verge of collapse. Roar. A deep, low sound emanated from the black pool. It seemed enraged by Lin Fan's presence repeatedly battering against the seal of that world. With each impact the entire canyon trembled, and the surrounding mountains quaked, as if an earth dragon were turning over threatening to collapse into the chasm at any moment. Above the canyon, the reclusive expert stared into the abyss with a grave expression. He could not discern what was happening below, even though he had reached the heavenly man realm. All he sensed was a great terror lurking in the depths. He dared not approach, let alone descend. Yet not long ago a figure resembling a scholar had walked down. Is it because of him? He murmured, his expression growing even more solemn as he sensed the crimson light surging from the canyon. Before the black pool, Lin Fan stood calm. He glanced at the human emperor of the great Song beside him. Under the influence of the pool, the demonic nature within the emperor nearly dominated. "Time to wake up," Lin Fan said. His words, spoken softly, carried a mysterious Tao principle where utterance became reality. The fading humanity within the human emperor of the great Song instantly surged back. The demonic nature was extinguished. The human emperor of the great Song opened his eyes. The first sight that met him was the deep black pool along with a towering demonic aura. Then, as if recalling something, his expression shifted drastically. "Demon race," he exclaimed. His peak, Tao-severing aura burst forth, but was instantly suppressed by the demonic energy. The master of this demonic aura was too powerful, far beyond Tao-severing. It was a sage realm existence. He spat blood and retreated, his peripheral vision suddenly catching a figure. His expression trembled. The black pool churned with waves, and billowing demonic energy spread, seemingly intent on erasing everything around. Yet that figure remained standing there unmoved. Not a trace of demonic energy clung to him. He was utterly stunned. He had come at Lin Weiyin's bidding to suppress a demon about to break free, only to find this demon far too powerful. Even through the seal it had influenced him. In his final moments of clarity, he finally understood that Lin Weiyin had long betrayed humanity, sent by the terrifying entity within the black pool. All to lure him here. The demon in the black pool intended to use him to break the seal. Under the erosion of that demonic power, he could barely hold on even with all his might. But just when he was on the verge of despair, the demonic force suddenly vanished, as if erased by some unseen power. Then he saw the scene before him, a person standing silently before the black pool, whose very silhouette seemed to suppress the entire land. A sage. An unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. Humanity actually had a sage? Suddenly, as if struck by another realization, his expression shifted again. Sage beneath this black pool is a suppressed demon sage. It's about to break the seal. Quickly repair it and reseal it, he shouted. But the figure ahead made no move, merely watching the scene unfold. Seeing this, the emperor grew even more anxious. Sage, do not underestimate the enemy. This demon sage's origins are far from simple. Suspected to possess the bloodline of the Tsangtian giant python from the demon race. Its combat power is unprecedented, ordinary sages cannot match it. Moreover, it has accumulated tens of thousands of years of malice. It must never be released, he said. As a human emperor, he had knowledge of powerful bloodlines among the myriad races. The Tsangtian giant python was one of the 3 imperial clans of the demon race. In the ancient era, it had produced an emperor bloodline that had passed down through countless ages. Yet even after his words, the figure ahead remained unmoved. Sage, repair the seal quickly. Feeling the overwhelming demonic power around him, he grew even more frantic. He tried to step forward, but the terrifying demonic force repelled him after just one step. The area had been enveloped by a demonic domain beyond the reach of a mere Tao-severing cultivator. It's over. Despair painted his face as he watched the scene. The Tsangtian giant python. Only those who truly understood it knew how terrifying this bloodline was. Even a Tsangtian giant python at the first level of the sage realm could challenge a sage at the 3rd or 4th level. Let alone the one beneath this black pool, which could not possibly be a newly ascended sage. On the other hand, the sage before the pool might be a recent sage. If the Tsangtian giant python broke free, there would be no chance at all, and the entire land would be bathed in blood. Too slow. Suddenly he heard a voice, the sage's. It was the first sentence he had heard from the sage. The sage stared at the churning black pool, his tone betraying a hint of impatience. Too slow. What did that mean? The next moment he witnessed a terrifying sight. The sage stretched out a hand. There was no sword, yet he felt a startling sharpness, as if a terrible blade had stabbed into the black pool. Sage, no, he cried out in alarm. The sage was actually helping the Tsangtian giant python break the seal, but his words came too late. That hand plunged into the black pool and made a casual slash. A crackling sound followed as if something had shattered. The surging demonic energy in the pool abruptly ceased. The next instant the entire canyon and the surrounding mountains shook together. A crimson hue filled the whole black pool. It was a giant blood-red eye. The seal was broken. It was coming out. The human emperor of the great song trembled, collapsing to the ground. Everything was over. Human, I never expected you to be the one to help me break free. I forgive your offense and grant you an intact corpse. A voice rang out. The black pool tore apart, and a massive shadow slowly rose from within. Outside the canyon, the sky suddenly darkened. The heavenly man expert above the canyon instantly turned pale. A terrifying demonic aura surged from below. Even a mere touch of it made his soul tremble. What kind of terrifying power was this? Hateful humans. I Tsang Ming am finally free. It roared, venting the rage of countless ages. Lin Fan watched this scene and suddenly smiled. Do you really think you can leave? He said. His calm words made that Songtian giant python in the black pool pause, and the human emperor of the great song also looked at him puzzled. I let you out only to kill you more conveniently, Lin Fan said flatly. As he spoke, the wooden sword on his back slowly unsheathed. Whoosh. The void was torn apart, and chaotic light gathered at the sword's edge. When this sword fell, it was as if two great eras were being cleaved apart. The Songtian giant python stared at this sword, terror dawning in its eyes. It desperately tried to burrow back into the black pool, but it was too late. Rule chains, the heaven-dreaded one. Only it could see the chains of rules entwined around Lin Fan as he swung his sword, layer upon layer stretching beyond sight. Mercy, it cried out in anguish. As this sword fell, the entire world seemed to return to chaos, the layers of shackles of law torn apart, revealing that terrifying figure. 10,000 great paths coiled around him like stars, paying homage countless indescribable phenomena, and in his gaze the illusion of infinite worlds rose and perished. Too terrifying. It was also a peak saint realm existence and a member of the Songtian python lineage, yet under this sword, it could not even muster the thought of resistance. No, it screamed in agony. As the sword fell, its body coiled and that small world was split in two, but most terrifyingly its soul, was also cleaved open. Sage, I was wrong. I am willing to bow before the sage as a slave to be the sage's mount. Do not kill me. It cried out in despair. Before the words were finished, there was no more sound. The red moon that had risen over the canyon plummeted, dissolving like a bubble, and that surging demonic aura seemed to be severed by some force. That enormous shadow also dissipated. Above the canyon, the heavenly human realm cultivator sat slumped on the ground, utterly stunned. He is dead. Before the black pool, the human emperor of great song stared at the scene, trembling. A demon sage, Songtian python, had broken free from its seal, only to be slain the moment it emerged so casually with a single sword. All things reduced to nothing. Who is he? Is he truly human? Can a human really produce such a fearsome existence? I slew a demon sage for you, and took the scriptures from your great song library. That settles the debt. From now on we are even. Lin Fan looked at him and spoke. The human emperor of great song was dazed and nodding blankly. The rest is up to you. Lin Fan said, then turned and walked away, still the same as before, a scholar carrying a sword, stepping one stride at a time through this vast and boundless world. The human emperor of great song finally came to his senses, bewildered. Library. What does that mean? Yet he knew this sage was leaving. He took a deep breath, spoke no words of retention, but bowed respectfully toward the gradually receding figure. Farewell, sage. The sage was far too young, but sages live for 3,000 years. He must have used a rejuvenation technique to maintain his youthful appearance. Above the canyon, the heavenly human realm cultivator saw Lin Fan emerge. It's you. You actually came out alive, he exclaimed in surprise. Lin Fan paused, briefly glancing at him. With that single glance, the heavenly human realm cultivator felt the Tao he had comprehended become 100 times clearer, with boundless insights flooding into his mind. When he regained his senses, Lin Fan was already out of sight. He was stunned. I've encountered a true master. After a long while, another figure emerged from the canyon. He stared in disbelief. How could the human emperor of great song be walking out of the canyon? That is the sage of our human race, the human emperor of great song told him. He turned his gaze to the horizon, unable to recover for a long time. Human emperor, does our human race truly have a sage? He asked incredulously. The human emperor nodded. I once heard that when our human race's Tao-severing cultivators attempt to become saints, they would be purged by alien races. Even if they survived, their foundations would be ruined. How did this one become a saint? He is different. Different. No one could imagine what the human emperor of great song had experienced in the canyon. Only he in the world knew how strong Lin Fan truly was. The sage lived in seclusion, perhaps unwilling to reveal too much. He would not speak of it. 1 trillion miles away from the 9 provinces of the human race, crossing over 1,000 tribes, a vast imperial court stood amidst encircling mountains. This was the demon imperial court. Songming is dead. A voice spoke. A demonic youth covered in dark scales with a crimson gleam in his eyes looked at the cluster of soul flames ahead and said, His location has also been interfered with. The one who killed him must have shielded the heavenly secrets. To kill Songming, at least a great sage realm. The tribes with great sages are only those few. It seems our demon race has been silent too long. Some tribes no longer hold us in regard. That day the demon imperial court stepped into the world. An ancient existence from the Tsangtian Python clan, one of the 3 great demon clans, awakened. The entire Xianhuang great world trembled. Lin Fan knew nothing of this. He arrived at the former residence of the Jinan Prince of Great Tang. Though the Jinan Prince was dead, his mansion remained. Rebuilt by his 2 surviving sons, it no longer held the prestige of the Jinan Prince's time, but it was still a major clan in the southern region of Great Tang. Lin Fan stood outside the mansion, but did not enter. "Young master, you've been standing outside for a while. Is there something you need?" a servant of the mansion noticed and asked. Lin Fan shook his head. "Just looking," he said, then turned and left. The servant watched his back, momentarily dazed, then understood. Though the Jinan Prince was no more, his merits were forever remembered by the human race of Great Tang. People often came to the mansion to pay homage to the fallen prince. A clan of over 1,000 reduced to only 3 surviving sons, worthy of all respect. This man was probably one of those who came to pay respects. Jinan City. Lin Fan walked the streets, many memories flooding back. Childhood brothers, parents, old friends. A mere 10 years, yet for many it was a lifetime. This city had been massacred once. He had escaped because of these people. Since it is called Jinan City, let it forever guard this land. The wooden sword on his back, unsheathed, vanished into the void, and then fell into a lotus pond before the ancestral hall of the Jinan Prince's mansion. Then he smiled. Step by step he walked out of Jinan City, and behind him a great sun hung in the sky. Countless people looked up, stunned by the sight. Great Sage Realm. The moment Lin Fan stepped out of Jinan City, he broke through. It was not a cultivation granted by the system. He naturally broke through to the Great Sage Realm. His thoughts were unblocked, and so he broke through. Though he had not met his 2 elder brothers, he had already seen them. His 2 elder brothers did not possess his monstrous talent, nor could they compare to Qin Ming and Qin Gu. In fact, they were rather poor. It seemed the entire Jinan Prince's mansion's millennia of accumulated fortune had fallen upon him alone. Perhaps it was due to the system, or perhaps in his past life, he was a genius in that world, merely lacking the opportunity to cultivate. But that sword would subtly improve their aptitudes, ensuring their future achievements would not be low and influencing the next generation of the Lin family. Generation after generation, the Lin family would eventually rise. Lin Fan gave the Lin family a future. This was what Lin Fan did for the Lin family. Great Sage Realm, a domain of 10,000 li, a lifespan of 5,000 years. Even among the top 100 tribes of the Xianhuang Great World, such an existence was rare. But Lin Fan had stepped into it, causing not a ripple in the world. As for domain and lifespan, they held no concrete meaning for Lin Fan. He was never an ordinary cultivator. From the moment he became a saint, he had already transcended the world. Smelting myriad great Daos alone, he stood above them all, walking a path far more arduous than that of ordinary sages, yet also far stronger. This was an invincible path never trodden before. There ought to be a Tao that can suppress all Daos, and also smelt countless Tao principles. He had a sudden enlightenment at some moment. Then he manifested a wisp of primordial chaos, naming it the Chaos Tao. A single wisp of chaos could suppress all heaven's Daos. The afterglow of the setting sun slowly faded at the horizon, leaving only a distant figure. A wisp of white vapor appeared upon his body, and in that instant the rules of the world and the great Daos all wailed. More chains of rules emerged on Lin Fan's body. Each step seemed to bear the weight of heaven and earth, yet still could not stop his pace. After about a month, Lin Fan returned to Xingjing. In the Western Hill Library, beneath the banyan tree, a white-robed scholar appeared again. A few days later, Qin Gu arrived at the library. "Master, this is cloud-hidden tea. People outside love it very much." Qin Gu brought tea again. The master had few pleasures, reading and tea, so she took great interest in tea, having visited every tea house in Xingjing. Lin Fan took the tea, sipped it gently, and nodded. "Not bad." A smile spread across Qin Ji's face. The master's approval seemed to be the thing that brought her the greatest joy. Lin Fan shook his head slightly at this. "Qin Gu, you should also go out more. The way of the zither requires experiencing the mundane world, observing all its facets. Staying secluded is not enough. What is the essence of all things? Only by seeing the world can you perceive the true nature of life. You have stayed too long in the Yuan mansion." Although it had only been a month, Lin Fan saw at a glance that Qin Ji's comprehension of the Tao had fallen into a certain constraint. Qin Gu paused at these words, then continued to pour tea for Lin Fan. "I heed your teachings, master. I understand." Lin Fan nodded. Taking advantage of the sunlight filtering through the banyan tree, Lin Fan opened a book he had brought from the Great Song Dynasty and began to read slowly. A moment later, zither music arose. Qin Gu played in the courtyard. The melodious sound carried an artistic conception of the growth of all things, resonating with the banyan tree behind her. One played the zither, the other read. Time passed slowly. When night fell, Qin Gu rose, bowed respectfully to the sleeping Lin Fan in his reclining chair, and then left the library. About half a day later, Lin Fan awoke. He looked up at the sky, and with a single thought, he saw the entire city of Shengjing. After all, you are the true protagonists of this great era. I am merely one who builds the stage for you. Live on and live long, Lin Fan said. Then he walked toward the library. Behind him, the banyan tree swayed its branches as if bowing. Having long been in the company of a sage bathed in the influence of the great Tao, the banyan tree had awakened its spirituality and begun a certain cultivation. It absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and gained insight into the Tao of mountains and rivers. The Yuan mansion. Yuan Nanyue, with a puzzled expression, looked at Qin Gu, who stood before her, holding her zither, bidding farewell. Her face was filled with worry. Sister Qin Gu, is the Yuan mansion not good? Now the barbarians and the Stone Clan have invaded our great Tang, and chaos abounds across the land. Countless bandits, spies of foreign tribes everywhere. Even in Shengjing, people die every day. Only in the Yuan mansion are we safe, she said, unable to understand why Qin Gu would suddenly want to leave the Yuan mansion. Qin Gu shook her head. She did not explain much, only glanced at the zither in her hands. I want to go out and see the world, she said. She did not know how strong the master truly was. Perhaps at the Tao-severing realm like the human emperor, or perhaps even beyond. She only wished to be closer to him, to stay by his side longer. The divine platform realm, so weak. But you have no cultivation, and brother Qin Ming is not in Shengjing. Now Shengjing is so chaotic. What if some villain harms you, Sister Qin Gu? How about I send 2 retainers from the Yuan mansion to accompany you? Qin Gu looked at Yuan Nanyue, a gentle smile appearing on her face. No need. Take good care of yourself. I have my own path. Besides, how do you know I am truly as defenseless as I seem? Qin Gu said. Yuan Nanyue stared at her, stunned. She had never seen Qin Gu practice cultivation. She only played the zither and read books every day. Where could she have any cultivation? She thought Qin Gu was merely comforting her. Qin Gu left. Yuan Nanyue still sent people to follow her secretly, but they did not follow far before losing all trace of Qin Gu. In Shengjing, there was a district of pavilions and towers known as the 9 Towers and 18 pavilions, formed by a series of interconnected buildings. Here there were also hierarchies. The lowest levels were places of mere pleasure and entertainment, while the highest were refined. As the saying goes, 9th grade bordello, 1st grade elegance, referring to the tiers within the 9 towers and 18 pavilions. The Cloud Tower, the most elegant of all. High-ranking families and nobles often frequented it. The music and dance girls there might even be daughters of some aristocratic clans. In the Great Hall, young gentlemen often composed poems, painted, played drums, or struck chimes. Their identities might even come from powerful noble families. All for the sake of so-called refined music. Miss Qin Gu, are you sure you want to come here? In the Cloud Tower, a woman in an opulent robe looked at Qin Gu with surprise. Qin Gu was not an unknown name. Of course, her fame came not from her zither, but from her beauty. A beauty ranking in Shengjing placed Qin Gu at the top. Qin Gu nodded. Then a new zither girl appeared in the Cloud Tower. A zither room, a beaded curtain, and a thin veil, so that no one could see her face. The people of the Cloud Tower called her Long Song. Soon her reputation spread. The zither notes curled, drawing listeners into a realm truly unparalleled. I wonder what her face looks like and what her identity is. If known, the young masters of Shengjing could find a place to propose. Though the Cloud Tower is considered a refined place compared to the National Academy and various martial academies, it is merely a pastime for young scions of noble families without cultivation talent. She is probably the same. Many were curious about this zither girl named Long Song, but that was all. Most here were those neglected in their families due to poor cultivation talent, gathering together to console one another. Of course, there were also those who refused to give up. The Cloud Tower had many cultivation chambers. Amid the curling zither notes, some engaged in arduous training. At a certain moment, a young man suddenly opened his eyes, looking toward the source of the zither music, a shock on his face. I broke through. This zither music. He closed his eyes again to feel the music and found that his perception of heaven and earth had strengthened, and the operation speed of his cultivation method seemed much faster. In the zither room, a sheet of paper lay before Qin Gu, the very one written by Lin Fan. When Qin Gu played, the paper also emitted the power of Tao principles. In a daze, it seemed that a white-robed scholar's figure appeared in the room. When Qin Gu stopped playing, the figure vanished back into the paper. It stopped. The lingering zither notes faded into silence. The young man who had been immersed in enlightenment finally came to his senses. When he looked toward the music chamber, only a receding figure remained. A graceful silhouette, slender and elegant. Even from behind, one could tell she was undoubtedly a woman of stunning beauty. Within this music, I can compensate for the deficiencies in my innate talent for cultivation, enhance my comprehension of techniques in the heavens and earth, and even gather spiritual energy. This is a great blessing, he exclaimed in awe, staring at the departing figure. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. The next day, in the same cultivation chamber, he gradually entered a state of trance through the zither music. His entire being, essence, energy, and spirit, was stirred, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. The 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day. He came every day without fail. Others also discovered the secret of the zither music, and before long, a large group of devoted cultivators had gathered in the cloud tower. In the deepest moments of my enlightenment, I glimpsed a white-robed figure. For an instant, I felt the spiritual energy of the entire world shift toward me. I sensed it too. This must be the deepest secret of the zither music. I once consulted ancient texts. In bygone times, cultivators did not practice techniques or martial arts. They cultivated through visualization. But the object of such visualization had to be a supreme existence. They spoke their gazes toward the figure in the music chamber, growing increasingly solemn. The method of visualization was something only heard of in legends. That it appeared here in the most overlooked cloud tower and in the hands of a woman was astonishing. Many even felt a surge of greed. But more faces showed reverence. We are all the neglected ones in our respective clans. But she has given us hope, allowing us to match the cultivation speed of those so-called geniuses. We should be grateful. She must never be offended, they said. In the cloud tower, the woman in the music chamber had subtly become the pillar of the group, and an invisible force had formed. Of course, all these emotions and reactions from the outsiders did not escape Qingji's notice. She simply observed them, quietly contemplating the mortal world as her master had taught her. And her Tao intent broke through silently. The flower of life bloomed beneath her feet, and the resonance of Tao spread through the entire cloud tower, dispelling chronic ailments and deficiencies in many people. In the library, Lin Fan watched this scene and smiled faintly. Qinggu had finally found her own path, to dwell among the masses and perceive the myriad phenomena of the mortal world. This was the true Tao of life. He hadn't expected that Qingji's unintentional actions would coalesce into a considerable force, all of them signs of the great families in Xinjiang. This force was not to be underestimated. However, the formation of power inevitably brought intrigue, deceit, and scheming. Many were convinced by her, but many also harbored ill intentions. Cloud Tower Changgu, I've finally found you. Under the starry night, Qinggu stood holding her zither on a long street. A formation isolated the area from the outside world, blocking all perception from outsiders. About a dozen people surrounded her, their faces brimming with excitement, as if a great fortune lay before them. Hand over the visualization method. Such a treasure is not something a mere zither girl can control. Give it to us, and it will serve its greatest purpose. We only want the visualization method, not your life, they said. They had inquired at the cloud tower, and though the establishment did not reveal Changji's exact identity, they made it clear that her background was not formidable. She was still within the bounds of what they could afford to offend. Qinggu quietly regarded the group before her. Behind her veil, no one could see her expression. None of them were strong. The most powerful was merely at the peak of the spirit connection realm. She had seen them all in the cloud tower practicing under the influence of her zither music. The visualization method. She paused briefly, then understood. A sheet of paper appeared in her hand. The crowd's eyes fixed on the paper, their greed no longer concealed. That's it. Hand it over. Though they hadn't yet seen what was written on the paper, their instincts told them this was the treasure of visualization left by a being of extraordinary significance. Qinggu smiled. Even without seeing her breathtaking face beneath the veil, her smile was enough to captivate. Can you handle something that belongs to my master? She spoke, her eyes like stars stirring the soul. Master. The group was startled. So someone else had given this to Changgu. Did she stand behind a powerful existence? And was this visualization treasure originally from that being? They exchanged glances, then steeled their resolve. We've come this far. What use is hesitation? Fortune favors the bold. Let's go for it. One person charged at Qinggu, reaching for the paper in her hand. Qinggu watched him without moving. The moment he touched the paper, it trembled slightly. The man froze instantly, a look of utter shock on his face. He finally saw the content on the paper. Just one word: zither. It was an ordinary sheet of paper, not ancient and weathered as he had imagined, but fresh as if it had been written recently. And when he saw the word on the paper, an image appeared in his mind. A small courtyard, a banyan tree, and a white-robed youth sitting quietly reading a book. As if sensing something, the youth looked up and glanced at him. Whoosh! The youth's figure scattered like grains of sand. The others who had followed him stopped in their tracks, staring at the scene in terror. A man who had been perfectly fine just moments ago was now annihilated, body and spirit. Qinggu watched, a smile spreading across her face. She had long known that what her master gave them was more than just a page of Tao scripture. It also contained a thought from her master. She put away the page of Tao scripture and turned to face the group. Seeing her put it away, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then they bowed together to Qinggu. Miss Changgu, we failed to recognize your true stature. We didn't know you had such a powerful background. Please forgive our offense. We all come from prominent families in Xinjiang. If we all die, it will be hard for you to continue playing the zither at the Cloud Tower. If you spare us, we will naturally conceal the cause of Mei Yun's death. It's a win-win for both sides, they said, revealing their identities. In their minds, even if Changgu had a backer, it couldn't be much stronger than theirs, and she wouldn't dare to offend so many Xinjiang great clans at once. Qinggu said nothing. Instead, Tao resonance flowed from her body. They all shuddered. Zither music seemed to ring in their ears, and then they witnessed a stunning sight. Around Qingge blue lotuses bloomed, hundreds of flowers burst into blossom, and grass and trees sprouted and grew, a scene of all things reviving. This is Tao intent, they exclaimed in horror, and then felt something sprouting within themselves. No. Feeling the life force draining from their bodies, their faces were left with only terror. Qingge had comprehended Tao intent, and she had stepped into the divine platform realm. Moments later, more than a dozen lifeless corpses lay on the long street. Qingge had already returned to the Cloud Tower, standing before its chief steward. Tranquil spots were rare within the 9 towers and 18 pavilions, yet the inner courtyard of Cloud Tower was one such place. A residence reserved solely for individuals of distinguished status. A formation enveloped the entire inner courtyard, isolating it from the clamor of the outside world, making it the only pure land within the 9 towers and 18 pavilions. Madame Yun, the Grand Steward of Cloud Tower. The windows were bright, and the room was spotless. Pale moonlight spilled into the chamber, illuminating a wealthy woman seated before a desk writing something. At some moment she suddenly looked up. A woman stood in the moonlight gazing at her. She jolted violently. A formidable aura surged from her body, causing the very air around her to stagnate. She possessed the cultivation of the divine ability realm. When she recognized the woman before her, her expression stiffened. Qingge. Inwardly shocked, she uttered the newcomer's name. Qingge, widely rumored to be the foremost beauty of Xingjing and the sister of Qin Ming, the favored son of heaven from the National Academy. Yet what made her known was solely her beauty, and what made others fear her was that she was Qin Ming's sister. No one had ever spoken of her cultivation. But the fact that she could appear silently in her room proved that she was by no means merely a beautiful face, as the outside world claimed. This woman was deeply concealed. Was it you who told them? Qingge asked indifferently. She was only at the 3rd level of the spirit platform realm, a whole major realm lower than Madame Yun. Yet her face showed little fear. Instead, she exuded an unsettling aura that made one's heart tighten. Madame Yun frowned slightly at her words. It was me, but I did not disclose your specific origins. Cloud Tower has its rules. No one's identity shall be leaked. It's just that too many people have been inquiring about you. As she spoke, she suddenly felt the very air in the room tremble slightly, and the wind that had been blowing in from the window ceased. The woman before her looked at her without doing anything, yet a sense of crisis arose within her. Under the moonlight, clusters of blood-red flowers bloomed, and in Madame Yun's vision, it was a sea of crimson. The guards who had been stationed outside had all died at some unknown time. Tao intent, she exclaimed in shock. This woman, barely a teenager, had already comprehended Tao intent, a powerful and unheard of kind. A genius, an absolute genius. Even more monstrous than her brother Qin Ming. Now she finally saw Qin Ji's cultivation, clearly the 3rd level of the spirit platform realm. She herself was at the 1st level of the divine ability realm, yet she should not have been this wary of Qin Ming. But a faint tremor stirred in her heart. Next time you will die? Qingge looked at her and said calmly. A casually spoken sentence, yet it was the first time in so long that anyone had dared to threaten her within Cloud Tower. Madame Yun fell silent. After a long while. From today onward only I will know your identity in Cloud Tower. No more information about you will be leaked. She spoke with great solemnity, even gravity. The woman before her was young, even still somewhat childish in appearance, but Madame Yun understood that this woman was not someone she could afford to offend. Perhaps even those behind her could not afford to either. It was not only because of Qin Ming, nor only because of the Yuan manor. Qingge looked at her, said nothing, and turned to leave. Under the moonlight, every step she took caused flowers of life to bloom on the ground. Madame Yun watched the scene in utter astonishment. Finally, just as Qingge was about to disappear, she spoke. Cloud Tower lacks a lord. Would you be willing to take the position? That figure did not pause, continuing forward without the slightest ripple from her words. She hurriedly stepped forward a few paces. Cloud Tower is not merely a place for the scions of noble families to seek amusement. Its influence is far greater than you imagine. The 9 towers and 18 pavilions all belong to Cloud Tower. Cloud Tower is also an assassin organization and intelligence network. Before she could finish, Qingge had already vanished from sight. She stood frozen in place, silent for a long time. Is she truly not tempted at all? She murmured, gazing in the direction Qingge had departed, her eyes slightly focused. Soon she sat down again at the desk, pondered for a long while, and then solemnly wrote down a name: Qingge. Issue orders: set Changge's information as top secret. Anyone who inquires about her identity must be reported. No one is to leak her identity. She is equal to me in status within Cloud Tower. Fulfill any request she makes. She spoke. Yes. A voice responded from the darkness. Qingge at the 3rd level of the spirit platform realm has comprehended at least 30% of Tao intent and is suspected to master an ancient visualization technique. Her talent is probably even more terrifying than that one. She should be ranked first on the Great Tang Genius ranking. Madame Yun looked at the name on the table, took a deep breath, and said, the Great Tang had a ranking compiled by the National Academy, listing the top 100 geniuses of the entire Great Tang Empire. Previously the first place was Qin Ming, but she knew that the one in the palace possessed talent no weaker than Qin Ming's, it was just that no one dared to place him on the ranking. But now she had discovered a genius even more terrifying than Qin Ming, and that one. The next day, in the same music pavilion, Chang's figure appeared. Madame Yun breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Fortunately, she had not left. As long as she stayed, there was still a chance to keep her within Cloud Tower. Meanwhile, the number of people listening to the zither grew, and the cultivation rooms were filled with ascetics. The atmosphere of Cloud Tower had imperceptibly changed. It had become a sacred ground for cultivation. At the end of the 100-mile-long street stood a magnificent and majestic palace complex. Climbing the long stairs step by step, one reached the Xianjing Hall of the Great Tang. Here all officials held court. Upon the golden throne, Li Yu, wearing the imperial crown and dragon robe, sat listening to the heads of the 4 great clans and the officials discussing the situation of the world. Your Majesty, congratulations. Traces of a human saint have appeared within the Great Song dynasty in Shuzhou. Our human race has a saint. It was the head of the Gongsun family, one of the 4 great clans, who spoke with excitement. The entire court was filled with joy. The national teacher of the Great Song dynasty was rumored to be a demon spy. He nearly seized control of the entire Great Song government, but fortunately the saint intervened, slew that villain, and saved the Great Song. Now that our human race has a saint, we no longer need to be so wary of the Stone Clan and the Barbarian Clan. In my view, we can counterattack. For years these 2 clans have ravaged our Great Tang borders, feeding on our people and committing heinous crimes. It's time for revenge. They spoke while Li Yu listened quietly. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to that small courtyard and that library pavilion. The Great Song had produced a saint, and it happened to be the day the master had left. Could that saint be the master? The master had said he would be away for a while. Now it was almost a month. He should be back by now. Although he ascended the throne and wielded imperial power, he had little say. The true forces that could sway the Great Tang were the 4 great clans of Shengjing. The human emperor had left him little that could shake these deeply entrenched clans. He did not strive for it either. The human emperor could rule the world because of his achievements and strength. He himself occupied this position only by virtue of the human emperor's lingering authority. Yet this was only for now, not forever. He also had his greatest trump card, Master. If the great edifice were to crumble and the dynasty fall, he believed that Master would surely not stand idly by. Your Majesty, I beg to take up arms, willing to lead the army on an expedition against the Stone Clan to uplift the prestige of the Great Tang. An elder with radiant light in his eyes stepped forward, bowed to Li Yu, and spoke. All eyes in the court turned to him. This was the clan leader of the Gongsun family, one of the 4 great clans. Li Yu also looked at him. Among the 4 great clans of Xinjiang, only the Yuan family stood by his side. The other 3 either sided with the 5 imperial princes or harbored their own ambitions. The Gongsun family harbors rebellious intentions, be wary. This was what the strategist left for him by the human emperor had said. At the back of the court, an old man in Confucian robes stood quietly watching the shifts in the court. This was the strategist left by the human emperor, also a vice president of the National Academy. Expedition against the Stone Clan leader Gongsun. Is this not too presumptuous? The human emperor has fallen. Our Great Tang's national fortune is damaged, and the barbarian tribes in the southern frontier are pressing in. If we go on an expedition now, victory would be fine, but defeat would be a devastating blow to the Great Tang. At this moment, the Great Tang absolutely cannot withstand such a blow. Another old man in a court robe embroidered with a flying kite stepped forward, frowning as he looked at the Gongsun clan leader. He was the head of another clan, the Murong family. Clan leader Gongsun looked straight at him upon hearing this. You speak rightly. The human emperor has fallen. Our Great Tang's national fortune is damaged. The people's morale is crushed, and barbarians invade the southern frontier, slaughtering dozens of our border cities. But precisely because of this, the Great Tang needs a victory even more. The entire Great Tang is demoralized. Everyone is fearing for their own safety, living in constant anxiety. We need a thorough, rousing victory to restore the confidence of our people, he said, looking at the Murong clan leader, then turned to face the assembled ministers. His gaze paused for a moment on the Confucian-robed elder at the very back of the court. That elder stood far behind, yet he represented the entire National Academy of the Great Tang. It was because the National Academy supported Li Yu that he could secure his position as the Tang Emperor. Finally, he looked at Li Yu. Your Majesty, I am willing to be the vanguard. The Stone Clan's strength is inferior to our human race. It is only rumored that an ancient Stone Clan saint hides beneath those mountains. And now our human race also has a sage, so we need not fear the Stone Clan saint. This is the best opportunity for the Great Tang to revive its national prestige. I am willing to sign a military pledge. If we do not win, I will not return to the court. He spoke, and his words shook the entire court. Li Yu looked at him and fell silent. At this moment, the Yuan clan head was not in court, engaged in battle against the barbarians in the southern frontier. The other clan head, the Sidhu family, had sent word of illness and did not attend. If the Murong clan head did not object, then only he remained. He looked toward the back of the court, where the Confucian-robed elder gave a slight shake of the head. He focused his mind, then turned his gaze to the Gongsun clan leader and smiled. Since clan leader Gongsun has this intention, I naturally agree. The expedition against the Stone Clan to revitalize our great Tang's morale shall depend on you. An expedition is a matter of national importance. If you have any needs, clan leader Gongsun, feel free to tell me. Liu spoke. Since the expedition was decided, it was not a matter of one person, regardless of what ulterior motives the Gongsun clan leader might have, he would give full support. He became the Tang Emperor not merely to sit upon the dragon throne, but to accomplish eternal achievements for the great Tang and the human race. Even more, to lead the entire human race to rise. Although he could not do it now, he believed he would in the future. He possessed a saint body. In the future, he would truly become the human emperor ruling the world, and perhaps one day, even ascend to the saint realm. I only need the 3 armies of the northern frontier and my Gongsun household troops. That will suffice. Your Majesty need only await good news in Shengjing. This time I will surely breach the Stone Clan's territory of 100,000 li. Clan leader Gongsun said with a focused expression. He was a heavenly realm expert, and his words carried a trace of heavenly might echoing through the entire court. Approved, Liu said. Only the Gongsun household troops and the 3 armies of the northern frontier. That's not enough. My Morong family still has over 100,000 household troops in the northern frontier. I'll entrust them all to you, brother Gongsun. The Morong clan leader beside him also spoke. The National Academy will recruit array masters and physicians to accompany the army. Any faculty or students of the academy who wish to follow may do so. The Confucian-robed elder also said. Excellent. Clan leader Gongsun replied, his body radiating fierce battle intent. Though he had private motives, this battle was more for the Great Tang and the human race, as he had said. The Great Tang desperately needed a victory. On the southern frontier, the human army led by the Yuan clan leader was already locked in a bitter struggle. Countless refugees fled north, and across hundreds of thousands of li of land the starving lay strewn. This northern expedition must be won. The court dispersed, and one imperial edict after another was issued from this core of the Great Tang, shaking countless commoners. The emperor orders northern expedition against the Stone Clan. With one word, the realm stirred. Inside the palace, the Confucian-robed elder found Liu, who stood on the starry tower gazing north. No one could fathom what he was thinking at that moment. Your Majesty, the Confucian-robed elder bowed respectfully. The National Academy was founded by the human emperor himself, and many of its members were even taught by him, including the current head of the academy, the strongest person in the Great Tang after the human emperor's death. They were grateful to the human emperor, so after his death, they naturally stood behind Liu. Liu possessed a saint body, and as long as he did not die, he could step into the Tao-severing realm, and he had ambitions to ascend to the heavens. Having such a Tang emperor was also a good thing for the Great Tang. Elder Ming, do you think the northern expedition is right? Liu said, his tone betraying no emotion. Yu Ming paused slightly. Right and wrong. At this moment, the Great Tang's national strength cannot support a protracted war, but indeed, as Gongsun Ming said, the Great Tang urgently needs a great victory. He spoke with a hint of gravity in his words. That saint of the Stone Clan is called the Lord of the Mountains. Legend says his true form is a great mountain, and he has lived for an unimaginable span of time. If he intervenes, the northern expedition will surely fail. And whether our human race even has a sage is uncertain. It's just a rumor. Even if there is a sage, can he truly contend with that Lord of the Mountains? Your Majesty has been on the throne for some time now. You must be aware of the alien race's purge against our human ascendance to sainthood. That sage must have paid an unimaginable price to reach the saint realm. We cannot let such a sage take risks for us. Our human race has not seen a sage for too long. He is our greatest foundation. The sage must not come to harm, he said, and after finishing, he looked at Liu only to find that Liu's gaze was drifting, no longer looking north, but towards Shengjing City. The sage indeed must not come to harm. After a long silence, he said. Then he looked at Yu Ming and smiled slightly. Elder Ming, I know all this. You may go back. Give my regards to the headmaster. Yu Ming was taken aback upon hearing this. Although he had more to say, seeing Liu like this, he let it go. He simply bowed to Liu and withdrew from the starry tower. On the day before the army's departure, Liu came to the western mountain. The banyan tree in the courtyard had grown even denser, its spreading branches shading a small portion of the yard, leaving patches of cool shade. Through the open gate, Liu could see the figure beneath the banyan tree from afar. He was half reclining, holding a book, deeply absorbed in reading. On the small table beside him were an inkstone and a brush. The brush was dipped in ink, but did not drip. Master. Liu entered the courtyard and bowed respectfully to the figure on the recliner. Lin Fan put down the book, casually picked up the tea that had been prepared, took a gentle sip, and then looked at him. What is it? Liu took a deep breath, then stood up. Master, I wish to know, is the saint who appeared in the great song you? He asked, and as the words left his mouth, an involuntary hint of tension appeared on his face, even though he knew that his master was undoubtedly an extraordinary being, perhaps not inferior to his father the emperor. But that was a saint, a being capable of prolonging the human race's existence for tens of thousands of years. Especially after learning of the alien race's purges and sieges against human ascendants to sainthood, he understood even more the difficulty of a human becoming a saint. He had his suspicions, but still wanted to confirm them. So he came. Lin Fan looked at him and smiled faintly. A few days ago I indeed made a trip to the Great Song, met a few people, and acquired some books to enrich my library. Now my library can be considered truly presentable. Lin Fan said. Although he did not give a direct answer, Liu understood perfectly. Lin Fan had admitted it. The saint who appeared in the Great Song was none other than his master. His master was a saint. He could hardly suppress his excitement, his body trembling slightly. He knew too well what a saint meant for the current Great Tang and the human race. It was like tearing a ray of light in the darkness, giving them a glimpse of hope. The Great Tang was harassed by the barbarian and stone tribes, and the other 9 provinces of the human race were not necessarily better than the Great Tang. In comparison, the Great Tang was actually the better off. The human race was facing the calamity of extinction. A saint, though insufficient to truly elevate humanity, could free them from the predicament of annihilation. Lin Fan looked at him and shook his head slightly. This world is vast, what the eyes can see is not the whole. Beyond the heavens and earth there are other heavens and earths. Always hold reverence for this world. Lin Fan said. He commanded myriad great paths, and had evolved the chaotic Tao, gaining some knowledge of matters beyond this realm. Though he could not see clearly, he already knew that the Xianhuang Great World was not the only great world. Furthermore, with the experience of his past life, those fantasy novels all enjoyed the trope of nested worlds. When one ascends to the zenith and steps beyond this land only to discover that one was a frog at the bottom of a well. The so-called supreme powerhouses in another world were merely the lowest existence. Hearing this, Liu's expression shook, and then a solemn look appeared. Master Liu understands. Although saints were powerful, the Xianhuang Great World still had 10,000 races. Among the peak races like the Yao Ling and Yu tribes, there were not only saints, but even great saints and quasi-emperors. His master was telling him not to confine his vision to the Great Tang and the human race, but to look toward the entire Xianhuang Great World. As a ruler, he should have the ambition to lead humanity to rise. He should not only see what was before his eyes. Lin Fan looked at him and nodded. Indeed, the youth is teachable. Cultivation emphasizes steadiness. The path of caution is like a long night through the ages. Those who leap the most always die the fastest. The Great Saint realm is far from enough. Then how does Master view the Great Tang's northern expedition? The southern border is under pressure from the barbarians and already mired in bitter fighting. Wouldn't opening a northern campaign at this time be too hasty? Liu asked again. Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. I am merely a scholar. I do not understand affairs of the world. You are the sovereign of the Great Tang. If you believe it is right, then it is right. Since you have already decided to launch the northern expedition, you should not ask me this question. Since ancient times there has never been a war without cause. Once war is begun, one should not question its legitimacy. A ruler should possess the momentum to unite the feudal lords and rectify the realm. Lin Fan said. This young monarch had great ambitions, but he was too cautious, whether in court or in military campaigns. This was not necessarily a bad thing. Past rulers, including the former human emperors of the Great Tang, had acted in the same way. He was merely continuing their legacy, and it was already commendable that he had achieved what he had. After all, the human race was weak. It was unwise to fight against overwhelming odds. Upon hearing this, Liu's face showed a look of enlightenment, as if he understood something, and he bowed to Lin Fan. Liu understands. Then he took a deep breath and asked the question he most wanted to know the answer to during this visit. The Stone Tribe has the Lord of the Mountains, an ancient saint with unimaginable power. Liu wishes to know, if one day the Lord of the Mountains descends, can Master withstand him? The northern expedition could only achieve a minor victory. If a major victory harmed the Stone Tribe's foundation, they would surely awaken the Lord of the Mountains, and then it would be beyond the power of the mortal world to resist. But to exhaust the nation's resources and the full strength of the northern border for a mere minor victory, he could not accept that. This was also the reason why the human race had never dared to launch a large-scale invasion into alien territories. The last time the Prince of Pacifying the South invaded the barbarians, it led to the annihilation of his clan with rumors that a barbarian saint had intervened. Lord of the Mountains. Lin Fan was slightly startled. He looked toward the north of the Great Tang Empire. In his pupils a trace of chaotic energy swirled, the world open wide before his eyes, and invisible chains of rules trembled layer upon layer, pressing down on Lin Fan. Liu felt his body and even his soul tremble, as if some great terror was descending, ready to erase him from the world at any moment. Master, he said tremblingly, not knowing what was happening. The only one he could seek help from was his master. Lin Fan's gaze pierced through space, landing on that land never yet trodden by humans, and beheld the towering peaks and countless stone tribesmen. As if sensing his gaze amidst the mountains, a pair of enormous pupils opened. The mere act of opening its eyes caused a tremor that shook the earth. Who? A low voice like the murmur of the entire earth. In an instant the feeling of being watched vanished as if it had never existed, but the Lord of the Mountains saw the lingering traces of rule power. A tremor surged in his enormous pupils. A mere glimpse had stirred the power of rules. Who was the owner of that gaze? Could it be those beings from the Yao or Ling tribes? As for the humans, he had never considered them. 100,000 years ago he might have feared humans, but now he had long since dismissed them. In the small courtyard, Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and looked at Li Yu. The trace of chaotic aura dissipated, and the chains of rules faded away. Only then did Li Yu feel he could breathe again. The Lord of the Mountains is indeed extraordinary, but he cannot obstruct the northern expedition. Before Li Yu could ask, Lin Fan spoke. Li Yu's expression shook. Go ahead. Do what you wish. A ruler should possess the authority of a ruler. What the Great Tang needs is not a conservative monarch. What the human race needs is a sovereign who can inaugurate a new era for 10,000 generations. Lin Fan said. Li Yu nodded, bowed deeply to Lin Fan, and departed. The northern expedition against the Stone Tribe had taken away a group of powerful figures from Xinjiang, and young geniuses from prominent noble families also joined the campaign, leaving the entire capital somewhat desolate. Another batch has left. In the Yuan manor, Nan Yu watched her older brothers depart with their uncles, then looked at the empty main hall, her eyes dim with sorrow. The southern war against the barbarian tribes had already claimed most of the Yuan family's mighty warriors, and now the northern campaign took yet another group. The ancient lineage passed down for thousands of years was beginning to feel its decline. If even the Yuan manor faced such emptiness, other aristocratic houses suffered far worse. Those with high cultivation and exceptional talent had all departed, leaving only those of lesser ability and weaker cultivation in Xinjiang solely to preserve their family bloodlines. Sister Qinggu, where are you? She gazed beyond the walls of the Yuan manor, her eyes gradually hardening with resolve. The innocent and carefree young girl seemed to mature in that very moment. In the cloud tower, amidst the lingering melody of the zither, the assembled gazes turned toward the figure in the music chamber, brewing a cascade of emotions. Desolation, resentment, determination. We are all that remain. His words seemed to strike a chord, and many tightened their fists. These were precisely the ones deemed lacking in talent and cultivation left behind to carry forward their family's bloodlines. I will no longer endure this kind of existence. They are fighting for humanity out there, while we merely huddle within Xinjiang, preserving so-called family continuity. I have grown weary of this ignoble life. Since they are gone, it is our duty to uphold our families and the entire city of Xinjiang. Previously our talent was insufficient, but now. They gazed at her slender figure, their faces set with unwavering resolve. From that day forth their cultivation grew ever more rigorous, pursued day and night. Each harbored a fire within, determined to hold up the sky for the Great Tang and for humanity. Within the zither chamber, Qinggu entered a profound state through her music. She sensed the shifting emotions of those around her, and gradually her melody acquired its own surges of feeling. Even the monochrome realm of the music gained emotional color. Master, I understand, she murmured within her heart. Her cultivation broke through imperceptibly, and a smile touched her lips. The great Tao of life was not confined to mere existence and death. There existed countless transcendences beyond them. Within the Tang Palace's Star Hall, Li Yu surrounded himself with roaring flames, equally engaged in arduous cultivation. The more he understood, the clearer he perceived the dire plight of humanity. With Master present, humanity could barely endure. Yet as Master had taught, a true ruler must think beyond mere survival. He must envision how his people can live with dignity upon the vast Xianhuang world. This was also his late father's lifelong aspiration. He would grow stronger. In the quiet courtyard of the Scripture Pavilion, Fan Lin's face broke into a smile. The seeds I have sown have finally taken root. Grow swiftly, he said, then picked up another book to read. South of the Great Tang, along the border region where the human race clashed with the barbarian tribes, an overwhelming stench of blood pervaded heaven and earth. Countless corpses lay strewn across mountains and plains. No one could recount how many battles had been fought here. Both sides endlessly poured forces into this meat grinder, continuously devouring lives. Whoosh! Wind swept across blood-stained ridges as several figures burst forth, aiming directly at a human youth cultivating with closed eyes in the mountain pass below. Daring to cultivate here, truly seeking death. 5 barbarians converged upon the human youth from multiple directions, their massive axes swinging with chilling gusts of blood. Such ambushes were not unfamiliar to them. They were well practiced in such tactics. Yet this time was different from all others. In the past, their prey would sense their approach the moment they struck, and their faces would twist in sheer terror. But this youth seemed entirely oblivious, still sitting with eyes closed, as if completely immersed in his cultivation. How could anyone dare such arrogance on the battlefield between two races? Yet in the next instant they understood. Schooling. As they drew within roughly 3 feet of the human youth, a sword's cry suddenly rang in their ears, followed by a blinding flash of crimson light. It was as if lightning had shattered the night sky, then crimson floods engulfed everything. The 5 barbarians clutched their throats, their faces frozen in sheer horror, as they looked toward the youth in the valley. Divine Platform Realm. It was not arrogance. It was that he had never deigned to regard them as threats at all. 361. Qin Ming gazed coldly at the 5 fallen barbarians, then looked toward the sky, now deepening to a blood-red hue, before disappearing into the vast darkness. Rain fell, torrents of it mercilessly washing over the entire world, as though attempting to cleanse all the blood spilled upon this battlefield between the two races. After numerous large-scale engagements, the war between the two races gradually evolved into a grinding chess match. The 1,000-li border region became their board, with both sides continually sending warriors into the fray to duel and slaughter. It was a war of attrition, a contest of endurance. Who would break first? Long afterward, 5 more barbarians entered the valley. Gazing upon the barbarian corpses below, their expressions darkened. He escaped again, one of the barbarians remarked. The barbarian race differed from humanity in that they stood far taller, averaging nearly 2 meters in height, with fangs extending from the corners of their mouths and thick body hair covering their frames. They lacked the civilization of humanity, existing instead under a totem clan system, worshipping the so-called Great Barbarian Sage, organized into independent tribes. Still a single sword to the throat. He seems even stronger now. It has only been a few days. Another barbarian commented, squatting to feel the lingering sword intent still permeating the air, his expression grave. Your Highness, to be safe, we should notify the White Wolf Squad. With Batu present, we can certainly capture and slay him. He looked upward at the barbarian at the rear, his tone stern. The other 3 barbarians stepped aside to let him approach. Most barbarians wore little more than rough hides, their wild nature on full display. But this one was different. He wore a finely tailored beast skin garment. He gazed down at the barbarian corpses, his face contorted with suppressed fury. It is merely a human at the first stage of Divine Platform. The 4 of you also at Divine Platform cannot handle him. By the time the White Wolf Squad arrives, he would have long fled. This is a human genius. We cannot let him return alive. He must be killed, he declared, then turned and strode away. The 4 barbarians exchanged glances and followed. Protect your Highness, said their leader, and the remaining 3 nodded in agreement. Of course, he simultaneously activated the signal talisman in his hand, summoning the most powerful barbarian unit in this area, the White Wolf Squad. The captain of the White Wolf Squad was a barbarian powerhouse at the Divine Ability realm, holding the rank of Commander-in-Chief, even commanding entire armies within the barbarian camps. Dealing with a single human at the first stage of Divine Platform would be more than sufficient. The long night wept, blood rain poured from the heavens, and thunder roared, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. Yet this scene could not stem the slaughter on this battlefield. Instead, it grew fiercer, with living beings perishing in this land every moment. Boom! Thunder split the night sky. A trio of 3 fled across the wasteland, their bodies stained with blood, their eyes constantly glancing back, their faces filled with terror. A few little rats, where do you think you're running? The voice pierced the night, sounding ahead of them. A towering figure holding a giant axe stood before them, like a city wall, blocking all their hope of survival. Behind them, 4 more barbarians closed in, and despair crept onto the faces of the 3. This barbarian squad was too powerful. The leader was a barbarian at the Divine Terrace realm, and the other 4 were at the Core Condensation realm, while the strongest among the 3 was only at the Core Condensation realm. It seems we are going to die here. The leader of the 3 was a young man in blue, not very old, under 30, and among the most monstrous talents in the Great Tang. The man and woman behind him were the same. All were at the Core Condensation realm, holding artifacts of the Divine Ability and Creation realms. I lack only time. If I had more time, I would surely be like that Prince Jinan, charging into the barbarian territories, spilling blood for 100,000 li. The young man said with reluctance, clenching his fists tightly. I don't want to die. Behind him, a slender young man trembled as he spoke, while the other woman remained silent, only gripping her sword tightly. Didn't expect to hunt 3 big fish. At your age and cultivation, you must be the so-called genius children of the Great Tang's noble families. 3 who have just reached the Core Condensation realm, with unstable realms, dare to come here with no one to protect you. Courting death, the 5 barbarians walked toward them step by step, looking at them like cats playing with mice, as if the more terrified they were, the more excited they became. The 3 stood back to back, trembling. It wasn't that they had no protection. Originally, they had 2 elders of the Divine Terrace realm with them, one of whom had even reached the peak of the Divine Terrace realm. But who could have imagined that such a powerful barbarian squad would appear on this battlefield? Even cultivators of the Divine Ability realm had entered this battlefield. Batu. They remembered the name of the barbarian leading that squad. The elder at the peak of the Divine Terrace realm had to sacrifice himself to give them a slim chance of survival. But soon they encountered another powerful barbarian squad. Died. A thunderbolt streaked across the sky, illuminating the axe's light. The 3's nerves tensed instantly. The barbarian at the Divine Terrace realm had struck. Divine might radiated like a blazing torch, pressing down on them, so they could barely breathe, utterly unable to withstand this axe strike. I'm not reconciled, they shouted, and the woman even closed her eyes. But when the thunder passed, and the world fell silent. There was no imagined pain of decapitation, only the rustling sound of pouring rain. They opened their eyes. The barbarian in front glared at them with a face full of terror, then his head tilted and fell, and his entire body crashed to the ground. The 4 barbarians behind them were the same. We survived. Trembling, they looked together behind the barbarians. A young man stood there quietly without a sword in his hand, yet an invisible sword aura surged around him. The long night and thunder seemed to make the entire world his reflection. Who are you? They asked in awe. This person was not older than them, even younger, but his strength was far beyond their reach. An absolute monstrous existence. Qin Ming looked at the 3 as if sensing something, then turned his gaze to the sky behind his brow furrowed. Go, he said, his voice low in the rainy night. The 3 startled saw Qin Ming already leaving and hurriedly followed. Now only by following him could they survive. They ran all the way, encountering several ambushes on the way, but each time under the shocked gazes of the 3, Qin Ming swept them away with a few sword strikes. Every sword stroke drew blood. He wore a black cloth robe, carried a sword on his back, and had a branch coiled around his waist. No matter how heavy the rain or fierce the wind, the branch never bent or broke. 392. After annihilating another barbarian squad, they found a cave. Qin Ming finally stopped, and the 3 finally got a brief respite. They could finally see Qin Ming's appearance. Despite having prepared mentally, they were still shocked. He was even younger than they had imagined. By Yun heir of the Cangnan County Prince's Mansion, thank you for saving our lives. By Nian of the Cangnan County Prince's Mansion, thank you for saving our lives. By Sun of the Cangnan County Prince's Mansion, thank you for saving our lives. The 3 thanked Qin Ming. Qin Ming, he said indifferently, just a simple name, and then nothing more. The 3 exchanged glances, all startled. You are Qin Ming, the top student of the Great Tang Imperial Academy. The Great Tang Imperial Academy was famous throughout the world. They had naturally heard of this rising genius, under 20 years old, already at the peak of the core condensation realm, and rumored to have comprehended the Tao intent. They had thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seemed an understatement. This was not the core condensation realm, it was clearly the divine terrace realm. You have come as well. They were somewhat incredulous. A figure like this should be the Academy's treasure. How could they let him come to this life and death battlefield of the southern border? This was also their inherent perception of the Academy's geniuses. Geniuses nurtured in a greenhouse despite their high talent did not earn their respect. They could hardly compare to those who had fought their way out of life and death situations. But the person before them was clearly different. The murderous aura around him made their hearts tremble. They could not guess how many he had killed, and he had entered this meat grinder battlefield alone. Rest for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, then leave immediately. Qin Ming paid no attention to the 3. He looked at the pouring rain outside the cave, slightly focused, and said, the heavy rain had concealed some of his traces, but it could not completely erase them. That barbarian squad had means to track him. The 3 nodded seriously. Then they saw Qin Ming sit cross-legged at the cave entrance, facing the skyward rain and thunder, beginning some unique cultivation. Traces of sword intent emanated from his body, as if he had merged with the night outside. The branch at his waist swayed gently, as if it had gained intelligence. The 3's hearts inexplicably calmed, as if a mysterious force was soaking into their bodies, soothing their wounds, and restoring their depleted vitality. They looked at the branch on Qin Ming's waist, then exchanged glances, all with shocked expressions. Life force. This seemingly insignificant branch actually contained immense life force. Crash. Thunder tore across the night sky, causing the entire world to tremble. Qin Ming opened his eyes. The 3 felt their hearts contract as though an invisible sword glare had sliced past their faces. They've still found us, haven't they? Qin Ming glanced toward outside the cave and spoke. The 3 followed his gaze outward, their expressions shaking. At some unknown point, 5 tall figures had appeared outside the cave. They wielded massive axes, blood dripping steadily from the blades into the rain. A faint scent of blood drifted over, sending shivers through the 3. Barbarians, they stammered. Spirit platform realm. 4 of them. 5 by Yun corrected. His words sent the other 2's hearts plummeting to the abyss. Normally someone at the condensation pillar stage would be considered a powerhouse here, capable of dominating the battlefield. Why had so many spirit platform realm experts appeared tonight? Can you handle this? They turned to the figure at the front, their expressions trembling. He was their last remaining hope. Qin Ming silently observed the 5 barbarians outside the cave, his expression showing little fluctuation. Instead, the 5 barbarians themselves wore deeply grave expressions. Spirit platform realm second stage. One of the barbarians said, gripping his massive axe tightly. His eyes held an indescribable tremor as he looked at Qin Ming. Too fast. When they had first encountered him, he had barely entered the spirit platform realm. In just over a month, he had broken through again. Monster. Even the barbarian prince couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then heaven-shaking, killing intent erupted in his eyes. If this kid survives, he will undoubtedly become the greatest enemy the barbarian race has ever faced. He must die. He spoke, then glanced at the 4 barbarians beside him. Spare no cost. Kill him. A cold command rang out. The four barbarians shuddered, exchanged glances, and advanced toward the cave. Only by clashing with Qin Ming could they comprehend his terrifying strength. Previously, when he was merely at the first stage of Spirit Platform Realm, he had nearly slaughtered one of their four and escaped. Now Qin Ming had reached the second stage. Human, may I ask your name? The leader of the four barbarians spoke. Though it was four barbarians surrounding one opponent, it was the four barbarians who seemed more tense. One of them was actually trembling. This was the barbarian who had nearly died at Qin Ming's hands before. Back then, at the third stage of Spirit Platform Realm, Qin Ming was only at the first stage. With a single sword strike, had the captain not intervened, he would have perished. Qin Ming. Only two faint words. All four barbarians stiffened as if determined to etch this name permanently into their memories. He was the most monstrous human they had ever encountered. They had never seen the barbarian Sacred Sun, but they suspected even the Sacred Sun might not match the human before them. Fighting four opponents alone, reversing the tide across multiple realm gaps. Why do I feel they're afraid of him? Inside the cave, Bai Nian couldn't help but murmur. In the eyes of those four fierce barbarians, she had actually spotted a trace of fear. One at the third stage of Spirit Platform Realm, two at the fourth stage, and one at the fifth stage. Meanwhile, Qin Ming is only at the second stage. Bai Yun possessed a certain secret technique that allowed him to perceive the cultivation levels of the barbarians. Not a single one was below Qin Ming's level. I can sense that you've grown much stronger than before. Perhaps this time we didn't come looking for you. You were waiting for us. The lead barbarian spoke, his vital energy boiling within him. Barbarian totem markings surfaced on his body. It depicted a dual-headed white wolf, one head facing the heavens. At first glance, one could almost hear the mournful cry of wolves echoing in their ears. Barbarian totem, divine art. Bai Yun and the others said grimly. This was a barbarian technique that traded life for life. Kill. Four towering figures surged forward, four devastating axe shadows bearing piercing cold winds howled toward the cave. Inside, Bai Yun and the others held their breath. Crash. A thunderous explosion rang out, but it did not come from the night sky. It came from before the cave, from the youth's hand. A bolt of lightning erupted from the cave, illuminating a portion of the night sky, striking fully 100 meters forward. Whoosh. Even the rain curtains seemed to freeze in that instant. All eyes locked onto the figure before the cave, expressions filled with shock. Monster. Those were the words of the fifth stage barbarian. As his voice fell, all four barbarians' bodies split in two. Blood sprayed outward, making the barbarian prince behind them tremble. He couldn't help but step back, gazing at the figure before the cave, finally feeling true fear for the first time. Suddenly those eyes fell upon him. His entire body tensed. I am the prince of the White Wolf barbarian clan. Killing me will provoke an all-out war between the barbarians and humanity. You. Before he could finish, a head tumbled to the ground. Only a headless corpse remained standing in the vast rain curtain. The barbarian prince was dead. Qin Ming merely cast a calm glance at the corpse, then turned his attention to the three inside the cave. The three shuddered. We should leave, Qin Ming said. Only then did the three regain their composure and nod. They already understood the gravity of the situation. The last barbarian had been the prince of the White Wolf clan. The barbarians had three major clans, with the White Wolf clan leading them. Legend held that the White Wolf clan's ancestor was the most ancient sage among the barbarians. With the White Wolf prince slain, it was inconceivable what kind of storm this would trigger. The four stepped out of the cave and continued moving through this battlefield. The rain fell steadily, no longer as violent as before, but the three's hearts churned with heavenly waves. They were still reeling from shock. That was the White Wolf clan's prince. Walking behind Qin Ming, Bai Sun couldn't help but mutter. Bai Nian and Bai Yun exchanged glances and swallowed hard. The White Wolf clan's prince. He had killed him without a moment's hesitation. Didn't he realize what chaos the prince's death would ignite? In the southern border battlefield, humanity was barely holding on, constantly on the defensive. The barbarians simply hadn't deployed their full strength. If the barbarians erupted in fury and launched a massive invasion, they would be utterly incapable of resisting. Is he really not afraid? Bai Sun asked. He could already roughly foresee what would unfold on the southern border. The barbarians' wrath would descend upon the entire Great Tang's southern territory, bringing disaster. Countless lives would be lost in this campaign. Whether the Great Tang could withstand it was uncertain. The Great Tang Emperor had fallen, leaving no one capable of shouldering the weight of the realm. If the barbarians unleashed Emperor-level combat power, how would Great Tang respond? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel a surge of sorrow. It was so suffocating. Retreating again and again. When would humanity see a future? Rumors say a sage has already appeared among humanity. Bai Nian spoke. Hearing this, Bai Sun and Bai Yun's eyes brightened. If humanity had a sage, at least they could ensure humanity would not be exterminated. Though that sage was not in Great Tang, if Great Tang fell, surely that sage would not stand idly by. The human race had a sage, bringing the first glimmer of dawn to the despondent lands of humanity, whether in Qingzhou or Shuzhou or any other province. At least their sacrifices were not in vain. The flame of humanity would never be extinguished. The three thought of that legendary sage, their faces resolute. They would not question the truth of this rumor, nor could they bear the weight of its falsehood. They simply chose to believe. Yet they understood that even if humanity had a sage, he had only just ascended to sainthood, still lagging behind the ancestral sages of the three great barbarian clans. The sage needed time, and they did not fault him for not standing in the halls of the 9 human provinces to lead humanity against the myriad races of the Xianhuang great world. They only hoped their sacrifices would buy the sage more time. The rain ceased silently. Outside a cave, 5 barbarians stared at the bodies on the ground, their expressions grim. Prince Lamo is dead. Before the headless corpse, a barbarian emanated a terrifying killing intent, the wind freezing around him. Bada, captain of the White Wolf squad of the barbarians at the first level of the divine ability realm. You useless fools, shouldn't Prince Lamo's safety have been your top priority? Why didn't you notify us earlier? Another barbarian spoke, his face dark. Damn, the barbarian's expression soured. A prince of the White Wolf royal clan had died here, and the repercussions would affect not only the humans, but also themselves. The Totem Hall in White Wolf King City holds the soul flames of every royal prince. By now they must already know of Prince Lamo's death. We must capture the murderer before the royal envoy arrives. Bada said, his voice low as if squeezed from between his bones. Even if Prince Lamo was not highly valued by the White Wolf royal clan, he still represented their dignity. He could not simply die here without consequence. The royal envoy, at the very least a creation realm cultivator, would come to settle accounts, not only with the humans, but also with them. Regardless of how Prince Lamo died, they were all responsible. They said they were chasing a human genius young at the first level of the divine platform realm, marked by a tree branch at his waist. This was the message from the barbarian squad that had been guarding Prince Lamo. It was the only clue they had about the killer. First level of the divine platform realm. The barbarian's expressions hardened. A cultivator at that level had wiped out an entire barbarian squad whose captain was at the 5th level of the divine platform realm. Order all barbarian squads in Songling Ridge to report immediately if they spot a human with that trait. At all costs, hold them back. At the same time, all barbarian squads in the region received the command. The White Wolf squad held the highest authority among the barbarians in Songling Ridge. Just hold them back. Soon after, near a swamp, 5 barbarians gazed at 4 figures in the distance, their brows furrowed. Kill. The 5 barbarians attacked fiercely. Qin Ming pointed a finger, and an invisible sword aura slashed out, severing a patch of reeds, and the 5 barbarians alike. 431. Qin Ming said calmly, continuing forward. The 3 behind him followed, stepping over the barbarian corpses. Qin Ming, something feels off. We've encountered too many barbarians, as if they're deliberately searching for us. We might have been exposed. Bai Yun said, the other 2 nodding in agreement, their faces solemn. Every human still in Songling Ridge could sense the shift in the battlefield. The barbarians moved like they were hunting for something, appearing more frequently and killing more densely. Skirmishes erupted everywhere, threatening to escalate into a full-scale war. The high command of the southern border garrison also noticed, turning their attention to this place, called Songling Ridge, and pouring in more troops. No matter the reason, fight. At the sand table in the human race's Jinan City, the Great Tang's southern border commander Yuan Ba planted a flag at Songling Ridge and declared in a low voice. The men below shuddered, their eyes burning with battle intent. In the back, a young man in white armor watched the scene, momentarily lost in thought, then clenched his fists and stepped forward. Yuan Hua requests to fight, he said, drawing the gazes of many in the camp. Yuan Hua, son of Yuan Ba, the commander of the border human army, was born into the Yuan clan of Xinjing, a man with a silver spoon in his mouth. Outside Jinan City lay a meat grinder battlefield, 9 deaths and 1 life. No one could guarantee survival. He wanted to go. They turned their eyes to Yuan Ba. Yuan Ba, head of the Yuan clan, a peak heaven immortal realm powerhouse, the backbone of the entire southern army. Yuan Ba looked at Yuan Hua, his brow slightly furrowed. Are you sure? He asked. Yuan Hua raised his head, his face resolute. Yes. Why? I want to be a bulwark of the Great Tang like you, to defend the human realm, to achieve great deeds, to leave my name in history, and to marry the woman I love. Yuan Hua said, the image of a woman playing the zither in a courtyard surfacing in his mind. She would surely despise a mere braggart from a noble family. Yuan Ba looked at him, and the entire camp fell into a brief silence. After a long while, granted. He said no more. No one could fathom his thoughts. Yuan Hua knelt before Yuan Ba, bowed deeply, then departed. Father, I've grown up. His words still echoed in the tent. Yuan Ba turned to the man beside him. Investigate the woman, he mentioned. Her background, all her connections, and everyone associated with her. I want every detail, nothing omitted. Yes. Songling Ridge was gradually turning into the main battlefield. Humans poured in more troops, and the barbarians did the same. A layer of blood mist hung over the entire ridge. At a cliff edge, Bai Yun and the other 2 watched Qin Ming in awe. Moments ago, a barbarian force of over 100 had been slaughtered by him alone. Corpses littered the entire precipice. Qin Ming, we must leave. These barbarians are clearly coming for us. They must know the barbarian prince is dead. Bai Yun said. No sooner had he spoken than more barbarians appeared from the distant plains, hundreds at a glance with even more behind them surrounding them from all directions. This small cliff had become an island. We're done for, Sun said from behind, his face trembling with fear. The scene was unmistakable. The barbarians had long known they were the killers of the prince. This was a targeted encirclement. The blazing sun was like blood casting its light upon the solitary figure standing on the cliff. Facing the converging enemies from all sides, he smiled. Finally, they're here. He gently touched the tree branch at his waist, as if reminiscing. A corner of a page peeked from his collar, and an inexplicable aura lingered around the entire cliff. Afraid? Qin asked, looking at Bai Yun and the other two. The three of them steadied their gazes, peering into the distance where the heavens wept blood, the fear in their eyes fading away. Not afraid. Qin smiled. The master once said a swordsman should fear nothing. Dare to swing his sword at heaven and earth, dare to command the sun and moon to change the world. What I face is merely a tribe of barbarians. What is there to fear? Qin swung his sword as if thunder split the dawn, carving a gash across the land and slicing toward the surging barbarian army. Kill! Bai Yun and the other two gritted their teeth and followed. Madmen! These people have all gone mad. And they dare to charge forward. Further away on a ridge, a small human squad that had been watching trembled. The Southern Pacification Army is about to arrive. Can't they hold out a little longer? They're practically asking for death. The squad leader cursed, then burst out of hiding and charged toward the battlefield. Elsewhere, many other human squads did the same. What had been an encirclement instantly turned into a battle between two races. No one knew how many barbarians had been slain, nor how many sword strikes had been dealt. Only that corpses piled to the heavens and blood flowed like a river. After a long while, he was nearly numb. Qin planted his sword into the ground and stood in the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Lifting his gaze, all he saw was bloodshed. The carnage continued, but more and more people were protecting Qin, including Bai Yun and the other two who fought desperately around him. That's Qin. I've seen him before. He's the #1 youth of my Datong Imperial Academy, the future hope of our race, someone said. With just that sentence, countless people were willing to die for him. But the barbarians grew more numerous, thousands, tens of thousands, until despair gripped every heart. The few hundred survivors gathered on the cliff holding the natural chasm, and the barbarian army finally halted its assault. They could see that the humans were spent. Qin, are you all right? Bai Yun and the others looked at him, the one who had borne the brunt of the barbarians' attacks on the battlefield. A madman. Qin turned his gaze to the heart of the barbarian army, where a towering barbarian strode through the air. Above the divine platform realm lies the divine ability realm, which frees one from the shackles of the earth, allowing short-term flight. A man who could stand against an army. This barbarian was a divine ability realm powerhouse. Qin drew his sword. A sword hum echoed from the void and thunder crackled in the clear sky. This was sword intent. He was gathering momentum, intent on challenging the divine ability realm from the divine platform realm. Qin. They trembled. This was the prodigy of their race. Was it you who killed our Prince Lamo? Batu, the strongest barbarian who should not have appeared in the Tsunyuan Ridge, stepped through the void and landed before the humans. His gaze pierced through the crowd and fell on Qin. The humans all shuddered. No wonder the barbarians were so frenzied. He had killed a prince of their race. It was me. Qin stepped out of the crowd and stood before them. Batu smiled a sinister smile. Then you die? A single fist carrying the might of the heavens came crashing down at Qin. Qin did not dodge, he met it with his sword. Boom. Like a kite with a broken string, Qin was blasted away, crashing into the cliff face, just a few zhang from falling off the precipice. His long sword snapped, stuck in the ground beside him. Overreaching. Your sword is broken. How will you fight now? Batu said coldly, walking step by step toward Qin, as if to shatter the last shred of his confidence. Qin rose and drew a branch from his waist. Seeing this, Batu paused, momentarily stunned. A branch. At this moment, he drew a branch. The people around were also dumbfounded. But Bai Yun and the other two narrowed their eyes at Qin's action, recalling the light of life from that rainy night. You mean to stop me with this branch? Batu laughed as if watching a joke. Had the prodigy of the human race, nothing more. He spoke, and the great axe strapped to his back fell into his hand. Blood-red veins appeared on the axe, as if it had gained sentience. This is a spirit weapon blessed by my race's saint. 5 divine ability realm cultivators have died under it. Dying under this axe, you can be proud. With a single tremor, the blood axe flung aside the humans who tried to block it, then turned into a blood-red blur and rushed toward Qin. Qin held the branch and took a deep breath. Master, he murmured involuntarily, closing his eyes. In his mind, he saw the figure from that heavy snow swinging that one sword stroke at heaven and earth. In a trance, it seemed an illusory shadow grasped his hand, lifting his sword. When he opened his eyes, an unfathomable Tao resonance enveloped him. Batu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He felt as if the human youth before him had become someone else. Playing tricks. He recalled the origin of the blood axe in his hand, and calmed his heart, then struck at the human youth swinging a branch. But the next moment his expression froze. The branch, carrying not a single ripple of power, cleaved through the blood axe, as if it were nothing. The blessed spirit weapon of the barbarian saint was broken. Like rotten wood, it snapped at the slightest touch. Impossible. Horror filled his heart, and then his pupils contracted sharply. He felt a chill at his neck, then froze before Qin Ming. The half of the blood axe fell from his hand with a thud. He stared at Qin Ming in disbelief, fixing his gaze on that branch. This is... Qin Ming wiped the blood from his lips and looked at him coldly. This is a personal gift from the master. He once used this branch to deliver a sky-covering sword strike. It carries a trace of his sword intent. Bai Tu stared at him, his eyes filled with unwillingness. How could the blood axe blessed by a barbarian saint be inferior to a branch given by a human? What was wrong? Boom. His massive body collapsed to the ground, splattering blood everywhere. Everyone stared at the scene, frozen in shock, including the tens of thousands of barbarians behind. This was a divine ability realm barbarian powerhouse, slain by a branch. General Batu is dead. It took a long while before a barbarian came to his senses, his face full of awe. Batu was not only the captain of a barbarian squad on the battlefield, but also a barbarian general. For barbarians flew over all near the peak of the divine platform realm. They looked at the scene before them, their expressions grim. Then they looked at the human youth, their hearts inexplicably trembling. Qin Ming, branch in hand, stared at the four barbarians, then at the barbarians behind them. Every barbarian felt a chill in their hearts. What kind of divine weapon was that? They refused to believe this was Qin Ming's own power. He had only killed General Batu by borrowing the might of a divine weapon. That branch must have an extraordinary origin. A sacred weapon of the human race. A barbarian spoke in a low voice, his gaze falling upon that twig. It was nearly 3 feet long, adorned with a few withered yellow leaves, and the cracks on its surface were clearly visible. It looked like nothing more than an ordinary twig. Yet the human before them had used it to slay a barbarian general. The blessed spirit weapon is also broken. A barbarian said with a solemn expression. The human youth was clearly on his last legs, standing at the cliff's edge, as if a gust of wind could topple him, yet no one dared to move. It was all because of the twig in his hand. Qin Ming. Bai Yun and the others looked at Qin Ming, their faces filled with shock. Using a twig as a sword to slay a barbarian general of the divine ability realm was unimaginable, yet he had done it. He wielded another's sword, but with his own sword intent, unleashing an inconceivable strike. A true pinnacle of the sword path. Both he and that person are prodigies. He must be a master from the Great Tang Academy at the heavenly human realm, or even the Tao severing realm. Someone remarked, for only those who cultivated the sword path could comprehend the terror of that strike. Upon hearing this, the barbarians secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it was only the heavenly human or Tao severing realm, then it was manageable. As long as it wasn't a human saint. The humans had a saint. They had heard such rumors, but they did not believe it, even scoffing at the idea. A saint? What kind of existence was that? In the endless ages of the barbarians, saints had been few and far between, and it was impossible for the current humans to produce one. A barbarian saint had decreed heaven punishes the humans, and they shall never produce a saint. Though they did not know the reason, they trusted their saint. The humans would never be able to birth a saint. Those rumors were merely smoke screens and self-consolation from within the human race. Being able to wield such a spirit weapon shows your high status among the humans. If you die, we will have accomplished something. Our prince cannot die in vain. You shall be the sacrifice. Led by 4-peak divine platform realm barbarians, a dark tide of barbarians surged toward the cliff, threatening to engulf it entirely. On the cliff, everyone trembled with fear. But just as despair set in, war drums sounded from the distant land, and countless streaks of light descended upon that region. Kill! Arrows rained down like a storm, followed by overwhelming battle cries. The people looked beyond the cliff and saw hope rekindled. It's the human army. Reinforcements for the humans had finally arrived. Boom! A human man clad in black armor stepped through the void, landing on the cliff. His long blade swept across, slaying hundreds of barbarians. By order of the young general, I come to rescue Bai Yun, the heir of Songyun Prince Manor. He spoke, a human commander of 10,000 at the first level of divine ability. His gaze swept across and landed on Qin Ming. With a single glance, he recognized Qin Ming as the core of the group, with almost all attention focused on him. He took Qin Ming for the heir of Songyun Prince Manor. As expected of the heir of Songyun Prince Manor. At such a young age, already at the second level of divine platform. No wonder you attracted a barbarian siege. He said, a hint of surprise in his voice. He remembered that the heir of Songyun Prince Manor was not yet 30, yet he had already reached the divine platform realm. Truly a prodigy. Qin Ming paid him no heed, simply tucking the twig back into his waist, and stroking the page of paper in his lapel, his gaze calm and steady. The human commander frowned at this. Just as he was about to speak, a voice sounded beside him. I am Bai Yun. General, please kill these barbarians quickly, so we can return to Jinan City. Bai Yun spoke. The human commander turned to look at him, momentarily stunned. You are Bai Yun, he said. The youth before him, though a genius at the condensation core realm, was far inferior to the youth on the cliff. It is I, Bai Yun said, well aware of what the human commander was thinking. But that was the truth. He could not compare to him, he was far behind. He admitted it. Your Highness need not worry. The young general has given me an army of 30,000. These are but remnants of the barbarians, I can slaughter them at will. The human commander said, looking at the battle below the cliff. The human army was overwhelming, leaving only 1,000 barbarians alive. The victory was all but decided. Yet Bai Yun's expression did not relax, instead it grew grim. General, if we delay further, the barbarian royal envoy will arrive, he said, and at those words the smile on the human commander's face faded. He looked at Bai Yun, his expression tense. A barbarian royal envoy. Your Highness must be joking. A barbarian royal envoy is at least at the creation realm, and would not leave the royal city unless it concerns the royal clan. You? We killed the prince of the White Wolf barbarian clan. Bai Yun interrupted him, saying, whoosh. The human commander's breath caught, and the surrounding humans were also stunned. The prince of the White Wolf clan was dead. Impossible. Suddenly the human commander noticed the corpse at Qin Ming's feet, his pupils constricting. Batu. He recognized Batu, a barbarian general, like himself. He had died here. Go. As if realizing something, he shouted. He grabbed Bai Yun, intending to leave immediately, but then a voice came from the heavens. Too late to leave. The voice spread across the land, vast and majestic like the voice of the heavens. Countless heads turned upward. A barbarian man in black ritual robes stood in the sky, gazing down upon the battlefield with calm indifference. His gaze was like that of a deity watching ants scuffle. Creation realm. It's the barbarian royal envoy. The human commander exclaimed in horror. The barbarian envoy merely tossed a short blade, and the human commander fell from midair, his body pierced through. Instant kill. Turning his gaze to the still raging battle, the short blade flew into the fray, piercing through the entire battlefield in an instant. A single strike killed thousands. Such was the power of the creation realm. They had already grasped the power of heaven and earth, beings that could not be killed by sheer numbers. Standing in the sky, they could harvest countless lives at will. How dare you kill the prince of my White Wolf clan? It seems the humans have forgotten the affair of Jinan Prince Manor. Do you want my barbarian race to slaughter your people once more? He said, looking at the struggling humans on the ground, his face devoid of emotion. He had never regarded humans with any respect. In the barbarian royal city, humans were no different from pigs and dogs, mere blood food on the chopping block. This had been the case for tens of thousands of years. Human, who gave you the audacity? He looked at Qin Ming and said coldly. The pressure of the creation realm bore down, causing Qin Ming's bones and tendons to tremble. Countless fine cracks of blood seeped out, turning him into a blood-drenched figure in an instant. The strike that killed Batu had already drained his blood and energy. He could no longer lift a sword. Moreover, even at his peak, he could never match this barbarian envoy. Only by relying on the master. He looked up at the barbarian envoy in the sky, his eyes devoid of fear, only coldness. The master said that the human race is the foremost of all living beings. If there were 6 paths of reincarnation, ones like you should be relegated to the animal path. You oppress us humans only because you fear us, afraid of our rise. In ancient times, the human race was the ruler of the Xinhuang great world. Do I need your consent to kill a beast? I kill if I wish. Qin Ming, covered in blood, stood proudly on the cliff, looking at the barbarian royal city envoy in the sky, and said. His calm words left everyone around stunned. The human race is the foremost of all living beings. Is it true? Countless years of human bloodshed had long erased the pride of the human race, leaving only humiliation. Too much subservience had numbed them. Such words they had heard for the first time, yet they were deafening. Master, what kind of person was he? The Datang Academy actually had such an existence. To disregard the barbarians and dare to call them beasts. What a pride, what a dominance. How dare you? The voice of the barbarian royal city envoy came from the sky, like thunder, making every human on the land tremble. A lowly race, yet you aspire to reach the heavens. Humans are nothing but livestock raised for blood. If our barbarian tribe did not need your blood offerings, you would have been exterminated long ago. It seems you truly wish to be annihilated. He stepped down in the void, and all humans felt a suffocation in their chests, unable to help spitting blood. He waved his hand, and more short blades swirled around him. Ants, he said calmly as the aura of creation realm surged down. To Qin Ming it felt like the sky was collapsing. His bones and tendons trembled, and he had become a bloody figure. Yet he still looked up at him, even smiling. The barbarian royal city envoy grew even angrier at this sight. You revere the master you speak of so much. Now that you are about to die, where is he? Does he dare to appear here? He calls our barbarian tribe beasts, but does he dare to come to our barbarian royal city? Do you know what a saint is? Your human so-called celestial beings and Tao Severing are nothing but ants before our barbarian saint. The barbarian royal city envoy said. The mention of the barbarian saint silenced the humans who had been surging with emotion. Yes, the barbarians had a saint. As for the human saint, it was only a rumor. No one knew if it was true. Even if it existed, could it rival the barbarian saint? If the barbarians truly wanted to annihilate the human race, who could stop them? Qin Ming had a monstrous talent, but he was still too young. He needed time, but the barbarians would not give him time to grow. Bai Yun and the others also looked at Qin Ming wondering what kind of existence the master he spoke of really was. Qin Ming only calmly stared at the barbarian royal city envoy, a trace of mockery even on his face. He did not say anything, just quietly watched the royal city envoy. A leaf of paper flew out from his collar. In that moment, all the aura from the barbarian royal city envoy vanished. An indescribable Tao rhythm descended upon this land. All the humans were startled, and they looked towards where Qin Ming was. They saw that leaf of paper. They also saw the word on the paper. Sword. Buzz. Suddenly, everyone's hearts trembled. An intangible phantom seemed to step out from the void and came to Qin Ming's side. Just a phantom, yet it made everyone feel the urge to kneel, as if an unimaginable divine being stood before them. Master. Qin Ming was also shocked, then he bowed respectfully to the phantom before him. The people around were also startled. In an instant they recovered, and all bowed down. Master. This must be the master behind Qin Ming, the unparalleled expert of the Datang Academy. He could descend with just a leaf of paper and a single word. Though only a phantom, he could easily erase the pressure of the barbarian royal city envoy and suppress the entire land. Lin Fan smiled at Qin Ming. Not bad. Just 2 words, yet they made Qin Ming excited. The master rarely praised anyone. Not bad was the greatest encouragement to him. In the sky, the barbarian royal city envoy was also uncertain. The master that the human youth spoke of had actually come. But it was only a phantom after all. He composed himself and then regained his former confidence. So you are the so-called master of the Datang Academy he spoke of? What, you only descend a phantom and think you can save him? He said. The short blades swirling around him converged into an arrow and blood-red runes appeared on it. Though it was a phantom, he did not take it lightly. I am no ordinary royal city envoy. I rank among the top, even among them. If your true body came, I would still be somewhat wary. But you are nothing but a phantom. Fine, since you are here, watch me kill your human genius. He said, walking in the void, pushing the arrow forward as endless bloody aura gathered before the arrow. My. Lin Fan looked up as if only then noticing him. Master, be careful. The barbarian royal city envoys are all creation realm experts. If he says he ranks among the top, that means he has peak creation realm strength. As long as the green hills remain, there is no shortage of firewood. There is no need to kill him at this moment. The most important thing is to let Qin Ming leave alive. As long as we reach Jinan City, the barbarians can do nothing to us. Bai Yun looked at the barbarian envoy in the sky and said solemnly. He did not know how strong Lin Fan was, but he knew that a phantom descended via a leaf of paper could not unleash much of Lin Fan's power. Probably less than 1%, even 1,000th. It might not be able to deal with this barbarian royal city envoy. Want to leave? Impossible. The barbarian royal city envoy, hearing Bai Yun's words, felt less pressure and even more disregarded the phantom before Qin Ming. Killing our barbarian prince, none of you will leave. As for you, man of the Datang Academy, you will only live a little longer. He said. The arrow left his hand, turning into a shocking bloodlight shooting down from the sky. Everyone trembled at the sight. Then they all turned their gaze to the phantom. How would he act? Unlike Qin Ming, they did not trust Lin Fan completely. They calmly watched Lin Fan's figure, each with a solemn expression. They had already thought of how to fight desperately if the phantom was no match. Lin Fan calmly watched the scene. Did I ever say I was leaving? His calm words shocked everyone's hearts. Then they witnessed an extremely shocking scene. He extended a hand towards the sky, a phantom hand barely visible. But in that moment the entire world seemed to freeze. The arrow stopped 10 meters before Lin Fan's phantom, then dissipated. In the sky, the barbarian royal city envoy's face still bore that arrogant expression, but in the next instant he simply vanished into thin air. Whoosh. The entire world fell into dead silence. The envoy of the barbarian royal clan died. He was a powerhouse at the creation realm, one who could command the army and lead campaigns across the land, yet he perished so effortlessly. With a single hand, as if brushing away a grain of sand, the envoy of the barbarian royal city vanished. They stared at the phantom standing before Qin Ming, their faces blank with shock. This is merely a phantom, someone murmured in a daze. If even a phantom was this formidable, what of the true body? Master. Qin Ming's face was also filled with excitement. Lin Fan gave him a slight nod, then looked down at the cliff where a scene of carnage and blood filled the view, and then gazed into the distance. Using humans as blood sacrifices, seeking to cleanse the human lands with blood, Lin Fan said calmly. Even as a mere phantom, standing there, the gaze of the heavens and earth could no longer shift away from him. Reenacting the blood calamity of the southern prince's manor, Lin Fan added, then smiled. He reached out, and 10,000 rays of bloodlight gathered in his hand. The character sword on that page suddenly blazed with light. Today's sword shall serve as interest. Flash. He swung his sword toward the heavens, and countless swords formed from bloodlight flew from his palm, traversing the world and spanning 1,000 miles in an instant. Countless unsuspecting barbarians were slain by the flying blood swords regardless of their cultivation realms. Body refining, spiritual connection, core condensation. Even those at the creation realm had no power to resist. No. A barbarian at the creation realm roared toward the sky, his blood energy erupting to form a wall that blocked the heavens, yet it was still pierced through. Who is it? The human emperor. Wasn't the Tang dynasty's human emperor already dead? Countless barbarians cried out in despair. Bloodlight filled the sky and sword scars cut across the heavens and earth, reaping the barbarians across the entire southern front like wheat. On this battlefield, countless humans watched the scene in disbelief. The blood swords slaughtered the world, yet they deliberately avoided all humans, targeting only the barbarians. They knew that a great human cultivator had intervened. Has our human race gained a new human emperor? They looked at the sky, their minds dazed. The fall of the human emperor had shattered the spiritual pillar of the great Tang, hanging a sword of Damocles over every human, suffocating countless souls. Only now did they feel a slight relief. As long as the human emperor existed, the great Tang would at least not fall. This was a sight that shook the world. The first time a human emperor-level powerhouse of the human race had acted so decisively, dominating and slaughtering the alien race. At Songyuan Ridge on the cliff, everyone watched the scene, their faces filled with terror. This sword. Bai Yun shuddered, his eyes fixed on the phantom beside Qin Ming, his body trembling. Suddenly he knelt directly. "Sage," he said tremblingly. The two words caused everyone around to quiver, staring at the figure in disbelief. A sage. He is a sage. The next moment, they too knelt down. Whether or not he was truly a sage, this one was worthy of their kneeling. Lin Fan only glanced at them, then looked at Qin Ming. The path of slaughter is also a great path, but it is not entirely incompatible with the sword path. The way of slaughter can also be integrated into the sword path. Just like this sword, Lin Fan said. Each word and phrase coalesced into myriad insights that surged into Qin Ming's mind. Qin Ming's expression shook, and then he nodded. He had come to the southern front and grasped a trace of the Tao of slaughter, but he did not understand how to merge the sword path with the path of slaughter. This sword allowed him to glimpse some of its mysteries. Not much, but enough to make him realize and benefit endlessly. Remember, in this domain, act as you please without restraint. Kill whomever you wish, do whatever you want. I am here. Lin Fan glanced at the land of the barbarians, then spoke. His figure then dissipated into the void, and the page fell back into Qin Ming's hands, the character's sword now stained with faint traces of blood. In addition to the previous Tao of thunder and the sword Tao, a new thread of Tao had appeared, the Tao of slaughter. Qin Ming took the page, looking at where Lin Fan had vanished, and nodded firmly. If Master said so, it meant that he was not afraid of the barbarians. These words fell into the ears of those around, and though the man had left, his voice still echoed in their minds for a long time. Act as you please without restraint, I am here. What overbearing arrogance. With just a wisp of a phantom, he struck out a human emperor's sword. His true body must be even stronger. He must be a saint of a human race. Bai Nian said, and the others nodded. So it's not a rumor. Our human race truly has a saint, and this saint is not in the great Song dynasty, but in our great Tang. Qin Ming is the disciple of a saint. After speaking, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder he is so strong. Bai Yun also looked at Qin Ming, thinking to himself. Farther away, Yuan Hua led his army, watching the sword shadows flying across the sky, equally stunned beyond words. There is a human emperor in that direction, someone said. To dare to raise a sword against the barbarians. Is this our great Tang's new human emperor? Since ancient times there have been human emperors, but few dared to strike at the alien races. All they could do was defend the human territory. Merely ensuring the survival of the human race was already a merit that would last 1,000 years. What exactly happened at Songyuan Ridge? Heading toward Songyuan Ridge, they now carried a sense of reverence. The emperor of the great Tang could not win the support of all the human race within the Tang. What truly earned support was the human emperor, the existence that could stabilize the world. At Jinnan City, Yuan Ba and a group of human generals also watched the streaks of blood-red sword light piercing the void, their expressions grave. Blood swords slaughtering the world, sweeping across the southern front. The appearance of a human emperor indeed boosts morale, but a general began, but his words trailed off. Yet everyone understood what he meant. Such an intervention would surely provoke the wrath of the barbarians. If barbarian powerhouses descended, or even their saints acted, what would they do then? Could that mysterious human emperor-level powerhouse withstand them? Why think so much? Don't you feel exhilarated by this scene? After all this suppression, don't you dare say you haven't thought of doing the same. He is merely doing what we wish to do. We will meet the enemy as they come. The human race is not afraid. Another group of generals spoke out, their eyes fixed on the barbarian direction, their faces full of battle intent. In Shengjing, within the Library Pavilion, Lin Fan put down the book he was reading and looked to the north. Lord of the Mountains, so impatient already. Lin Fan shook his head with a smile. This Lord of the Mountains was less composed than the barbarian saints. The northern front had not been fighting long before he made his move. Although it was not a direct personal intervention, it was still an intrusion. The involvement of a saint-level existence, even a minor one, could change the course of battle. And now the initially unstoppable Northern Army was facing a battle of annihilation. Chingu. In the Cloud Pavilion, Chingu, who was strumming a zither, felt a slight trance. The next moment, he found himself before the Library Pavilion. Master. He saw the figure beneath the banyan tree holding a book, gazing at her. The essence of life is not merely existence, but also death. You have witnessed life in Shengjing and now go to the northern border to see the withering of life. Only by witnessing life and death can one comprehend the great Tao. Chingu concentrated, nodding. In the next moment, the world before her dissolved, and she returned to the cloud tower. It was as if what she had just experienced was but a fleeting dream, yet it felt so real. She knew it was true. She rose and the sound of the zither ceased abruptly. In the cloud tower, the occupants of each cultivation chamber turned to look at her. Why is she leaving early today? They came daily and knew Qin Ji's habits well. She should have another hour. Miss Qin, where are you going? The proprietor of the cloud tower, startled by Qin Ji's actions, asked. Qingu looked toward the north, the northern border. With those two words, Qingu, holding her zither, walked out of the cloud tower, leaving the stunned proprietor behind. The northern border. Isn't that a battlefield? What is she going there for? Miss Chang'e, the war in the northern border is dire with signs of retreat. You cannot go. If you must go to the northern border, choose another time. People filed out from behind, gazing at Qin Ji's back, all with worried expressions. Qingu only paused briefly, leaving behind a simple remark. I know. Then she continued forward, gradually disappearing from their sight. The crowd stared at her back, momentarily stunned. The southern border. Qin Ming returned to Jinan City with Yuan Ba and the others arriving shortly after. Qin Ming, the foremost young talent of the Great Tang Imperial Academy, known as the future human sovereign. Indeed, meeting him today confirms his reputation. Someone said, gazing at Lin Fan, their eyes unable to contain their excitement. Their excitement was not for Qin Ming, but for the person behind him. A being suspected to be a sage. Bai Yun said that the sky-rending sword strike was a phantom of the master you mentioned. Is that true? Yuan Hua, standing beside Yuan Ba, asked, and all eyes focused on Qin Ming. Though they already knew, they still wished to confirm. Yes, Qin Ming said. Is the master a sage? The group asked again, and when the question was posed, everyone's heart tightened. Including Yuan Ba, the Grand Marshal of the Southern Border Army. Qin Ming looked at them and shook his head. The master never claimed to be a sage. Those words instantly deflated everyone, their faces showing dejection. He is not. Yuan Ba murmured, his clenched hand relaxing slightly. But then his gaze sharpened again. Sage, or not, as long as he remained alive, the barbarians could not cross Jinan City. Qin Ming observed this scene, merely shaking his head slightly, without further explanation. The master indeed never said he was a sage, but he also never said he was not. It's fine. Even if he hasn't ascended to sagehood, he is still a peerless expert of the Great Tang, a cornerstone of our nation. Someone said, though their faces betrayed a hint of disappointment. Take your rest. We'll visit you again in a few days. They said, then departed one by one. Even as they walked far away, Qin Ming could still overhear their words. It must be a powerful expert from the Great Tang Imperial Academy borrowing a human sacred artifact to unleash that sword strike. In a sense, it could be considered a pseudo-sage. If he could reach the realm of human sovereign, he might truly manifest the power of a sage. Is the master a sage? He must be. Only when standing before the master could one truly understand his might. Every word and phrase embodies the great Tao, and a single stroke of his brush transforms into a sword slaying millions of barbarians. A sword came from the east, sweeping across the southern border battlefield. Amidst the jubilant celebrations of countless humans, there was an underlying heaviness, for everyone knew what awaited humanity. The last time the barbarians suffered such a heavy blow was during the southern expedition led by the Prince of Jinan. Then the prince's residence was annihilated, over 300 border cities were massacred, and blood flowed for thousands of miles. What about this time? That night, Yuan Hua sought out Qin Ming again. Are you Qin Ji's brother? He asked, his eyes filled with a complex emotion. Qin Ming looked at him for the first time, truly observing the young man before him. The youth's face bore traces of exhaustion mingled with a hint of stubbornness and determination. Yes, Qin Ming replied, quietly watching him. I want to know who she loves. He asked. He was not truly as carefree as he seemed. He had long known that Qin Ji's heart belonged to someone, making it difficult for any other man to catch her eye. But he refused to accept it. He was the young master of the Yuan clan, one of the 4 great families of the Great Tang, and a genius of the Imperial Academy. How many in this world could compare to him? Qin Ming fell silent at this. After a long pause. Don't think about it. Those words made Yuan Hua's body tremble. Why, that person is beyond your comparison. Qin Ming said, then looked toward the distant barbarian lands. The sky there was dark with rolling black clouds, an ominous sign of an impending storm. The true calamity for the southern border of the Great Tang was approaching. Yuan Hua stood behind Qin Ming, staring at his silhouette. I don't believe it, he said, but this time Qin Ming did not respond, only smiled. North of the Great Tang Mountains stretched endlessly, and stone forests dotted the land. The cities of the Great Tang rose from these landscapes, every brick and stone imbued with the toil of countless people. But now most of these cities had collapsed. As far as the eye could see, fields of famine and bones littered the ground. The Northern Expedition Army had taken everything they could carry, and the Stone Clan had ravaged the land once more. This place had become a scene of hell. Yet into this land of death and desolation stepped a figure utterly out of place. A woman clad in simple white robes holding an ancient zither walked into this land. Amidst the withering earth, she seemed like the only spark of life. "Master, I have seen death, but what should I do?" She stood before a mass grave of 10,000, trembling slightly as she gazed at the blood-stained ground. She asked but received no answer. "Young lady, go back. The Northern Border Army has been annihilated. Even the commander is dead. The Northern Border has fallen." Someone urged her not to go further north. She stood silently for a moment, then continued northward. "Run. It's the Stone Clan army." Ahead, thousands of human civilians fled in panic, while she became the only one moving against the tide. "Run, you pigs. Ha 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 ha." Behind, a group of nearly 100 Stone Clan warriors laughed as they chased the human civilians. Behind them, countless human corpses lay strewn across the land, stretching endlessly. "Oh, there's one who isn't running." They spotted Chingu, and after a momentary pause, their faces twisted with cruelty. Chingu stood still waiting for them. They encircled her, leering and taunting. She extended a hand toward them, and all laughter ceased instantly. An intangible Tao resonance spread from that hand, and they felt their hearts constrict, then sensed the vitality within them draining away. Like a breached dam, it could not be stopped. Their lives were brought to a halt right there. Someone turned around and witnessed the scene. The veiled woman simply extended her hand toward those ferocious Stone Clan warriors, and they all collapsed lifeless. "The Tao intent," one person exclaimed, his face filled with shock. "A Tao intent never seen before, as if it can control life and death. She doesn't appear very old. Could there still be such a woman in our Great Tang? From south to north, what does she intend to do?" Many cultivators watched Qin Ji's retreating figure in silence. After a long pause, they all made the same decision and followed her. If a woman can be so resolute, what excuse do we have to flee? Fight back. They trailed behind Chingu without disturbing her, for a special aura surrounded her presence, and they dared not break it. "She's comprehending the Tao." Sudden enlightenment. An old woman remarked, half her body stained with blood from severe wounds, yet she continued following Chingu despite her condition. She had reached the divine ability realm and sought to guard Qin Ji's path. "She possesses the bearing of a human emperor, no, that of a sage." Along the way, more and more people followed her, each a cultivator, step by step journeying toward that desolate human land. This was a shattered city with a great rift running across its walls as though carved by some colossal beast, and within lay devastation. Yet survivors remained, some groaning, others wailing, most barely clinging to life, their bodies scattered with severed limbs and mangled remains. Chingu halted and sat cross-legged amid the ruins, drawing forth a melody on her instrument. The music rippled through the devastated city, drawing the gaze of all who teetered on the brink of despair, including those who had followed her. "What is she doing?" someone asked in confusion, yet understanding came moments later. Beneath the melody, an unimaginable miracle was unfolding. Severed limbs regenerated, vitality returned, and gradually the screams and moans faded away, leaving only the music. Then those people actually rose to their feet. When the melody fell silent, Chingu gathered her instrument and pressed onward while those behind her knelt in reverence along the way. Reversing life and death itself, what terrifying Tao is this? Someone spoke, their body trembling as they gazed at her receding figure. Such a prodigy among humanity, and they would live to witness it. If she endures, humanity shall rise. Then let this dying old man make one final move. As long as I draw breath, none in the northern realm shall harm her. A powerhouse of the heavenly being realm had appeared, following Chingu at a distance of 3 zhang while addressing those around him. "Prince of Bailiang." Someone recognized him and drew a deep breath. Before the Northern Expeditionary Force arrived, he had been the master of the Northern Realm, the first to answer the call and integrate all Bailiang forces into the campaign. But the Northern Expedition ended in defeat. No one knew what transpired in that battle, only that afterward barely 1/10 of the army survived, and the entire Northern Realm fell. The Stone Clan advanced unchecked, laying waste to the Northern Realm. "Even the Prince of Bailiang has appeared," those following murmured, watching the hunched figure tremble slightly. The prince was far too aged, a powerhouse of the heavenly being realm, yet his life force had nearly depleted. Even without this campaign, his days were numbered. And now his time had come to an end. Yet she did not pause, each step steady and deliberate, and her fragile form somehow bound the entire Northern Realm together, becoming a beacon of hope for its people. Has humanity lost its mind to dare approach here? The Stone Clan military camp fell silent as they witnessed the endless wave of human cultivators emerging from the horizon. In the next moment, they saw individual cultivators charging toward their camp, with reckless abandon, fighting as though death held no terror. Yet whenever a cultivator suffered grievous wounds, a stream of luminous light would descend upon them, healing their injuries instantly and restoring them to full strength. "It's that human woman," cried voices from within the Stone Clan ranks. Countless stone warriors turned their gaze toward the figure seated calmly behind the legion of human cultivators, a woman in simple white robes playing her instrument. As though oblivious to everything around her, streams of radiant light poured from her body. "Kill her," shouted a Stone Clan powerhouse, but the command only enraged the humans, further driving them into a frenzy. Even those at the creation transformation realm joined the assault. And beside her appeared a figure. It was the Prince of Pavilion. "Madness," they cried in despair. Within moments, an entire Stone Clan army numbering tens of thousands was annihilated. "Miss, shall we continue northward?" As they pressed onward, the Prince of Pavilion asked Chingo. She nodded. "When the master instructed me to enter the northern realm, it could not have been solely for the sake of comprehending the Tao." She spoke, her gaze fixed ahead toward the Stone Clan's mountain stronghold. "The master?" The prince faltered slightly. This was the first words Chingo had ever spoken directly to him, yet she referenced someone who commanded her profound reverence. "Should you wish to press forward, this old man will follow at the cost of his remaining life. Having lived over 1,000 years, I have never before witnessed hope in the northern realm." Turning to those who trailed behind, his expression grew resolute. "I did not participate in the previous northern expedition, but this time I will not stand aside. Even if it costs me my life, I must walk this path. Born in the northern realm, I shall die here as well." His lips curved into a smile. "My only hope is that after my passing you may truly bring hope to this land." Chingu regarded him and nodded. "None of you will perish," she murmured, and the corner of a paper hidden within her robes became visible, bearing not only the character for Zither, but an additional line added by the master himself. "Mountains shall fall." These 4 words carried an inexorable force, as though commanding the very earth itself to yield. "I have dwelt in the northern realm my entire life, yet I've heard tales of a sage among our people. You hail from Shengjing. I wonder if these whispers hold truth." The prince posed this question anew, and many who followed turned their attention toward her. Many had traveled south for precisely this reason, for where a sage of humanity stands, vitality and hope follow. "Yes," Chingu replied. That single word sent ripples of astonishment through every listener. "A sage has truly risen among our people. Does this sage comprehend the devastation inflicted upon the northern realm? The Stone Clan's invasion has left 9 out of 10 homes in ruins. They seek to exterminate us entirely. Will the sage intervene on our behalf?" They whispered among themselves, expecting no response from the woman ahead. Yet she turned and addressed them with genuine solemnity. "She will." Those quiet words left everyone stunned. She would. Would the sage truly act for them? Was this real? The land of the Shizu was in truth a vast expanse of towering peaks, each range interlocking and crisscrossing, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. Only cultivators could follow Chingu here. Common folk, or those of low cultivation, remained outside the Shizu land. The Shizu land, which the Shizu call the Mountain Domain, enshrines an ancient saint, the Lord of the Mountains. Legend says the Lord of the Mountains slumbers beneath these very peaks, and that the shifting seasons and myriad phenomena among the mountains arise from him. The king of Pavilion walked behind Chingu through the mountains, his expression grave. A saint can manifest a Tao domain of the heavenly cycle, wielding inconceivable creative power. We may be treading within the Lord of the Mountains' own domain. Perhaps he is watching us even now. Another cultivator at the peak of the creation realm approached, bowed slightly to the king of Pavilion, then looked at Chingu and spoke. "The Northern Expeditionary Army was annihilated too swiftly. This is no mortal power. Some supreme being must have intervened. It should be the Lord of the Mountains." His demeanor was extremely solemn, as if warning both Chingu and the king of Pavilion. Among those following, many had come because of Chingu, but some were there because of the king of Pavilion. In the hearts of the northern people, the king of Pavilion was second only to the human emperor. The king of Pavillion's expression grew taut. He was naturally aware of this possibility. Only a saint's interference could have caused the human army to be defeated so swiftly. That was also why he had long hesitated to enter the northern lands to investigate the truth. If the Lord of the Mountains had struck, no matter how many came, they would only die. Chingu halted upon hearing their words. The king of Pavilion and the others also looked at her, their gazes narrowing, eager to see what decision she would make. Should she continue northward? The mountains fall. So that is what the master meant. Chingu murmured to herself and continued walking forward. She had not known that the Shizu saint was called the Lord of the Mountains. This was the first time someone mentioned the Shizu saint's title in her presence. The fall of the mountains did not refer to these peaks after all. Rather, it meant the Lord of the Mountains. The master was about to make his move against the Lord of the Mountains. "Master." Looking at the figure ahead, the king of Pavilion furrowed his brow. This was not the first time they had heard the word master from Chinji's lips. Crossing lofty peaks and traversing rugged paths, they beheld an utterly shocking scene that made even Chingu tremble. 5 mountains formed a ring, and within lay a deep dark gorge. Now that gorge was piled high with corpses, and the blood had even pooled into a lake. It's the Northern Expeditionary Army. A man said, his voice quaking. This was the army's final resting place. The 5 encircling mountains had become a colossal burial pit swallowing the entire Northern Expeditionary Army. Not all of them. There are more. They looked farther off, where a river of blood flowed from the distance, bearing countless floating bones. All were human corpses. Such burial pits were not limited to one. There are Shizu. Someone spoke in a low voice. The entire group concealed their forms and looked toward the Shizu appearing atop the 5 mountains. Their bodies were formed of stony skin shaped into humanoid forms, yet far larger than ordinary humans. There were even giant stone beings dragging human corpses from somewhere and casting them into the pit. What are they doing? Someone asked. In just a moment they understood. Some Shizu used great divine abilities to extract the essence of life from the burial pit, then sprinkled it over a stone forest, where countless boulders suddenly awakened with sentience. I think I understand how the Shizu reproduce. A woman clenched her fists, her face filled with fury as she watched. The Bloodsea burial pits refine human blood essence, then use it to awaken the mountain stones. After long gestation, they become stone men. This is the origin of the Shizu. Every stone man born means a human has died. Behind Chingu, indignation surged. The Shizu must be exterminated. The king of Bailiang dispelled the concealment around him, took a single step into the sky, and directly crossed above the burial pit. With a palm strike, he shattered a stone man over 100 meters tall. Such a stone man must have been steeped in countless human blood. Kill! From the forest, human cultivators charged out, frenziedly attacking the stone men around the burial pit. Twang! The sound of a zither rang out, tinged with sorrow, and chills sweeping across the entire mountain forest. Wherever it passed, stone men fell dead. The panicked stone men quickly recovered. Countless stone men emerged from the high mountains and the earth, many soaring directly into the air. They had unknowingly stepped into a forbidden zone of the Shizu. Chasing the sun, a great shout came from the heavens. It was the king of Bailiang. He was the only heavenly human realm expert in this part of the world. With both hands he pulled as if drawing a bow, and the sunlight from the sky gathered between his palms, forming a great solar bow. Then he drew the bowstring, and a flaming arrow pierced the heavens. King of the northern lands, the king of Bailiang, it's you. That was a Shizu cultivator at the heavenly human realm. Humans called this realm heavenly human, while other races termed it the heavenly realm. To merge with the heavens, to fuse body and world. Every motion harnesses the power of heaven and earth. The king of Bailiang's wrath could not be stopped by a single Shizu heavenly realm expert. Even that Shizu heavenly realm master could only hold out for a moment. The flaming arrow tore through the sky, and also ripped through the body of the heavenly realm stone man. A heavenly realm stone man died, just like that. A host of humans charged into each burial pit. With the king of Bailiang holding the line and the life-infused zither notes healing wounds, the Shizu forbidden zone was quickly swept clean. Gongsun Ming, an elder of the Gongsun clan. In the last burial pit, they saw a corpse. A heavenly human realm cultivator, but he was impaled on a cliff wall by a massive spear. He is not dead yet. The group approached him. He opened his eyes, saw the king of Bailiang, and then the tens of thousands of human cultivators behind him. His expression shifted slightly. Go quickly. The Lord of the Mountains has awakened, he said with difficulty, and then the light in his pupils faded completely to gray. The crowd stared at him, their hearts shaken. The Lord of the Mountains has awakened. Someone murmured, trembling in fear. Gongsun Ming was one of the 2 commanders of the Northern Expeditionary Army. If he died, it means this entire army has been wiped out. It really was the Lord of the Mountains who struck. They spoke in quavering voices. Looking ahead, they felt only darkness, and even seemed to sense a pair of eyes watching them. As they had guessed, the human army's disastrous defeat was the work of the Lord of the Mountains. The Lord of the Mountains, where is he? Just then a voice rang out. They turned to see a woman in plain robes holding a zither, standing quietly and looking at them. They all froze for a moment, then shook their heads. A saint. How could they fathom such a being? Chingu also fell silent as she watched. After a moment, she looked farther north. The Shizu royal city. Those 4 simple words made even the king of Bailiang startle. She wanted to go to the Shizu royal city. What business do you have in the Stone Clan's royal city? The Bailiang king inquired, his expression profoundly earnest. He had followed silently from the northern border without ever asking Qingji's true intent, but now he felt he must know. Qinggu turned to him, then toward the immense mountain range, her gaze profound. The master sent me to seek the Lord of the Mountains. Her words, spoken as casually as if discussing an ordinary matter, caused the Bailiang king's expression to stiffen. Who is this master, and what does he intend? He asked. From ancient times to the present, every external war had ended in humiliating surrender, and there was always someone willing to bear the infamy of pleading for peace. Could it be that the master she spoke of was such a person? He had sent her to the Stone Clan to seek the Lord of the Mountains, only to end this war in a shameful manner, preserving the so-called embers of humanity. Others, seemingly arriving at the same conclusion, suppressed their fury and indignation. The Stone Clan slaughtered humans wantonly, yet they were to go and beg for forgiveness. Shinga watched them. She had also read the annals of human history and knew the long litany of humiliations. She understood what they were thinking. She shook her head, cradling her zither, standing aloof and detached from the world. The master intends to invite the Lord of the Mountains to his death. Her plain words caused the entire land to fall into a dead silence. All eyes were fixed on her, disbelief etched on their faces. Invite the Lord of the Mountains to his death. A cultivator stammered, his expression frozen in shock. Lady, the Lord of the Mountains is the progenitor of the Stone Clan, a saint-level existence. Is the master overreaching? Another voice spoke up. The Lord of the Mountains was an entity beyond their imagination. They had never even contemplated his death. Qingge did not argue, merely nodding slightly. She paid no further heed to those behind her and continued forward. She trusted the master, and she believed those 4 words were the death knell for the Lord of the Mountains. Her task was to deliver those 4 words before the Lord of the Mountains. This was likely the master's trial for her as well. After a long while, footsteps sounded behind her once more. The closest was still the Bailion King. They cleared the path of stone creatures for Qingge, splitting mountains and breaking rocks, opening a straight road to the Stone Clan's royal city. I think I know who the master she speaks of is. Before the mass burial pit of humanity, the aging Bailion King uttered a sentence that reignited the vitality in his previously deathly pale face. He is a sage of humanity. He left only those words before following Qingge. Those behind stood frozen, stunned by the Bailion King's declaration. A sage? Is it true? They murmured tremblingly. After a long silence, they pressed forward, their eyes now filled only with resolve. Whether or not he was a sage, they refused to let the humiliations of the past repeat. Even if death awaited, they would not surrender. In Shengjing, within the library pavilion, Lin Fan opened his eyes beneath the great banyan tree. He glanced northward, then smiled faintly. This was a trial for Qingge, but also a test for the northern territories. So far the results were satisfactory. The rise of humanity does not depend on me, but on them. I can only be a guide at most. It is they who must blaze the trail. Lin Fan said. The ancient banyan tree behind him swayed gently. Its newly awakened nascent intelligence could not comprehend his words. Was its master not already a trailblazer? Amidst layer upon layer of mountains lay a vast plain of 10,000 li, and at its end stood a colossal city built entirely of stone. At its center loomed a magnificent statue, human-headed, stone-bodied, hands clasped behind its back, as if overlooking the entire mountain domain. That is the Lord of the Mountains. Someone said. The Stone Clan's royal city is also their pilgrimage site. The statue of the Lord of the Mountains has stood here for eons, receiving the worship of countless stone beings. If there is any place where the Lord of the Mountains is most likely to slumber, it is here. Qingge paused, briefly looking up as well. Others marveled at the grandeur, but having seen the master, she found it merely ordinary. Once they entered the plain, they could no longer conceal their presence. Qingge had never intended to hide. Soon the Stone Clan discovered them, and stone warriors swarmed in from all directions, blotting out the sky and completely cutting off their retreat. Humans, how dare you set foot here? A colossal stone giant 100 zhang tall glared at the tens of thousands of human cultivators before him, his face a mixture of astonishment and fury. You defile the sacred pilgrimage site of my clan. Our holy land is not a place for a base race like yours to tread. To them, the presence of humans here was an unforgivable desecration of their great Lord of the Mountains. Lady Qin, does the master truly have the means to kill the Lord of the Mountains? The Bailion King scanned the surrounding stone beings, then turned to Qingge and asked. Qingge nodded. Very well. Today this old man shall use his life to clear a path for you to help you reach the Stone Clan's royal city. The Bailion King's previously withered body gradually filled out, returning to its prime state, but his vitality was draining away at a frenzied pace. This was the Bailion King's forbidden art, trading life for life. Kill. For the first time, the battle cries of humanity echoed across this sacred ground of the Stone Clan. Tens of thousands of human cultivators, fearless of death, charged at the surrounding stone beings. What was even more staggering was that behind them a human army appeared. Shattered armor, withered vitality, and a murderous aura. They were the remnants of the Northern Expedition Army. They had appeared at this very moment. Bailion King, I am here to aid you. It was the patriarch of the Gongsun family, the supreme commander of the Northern Expedition Army. He was still alive. Heavenly Realm experts joined the fray along with a human army of nearly 100,000, slightly improving the odds for the human side. But only slightly. Bailion King, you old fool, why did you come here to die? Weren't you the one who cherished his life? Gongsun Liang laughed heartily as he plunged into the ranks of the stone elites, killing as he spoke. The Bailion King met his gaze. If you can die, why can't I? The human army bore the mark of the Stone Clan, indicating they had been prisoners who escaped. Or perhaps they had allowed themselves to be captured deliberately for this battle. Excellent. Then let us fight here until the world turns dark. Even if we fall, we will not let these stone creatures have an easy time. But we cannot let the news of this place spread. The Lord of the Mountains has awakened right here in the Stone Clan's royal city. Humanity must never march north again, or perhaps we must even abandon the northern lands. Gongsun Liang said, deep unwillingness in his voice. Several Heaven Realm stone cultivators attacked, blasting him back 1,000 meters. Drenched in blood, he grew even more ferocious, as if he had already cast aside life and death. He stared fixedly at the distant statue, as if trying to see with his own eyes what kind of entity had subjected humanity to tens of thousands of years of humiliation. That will not happen, the Bailiang King said. Gongsun Liang looked at him startled. Following the Bailiang King's gaze, he saw the figure of a woman walking toward the Stone Clan's royal city. Confusion flickered in his eyes. A woman at the divine platform realm. Perhaps from today onward the pattern of this land will change. It is not invincible, the Bailiang King said, then charged ahead of Qin Gu to clear the way. It was not invincible. What did that mean? Gongsun Liang did not understand, but he could see how much the king of Bailiang valued that woman. It seemed as though that woman had become his sole hope, and he would burn his very life to give her a chance. King of Bailiang, what on earth are you doing? Gongsun Liang spoke, blocking several powerful stone tribe warriors for the king of Bailiang. I do not know what I am doing myself. That young friend simply said, he has come to summon the Lord of the Mountains to his death. I believe her. The king of Bailiang laughed loudly, drew his bow, and gathered endless sunlight between his palms. A blazing sun arrow streaked across the sky. Countless stone tribe warriors were obliterated beneath this single arrow. The king of Bailiang was a powerhouse at the 8th level of the heavenly human realm, and after pushing himself to his absolute limits, he had reached a peak comparable to the zenith of that realm. You madman. Gongsun Liang cursed, yet despite his words he continued to hold back the majority of the stone tribe, strong for both the king of Bailiang and Qin Gu. Thwack! A spear burst from the distant earth like a bolt of thunder, slamming directly into the king of Bailiang. His battle armor shattered, flesh and blood flew in all directions. Half of the king of Bailiang's body was pierced clean through. The thunderous power on the spear spilled forth, sending him flying once more. In the distance, a stone tribe member walked slowly forward, every step accompanied by thunder spreading across the ground, as though he were a divine spirit of lightning. Dao-severing realm. Gongsun Liang watched this scene, his expression trembling. The stone tribe's Dao-severing expert had made a move. And not just one. 3 figures stood upon the stone tribe's royal city. Though motionless, they radiated terrifying presence. 4 Dao-severing experts. Is this truly the stone tribe's strength? The human warriors who had been fighting desperately looked upon this scene, with faces full of despair. In Great Tang, before the human emperor's death, there had been only one Dao-severing expert, the emperor himself. The gap between the heavenly human realm and the Dao-severing realm was like an insurmountable chasm blocking everyone. Yet the stone tribe had produced 4 Dao-severing experts in the same era. If the human emperor were still alive, we would not fear them. One emperor could slaughter them all, but the emperor is no more. Who in our Great Tang can stop them? A general of the Northern Expeditionary Army spoke these words. They never doubted the human emperor. His name was earned through battle and slaughter. In any equal realm, he was invincible. This was true not only against the stone tribe, but against many other races as well. This farce has gone on long enough. The stone tribe Dao-severing expert, wreathed in lightning, spoke coldly. He reached out, and his spear returned to his hand, causing the very void to tremble. The king of Bailiang struggled, but could no longer rise. He looked at the figure ahead, and trembled slightly. I'm sorry. I cannot see you to the stone tribe's royal city, he said, feeling his vitality fade, his face filled with reluctance. Gongsun Liang was also blasted to the ground, landing not far from Qin Gu. His face was covered in blood, with madness burning in his eyes. The king of Bailiang believes in you. He said you could kill the Lord of the Mountains. At this point, won't you use your methods? Gongsun Liang said. In his despair, he was already grasping at impossible hopes. A woman at the divinity altar realm. What could she possibly bring? Zheng. The sound of a zither rang out. Gongsun Liang paused slightly. In this moment, this woman still had the leisure to play music. Anger filled his face. Just as he was about to erupt, he witnessed a shocking scene. Beneath the melody, many severely wounded human soldiers were visibly recovering, and even the king of Bailiang had regained some vitality. Could this be the great Tao of life? He exclaimed in shock. The great Tao of life was recorded in ancient texts, said to control life and death, resurrect the dead, restore flesh to bones, and even create life itself. But the great Tao of life had long become legend. No one alive could comprehend it. Yet this alone was not enough. After his shock subsided, he looked toward the distance, and saw the stone tribe expert at the Dao-severing realm, his expression grave. He was at the peak of the heavenly human realm, separated from the Dao-severing realm by only one stage. But a single stage was an unbridgeable chasm, completely incomparable. Interesting. As expected of the human race, you always produce such wondrous great Daos. Unfortunately, you will never have the chance to rise. The stone tribe Dao-severing expert, wreathed in thunder, observed the scene and spoke. You must be the human race's prodigy. Share with me the great Tao of life you have comprehended, and I will grant you a chance to live. He stood 100 zhang before Qin Gu and spoke coldly. Gongsun Liang stood nearby with a grave expression. The expert did not deign to look at him. His eyes held only Qin Go. Countless gazes converged upon her. Her veil had fallen away, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face, but no one cared to admire it now. They only wondered what she would say. Qin Go looked up at him, then turned her gaze toward the sky in the direction of Shengjing. "I'm sorry, master. Qin Go has failed your trust," she said. Gongsun Liang was momentarily stunned, while the dying king of Bailiang on the ground suddenly opened his eyes and stared straight at Qin Go. Those who had followed Qin Go also wore expressions of expectation. It was as though everything depended on her. Qin Go did not answer the stone tribe expert. Instead, she took out a piece of paper. The paper moved without wind, floating into the air. Everyone clearly saw the characters written upon it. "The mountains have fallen." For characters containing infinite Tao resonance made everyone draw sharp breaths. The mountains, did this refer to this very mountain range? Did these 4 characters mean the destruction of this land? The stone tribe's Tao severing expert's expression tightened, and he took a slight step back. He could not fathom the mystery within this paper. It was plainly an ordinary sheet of rice paper, yet it made him feel a chilling sense of danger. Could this be a human race sacred weapon? The 3 stone tribe Tao severing experts atop the royal city also furrowed their brows. The human race was like this, impossible to destroy. Whenever they seemed on the verge of extinction, they would produce some hidden treasure. Though the human race no longer had a saint, they had once possessed one. Not just a single one, but even stronger beings had appeared in their history. "You have done well enough. You are all outstanding." A voice resonated, soft yet carrying a power that shook every heart. All people, including the stone tribe, looked up. No one was visible. The voice came from within that page of paper. "Master." Qin Go bowed reverently toward the paper. As if infected by something, one by one the humans followed suit, including the king of Bailiang, who had just regained some vitality. Gongsun Liang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately bowed as well. Playing tricks. The stone tribe's Tao severing expert struck. A thunderous spear flew toward the floating rice paper, but halted 3 zhang away. No matter how the stone tribe expert drove it, it proved useless. How could this be? He trembled. The next moment a hand emerged from the void and gently touched the thunderous spear, which immediately disintegrated. Then a figure stepped forward. Clad in a white robe with one hand behind his back and the other holding a book, he stood silently in the firmament. "The land of mountain ranges," he murmured, gazing down at this stretch of earth. "A human powerhouse." The Stone Clan cultivator at the Tao severing realm, surrounded by crackling lightning, fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, only to find that he was but a young man. Yet in the next instant he forgot Lin Fan's appearance entirely, leaving only a blurry, chaotic mass. His expression trembled. "Cannot be observed, cannot be remembered," he stammered. Bailiang Wang, Gongsun Liang, and the other humans likewise could not recall the figure in the sky, as if he were a taboo, not to be looked upon directly. A sage. The Stone Clan Tao severing powerhouse involuntarily retreated, staring in disbelief at the silhouette in the heavens. The human race actually possessed a sage. The land of mountain ranges can be considered a barrier for the human race, of course, provided you remain obedient. "And you, Lord of the Mountain Ranges," Lin Fan said calmly, his voice soft, yet reverberating across the entire sky. Countless Stone Clan members trembled while the humans led by Bailiang Wang and Gongsun Liang prostrated themselves even deeper. Awe filled every heart. The human race had a sage, and he had appeared before them. He came alone, exerting his might over the Stone Clan. Lin Fan looked upon the assembly of humans. Blossoms of life bloomed across this expanse of heaven and earth, the ultimate manifestation of the great Tao of life. All the humans' injuries were instantly healed. Even Bailiang Wang felt his lifespan seemingly extended in that moment, restored to his true peak condition. "How dare you!" A thunderous roar exploded across the sky from the Tao severing Stone Clan member, wreathed in lightning. As if enraged by Lin Fan's words to the Lord of the Mountain Ranges, the Stone Clan gathered immense lightning power and charged at Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced over. Lightning obscured the sky, manifesting into thousands of lightning spears, yet all disintegrated within 100 meters of Lin Fan. He raised a single finger. Boom! The entire firmament trembled. The Tao severing Stone Clan was directly pressed into the earth by that finger, causing the entire ground to sink. Bailiang Wang and Gongsun Liang looked up stunned. That was the Tao severing realm. Lord of the Mountain Ranges, still not coming out. Must I drag you out myself? Lin Fan turned his gaze toward the Stone Clan royal city and spoke. With just one look, the 3 Tao severing Stone Clan members atop the city wall coughed blood and retreated, while the towering 1,000-meter wall sprouted countless cracks. With a single step, the void tore open and Lin Fan descended directly into the Stone Clan royal city. With another step, the colossal statue collapsed, the entire city shattered into pieces, burying countless Stone Clan members. "Fled." Suddenly Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. His gaze pierced through 1,000 zhang of earth, spotting a streak of light escaping beyond the land of mountain ranges. It was the Lord of the Mountain Ranges. The most ancient sage, as he was called, fled without even offering battle. In the distance, Bailiang Wang and Gongsun Liang, who had been filled with worry, were stunned by Lin Fan's words. The Lord of the Mountain Ranges, a sage as ancient as a living fossil, dared not even show himself before their human sage. Could it be that the Lord of the Mountain Ranges is not as strong as imagined? Bailiang Wang said. Gongsun Liang looked at him in silence. He knew best whether the Lord of the Mountain Ranges was strong. The millions of the Northern Expedition Army had been slaughtered by over 90% in an instant, the work of that very Lord. A massive hand formed of rock, descending with a single palm, crushed the entire Northern Expedition Army like withered grass. It's not that the Lord of the Mountain Ranges is weak, but that the sage is too strong. He spoke, striving to remain composed, yet a tremor of excitement could still be felt in his words. On this vast land, countless Stone Clan members were also bewildered. The Sage Lord had fled. How is that possible? Nonsense. The Sage Lord is merely slumbering. Disturbing him, even a sage will die here. Some Stone Clan members said. They absolutely refused to believe that the Sage Lord they had venerated for countless years would abandon them, and they believed he would slay all invaders, including the one before them. Lin Fan watched the scene calmly, then reached out a hand toward a corner of the sky. Endless void tore apart in his palm, revealing another realm. It was a vast underground world where a gigantic stone figure was fleeing madly. It's him. How could he be human? The Lord of the Mountain Ranges trembled with fear, not daring to look back, nor seeing the void that had already torn open behind him. Earlier, the power of the laws had descended upon the land of mountain ranges, and he knew that some supreme being had probed his domain. But he might have thought it was some powerful being from the demon spirit or other mighty clans sweeping their divine sense across the Xianhuang great world. Never would he have imagined that this being came from the human 9 provinces right beside his bed. Lord of the Mountain Ranges. Suddenly a voice sounded in his ear. His body trembled, and he looked back. One glance, and his soul quaked. Space tore apart, and a hand reached straight for him. Flee. That was his only thought. He channeled the pulse of the earth, letting boundless terrestrial power crush down upon that hand. Yet in the next moment the hand still fell upon him. Then the world shifted, stars moved, and when clarity returned, he was back in the Stone Clan royal city before Lin Fan. Mountain Range Fisher, he roared. Mountains around collapsed and 1,000 Zhang stone giants emerged, all charging at Lin Fan. Chaotic light surged from Lin Fan's pupils, and all the stone giants shattered. The Lord was terrified. How did you become a sage? Why didn't the observers of the peak clans detect you? The human race should not have produced a sage, he said, but when he carefully examined Lin Fan's surroundings, he saw no restrictive laws as he had imagined. Could it be that the existence was not him? In that moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fan watched the change in his expression, his own countenance calm. Observers. It seems there are indeed things in the Xianhuang great world that I have yet to learn. Lin Fan said, not striking immediately, as if pondering the meaning of the Lord's words. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Mountain Ranges detected that Lin Fan's aura was not particularly strong. So you've only just entered the sage realm. With such strength, instead of hiding and cultivating, you dare to come to my land of mountain ranges, eh? The Lord's attitude shifted abruptly, turning arrogant again. You haven't even stabilized your realm, yet you stand before me. You're courting death. His words echoed across the land, reviving the spirit of the Stone Clan that had been shattered, while the hearts of Bailiang Wang, Gongsun Liang, and the others sank to the depths. They looked at Lin Fan with deep concern. The human race had finally produced a sage. He could not die here. Lin Fan merely smiled faintly in response. Killing you is enough. What stood here was not Lin Fan's true body, but a mere incarnation of his Tao intent. Bearing upon those 4 words, it could only exist in this world for a short time, possessing less than 1,000th of the original body's power. Lin Fan extended a hand, tracing a circle in the void. Vast life force and surging death energy converged, as if manifesting the cycle of life and death. Qin Ge watched closely. Lin Fan said. Qin Ji's expression trembled as she raised her head, staring fixedly at the cycle of life and death that Lin Fan was manifesting in his palm. In the world where there is yin, there is yang, where there is life, there is death. Along this journey you have witnessed much life and death, and should be able to glean some essence of the truth of life and death. Let me demonstrate the great Tao of life and death for you. His unassuming words echoed across the land, leaving everyone in a daze. At this moment the sage was still in the mood to impart teachings. Qin Ge nodded and indeed sat cross-legged in quiet meditation, beginning to comprehend the cycle of reincarnation that Lin Fan had manifested, as if she truly did not care about the Lord of the Mountains. Arrogant. The Lord of the Mountains roared in fury. The earth split apart, the mountains crumbled, and countless rocks converged toward his body. In an instant he transformed into a colossal giant 10,000 zhang tall. With a single palm the entire sky darkened, a true hand that blotted out the heavens. I am no ordinary sage, I am at the 7th level of the sage realm. You are merely a novice in the sage realm. How can you fight me? His voice spread throughout the entire mountain region, even reaching the northern border. Countless humans of the northern border raised their heads to gaze. All they saw was a giant standing amidst the mountains, raising a hand and pressing down toward a stretch of land. Then came the tremors of the entire earth. Invisible shockwaves radiated for hundreds of thousands of li, annihilating countless lives along the way. A sage's wrath truly could destroy heaven and earth. But this instigator, the Lord of the Mountains, after bringing down that palm, was seized with trembling, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. That human whom he deemed as insignificant as an ant actually blocked his strike with a single wheel formed by his hand. The cycle of life and death. Lin Fan said calmly. The yin and yang within his palm rotated, and the entire colossal body of the Lord of the Mountains began to collapse. Most terrifyingly, this was not aimed at his physical body, but at his spirit core. The spirit core, this was the center of his life, the abode of his soul. As long as the spirit core was not extinguished, he would not perish. This was his greatest reliance, yet Lin Fan saw through it directly. The wheel of life and death ground away at his spirit core. No. Beneath the massive body, a jet-black spirit core flew out, no larger than a fist, yet it contained unimaginable power. This was the totality of an ancient sage's strength. Yet at this moment the spirit core was trapped by the wheel of life and death, unable to break free, and was slowly being ground away. Human sage, I was wrong. Under the gaze of countless Stone Clan members, he let out a terrified plea for mercy. This so-called most ancient sage bowed his most honored head before that human sage, shattering the pride of the Stone Clan completely. Lin Fan watched this scene calmly, then gazed into the distance beyond the mountain region, toward the myriad races of the Xianhuang Grand World. Suddenly he smiled. There are always those who think the human race can be bullied. But I cannot go to every one of them. To achieve a lasting solution, I must find a race to make an example of. You and your Stone Clan will do nicely. Lin Fan said, his indifferent words causing the spirit core of the Lord of the Mountains to tremble violently, filled with terror. The next moment the wheel of life and death turned. Lin Fan closed his hand, and everything was annihilated within. It is over, Lin Fan said calmly. A so-called Lord of the Mountains, the most ancient sage, had died just like that. Behind him, King Beliang Gongsun Liang and the crowd of humans stared at this scene in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had happened. Both were sages. How could the gap be so vast? Ancestor, countless Stone Clan members cried out in terror. The Lord of the Mountains, their faith, and the very foundation of the Stone Clan standing in the Xianhuang Grand World, was gone just like that. It's over, everything is over. The 3 Stone Clan cultivators at the Dao Severing Realm said bitterly. Lin Fan glanced at them. A sword light materialized in the void instantly, slaying the 3 Dao Severing Stone Clan members. Then he walked to Qin Ji's side. Master. Qingu rose and bowed respectfully. The people behind her did the same. They tried to discern Lin Fan's appearance, but all they saw was a blurry, chaotic silhouette. Have you gained any insights? Lin Fan asked. Qingu shook her head, then nodded. Lin Fan smiled faintly. A little is enough. The pure Tao of life, in my view, is a dead end. Yin and yang combine, life and death revolve, life and death always coexist. Of course this is my Tao. You may still have your own thoughts. Qingu nodded with a look of partial understanding. Lin Fan then turned his gaze toward the group, led by King Beliang and Gongsun Liang. Seeming to sense his attention, they knelt even lower. This world is vast, we are but a grain of dust in the mundane realm. A single ripple could annihilate the human race entirely. The rise of the human race cannot rely on one or a few individuals. Every human should strive for the rise of humanity. You have done well. Lin Fan's words echoed through heaven and earth. King Beliang Gongsun Liang and the others looked up only to see a departing silhouette. He walked toward the horizon, disappearing at the end of the world. Farewell, sage. They all bowed deeply. After a long time, when the sun set in the west, and the bright moon rose high, King Beliang Gongsun Liang and the hundreds of thousands of humans behind them finally showed joy. The dark clouds had dispersed, revealing the blue sky. The dawn of humanity had arrived. Did we win this battle? A human cultivator asked. Yes, we won. A great victory. Gongsun Liang said, the pressure that had been suppressed for so long finally released completely. For the first time, a hearty smile appeared on his face. We won, humanity won. Qingu watched this scene, then looked at the paper in her hand. It was now blank. Lin Fan's Tao intent had completely dissipated. Lin Fan had imprinted the great Tao of life and death into her mind. This piece of paper was now useless, yet she still carefully folded it. She placed it gently in her collar, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. Master, I knew you would win, she said. She had believed in Lin Fan, and she knew that was only a Tao incarnation of him. Yet even so, when Lin Fan fought the Lord of the Mountains, she still worried. Come, let us return to the court in triumph. King Beliang, this time you must come back with me. The sage said, we are all cornerstones of humanity's rise. The sage restored your youth, you cannot waste it here. Gongsun Liang said with a smile. King Beliang was momentarily stunned, then also smiled before turning his gaze to Qingu. Miss Qin, will you return to Shengjing? He asked. Qingu nodded. Then I shall go to Shengjing as well, he said, acting as a guardian. Gongsun Liang watched this scene, briefly stunned, then a smile spread across his face. Heading south, there were no more obstacles. When Lin Fan's Dao incarnation dissipated, it had annihilated more than 90% of the Stone Clan's elite. The Stone Clan no longer had the strength to resist. Miss Qin, may I ask how you came to know the sage? Gongsun Liang inquired of Qin Gu. The master said it was because of fate. Qin Gu replied thus, and Gongsun Liang asked no more. Once when he heard of the sage was in the Great Song dynasty. He thought the sage must roam the 9 provinces of the land without a fixed abode. Now the sage was in Shangjing. He could only dream of that. The earth trembled and invisible shockwaves spread for 1,000,000 miles, triggering countless anomalies. All living beings in the northern border turned their gaze toward the mountain ranges. Before their eyes, a colossal giant of 10,000 zhang toppled, then the mountains collapsed and the land split apart. A scene of apocalyptic destruction. Countless people trembled in awe. The primordial ancestor. How is that possible? Members of the Stone Clan still lingering in the northern border stared at the sight, their faces trembling with fear. The primordial ancestor has fallen. Who was the primordial ancestor fighting? Who killed him? The human race. Absolutely impossible. The Lord of the Mountains had fallen, and they all sensed it. They were born from the very mountain ranges which had been enveloped by the Lord's Dao domain. Now that domain had dissipated. They stared blankly at the mountain ranges, their faces filled with bewilderment. After an unknown period, human cultivators emerged from the mountains, and a piece of news quickly spread across the northern border and even into the Great Tang. A sage has appeared among the human race. The Lord of the Mountains has fallen. This was no longer a rumor, but a confirmed truth spoken by tens of thousands of soldiers from the Northern Expedition Army who had witnessed the battle firsthand. A single palm strike from the sage had obliterated the Lord of the Mountains. The Stone Clan, still in the northern border, faced a purge. The Northern Expedition Army, along with the human inhabitants of the region, encircled and slaughtered all the Stone Clan members who had been ravaging the land. From this day forth the Stone Clan shall be no more. This shall be the Great Tang's northern fortress, the 10,000 Mountains. Gongsun Liang stood atop the corpses of the Stone Clan, gazing northward, his voice resolute. Henceforth, there was no longer the land of mountains, only the 10,000 mountains of the human race. March back to the capital, Gongsun Liang declared, and countless northern humans raised their voices in cheers. In the library pavilion of Shengjing, Lin Fan slightly raised his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Time for a period of tranquility. This battle served as a deterrent to the tribes surrounding the 9 prefectures of the human race, buying them some more time. For a seed to grow into a towering tree, time is needed. They were all still too weak now, whether it was Qin Gu, Qin Ming, or the others. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Lin Fan looked toward the southern border of the Great Tang and smiled. Quite cautious indeed. The sage of the barbarian clan, unlike the ostentatious Lord of the Mountains, had not lost his composure even after the setback in the southern campaign. Instead, the entire barbarian clan had fallen into a state of silence. Jinan City, the southernmost city of the Great Tang's southern border, served as the command center for the entire southern army. Generals like Yuan Ba were stationed here. On this day, an uninvited guest arrived in Jinan City. An old man, hunched and entirely shrouded in a black robe, came to the city. He stood in the middle of the street, yet no one could see him. To produce a sage even under such a blockade, the human race, this most ancient of races, indeed harbors unknown means. He spoke, then vanished with a step, reappearing in the next moment within Yuan Ba's residence. Who goes there? Yuan Ba was handling military documents when at some point he looked up and his pupils contracted sharply. A person had appeared in his room without his knowledge. The old man looked at him, and with a single glance Yuan Ba felt as if his entire being, even his soul, had been laid bare. A sage. He trembled. Where did this sage come from? It could only be from one place, the barbarian clan. At this thought his heart sank to the depths. The aura of his half-step, Dao-severing realm surged as he prepared to fight to the death. Not you. The barbarian sage said, then turned and left. Yuan Ba stood frozen, his face filled with dread. A barbarian sage had come to the human lands. What does he want? Deep worry spread across his face. He rose and walked toward the door. The bright moon hung high, stars twinkled, but they could not dispel the heaviness in his heart. The barbarian sage was probably searching for someone. Who could be so important to the barbarian sage? It seemed only the mysterious powerhouse who had appeared at Sungyuan Ridge. Qin Ming sat cross-legged atop a pavilion, a branch lying across his knees. The aura of thunder and the intent of slaughter swirled around him as he cultivated. The Tao of thunder, and the other seems to be the Tao of slaughter. A voice sounded. He opened his eyes and saw an old man staring at him, a hint of confusion in his gaze. This young human was actually comprehending 2 Tao simultaneously. A great taboo in the eyes of any cultivator, an act that would impair one's own talent. The great Tao walks alone. How could one cultivate 2 at once? Yet what astonished him was that the 2 Taos this young man was perceiving showed signs of merging. The fusion of Taos. Was that possible? He gazed at Qin Ming, silent for a long time, until Qin Ming noticed him. Who taught you? He asked, not believing that a young man at the divine platform realm could achieve this. Tao fusion. Something even he had never encountered. Qin Ming concentrated, naturally realizing that the man before him was extraordinary. A barbarian powerhouse, he said directly. The barbarian sage was taken aback, never expecting Qin Ming to identify him so bluntly. Indeed, seeing the old man silence Qin Ming confirmed his suspicion. A look of gravity settled on his face, and he unconsciously clutched the piece of paper hidden in his robes. The barbarian sage noticed this movement and reached out toward Qin Ming. The paper hidden in his robes fell into the sage's hand. He carefully examined the paper, and suddenly his expression shifted. A sage's intent, he said solemnly, looking at Qin Ming with newfound seriousness. This piece of paper bore a trace of residual sage intent, a Dao mark left by a sage. But now that trace of Dao intent was so faint it was almost gone, as if it had been consumed, leaving less than 1/10,000th. Who gave this to you? He asked, releasing a strand of sage intent. The entire world seemed to press down, and Qin Ming felt a suffocating weight. A barbarian sage. His heart trembled. Only a sage could see through the remnant of the master's aura on this paper at a single glance. Yuan Ba flew over from a distance, but he could only watch the barbarian sage, also suppressed by that strand of sage intent. Such was a sage. A single breath could crush a heavenly, human realm cultivator. Before Qin Ming could answer, a voice came from the void. I did. That single word released Qin Ming and Yuan Ba from their pressure. The barbarian sage narrowed his eyes, looking toward a patch of empty space. So you are the so-called human sage. He took a step back, then steadied himself and spoke. As a fellow sage, he was not afraid of this mysterious human sage, but he was only at the first level of the sage realm, so he could not harm this human sage either. A human sage? Yuan Ba exclaimed in awe, his eyes fixed on that empty space. There was nothing there, but the voice had come from it. Was it truly a human sage? The news of the northern border battle had not yet reached here. He did not know about the fall of the Lord of the Mountains or the destruction of the Stone Clan, and he was not entirely convinced that the human race had a sage. What have you come to seek revenge on me? In the library pavilion under the banyan tree, Lin Fan lay on a recliner, holding a book in one hand, and spoke toward the void. Lin Fan had been delving into the Tao of space recently, and had gained some insights. This was a minor application of the space Tao. Human sage, you are far too arrogant. Even if you manage to attain sainthood, you are merely at the initial stage of the sacred realm. Yet our barbarian tribe possesses 3 sages, and slaying you would not be a difficult task. He spoke, his entire being radiating the essence of sainthood, forming a Tao domain of his own. The bright moonlight that had once illuminated Jinan City was suddenly shrouded in a layer of gray light. If I so wished, the humans in this city could be annihilated in an instant. He said coldly, his words causing Yuan Ba beside him to turn pale with shock. The barbarian sage was actually using the humans of Jinan City to threaten the human sage. Wouldn't that mean the sage would be constrained by this barbarian sage? Yuan Ba gazed into the void. Oh, is that so? A faint voice came from the void, entirely devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It seemed like a casual remark. Do you think I dare not? You killed 1 million of my people, slaughtering a single city of yours should hardly count as anything. He declared, and as his words fell, every person in Jinan City felt a weight in their hearts, looking up with an inexplicable trembling. Many of the frail even spat blood on the spot. Seeing no response from the void for a long time, the barbarian sage seemed to believe that Lin Fan was hesitant due to the humans in Jinan City, and a smile crept onto his face. The black robe around him fell, revealing his true form. Compared to other barbarians, he resembled humans more closely, with only slight differences in skin texture. I did not come here to hold a grudge against you. On the contrary, the matter of you killing 1 million of my people can be set aside, and my tribe can promise never to invade your human lands again. I only need you to tell me how you attained sainthood under the watch of the overseers from the Peak clans. Does the human race still possess an imperial weapon, and is it in your hands? He spoke, his breathing even quickening toward the end. The human race had once produced an emperor, a fact not secret among many tribes. The history of humanity had been severed, but humans themselves were unaware of it. Since there was an emperor, there must be an imperial weapon. The barbarian tribe had been harassing humanity for years, hoping to force them to use the imperial weapon. What they truly sought was humanity's imperial weapon. By obtaining it and comprehending the imperial Tao within, they too might have the chance to ascend to great sage, or even quasi-emperor. Under the large banyan tree, Lin Fan set down his teacup, swallowed the tea, and paused slightly upon hearing the barbarian sage's words. Human imperial weapon. So that was his aim. But did humanity truly possess an imperial weapon? If they did, could they have suffered such misery? Even if I did, would you come to seize it? Lin Fan said with a smile. In Jinan City, the barbarian sage's face twisted with excitement, his aura even momentarily unstable. Is the human imperial weapon really in your hands? Where are you? I will come to you. He spoke fervently, as if eager to see Lin Fan at once. Yuan Ba, watching this scene, was startled. Sage, you cannot tell him, he urged. The barbarian sage cast a glance at him, and Yuan Ba felt as though struck by lightning, his entire body crushed to the ground, bones and sinews shattered. Chinga stood by, watching calmly. He was not worried for his master, for he knew that since the master had appeared, he was unafraid of this barbarian sage. There is no need for such trouble. If you wish to find me, you can see me right now. Lin Fan's voice came from the void, and the barbarian sage was momentarily stunned. Could he be in Jinan City? The next moment a rift in space tore open at his location, and an immense suction force seized him, pulling him inside. Space shifted, myriad scenes flowing past his eyes, and when he reappeared he stood before a 9-story library. Beside him stood a large banyan tree, and an intangible spiritual sense fell upon him. The tree had actually awakened intelligence, and its intellect was not weak. His gaze lowered, and he saw a young man on a reclining chair. A book lay in his hand, and beside him was a cup of tea still steaming, as if freshly poured. His eyes narrowed, he scanned the surroundings, and horror flickered across his face. "Where is this?" he asked gravely. Lin Fan smiled at him. Datong Xingjing. Upon hearing this he drew in a sharp breath. Datong Xingjing. This place was millions of li from Jinan City. In an instant he had been brought here. What kind of technique was this? He looked at the human youth before him, yet saw only emptiness, as if this human youth did not exist in this very realm. How could this be? He trembled, retreating sharply until he reached the courtyard gate. Beyond, an invisible barrier blocked his path. "Who exactly are you?" he cried out in shock. With just one look he knew that the human youth before him was not merely at the initial stage of the sacred realm, nor even an ordinary sage. "My name is Lin Fan." Lin Fan rose from the reclining chair and said. At this single movement, the barbarian sage saw cracks splitting through the void, finally revealing a dense web of chains of rules. He was horrified. What kind of existence was this? Rules pressed down upon him, the heavenly Tao would not tolerate him. Perhaps you do not recognize this name, but you should recognize the former human prince of Jinan, the one you killed. Lin Fan spoke, and the barbarian sage trembled as he looked at him. Taboo. Great terror. How could such a terrifying human exist? The prince of Jinan. Of course he remembered. That human had slaughtered the barbarian tribe for 100,000 li, even forcing him to personally intervene and kill him. What relation did the prince of Jinan have to him? Could he be the prince of Jinan's ancestor? Seeing the bewildered barbarian sage, Lin Fan smiled. "He is my father." The simple words made the barbarian sage jerk his head up, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief. That human's child. That meant he was not even 100 years old. How could this be? At that moment his worldview shattered. Barely a century old, and he had already reached such an inconceivable realm. As for the human imperial weapon, I do not know if humanity has won. Whether it exists or not is irrelevant to me. But you must die, Lin Fan said. Just those simple words made the barbarian sage's expression change. I had thought I would have to make a trip, but never expected you to deliver yourself to me. Good, that saves me the trouble. At Lin Fan's words, the barbarian sage's face was filled with terror. A dreadful aura of decay emanated from within him, threatening to turn the entire library into a dead zone in an instant. Yet the Tao domain barely revealed was annihilated. Lin Fan had already arrived before him, and just standing there he could no longer muster any will to resist. Mercy! The barbarian sage knelt before Lin Fan, who merely gazed at him quietly, then extended a finger to touch his forehead. From the center of the barbarian sage's brow downward his body disintegrated and vanished, and his soul fell into utter silence in an instant. Thus perished one of the 3 great sages of the barbarian tribe. Utter annihilation of body and soul. In the barbarian royal city's hall, one of the 3 soul lamps at the top was extinguished in an instant, and the barbarians kneeling below stared in utter stupefaction. The sage is dead. A tremor ran through the barbarian horde. In the barbarian royal city, mournful horns echoed endlessly as countless powerful barbarians awakened and gathered before the soul lamp, all their faces heavy with solemnity. It is Saint Putua. One of the barbarians spoke, a chieftain of the White Wolf clan, one of the 3 great barbarian clans who had reached the peak of severing Tao. Saint Putua once told us he was going to the human realm. Could it be the work of that new human sage? Is the new human sage that powerful? The crowd murmured, their minds focused. Though Saint Putua was the weakest among the 3 barbarian sages, he had already stepped into the sage realm for over 1,000 years. In theory, that should have been more than enough to contend with a newly ascended human sage. Rip! The void tore open, and an old man in black robes strode forth. All the barbarians bowed as one. White Wolf Sage. On the other side, a phantom descended before the soul lamp hall, gradually solidifying into another barbarian sage. Shadow Sage. Putua is dead. It seems this new human sage indeed possesses extraordinary means. Shadow Sage gazed at the extinguished soul lamp, his expression contemplative. Putua, their junior, whose strength they knew best. Even against a formidable sage, he should not have fallen so swiftly. He hadn't even time to send a distress signal. The human race has a long history. They were once the pinnacle clan of this Xianhuang great world, giving birth to more than one emperor. This new human sage must have found some hidden legacy left by the human emperors. White Wolf Sage spoke. Then he turned his gaze toward the human lands, his expression dark, killing, intent seeping out, chilling the very air. Just received word. That Stone Clan one died by his hand. Shadow Sage frowned upon hearing this. The barbarians prostrating below were shaken with terror. That Stone Clan won. They knew who the two sages meant, the most ancient sage of legend, the Lord of the 10,000 Mountains. That one too had fallen to the new human sage, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. This new human sage is domineering indeed. I wonder how many times that trump card of his can be used. Shadow Sage snorted. He refused to believe the new human sage had slain the Lord of the 10,000 Mountains through his own strength. How could a newly ascended sage kill the Lord of the 10,000 Mountains? That one was a being even they held in awe. A mere fledgling sage. If he uses an emperor weapon a few more times, we won't even need to act, he'll die on his own. But we must not be the first to strike. They spoke tacitly, assuming the new human sage had wielded a human emperor weapon, a conjecture they had long held. The human race possessed an emperor weapon, though it had never revealed itself. Now it had surfaced, allowing a human to evade the surveillance of the 10,000 clans' overseers, ascend to sagehood, and wield the emperor weapon to slay the Lord of the 10,000 Mountains and put off. Let the Sea Clan handle it. They have already nearly occupied one province of the human realm. They should be able to make contact with that new human sage more easily. They said, exchanging glances and smiling. The clam and the snipe compete, the fisherman reaps the benefit. That was their plan. Bordering the 9 provinces of humanity were not only the barbarian and stone clans, but also the Sea Clan, the greatest threat to the humans of the 9 provinces. To the north of the 9 provinces lay the Stone Clan's mountain domain, now the 10,000 Great Mountains, to the west the Barbarian Clan, and to the south and east the vast seas. The ruler of the seas was the Sea Clan, unlike ordinary clans. They were divided by different sea regions, forming dozens of large and small Sea Clan tribes. They were independent, even hostile toward each other. The sea region adjacent to the human realm was called the Starry Sea, named after the legend that stars had fallen there in antiquity. Jinan City. Yuan Ba stared fixedly at the spot where Saint Putaw had vanished, his face a mix of shock and worry. Young Master Qin, is the sage the teacher you spoke of? Yuan Ba asked. Qin Ming nodded. Is the sage in the Great Tang? Qin Ming shook his head. Yuan Ba sighed softly. He had hoped for too much. That the human race had a sage was already a great blessing, so how could he dare to hope the sage belonged to the Great Tang? The sage was not just the sage of the Great Tang, but the sage of all humanity. Qin Ming looked at her, but made no further explanation. He knew his teacher disliked being disturbed, so this was for the best. And no one would have thought that the orphaned son of the former Jinan king would become the sole sage of the human race. After a long while, a voice came from the void. Qin Ming. Qin Ming suddenly looked up and bowed toward the void. Though he didn't know exactly where his teacher was, he knew his teacher was watching him. This is the barbarian sage's natal sage weapon. Using that tree branch as a sword is inelegant. Use this from now on. A sword traversed the void and landed in Qin Ming's hand. The sword, forged from metal and beast bones, had been nurtured by Putawa for millennia, a rare sage weapon. Thank you, teacher. Qin Ming said, taking the bone sword. Beside him, Yuan Ba stared in stunned disbelief, then gradually a look of awe spread across his face. The barbarian sage is dead. For the natal sage weapon to have fallen into the sage's hands, that barbarian sage must be dead. But how much time had passed? Were sage battles always this swift? Suddenly his body tensed. He could sense a gaze upon him, vast and boundless, yet without a hint of hostility. It was the sage looking at him. His heart surged with excitement as he quickly bowed toward the void. Breakthrough. A voice sounded in his ear, and in an instant countless insights on breaking through from the heavenly human realm to the severing Tao realm flooded his mind. Surrounding spiritual energy poured into him, and the barrier that had blocked his cultivation for countless days and nights simply shattered. Severing Tao is not difficult. Oh, what is difficult is reaching sagehood. Comprehending the great Tao is the path to sagehood. Lin Fan said. He opened his eyes, severing Tao powers surging through his body, and bowed respectfully toward the void. Thank you, sage. This junior is dull-witted. To have succeeded in severing Tao is more than I could ask for. As for reaching sagehood, that is for them to accomplish. Yuan Ba said, looking toward Qin Ming. A divine platform cultivator around 20 years old. A heaven-defying talent, unprecedented. The future of the human race lay with such young men. Lin Fan shook his head. The path of cultivation is vast and endless. Even the Emperor realm may not be the final destination. You are merely walking slowly, not unable to continue. To me, all beings are equal. These simple words struck Yuan Ba deeply. All beings are equal. Is that truly so? He stared at the void, hoping to hear more from the sage, but no more words came. Farewell, sage. Finally, he bowed deeply toward the void. To the people of Jinan City, that night was just an ordinary one, but for Yuan Ba, it was a night of transformation. He had achieved severing Tao, and he had been granted the chance to converse with the sage. The Stone Clan has fallen, and a saint has risen among the human race. Word from the northern realms spread across Great Tang and the 9 provinces, and at that very moment, every clan surrounding the human race's 9 provinces received the news. The 100,000 Great Mountains, where the Lord of the Mountains had once perished, Ripples stirred in the void, and a phantom form descended upon this land. Indeed, this is the aura of the saint realm. A saint has truly appeared among the human race. He murmured, gazing across the vast expanse of human race territory, before finally fading into the void. What of those so-called overseers? Was it not proclaimed that the human race is the sin-born of the Xianhuang great world, forever barred from producing saints? Even as he spoke, saint realm consciousness descended upon the 100,000 great mountains. A member of the Fiend clan's sacred heaven giant python lineage, one who had reached the peak of the saint realm, is dead. The Fiend clan is enraged and hunting for the truth. The overseers they dispatched should not currently be among the human race. This human race saint must have appeared within this period. Any among the human race with the potential to ascend to sainthood has had their foundation severed. When exactly did this particular saint emerge? Could the human race truly possess an emperor's weapon? Countless saint realm divine senses swept unrestrained across the 9 provinces of the human race, tracking the traces of that so-called human race saint and emperor's weapon. Within the Treasury Pavilion, several divine senses also swept over Lin Fan. Is the human race receiving such attention? Lin Fan shook his head slightly and said nothing, disregarding those saint realm divine senses, picking up another book and continuing to read. Ding! You have read 100 volumes and gained 10 years of cultivation. Obtained 1 emperor grade formation diagram. Obtained enlightenment T. The system's voice occasionally echoed in his mind, but Lin Fan had long ceased to pay attention, only occasionally glancing at the character panel within the system. Name Lin Fan. Age 31. Cultivation Great Saint Realm 5th layer. Talent Peerless through the ages. Sword Dao Deduction Opportunities 137 in used. Destruction Origin Comprehension Opportunities 1 in used. Thunder Origin Comprehension Opportunities 1 in used. Without realizing it, Lin Fan had already reached the 5th layer of the Great Saint Realm. To him, reading was cultivation. Reading 1 volume surpassed 100 years of bitter cultivation by others. If he wished, he could have annihilated all those so-called saints spying upon the human race in 1 stroke. Yet there was no need. The finest trees in the forest would surely be destroyed by the wind. He understood this principle well. His gaze had never rested upon the Xianhuang great world, but rather upon something even higher above. When he had comprehended the great Tao of chaos, he had perceived a corner beyond the Xianhuang great world, vast and boundless, the void eternal. Moreover, even within the Xianhuang great world itself, there remained countless things he could not fathom or understand. He simply wished to read in peace. He did not wish to be disturbed. Cannot locate them. Those saint realm divine senses gathered once more over the 100,000 great mountains, transforming into phantom forms. They gazed upon the human race land, all frowning deeply. The unknown was what proved most intimidating. The Lord of the Mountains was dead, yet they did not even know who had set events in motion. It appears the human race truly has some hidden foundation that has surfaced, obscuring our investigations. However, this also demonstrates that this human race saint fears us. A voice spoke. My clan's great saint bestowed upon me a great saint Tao weapon capable of briefly rewinding events that once transpired in a location. Let me take a look. Another saint spoke. A mirror appeared above the 100,000 great mountains, hovering over the place where the Stone clan's royal city had once stood. Appear. That saint pointed into the void. The world upon the mirror's surface transformed as though time itself were rewinding. Soon a figure appeared within the mirror. A youth in flowing robes, one hand held behind his back, the other clutching a book, standing beneath a stretch of sky. All the saint realm phantoms stiffened. It is him. Yet even within the mirror no face could be discerned. Only a blurred silhouette. Reveal yourself. The saint wielding the great saint Tao weapon shouted. The void above the mirror trembled, and the face of that robed figure indeed began to gradually solidify. But at the final moment, the mirror suddenly quaked as though unable to sustain the image any longer and having reached some unbearable burden. Boom. The next instant the image shattered. The saint wielding the great saint Tao weapon also groaned, clearly injured. What is happening? The other saint realm consciousness asked, but received no reply. The mirror vanished, and that saint wielding the great saint Tao weapon seemed to have disappeared entirely. The gathered saints fell silent. For now, leave the human race alone and wait for the Fiend clan's overseers. A voice arose, and then the saint realm consciousness here scattered one by one the 100,000 great mountains, returning to tranquility once more. Far to the north of the 100,000 great mountains, hundreds of millions of li away, a pointed-eared Taoist clad in robes and wielding the yin yang mirror spat a mouthful of blood, his expression grave. Chain of rules, he muttered, his spirit shaken. At the final moment he had actually discerned chains of rules upon the figure reconstructed by the yin yang mirror, and that figure seemed to have cast a glance back at him. It was merely a single glance, yet it nearly drained his spirit dry. Another monster has emerged among the human race, he said, his voice trembling. The myriad races had prevented the human race's strongest from ascending to sainthood and placed shackles upon them. Not because the human race was truly the sin-born as the myriad races claimed, but because the myriad races feared the human race. An endless age ago it was the human race that had dominated this Xianhuang great world, and even the name of this world had been chosen by the human race's powerhouses. All roots of the Tao and methods originated from the human race, and even the order of the world had been established by them. Yet no one knew what had transpired among the human race. All their powerhouses had suddenly vanished. Afterward, the human race fell under siege by the myriad races and declined rapidly. Up to the present day, the human race had forgotten the past. The heavens are about to change, he said. He should be the only one aware that this so-called new saint of the human race was no ordinary saint, but an existence of incomprehensible power. He even suspected that some ancient slumbering existence among the human race had awakened. Yet he spoke no further, for neither the human race nor any of those peak clans could he afford to offend, so he could only navigate between them. He had already resolved to visit the human race in a few days to show goodwill to that one. Within the treasury pavilion, Lin Fan paused slightly. They truly do have means to find me, just a touch too hasty. Lin Fan glanced toward the 100,000 great mountains, having already sensed that those Saint Realm consciousness had departed. For a long while ahead there would be peace. Qin Ming chose to remain in Jinan City. He walked through that battlefield seeking to comprehend the path of slaughter before integrating it into his sword Dao. Qin Ge meanwhile had returned to Shengjing. Once again at the Cloud Pavilion, the zither music that had not sounded for many years resumed. But this time someone stood beside her. The Prince of Bailiang did not return to the Northern Realm. He chose to become Qin Ji's Dao Guardian. As though his thoughts had reached clarity, or perhaps influenced by the sound of Qin Ji's zither, he severed the Tao on a day, without a single cloud across 10,000 miles. It seemed the entire world had grown peaceful. 3 more years passed. Upon a day of heavy snowfall, a delegation of envoys from the east collapsed before the gates of Xinjiang. They had come from the Great Qin dynasty of Linhai Xianzhou. Save Great Qin. The envoy grasped the gate commander's robe, speaking with trembling voice. In Xuanzhou, the Great Qin dynasty stood as the mightiest kingdom of the human realm, occupying the most vast and fertile lands of humanity. Countless powerhouses had been born here, and the current human emperor of Great Qin had once ascended to the sage realm, though he had fallen from that height, due to certain reasons. Yet the enemies they faced were also the most formidable. Bordering the seas, they confronted the entire sea clan of the Star Ocean domain. Soon after, Liu arrived at the Library Pavilion. Master. Entering the Library Pavilion, once more Liu's perception was entirely transformed. Perhaps it was due to his cultivation advancement, or perhaps the place itself was changing, but he felt that everything here seemed brimming with spiritual vitality. Every mountain, every stone, every tree, every flower, as if they had come alive. Liu, what is it? Lin Fan was watering a potted flower by the corner wall, and hearing the sound, he looked up at the pensive Liu. Liu bowed respectfully to Lin Fan, and stated his purpose. Master, the eastern border of Great Qin has been breached. The Sea Clan army has invaded the Great Qin territory, and Great Qin is seeking aid from our kingdoms. He spoke with a grave expression. The Great Qin envoy says that a saint of the Sea Clan is involved. Several of Great Qin's generals have been slain, and the human emperor of Great Qin is gravely wounded. If Great Qin falls, humanity will be in peril. Liu humbly begs the master to intervene. With that, he knelt down. Lin Fan looked at him, paused, set down the watering can, and walked over to him. The Stone Clan was annihilated. The Barbarian Clan lost a saint. At this very moment, the Star Ocean Sea Clan suddenly launches a massive invasion of Great Qin. Whom do you think they are targeting? Lin Fan said. Liu was startled, then looked up at Lin Fan. Dressed in white robes, standing in the light of day, Lin Fan smiled at him. Suddenly a thought struck Liu, and his expression changed. They are targeting the master. Lin Fan nodded. He looked eastward, toward Great Tang. A human kingdom with a half-saint had collapsed in an instant. Clearly a saint had intervened. Then the master must not act. Since they come for you, they must have made thorough preparations. Regardless of the situation, the master's safety is paramount for humanity. He spoke with utmost gravity. After hearing the master's words, he had roughly grasped the situation. The Star Ocean Sea Clan's move was to lure the master into action. Their target was him. If his guess was correct, the Great Qin territory was now a veritable trap set by the Star Ocean Sea Clan, waiting for the master to walk into it. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. Not an exaggeration. Luring the enemy in. It depends on what is being lured. The stage is set. If I don't show up, it would be discourteous. I've been in this Library Pavilion for too long. It's time to step out. Lin Fan said with a calm expression. Liu stared at him dumbfounded. Knowing the tiger is on the mountain, yet still heading toward it. If it wasn't suicide, then the master must have absolute confidence in returning alive. Master. He hesitated, but Lin Fan simply waved his hand. Do not worry. What you need to consider is how to make Great Tang prosper. The 9 provinces of humanity are still too scattered. Unification is better. As if a casual remark, yet Liu's mind was shaken. After a moment of silence, he bowed respectfully to Lin Fan. Liu understands. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Unification is the beginning of humanity's rise. You have been in seclusion for a long time. It's time to move and let the world know the sovereign of Great Tang. The calamity of the Sea Clan upon Great Qin is your opportunity. As for me, I will likely make a journey there as well. You need not worry about anything above the saint level. Oh, I will handle it. The rest must be done by you, Lin Fan said. He looked toward the direction of Great Qin. There were a few places in the human realm that he could not see clearly, and one of them was within the Great Qin territory. He wanted to go and see. Additionally, he intended to visit the Star Ocean Sea Clan to find out who exactly was seeking him. Liu took his leave. Lin Fan gave him a scroll, an ordinary historical record, but with Lin Fan's annotations. This object can slay a saint. That was what Lin Fan told him. Liu was stunned, clutching the scroll tightly to his chest, now filled with confidence for the Great Qin campaign. Lin Fan watched this scene with a faint smile. Later Qin Gu came again. She had brought Lin Fan more tea leaves and some pastries from the Cloud Tower. Master, I am about to enter the divine ability realm. She said, a hint of anticipation in her eyes as she looked at Lin Fan. Not bad. You are already far stronger than your brother. But cultivation requires a steady foundation. I take it step by step, and do not rush. He paused mid-sentence as if recalling something, then shook his head. Cultivation, let it come naturally, he said. Qin Gu nodded. In the blink of an eye you have grown from a child to a graceful young woman. I have never given you a gift, so I shall give you a zither. Lin Fan reached into the void. A branch snapped off from the banyan tree and in moments transformed into a zither. After a moment of thought, he inscribed the words, Phoenix comes, onto the zither. As the two characters were written, a phoenix's cry seemed to echo in the air and a phoenix imprint settled upon the zither. Thank you, Master. Qin Gu took the zither, her face beaming with joy. In this moment, she seemed less like the woman who had ventured alone into the northern border and more like a simple village girl from an ordinary farm. In the Cloud Tower, the northern King Gu saw this expression on Qin Gu, and it completely reshaped his understanding of her. The look was akin to a maiden in love. Could Qin Gu have a beloved? Or was there a man in this world worthy of her? He gazed at her receding figure, a brief moment of bewilderment, then shook his head. What did it matter to him? His half-spent life was solely dedicated to guarding her path. He was old. Even with the saint's grace, he could not live much longer. The future belonged to prodigies like Qin Gu. If he could witness the rise of humanity in his remaining years, he would die without regret. I will personally lead the expedition into Great Qin to campaign against the Sea Clan. In the court, the ministers were still fiercely debating the Great Qin situation, while the Great Qin envoy stood by anxiously. Suddenly a voice came from above, and everyone froze. All eyes turned to the figure on the throne. The sovereign of Great Tang, though not hailed as a human emperor, had been entrusted with the kingdom by the former human emperor. Many respected him, but did not truly revere him, taking him lightly. Now, before they had even reached a conclusion on the Great Qin matter, he spoke. Not a question, but a decree. Your Majesty, this. I will personally lead the expedition. Liu looked at the speaking minister, a creation realm official who under Liu's gaze felt a pressure. It was the same pressure that had once belonged to the former human emperor. I ask you all, am I still the emperor of the Great Tang? Liu rose and addressed the ministers below the golden throne. The weakest among them were at the creation realm, and there were even several at the heavenly human realm, yet at this moment they all chose silence. I also ask you, are the people of Great Qin not part of the human race? Now that Great Qin is ravaged by the Sea Clan, should we not rescue them? I am not only an emperor, but also a member of the human race. He spoke, and his words shook everyone as if they were seeing the emperor of the Great Tang for the first time. None of them had noticed that this emperor of the Great Tang had already reached the 6th level of the divine platform realm. Throughout the entire Great Tang, only the one from the Imperial Academy and the woman from the northern border could compare. I will personally lead an expedition to Great Qin. Does anyone object? He asked again, and a wisp of the sacred body's innate essence radiated spontaneously, surrounding him, lending him a semblance of sacred authority. We obey your Majesty's command. A voice rang out, followed by a chorus of kneeling. The envoys from Great Qin, overwhelmed with emotion, pressed their foreheads to the ground. It was said that the new emperor of the Great Tang was merely a figurehead with the true power resting in the 4 great clans. Now it seemed that was nothing but rumor. At the same age, the princes of Great Qin paled in comparison, in both cultivation and other aspects. After only a few days, a great army to support Great Qin and campaign against the Sea Clan assembled outside Shengjing City, with millions of troops arrayed. Even Gongsun Liang, who had long pleaded illness, arrived. He stood before the army clad in red battle armor and bowed deeply to the emperor of the Great Tang, whom he had once dismissed. The human sovereign was not mistaken. You are indeed worthy of the throne of the Great Tang. He said only this. Liu nodded at him, then turned his gaze to the millions of human troops, his eyes narrowing slightly. Soldiers, follow me into Qin and slay the Sea Clan. With a single simple sentence, countless voices echoed in response. Into Qin, slay the Sea Clan. Into Qin, slay the Sea Clan. The sound shook the heavens. Though dawn had not yet broken, everyone in Shengjing City had awakened, looking toward the city outskirts with solemn expressions. They have left again. In the cloud tower, cultivators and training chambers gazed toward the city outskirts, then returned to their arduous cultivation. No one could have imagined that these once overlooked individuals would one day grow into towering trees, becoming pillars of the human race. This is the true spirit of our human race. Beside Qin Gu, the king of Belyangu, he spoke, then looked at the woman before him, his eyes filled with hope. The human race has a future. In the library pavilion, Lin Fan stretched lazily, sat up, and glanced toward the outskirts of Shengjing City, with a faint smile. Quite a grand spectacle. They are leaving, and so must I, Lin Fan said, then turned to look at the great banyan tree behind him. I am leaving. From now on, this place is yours to guard. You are the elder here. The great banyan tree bent its trunk slightly, as if bowing to Lin Fan, and a voice emanated from it. Yes, master. The great banyan tree had gained sentience, and thanks to Lin Fan's special nurturing, it had reached an astonishing level of power. Lin Fan had manifested a life Tao upon the banyan tree and bestowed upon it the life force left by the fallen barbarian saint. The great banyan tree was now equivalent to the heavenly human realm. It was said that the world had methods of visualization where one could contemplate a supreme being to glean fragments of their Tao and thereby comprehend the way. Others visualized paintings or other objects, but the great banyan tree visualized a living person. Lin Fan also gave it a name, Bodhi. Lin Fan left carrying only a few books, dressed in plain cloth robes like a scholar departing from Shengjing City. Before leaving, he went to see Qin Gu, who was at a critical moment in advancing to the divine ability realm, so Lin Fan did not disturb him. Gui saw him. Who goes there? Seeing Lin Fan approach Qin Gu, he grew extremely tense, his Tao-severing aura surging, and he flew directly toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled faintly and turned away. A distance of a few zhang stretched like an endless horizon. He could not touch Lin Fan no matter how hard he tried, and he could only stare blankly as Lin Fan departed. After a long time, he was utterly stunned. A sage. He had actually seen a sage of the human race. Not a phantom, but a true presence before his eyes. He looked again at Qin Gu, whose surging Tao intent had been calmed after Lin Fan left, and had smoothly transitioned into the divine ability realm. The youngest divine ability cultivator in the 9 provinces of humanity in 10,000 years had been born. His heart trembled, and he bowed respectfully toward the place where Lin Fan had vanished. Great Qin. Crossing millions of li in a few steps, Lin Fan soon arrived within the borders of Great Qin. He did not head straight for the capital or seek out the Sea Clan, but instead came to an ordinary mountain. He quietly watched a woodcutter on the mountain. The woodcutter was young, in his 20s, an age for roaming the world, yet he remained here, chopping wood day after day. After watching for a long time, Lin Fan revealed himself. So young and not defending your homeland, but wasting your days on this mountain. That is not what someone of your station should do. Lin Fan spoke. The casual words made the young woodcutter look up at him. On the mountain a few dozen meters away, a young scholar smiled at him, looking intrigued. Aren't you the same? At your age, not defending your homeland or fighting the foreign races, but teasing a commoner like me. Though he was briefly startled upon seeing Lin Fan, he quickly regained his composure. He probably thought Lin Fan was some scion of a noble family in the capital here to mock him. A former prodigy reduced to a cripple, now a woodcutter. How laughable it must seem. I am no ordinary scholar, Lin Fan said. The woodcutter ignored him, busying himself with sorting the firewood, then hoisted it on his back and headed down the mountain. Though he limped, each step was steady. How can a scholar be extraordinary? Just a few more books, read a few more principles understood. What use is that to Great Qin or the human race? He said. Though he seemed indifferent, there was resentment in his heart. Lin Fan followed him, walking slowly. Not the same. I can read to reach the heavenly human realm, the Tao-severing realm, even the sage realm. Maybe one day I'll read my way to the emperor realm, Lin Fan said. The young woodcutter looked at him as if asking, do you take me for a fool? Lin Fan laughed. Just as the young woodcutter was about to return to his dwelling, Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Do you want to cultivate? The young woodcutter's foot faltered, his body nearly stumbling. Before he could say anything, a voice came from the small hut. Xiaozheng, are you back? Hearing this, he quickly set down the firewood and went inside. Lin Fan stood outside the hut, quietly watching his back. He wished that one day the land of the human race would blossom everywhere. Here in the strongest human dynasty of Great Qin, a seed ought to be planted. Mother. In the small hut, the young woodcutter knelt beside the bed, holding the woman's hand, while the woman looked at him weakly. Xiaozheng, you've suffered so much following your mother, she said softly, her face sallow and bloodless, showing the signs of the 5 decays. She had not long to live. The young woodcutter shook his head and picked up the bowl of medicine. It's not your fault, mother. It's my fault. I shouldn't have quarreled with my brothers, let alone hurt them, he said, spooning the medicine into the woman's mouth. The woman reached out and touched the young woodcutter's head. It's not your fault. It's because your mother doesn't have a powerful family to protect you. Your talent surpasses theirs. They are merely jealous and resorted to such means to cripple your foundation. If only. Mother, don't say any more. I think it's fine now. No one disturbs us here. It's peaceful and free. It would be nice to live like this forever. The young woodcutter interrupted her, as if all his edges had long been worn away, his only concern being his mother on the bed. The woman looked at him and sighed softly. After a long while, when the woman had fallen asleep, the young woodcutter walked out of the house and let out a gentle breath. He looked up and saw someone in the yard. It was that scholar sitting on a wooden chair in the yard, holding a book in one hand and quietly flipping through it. He had not left yet. "You haven't left?" he frowned and asked. Lin Fan looked up at him and smiled faintly. "This place is quiet and perfect for reading. I plan to stay here for a while. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Lin Fan said with a smile. The young woodcutter glanced at him. "As you wish." Then he paid no more attention, busying himself with drawing water from the well and starting a fire to cook. Everything was just like an ordinary farming family. At sunset, as the last ray of sunlight faded at the edge of the earth, Lin Fan looked up and saw the young woodcutter lighting an oil lamp, then adding food to a bowl and bringing it to the bedside. "Xiao Zheng, is there a guest outside?" the woman asked. Just as the young woodcutter was about to shake his head, Lin Fan's voice came from outside. "Not really a guest, just a passerby who borrowed your place to read. You wouldn't mind, would you, madam?" Just a single sentence, yet it seemed to possess an invisible power that soothed the woman's ailments, making her breathing easier. The woman did not notice, but the woodcutter beside her was utterly shocked. He saw his mother's face visibly regain color and her stiff arm relax. "This." He looked at the scholar outside the yard and unconsciously took a deep breath. "You flatter me, sir. Our humble home is simple. It is an honor for us that you choose to read here." The woman said, her voice gaining strength, as if she also sensed the change in her body. She shook her head and smiled. "It seems these herbs are useful after all." "Then thank you very much," Lin Fan said, and by the moonlight he opened another book. In the silent night, only the rustling of pages could be heard. "Who are you?" After the woman fell asleep, the young woodcutter came to the yard, stood before Lin Fan and asked, "A scholar?" Lin Fan replied calmly. The young woodcutter looked and saw only a pair of peaceful eyes within which seemed to harbor a sea of stars. The young woodcutter gave Lin Fan a long, deep look, then returned to the house. Lin Fan watched this scene and smiled faintly. The night was as still as water, but at a certain moment it was shattered by an untimely sound. Swish! An arrow tore through the night sky, shooting toward the young woodcutter, who was sorting herbs in the house. The young woodcutter's expression jolted. He rolled to dodge, but the arrow still pierced his shoulder. He grunted in pain, his shoulder already drenched in blood. "Who?" He looked outside the house, his gaze fierce. The dense forest was silent for a moment, then a voice rang out. "Fourth Prince, long time no see. I didn't expect that even after being crippled you could still survive my arrow." A man in black emerged from the forest. He looked at the young woodcutter, then at the woman in the house, and laughed. "So Madame Li is still alive? Quite fortunate. Good. Today I'll kill you both." Behind him were numerous shadows in the forest, their eyes sharp, their posture like that of an army. The young woodcutter stared at the intruder, gripping his woodcutter's knife tightly, his expression grim. "Xiao Zheng." The woman on the bed woke up, saw the scene before her, and a look of despair crossed her face. "Mother, it's fine," the young woodcutter said, only this standing at the door, blocking the woman's view, staring straight at the people outside. "Fourth Prince, don't blame me. The human emperor is dying, and Great Qin needs someone to take charge. Someone actually recommended you to the emperor. So you cannot live." The man in black said, flipping his palm, a black short blade appearing in his hand with a faint blade aura coiling around it. He was a killer of the divine ability realm. Paying no attention to the young woodcutter who was staring at him with his knife, he casually threw the black short blade. Fourth Prince He Bujing had already been crippled, now he was just an ordinary man. Killing an ordinary man was too simple. Swish! The black short blade streaked through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages, but in the end it landed in a hand as clean as jade. Disturbing a scholar's sweet dreams is a great taboo. The voice rang out, and only then did they notice there was another person in the yard, a young man in a white robe leaning against a stone chair looking at them calmly. A scholar. The man in black was slightly stunned. A scholar could catch his fatal strike. "Sir, this is a matter of the Great Qin imperial family. I advise you not to interfere," he said, and under the moonlight the people hidden in the forest also revealed themselves. There were actually hundreds of them, all well-trained assassins. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. "I've heard that the sea clans of Great Qin are causing havoc, plunging the people into misery. Why aren't you fighting the sea clans, and instead have time to put on a show of power struggles?" His calm words made everyone frown. "Are you sure you want to stop us?" Lin Fan smiled upon hearing this. "So what if I do?" His calm words seemed to darken the entire night sky. Everyone trembled, and the next moment killing intent surged. "Kill!" The man in black threw out dozens of black short blades, again his body darting forward, as well followed by a crowd of shadows. Lin Fan watched this scene calmly, then looked at the young woodcutter at the door. "You see, a scholar can also kill." Then Lin Fan pointed a finger in the air toward the attackers. The group froze in midair, and then before the young woodcutter's astonished eyes turned to dust. "You see, it's that simple," Lin Fan said, as if those people had never existed beneath the moonlight. Yi Bujing stared at Lin Fan, utterly astonished. Lin Fan smiled faintly. In truth, besides achieving the heavenly human realm and Tao severing realm, through reading one can also attain the heavenly human realm by chopping wood. Do you wish to learn? Lin Fan asked. Yi Bujing gazed at him, falling into a prolonged silence, before finally nodding deeply. I wish to learn. After speaking, he stepped out of the house, stood before Lin Fan, knelt down, and performed the grand ritual of kowtowing 3 times, and prostrating 9 times, thus executing the formal disciple bowing ceremony. Lin Fan shook his head. I take no disciples. Yi Bujing looked up dazed. But I can teach you. Haha, Yi Bujing, it seems you're not entirely free from contention after all. In this life, how can one possibly avoid all strife? Contending with others, contending with the heavens. That is the essence of cultivation. Lin Fan remarked. Yi Bujing stared at him as if trying to comprehend his words, and finally nodded with utmost seriousness. Master is right. Call me master. All right. That night Yi Bujing could not sleep. He stayed by the bedside, speaking with his mother through the night, saying many things, as if recounting half his life. At dawn his mother patted his head, and looked toward the white-robed scholar in the courtyard. Xiaozheng, go. He nodded, rose, and walked into the yard, standing before Lin Fan. Master, I entrust Xiaozheng to your care. A woman's voice came from inside the house. With effort, she rose from the bed and solemnly bowed to Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. With a wave of his hand, he and Yi Bujing arrived on the mountain, the place where Lin Fan had first seen him, a forest of towering trees. I said chopping wood could also lead to the sage realm, do you remember? Lin Fan asked. Yi Bujing looked up bewildered. Could chopping wood truly lead to the sage realm? Wasn't it the heavenly human realm? Watch this strike. Lin Fan paid him no heed. He took the woodcutter's axe from Yi Bujing's hand, and under Yi Bujing's bewildered gaze swung it toward the boundless heavens and earth. Boom. The sky collapsed, the void annihilated, splitting open a bottomless chasm, and then the towering mountain before them. In an instant it was cleaved in two. Yi Bujing was stunned. Did you remember clearly? Lin Fan asked. He shook his head. Lin Fan placed a finger on his forehead, imprinting that strike into his soul, eternally demonstrating it for him. Chop more, and you'll get it. Lin Fan said, returning the axe to him. The once ordinary axe now shimmered with the radiance of the Tao, which then faded into the blade. The axe had grown heavy. Yi Bujing felt that if he wished, this axe could be as weighty as Mount Tai, yet as light as a feather. He knew that this axe had become a Tao weapon. Thank you, master. He bowed to Lin Fan once more, a bow born from the depths of his heart, filled with gratitude and reverence. Lin Fan nodded. One day from dawn till dusk, as the sun rose and set, Yi Bujing kept chopping trees there, endlessly repeating that single strike. When he returned to the small hut, a faint light glimmered in his eyes, and the woman on the bed showed an expression of excitement. The second day, the third day, the fourth day. It continued like this, as if possessed. Yi Bujing completely immersed himself. Finally, at a certain sunset, he unleashed a strike that astonished the entire forest. A single blow that brought light to the world. My cultivation has recovered. He stood there uttering in disbelief. He had originally been at the first level of the divine platform realm, and now his cultivation was fully restored. He even felt he was on the verge of breaking through. But what thrilled him most was that he had finally traced a faint outline of that strike. Even a mere outline could split mountains. Congratulations. Lin Fan appeared, looking at him with a smile. He quickly bowed to Lin Fan. Though the master did not take disciples and only asked to be called master, he regarded him as a teacher. A teacher for a day, a father for a lifetime. So Yi Bujing, what do you want to do next? Lin Fan asked. Yi Bujing's expression hardened. What does master wish for me to do? Lin Fan chuckled. Follow me down the mountain. All right, he replied without a moment's hesitation. Then he bid farewell to his mother and followed Lin Fan down the mountain. Lin Fan drew a circle in the void, enclosing the entire mountain, and the mountain vanished from the sight of the world. Yi Bujing watched this scene, utterly stunned. It's not truly gone, just a bit of illusion, a small trick. Lin Fan said, then stepped through the void, pulling Yi Bujing into the fractured emptiness. The space Tao, he murmured. He did not understand the space Tao, but he had read about it in the imperial library of the Great Qin dynasty. The space Tao, the supreme Tao of the world. Across the myriad races of the Xianhuang great world, countless prodigies and eons of time, those who could comprehend it numbered fewer than the fingers of one hand. This was an immensely powerful Tao. Oh, every being who had grasped the space Tao was an existence beyond compare. But his master had grasped it. He was dazed. Just what kind of existence was his master? Qin capital. Suddenly the shattered void solidified again, and the world before him emerged with countless memories flooding back. This was indeed the Great Qin imperial capital. How is it? Do you still recognize it? Lin Fan asked. On the long street, sparse crowds and conscription notices everywhere. A scene of desolation. Yi Bujing felt a bit dazed. It's different here, he said. He had been on that mountain for 3 years, unaware of what had happened in the world. Of course it's different. The Great Qin is about to fall. Have you forgotten what the one who wanted to kill you said? Lin Fan remarked, leading Yi Bujing through the capital. The flourishing Qin was no more, only desolation remained. Yet within the imperial palace, people still vied for power. The nation is on the verge of collapse, the people suffer, yet they still covet the throne. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. Yi Bujing listened, disbelief written on his face. Is he really about to die, he asked. Lin Fan knew whom he meant. It was the great Qin human emperor who had once ascended to the sage realm, a true half-sage. If you wish to know, go and see. Lin Fan said. In a few steps compressing distance, the two arrived at a lifeless palace. In the center of the hall, a man stood silently gazing at the vast misty sea, his vitality long since exhausted. Is he dead? Yi Bujing asked incredulously. This was the human emperor, the backbone of the great Qin people, the faith that sustained their war against the Sea clan. To have died so silently in this great hall. Lin Fan was silent. He pointed into the void. Retrospect. Space fractured, time reversed, countless images flashed before their eyes, finally freezing on a single scene. Clad in a black dragon imperial robe, the human emperor of Great Qin held a star chart, gazing into the boundless firmament as starlight swirled around him. The stars in the sky seemed drawn by some force, descending beams of starlight that converged upon the human emperor, propelling him toward the sage realm. He was only a single step away, even having already crossed into that realm. Yet from the vast void a hand suddenly emerged. With a twist of its palm, the stars inverted, all starlight vanished, leaving only darkness. The human race cannot become sages. The faint words, dripping with icy coldness, severed the human emperor's path to sagehood. You have come after all. The human emperor seemed to have long known of his existence, as if he had been waiting for his appearance. What crime has humanity committed that even tens of thousands of years are insufficient to atone? The human emperor roared, his figure staggering, his spiritual energy dissipating, yet he still glared fiercely at the figure in the void. Not enough. The shadow replied indifferently, and from the endless darkness a black light materialized, arriving in an instant and piercing through the human emperor's body. The human emperor's pupils slowly closed, but at the moment of utter extinction, they suddenly blazed bright. A vast radiance of starlight surged from the star chart in his hand, covering his entire body, then coalescing into his eyes. He saw clearly the figure in the void. So you are the Heavenly Clan. He laughed as if this had been his sole intention all along. To uncover the master manipulator behind the shackles imposed on humanity. Perhaps it held no meaning, yet it was what he sought to do. Heavenly Clan. Two characters appeared on the star chart, which then vanished into the void. A broken imperial artifact. The figure in the void fell silent at the sight. Does it matter, he asked. The human emperor shook his head. If there is a later comer, let them know who humanity's enemy is. If a supreme sage is born among our race, when the reckoning comes, they will know who plotted against humanity. After speaking, he laughed. A desolate laugh laced with sorrow and defiance as he slowly turned into a stiff corpse. The flame of inheritance never dies, humanity shall not perish. These were the last words of the human emperor, causing the figure in the void to fall silent for a long time before finally fading into nothingness. This was the scene frozen before Lin Fan's eyes. Father! Yi Bujing fell to his knees at once. Only now did he realize what his father had been up against. It wasn't that he had been neglectful, but that the burden on his shoulders was too heavy. His heart was for the world first, then for his children. Lin Fan watched this scene, also silent for a long time. Heavenly Clan. He murmured. The Heavenly Clan was one of the 10 supreme clans of the Xianhuang Great World, second only to the Demon Clan, but not necessarily weaker. Legends said the Heavenly Clan descended from the heavens, a divine lineage possessing mysterious and unfathomable means, the most enigmatic clan of the Xianhuang Great World. It seems there is another place I need to visit in the future. Lin Fan said calmly, then turned his gaze to where the star chart had flown, a spot within Great Qin that he had never been able to see through. A mysterious lake hidden atop a snow-capped peak. The human emperor likely never imagined that this later comer would arrive so swiftly, discovering the Heavenly Clan's existence without even using the means he left behind. And now thoughts of settling accounts with the Heavenly Clan had already arisen. The Heavenly Clan, they killed father. Yi Bujing spoke, his face filled with hatred. Lin Fan nodded. Yi Bujing, do you still wish to refrain from contention now? Do you know what you must do? Lin Fan asked. Yi Bujing looked at Lin Fan, then bowed deeply in reverence. Father's dying thoughts were still of the human world. I want to guard this world for him. I want to become a sage. I want to avenge father. Master, please tell me what I should do. A smile spread across Lin Fan's face as he pointed to the woodcutter's axe in Yi Bujing's hand. I told you chopping wood can also lead to the sage realm. There is no wood at the foot of the mountain, but there are sea clans. Lin Fan tore open the void with a gesture. The other side revealed a raging sea where countless sea clans were emerging. Start here, walk your path to sagehood. As Lin Fan's words fell, Yi Bujing had already fallen into that sea domain. It seemed a divine might accompanied him, causing the entire sea to tremble the moment he landed. An invisible hand struck the ocean. The sea churned, monstrous waves surged, and countless sea clans were crushed to nothing, leaving only a bewildered Yi Bujing. Master! Staring at the sea that seemed severed by a single palm strike, he was stunned. He probably had an inkling of his master's power now. The Tao of space-time regression and this palm strike. These were no longer within the capabilities of a mere human emperor. It was a sage. But didn't that figure in the void say humanity could not become sages? How did the master become a sage, and why did the heavenly clan's strong not intervene? As he pondered, sea clans arrived to investigate the area. He looked over, raised his woodcutter's axe, and charged into battle. How the master became a sage mattered little. As long as the master was a sage, that was enough. The master said chopping wood could lead to the sage realm, and he believed it. A force briefly shielded this sea domain, shattering the void here into pieces. A human sage has appeared. Long after Yi Buzheng had left the sea domain, the waters parted, and a sea clan member clad in golden armor arrived. This was a half-saint already possessing a pseudo-saint domain. Yet the moment he spread his domain, it was annihilated by the residual power here. His expression grave, he submerged and vanished into the depths. The human sage had finally been lured out, but was this human sage someone they could even deal with? In the great Qin capital, within the human emperor's bedchamber, Lin Fan had just closed the human emperor's unclosed eyes when he heard a voice from outside the hall. Father, your son could not find the fourth brother. He must have already departed. I am willing to temporarily manage state affairs on his behalf, and when he returns I shall hand over the reins to him. This was another son of the human emperor, a man in a python robe with half-lidded eyes that gleamed with sharpness. Lin Fan paused for a moment upon hearing this, then smiled. He is dead, he said. The faint words made the man outside freeze in shock. Immediately astonishment filled his face. There was someone else in father's bedchamber. How dare you? Who dares infiltrate the great Qin imperial palace? Before he could speak, a heavily armored man pushed open the bedchamber door and strode straight in. Inside the chamber, Lin Fan supported the human emperor's corpse with one hand, looking at them. Your Majesty. The armored man's gaze swept over Lin Fan, then fell on the human emperor's corpse, his pupils contracting sharply. Who dares to assassinate the human emperor? In the next moment, the man's expression shifted, and he uttered a startling accusation. Lin Fan stared at him, then smiled faintly. It seems someone else will die today. As the words left his mouth, the entire bedchamber's atmosphere stiffened, and the armored man's body went rigid. He wanted to say something, but the surrounding space had frozen solid. He couldn't even open his mouth, and could only stare at Lin Fan in sheer terror. The next moment, he felt his mind plunge into chaos as a consciousness forcefully invaded his sea of spirit. His memories were then turned over like pages in a book. When he regained consciousness, a cold pair of eyes appeared before him. The person from that sleeping palace had actually materialized right in front of him. Saint, he stammered. Those two words alone sent the Qin prince and all the ministers behind him shuddering violently, and they dropped to their knees without hesitation. The fact that the human race had a saint was no longer a secret. The Northern Stone tribe had been destroyed by a saint, and even the lord of the mountain range had perished. Yet none of them had expected a saint to appear within the great Qin imperial palace. Do you know your crimes? Lin Fan gazed quietly at the heavily armored man before him, the strongest among the group, whose cultivation had reached the Dao-cleaving realm. The heavily armored man collapsed to his knees, his face twisted with fear. Saint, show mercy. I shouldn't have dared to offend you, but I was only worried about His Majesty the human emperor's safety and acted in haste. Before he could finish, Lin Fan snapped his neck. A sword of divine intent pierced his sea of soul and erased him utterly. Those kneeling behind him all trembled. I am taking the body of the great Qin human emperor. As for the rest of you, farewell. Remember, you are the human race. Lin Fan glanced at the kneeling figures on the ground and spoke coldly, then departed with the great Qin human emperor's corpse. One step took him outside the hall, another, and he vanished from the great Qin imperial palace. He never explained why he had killed the heavily armored man, nor did he care to. What others said of him meant nothing. He did only what he believed was right. The heavily armored man had already defected to the Sea Clan, though he was their deepest spy, embedded within Great Qin. Only long after Lin Fan had departed did the others dare to lift their heads, gazing at the corpse upon the ground with trembling expressions. General Wei is dead, they whispered in shock. Why did the saint kill General Wei? No one could explain the saint's actions. Only the great Qin prince saw a dark gleam flicker in his eyes as he clenched a fish scale tightly in his hand. He hasn't discovered me. His heart trembled. If anyone in that heavily armored man's death was the most terrified, it was him. He too had betrayed the human race, having even taken a Sea Clan woman as his wife and sired children. He was the deepest pawn the Sea Clan had planted within Great Qin. Taking a deep breath, he walked to the front of the assembled group. Perhaps the saint is not as merciful as we imagined. He killed the emperor and General Wei, aiming to plunge Great Qin into suffering. We cannot trust the saint blindly. His words sent shockwaves through everyone. Not trusting the saint, they stared at Yi Sun, the great Qin's great prince, and possibly the future sovereign of the dynasty, in utter disbelief. High above in the sky, Lin Fan watched this scene in silence. From the moment he saw Yi Sun, he had sensed something amiss, yet he chose not to kill him. He would leave Yi Sun for Yi Buzheng. Yi Sun's existence was the obsession of Yi Buzheng. In the past, it was precisely because of Yi Sun's treachery that Yi Buzheng had fallen to such a wretched state. Only the one who tied the bell can untie it, and Lin Fan left this opportunity for Yi Buzheng. Lin Fan also wished to see just how deeply rotten this great Qin dynasty had become, so that when the time came, he could settle all scores at once. As Yi Sun spoke recklessly, a sudden jolt struck his heart. Then he vomited a mouthful of blood. An invisible sword flashed past his side, cleaving the earth in two. He looked up, his face contorted with terror. That person had not left. The human emperor's corpse stood nearby, as if gazing down at him through the vast heavens. Yi Buzheng, do you still remember? Lin Fan asked. Yi Sun's expression first stiffened, then filled with utter disbelief. He thought of the people he had sent to kill Yi Buzheng. One squad vanished while the other returned with news that the mountain could no longer be found. A mountain had vanished into thin air. Could this also be the work of the saint? Fear turned to seething resentment. Why did Yi Buzheng, who did nothing, receive the emperor's favor and the saint's blessing? All while Yi Sun fell short in every way. He looked up at Lin Fan, his face twisted with unwillingness. You're here to kill me, he said. And yet at this moment he was no longer afraid. He merely stared fiercely at Lin Fan, his eyes burning crimson. Lin Fan shook his head and offered a faint smile. No, he is the one who wants to kill you. With those words, Lin Fan's figure had already vanished. Though he had seen through everything, he had chosen not to kill him. Yi Sun stood frozen, gazing up at the sky for a long time. When he turned around, the people behind him retreated in fear, as though he were something terrible. His gaze grew heavy, brimming with murderous intent. Do you really think he can save Great Qin? Yi Sun said. The Sea clan far outstrips us. He is but one man, while the Sea clan has no fewer than 10 saints. Yi Sun spoke, and the group fell silent, staring at him. He let out a cold smirk and turned away. Behind the Grand Tang Imperial Capital's Library Pavilion, a new grave appeared on the vacant ground right beside the tomb of the Grand Tang Human Emperor. The tomb of the Great Qin Human Emperor. All of this occurred in quiet subtlety. Only the great banyan tree seemed to sense the change. Gazing upon the cemetery, a few of its branches stretched forward, casting shade over the grave. Yi Sun was merely a lure cast by Lin Fan, using him to send word to the Sea clan that he had arrived. If they wished to kill him, they should have made their arrangements in advance. He wanted to see how many hands would hold the net when the great web finally closed. Experts from the Sea clan, the barbarian clans, or other races. How many in total wanted this human saint dead? Killing them one by one would be too tedious, so he would eliminate them all at once. After leaving the capital of Qin, Lin Fan did not head toward the sea, but instead arrived at a snow-capped mountain shrouded in eternal frost. What awaits here, he murmured. He stepped onto the very ground the great Qin dynasty revered as sacred, and place even alien races dared not tread. An immense formation covered 3,000 li of the snow mountain, its aura potent enough to slay a saint. However, it was merely a static death array, immobile and fixed. TSRR. The moment he entered the snow mountain's domain, countless biting winds materialized into blades and slashed toward him. Yet upon reaching Lin Fan, they dissolved into a blizzard of snowflakes. Wherever he walked, the heavy snow fell still, and the killing array concealed itself. Heaven and earth seemed to invert, stars flickering like constellations within a painting. And Lin Fan had unknowingly stepped inside the domain of a flawed emperor's weapon. Sky Clan. Lin Fan saw the two bloodstained characters left by the great Qin Human Emperor as if to warn future generations humanity and the Sky Clan were mortal enemies until death. So this is an emperor's weapon, Lin Fan said quietly. He probed the entire world around him, and in an instant the illusion shattered. A starry diagram materialized in his hand as he reached the summit of the snow mountain. An old man stared at him in utter shock. How did you pass the emperor's weapon trial so quickly? Wait. Your cultivation. The sacred pool of the human race. This was the place prepared for those who ascended to sainthood. Having traversed the snowy mountains and passed the trial of the emperor, artifact one was deemed worthy to bathe in the sacred pool. The sacred pool could enhance the enlightenment of those ascending to sainthood, making it easier for them to comprehend the great Tao. It also tempered the body and gathered the spirit. In bygone days, the great human cultivators who had comprehended the Tao here left their soul imprints within the sacred pool. Those who ascended to sainthood might awaken these dormant soul imprints and obtain supreme legacies. Yet endless ages had passed, and he had not seen any human come here for a very long time. It seemed as if humanity had forgotten this place. Finally a person arrived, but he was not an ascender to sainthood. He had already stepped into the sage realm. He had even reached a level that the old man could not fathom. Spirit of the Snow Mountain. Lin Fan looked at him and spoke calmly. He saw through the old man's true form. He was the embodiment of the entire Snow Mountain's spiritual nature, and it was he who drove the Emperor formation outside the mountain. The old man trembled slightly, feeling a sense of oppression from this human youth. The sacred pool of the human race is a cultivation site for those ascending to sainthood. Since you have already entered the sage realm, there is no need for you to come here. The old man said, blocking Lin Fan's path. His seemingly frail and stooped figure exuded a heavy aura like a mountain. Lin Fan glanced at him and continued forward. How dare you? He roared, but watched as Lin Fan simply passed through him and stepped into the sacred pool. As he entered the water, the spiritual energy accumulated over endless ages converged toward him. Lin Fan gently waved his hand, and the energy dispersed. The old man stood on the shore, the words he had been about to speak dying on his lips. If he was not here for the spiritual energy of the sacred pool, then why had he come? You have stayed here for far too long. The faint words reached him, and the old man was momentarily startled. Too long. Indeed, he had stayed here for so long that he had forgotten the passage of time. The great emperor had laid down measures upon him, so he was not bound by the concept of lifespan. Or rather, he could no longer be considered a living being. He was merely an artifact. Have you ever thought of leaving? Lin Fan asked again, his gaze shifting to the bottom of the sacred pool. There was a concealment laid by a supreme human powerhouse, but Lin Fan could still see what lay within. Chaos light surged in his pupils. He could see through all things in the world. It was a corpse. A woman in a white dress with black hair lay quietly at the bottom, unchanged even after enduring eons of time. Although her eyes had lost their luster, one could still tell how peerlessly graceful she had once been. This was the secret of the sacred pool of the human race. This was not a natural treasure ground for Tao comprehension, but a hope for the continuation of humanity left by a human powerhouse. Using her own corpse as a foundation, she left an indelible legacy for humanity. But unfortunately, no human had been able to enter this place for a long time. In the past tens of thousands of years, the only one who had come close was the human emperor of Great Qin, yet he never made it here, failing the trial. I am the guardian of the sacred pool. I cannot leave this place. The old man shook his head. Guardianship. That was the meaning of his existence. Is it guarding the sacred pool or humanity? Lin Fan continued. The old man paused as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated momentarily, unable to answer. My master left me here. She told me to wait for her here, that one day in the future she would return to find me. The old man said, and as if recalling something, his previously hesitant expression instantly hardened with resolve. You should leave. This is not a place for you. You have already become a sage. This place holds no use for you. The human prodigies who need to ascend to sainthood are the ones who truly need this place. He spoke adhering to the rules set by his former master in ages past. Even though he could not stop Lin Fan, he still had to say it. Lin Fan's gaze shifted from the water to the old man. The old man's body trembled, and he took a few steps back. Who was the last person to come here? Lin Fan asked. The old man was momentarily dazed. He seemed to want to say something, then shook his head. I forgot. His eyes were filled with confusion, as if a part of his memory had been erased, leaving him unable to recall much. Perhaps humanity found a better place than the sacred pool, so they no longer needed this one. After all, this world is vast. But that is a good thing. If humanity grows stronger, my master will be able to return sooner. He said, a flicker of eagerness in his eyes, only to be interrupted by Lin Fan's next words. Humanity is on the verge of extinction. The faint words, spoken as if stating something ordinary, made the old man freeze in place, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief. Impossible. Humanity is so powerful, ruling over all races, even opening star routes. And with my master present, how could humanity be destroyed? He spoke, a trace of panic appearing on his aged face. Lin Fan looked at him and shook his head slightly. You already suspected something, didn't you? Though time has erased many of your memories, you must recall the splendor of this place in the past, and how different it is now. Lin Fan had already guessed the woman at the bottom was his master, who had long buried herself beneath this sacred pool. It was she who had cut away his memories, leaving him only to remember to guard this place. As if affected by his emotions, a blizzard raged over the snow mountain, as if the entire sky were about to collapse. After a long while, where is my master? He stared intently at Lin Fan and asked. Lin Fan merely looked at him, saying nothing. You don't know my master's identity yet. My master is the Weiyang quasi-emperor, the strongest beneath the great emperor. He said with pride. The strongest beneath the great emperor, a peerless prodigy who surpassed all races in that era. Lin Fan remained silent. He looked again at the corpse at the bottom of the water. Time had turned, but her face remained unchanged. He wondered how many still remembered her. She is dead, Lin Fan said. Just 3 words, and the old man, who had been speaking enthusiastically about his master, froze. He turned to look at Lin Fan. She died right here beneath this sacred pool you have guarded for endless ages. Or rather, what you have been guarding is her corpse. Lin Fan's hand touched the water surface again, causing ripples. The pool water, which had accumulated immense spiritual energy, parted, and Lin Fan lifted the concealment covering the woman's body. The power of time instantly surged in, threatening to erase her corpse. Lin Fan pointed into the void, and the tides of time were isolated beyond. The old man no longer cared about these things. His eyes were fixed only on the woman at the bottom. Dazed, terrified, grief-stricken. Countless emotions appeared in his eyes. He knelt heavily toward the corpse, pressing his head to the ground, unable to lift it for a long time. Master! He cried out, and the entire snow mountain wailed in mourning. A torrential blizzard descended, yet it deliberately avoided the sacred pool atop the mountain peak. Lin Fan watched this scene silently. It seemed he had torn open a corner of humanity's past. The Weiyang quasi-emperor, a being who buried himself on the mountaintop to extend the life of humanity. And what the elders said, that humanity once ruled all races, carving out starry paths, and should have had a golden age of unprecedented glory. They had even ventured beyond the Xinhuang great world, yet for some unknown reason they declined, and even someone like Weiyang quasi-emperor perished. Snow fell night after night, and Lin Fan stood silently atop the snowy peak gazing. At last the snow ceased. I had already guessed it from the moment that man named Yi Yuan arrived. I just couldn't bring myself to believe it. The elder looked at Lin Fan and spoke. Yi Yuan was the human sovereign of Great Qin. Humanity was so powerful once. How could it now fall to the point where a mere Dao-cutting cultivator is sovereign? And I saw that his foundation was severed. Who dared to cut the foundation of a human sovereign? He said, a trace of killing intent in his voice. In his era, humanity reigned supreme, and all races knelt in submission. Not even a human noble son would dare to be touched by any clan. The Celestial Clan. He also saw those two words on the star map. Lin Fan looked at him. What is the Celestial Clan? He asked. One of the 10 top-tier clans of the current Xinhuang Great World, Lin Fan said. He had only seen it in the memories recalled by the Great Qin human sovereign, and through human records he knew it was a very mysterious clan. There was no Celestial Clan back then, the elder said, frowning slightly, as if pondering something, but moments later his face was filled with murderous intent. No matter the Celestial Clan, or any other whoever offends humanity, shall be eliminated. Since our master is gone, I shall protect humanity. He bowed once more before the corpse in the sacred pool, then straightened up. His stooped frame was no longer bent, and his features gradually grew younger. Soon a middle-aged man appeared before Lin Fan. He was at the 3rd level of the sacred realm. Then he looked beyond the snowy peak, towards the Great Qin realm millions of li vast. Suddenly snow fell, and an invisible divine sense swept across heaven and earth. A human sage. In the Qin capital, Yi Sun was kneeling before a figure hidden in a black robe, reporting on the human race's situation, when he saw the robed figure suddenly lift his head. Snow. He was momentarily stunned. The sky had been clear moments ago. Why had it suddenly snowed? The Tang army had entered Great Qin, but instead of heading for the capital, they had directly attacked the regions seized by the Sea Clan. Just as they had won a great victory and were about to advance, snow suddenly fell from the sky. This snow is off, Gong Sun Liang said, standing beside Li Yu. He caught a snowflake, felt it briefly, and his face turned grave. This is not real snow. It is manifested by the Tao. A sage is here unfolding a domain of the way. Where the heavy snow falls, that is where the sage descends. He spoke. Then a figure naturally emerged in his mind. Among the mountains clad in white, peerless. Was it that one? Li Yu focused. He knew it was not the master, but he also knew that the master had come to Great Qin. Had the master clashed with the Sea Clan's sage? On the coastline, countless Sea Clan members who had just climbed ashore, seeing the heavy snow, hurriedly retreated into the sea, looking up at the sky in awe. A single snowstorm blanketed all of Great Qin. Sea Clan, he shouted in fury. The entire snow mountain trembled, then calmed after a long while. He looked at Lin Fan. Humanity has fallen to such a state. A nation's territory without a single sage, even bullied by these trash fish and rotten shrimp. Where are the human sages? In such a situation, do they still not emerge? Are they waiting for humanity to perish? He asked, his face cold. Lin Fan shook his head and looked again at the corpse beneath the water. I am the only human sage. His calm words made the elder's eyes widen in disbelief. How can that be? Lin Fan did not reply. He gazed at this sacred pool of humanity, filled with the spiritual energy accumulated over endless ages. Truly a sanctuary. The spiritual energy of the human lands is too barren, Lin Fan said calmly. The elder's expression shook. What are you thinking? Lin Fan smiled faintly. No one else can reach this place. So let me borrow it to bring rain to humanity. Let this withered world regain its vitality. As he spoke calmly, he gave the elder no chance to respond. He stepped into the air above the sacred pool. The snow mountain trembled, but was firmly suppressed. Without the sacred pool, the master's corpse will decay, the elder shouted, struggling with all his might. Only then did he realize how terrifying the young man before him truly was. Even using his original body's power, he could not budge him an inch. Using an imperial artifact, he still could not see through him, and he even felt that the surrounding heavenly rules were subtly avoiding him. I have found a burial site for her that will keep her corpse from decay. Where? The elder asked. Behind my courtyard. Your backyard? The elder was stunned. Before he could say more, he saw the entire sacred pool's water drawn into the void, then the surrounding sky shattered and layers of void interlaced. The sacred water flowed into those voids. Huff! Not only in the Great Qin realm, but across all 9 provinces of humanity, rain began to fall at that moment. The water came from the sky, its origin unknown, as if born from thin air. This is spiritual energy. Some human cultivators bathed in the rain felt a cleansing of worldly impurities. They also sensed the earth around them seemed to be reviving. All things burst with life. The barriers to cultivation were no longer unbreakable and insights into the world's Tao became less difficult. A sage has manifested. Some human cultivators looked up to the sky excited. This is a sage's miracle. The sage is using great fortune to transform the human realm. Many people knelt, including ordinary folk, believing that a sage had indeed manifested, just as when the Stone Clan had been destroyed. On the snowy peak, the elder stared at the scene in awe, unable to regain his composure for a long time. After a long while, "What realm are you really in?" he asked. Was this truly the sage realm? He did not believe it. Mastering the space Tao to such a profound level. Even those quasi-emperors could not achieve it. Humanity had no sages, so how did one appear? The sacred pool's water was spent. Lin Fan looked at the corpse, and the elder also looked at him, wariness in his eyes. Would he truly bury his master in his backyard? His master was Weiyang Emperor, the unparalleled female emperor of that era. How could she be buried in such a place? Bodhi. In the library, Lin Fan's voice rang out. The great banyan tree swayed its branches as if answering. Then a corpse traversed the void, and in the backyard a tomb appeared with a gravestone standing before it. Tomb of Weiyang Quasi-Emperor. Human sage. In the void appeared a figure standing in the depths of the unknown emptiness, gazing at this land of humanity with a slight frown. Heavenly Clan Observer. When did humanity produce a sage? After a moment of contemplation, as if recalling something, a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Remnants of the ancient human imperial court, he said indifferently, his form fading back into the void. Atop the snowy peak, Lin Fan glanced into the depths of the void, then turned his gaze to the snow mountain spirit. Though not human, he identified as one, and compared to some he was more human. If not for Lin Fan, he would have been humanity's true guardian. This was the final trump card left by Weiyang Zhuandi. Below the quasi-emperor realm, Lin Fan said calmly. The snow mountain spirit's expression tightened. Though not yet a quasi-emperor, he felt that Lin Fan was more terrifying than any quasi-emperor he had encountered before. He felt that perhaps only Weiyang Zhuandi could compare to him. Humanity had declined, yet such a fearsome figure had emerged. Your master has been laid to rest. You may visit whenever you wish. Lin Fan waved his hand, and a scene appeared before him, a pavilion, a courtyard, and an old banyan tree. Finally, the graveyard at the back of the courtyard. Tomb of the great Tang human emperor. Tomb of the great Qin human emperor. Tomb of Weiyang Zhuandi. His gaze fell upon the last tomb, his expression trembling as a wave of sorrow enveloped him. Then he knelt before that tomb. Master, you need not have done this. Even if you had not spoken or acted, I would still have guarded this land. Feishue's roots are in humanity, and Feishue's life was gifted by you, master. As long as I exist, humanity shall never fall. He spoke, and Lin Fan simply watched him in silence. The reason he had created such a grand spectacle by using the sacred pool to bestow a transformative blessing upon the world was because of him. The alien races knew that humanity had a sage, but no one knew the identity of this human sage. He could stand before the masses on Lin Fan's behalf. Behind humanity's decline and fall, there was surely a hidden hand pulling the strings, and countless unseen gazes were fixed upon humanity. These observers might not even be within the Xianhuang Great World. Feishue at the third level of the Sage Realm was strong, but not enough to attract their attention. But if Lin Fan were to emerge, those beings would surely be unable to sit still. Lin Fan's current cultivation was at the 9th level of the Great Sage Realm, ready to step into the Quasi-Emperor Realm at any moment, and his combat power had reached an inconceivable level. None below the Emperor Realm could contend with him. He could not be lightly moved, but once moved, he would settle everything. After a long while, Feishue rose and bowed once more to Lin Fan. I see a shadow of my master in you. Though you have restrained it to the utmost, like my master, you naturally exude an aura of invincibility. In the future, you will not be weaker than my master. Though I do not know why you choose to hide, I am certain you have your reasons. I am willing to follow your commands. He said, and even performed a vassal's bow to Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at him and smiled slightly. He pointed toward the land ravaged by the Sea Clan. Then let this be your first task. Go and slay every Sea Clan member upon the human lands. Leave none alive. Feishue's expression turned serious as he looked up at Lin Fan. Lin Fan stood in the void, gazing through the emptiness. He saw countless chains of rules, saw the entire world suppressing Lin Fan. He was shocked. What kind of person would incur the suppression of the heavenly Tao? I sense that on this human land there are more than one Sea Clan saint, and one of them has a presence even stronger than mine. He took a deep breath and spoke. Lin Fan smiled faintly. They will not appear. Feishue's expression hardened, then he bowed once more to Lin Fan and departed. As he moved, the entire land trembled. The shroud of snow and mist dispersed, revealing countless fissures stretching in all directions. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the largest snowy mountain in Great Qin vanished. In the fallen territories of Great Qin, countless Sea Clan members were ferociously besieging a human city. A creation realm Sea Clan appeared, smashing through the city walls. The human city was about to fall. Countless human soldiers trembled, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes bloodshot. Humanity, we shall not retreat, even in death. A human general roared, and countless soldiers echoed his cry. They had come here with no intention of ever returning alive. But just as the city was about to be breached, snow began to fall from the sky. The snow divided the world into two colors within the city walls and outside. In an instant, everything was blanketed in white. Countless Sea Clan members looked up. A figure stood in the heavens with eyes as cold as ice, reflecting the entire land. Die. With a single word, the temperature outside the city plummeted, freezing everything. All the Sea Clan were annihilated. It happened in an instant. By the time the humans in the city reacted, outside had become a frozen world. They only caught a glimpse of that figure's back. "It is our human sage." A human spoke, and then all the humans trembled with emotion. "The sage has come to save us." Inside the city were not only Great Qin's troops, but also reinforcements from the Great Tang. They all stared blankly at the sky, lost in a daze. A military camp of 500,000 Sea Clan soldiers stretching for hundreds of miles was completely buried under a blizzard. A Heavenly Realm Sea Clan member who used a great divine ability to attack the city was pinned to the ground by an ice spike. Sea Clan members slaughtered a human village, but after a cold snap, all fell silent. Every Sea Clan member turned into an ice sculpture before the eyes of the human villagers, shattering at the slightest touch. This was the massacre of a Sage Realm. Those below the Sage Realm were nothing but ants. "Where are our saints?" A Sea Clan member looked up at the sky, his face pale with despair. But no matter how they shouted, their saints did not appear. In a small human city, a Sea Clan member with scales on his face and a red crystal embedded in his forehead walked past, and every human he passed became frozen in place. "Sea Clan." They cried out in terror, unable to believe that Sea Clan had appeared so close to the Great Qin capital. As if trapped in a quagmire, they could only watch the Sea Clan member walk by, unable to move a step. Humans are indeed more delicious than those Sea Clan. No wonder so many races covet you, He looked at the terrified humans around him and chuckled. "Afraid? You should be, because soon I will devour you. Do not think anyone can save you. Even if that so-called sage of yours comes, it will be useless. A coward who hides in the shadows can only watch me feast on you all." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse. A young man in white robes stood on the long street, a book tucked at his waist, quietly watching him. "Oh, humanity's sage has arrived." He laughed, not taking Lin Fan seriously. But the next moment his smile vanished. Because Lin Fan merely took a step toward him, appearing before him in an instant, and grabbed him by the neck. He could not trace Lin Fan's trajectory, nor could he break free from that hand. The moment his Tao domain unfolded, it collapsed, and his sacred artifact shattered into dust. He stared at Lin Fan, his face filled with sheer terror. "The first one." Lin Fan spoke indifferently, his hand exerting a slight pressure, and the Sea Clan saint had lost all signs of life. In that instant his soul was directly annihilated, leaving behind a corpse that collapsed limply to the ground. Snowflakes drifted through the heavens and earth, and the Sea Clan saint transformed into an ice sculpture. Lin Fan comprehended the myriad paths, the path of ice and snow being merely one among them. It was far more powerful than the falling snow. "Qian Kong is dead." On another piece of land, a blue-skinned Sea Clan member approached a human city. Just as he was about to enter, his brow suddenly tightened. Though he merely stood outside the city, an overwhelming stench of the sea had already enveloped the entire city, and countless people even heard the sound of waves in their ears. Looking out of the city in a daze, they could even see a vast, boundless ocean. According to historical records, when a saint descends, a Tao domain accompanies them, with myriad phenomena manifesting within it. This is a saint domain. An old man stood at the city gate, staring fixedly at the figure outside the city. He was the strongest within the city at the divine ability realm, yet at this moment terror was evident on his face. "Human saint, you are far too arrogant," the blue-skinned Sea Clan saint said in a deep voice, his tone laced with icy, killing intent. Within the saint domain, all humans trembled instinctively, turning their gaze to the same spot. A suddenly appearing Sea Clan member. Hearing the old man's voice, yet again despair spread across their faces. This was a Sea Clan saint. Whoosh! A chilling wind blew. Countless people looked up to the sky and saw snowflakes falling, drifting down upon the earth with an indescribable beauty. The wind dispelled the fishy stench and also soothed everyone's taut nerves. The Sea Clan saint outside the city spun around abruptly, seeing countless ice crystals coalesce into a giant sword that descended toward him. "Towering waves," he roared. He conjured sky-covering waves that surged toward the giant ice sword. "Human saint, I didn't go looking for you, yet you deliver yourself to my doorstep," he said, stepping into the void. A vast ocean rose beneath his feet, as if he had become one with that sea region. The giant ice sword pierced through the sky-covering waves, plunging toward the Sea Clan saint, and finally impaled him entirely. Everything fell silent. Only the Sea Clan saint stared at the sky, his face full of disbelief. Hadn't this human saint just ascended to sainthood? How could he be so powerful? In his last glance, he saw the human saint, a young man in white robes standing amidst the heavens, suspended between nothingness and reality. It seemed like a Tao body. The second one. The rest are all in Qin capital, which makes things simple. Outside Qin capital, Lin Fan said calmly, withdrawing his gaze from that human city, and the incarnated divine thought dissipated. To deal with so-called Sea Clan saints, merely a single incarnation of divine thought was sufficient. Even the saints within Qin capital were no different. But before killing them, there was still one more thing to do. Yi Bujing. Lin Fan spoke, and the void before him tore open, layers of worlds parting to reveal a vast, boundless ocean. This was the Xingqian Sea region. Yi Bujing was speeding across the sea, followed by hundreds of humans, and behind them tens of thousands of Sea Clan members. Yi Bujing, they're about to catch up? What should we do? A woman in blue asked, glancing back frequently at the approaching Sea Clan, her face filled with anxiety. Yi Bujing, you were able to come to the Xingqian Sea region with a Dao weapon, so you must have a powerful background. Didn't the person who sent you leave you any life-saving items? You can use them now. Others chimed in, their eyes converging on Yi Bujing as if he were their last hope. Yi Bujing looked at them and shook his head slightly. The master only gave me this cleaver, he said. With this cleaver he had slain several Sea Clan cultivators at the Divine Ability realm, while he himself was only at the Divine Platform realm, causing a massive commotion across the sea region. Then what about the master you speak of? A burly man nearest to Yi Bujing asked. Yi Bujing shook his head, about to say something, when suddenly a voice reached his ears. Master. He looked up. The void tore open, layers of worlds receded and finally revealed a majestic imperial capital, Qin capital. The master was standing there looking at him. Behind Yi Bujing, all the humans stared at this scene, their faces filled with shock. Qin capital. Some who had come from Qin capital widened their eyes at the familiar scene, unable to believe what they were seeing. This place was millions of li away from Qin capital, the Xingqian Sea region. Lin Fan turned his gaze toward the Sea Clan members behind Yi Bujing. With a single glance, the ocean fell silent, and all the Sea Clan lost their breath. Everyone trembled at the sight. Greetings, Saint. The woman in blue was the first to recover, bowing respectfully. The others behind her shuddered and followed suit. The person behind Yi Bujing was actually a saint. A tidal wave of shock surged in their hearts. They had long heard that a human saint had appeared, and they had once sought him out, but to no avail. They never expected to meet him under such circumstances. It's time for you to return, Lin Fan said. An overwhelming divine power descended upon this sea region, and Yi Bujing, along with the hundreds of humans behind him, only felt the world around them constantly shifting. When their minds steadied, they looked again and found themselves already outside Qin capital, crossing millions of li in a single thought. They were awestruck. Was this the power of a saint? Ahead, a young man in white robes stood not far away, with not a trace of aura emanating from him, yet he made the entire world seem like his backdrop. Come meet the one you wish to see and settle the karmic ties. Consider this the last thing I do for you, Lin Fan said, walking toward Qin capital. He saw layers of killing formations and beams of holy weapons, several of which already possessed the power of a great saint. This was the net they had laid for Lin Fan. Lin Fan paid them no heed and led Yi Bujing into Qin capital. The group of humans behind them hesitated at the city gate. Among them, the woman in blue closed her eyes, sensing the surrounding aura, her face trembling. A terrifying killing formation. Then she looked at Lin Fan's back. The saint seemed oblivious, stepping directly into the formation and becoming deeply enmeshed in it. She let out a heavy breath and followed. The others gritted their teeth and fell in behind. Saint, there are many killing formations in Qin capital, the woman in blue warned. Lin Fan merely nodded, but made no move, sinking deeper instead. Finally, they reached the imperial palace. A young man clad in imperial robes stood atop the throne with a retinue of courtiers kneeling behind him. He looked down from a height, surveying Lin Fan and the others. You've finally come. I have been waiting for this day for a very long time, he said, as if he no longer feared Lin Fan. On the palace walls behind him, figures appeared one after another, each exuding a vast aura, all of them saints. A total of 13 saints. This was his confidence. It was only a newly ascended saint, while behind him stood 13 saints. Within the Qin capital, countless powerful beings lay in ambush, having laid an inescapable net that would draw even the blood of a saint. Does my saint of the human race make you tremble at the sight? Yi Sun looked at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with hatred. What of a saint? He will die just the same. Speaking from the imperial throne, he appeared as a peerless sovereign, his gaze sweeping over everything with absolute contempt, showing no reverence even for a saint. His words left the blue-robed woman and others trembling with awe behind him. Where is the human sovereign of our great Qin? Someone asked, not looking at Yi Sun, but instead gazing toward the Qin palace and the 13 figures standing upon the palace wall. I am the human sovereign of great Qin. Since you see me, why do you not kneel? Yi Sun turned to them, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. The blue-robed woman and the others looked from Yi Sun to the 13 saints, a scornful smile playing on their lips. Human sovereign, you are unworthy. You don't even deserve to be human. You fit better with beasts, the blue-robed woman said. They had entered the Starry Sea, slaughtering the Sea Clan solely to give the humans of Great Qin a sliver of breathing room. Yet they never imagined the Great Qin royal family they had sworn to protect would be so degraded. the bloodline of the human sovereign bowing before foreign clans. The vast Qin capital had fallen entirely under the control of these alien races. Insolence. Yi Sun roared in fury, yet when he caught the searching gaze of the blue-robed woman and her companions, his anger melted into a smile. If you seek the human sovereign, ask the one standing before you. He is the one who killed him. I may be unworthy of the human race, but surely he must be worthy. He spoke, his eyes sweeping over the gathered crowd with mocking derision, then fixed on Lin Fan as if daring him to strike. The group turned their gazes to Lin Fan, their faces etched with disbelief. A saint had slain the human sovereign. How could this be? For a fleeting moment, despair seized them. Had the saint abandoned humanity as well? Are you finished? Suddenly a voice cut through the tension. It was Lin Fan. All eyes turned to him, clad in white robes like a scholar. Standing before the imperial palace, his expression never shifted despite facing 13 saints, his demeanor as calm as still water. The 13 saints frowned slightly in response. I cannot sense his aura, a saint shrouded in dark mist spoke. He belonged to neither the Sea clan nor the barbarian clans, but rather an unknown lineage. His form and spirit are imperceptible, his Dao domain non-existent. As though he were merely an absence, another saint remarked regarding Lin Fan with deep suspicion. Could it be because of that imperial artifact of the human race? He came armed with the imperial artifact. That explains his fearlessness. Thank goodness we prepared in advance. How could a newly ascended human saint possibly slay the Lord of Mountains? It must be that this new human saint awakened the dormant imperial artifact of the human race, using its power to kill the Lord of Mountains. This was the unanimous conclusion among all the saints. A livestock creature suddenly turning to bite its keeper. Absolutely unacceptable. Even if he were merely a newly ascended saint, they would crush him before he could act. This explained their arrival, though there remained another unspoken reason. The suppressed history of the human race that they refused to acknowledge. Yi Sun's heart tightened as he faced Lin Fan, acutely aware of the danger. A saint who had slain the Lord of Mountains himself. Yet the thought of the 13 saints standing behind him steadied his resolve. Saint, what is? He began, but before he could finish, Lin Fan extended a hand toward him, 5 fingers descending like a mountain range with unfathomable depth, causing his features to contort in terror. Yet none of the saints behind him moved. Perhaps none dared to intervene. Between those 5 fingers, space itself continuously reorganized and evolved, manifesting an independent microcosm within moments. Inside this realm, only Yi Sun stood alone. Yi Bujing, proceed, Lin Fan commanded, turning his gaze toward Yi Bujing. Yi Bujing's expression shifted as he regarded Yi Sun within the microcosm, then glanced back at the 13 saints arrayed along the imperial palace walls before nodding solemnly. Thank you, master. I will surely prevail in this battle. With those words, the space before him shattered, pulling him into that realm until he materialized before Yi Sun. Upon the imperial palace walls, all 13 saints watched in shock as the scene unfolded. Lin Fan turned his gaze toward them. It is not yet your turn. Watch carefully. His calm words carried the weight of one who held the 13 saints trapped in an inescapable net. Each saint radiated formidable presence, their stares fixed upon Lin Fan. Lin Fan paid them no mind. His attention remained fixed on the battle within the microcosm, a living screen before them all where they watched like spectators at a theater. The blue-robed woman and the other humans exchanged glances, suppressing their astonishment as they took their positions behind Lin Fan. A saint stood before them. How could they falter over a single traitor of their race? He was humanity's sole saint, and if they did not trust him, whom could they rely upon? Several courtiers who had knelt before the imperial palace slowly rose and moved silently to take their place behind Lin Fan. Within the microcosm, Yi Sun called out, "My dear brother, it has been too long. Have you grown bold enough to defy me now? That man killed our father. Instead of helping me avenge him, you side with him to kill me. Do you understand the gravity of such treason?" Yi Sun regarded Yi Bujing with a bitter smile. The weak would always remain weak. He had won once before, and he would triumph again. Yi Bujing held no real threat in his estimation. Yi Bujing ignored his taunts and drew the firewood cleaver from his waist. Yi Sun sneered at the crude weapon. A simple cleaver. Is that truly all you've learned? In contrast, Yi Sun summoned a curved long sword wreathed in ethereal spiritual energy, revealing it as a sacred armament. This holy artifact was forged by a sea saint himself. I've used it to slay experts at the spiritual power level, he boasted, running his hand along the blade. Yi Bujing gripped the cleaver and lifted his head. In an instant, his entire being transformed. He became the blade itself. Lin Fan's strike haunted his thoughts, constantly carved so deeply into his soul that it lived in his very bones. He had finally comprehended that strike. Our father perished not by the master's hand, but by the heaven clans. It was the master who collected our father's remains and granted him proper burial. He advanced toward Yi Sun with the blade raised, each step accompanied by a word. This cleaver has been consecrated by the master. Though he never revealed its rank, I can sense it shall sever your weapon. One strike is all it takes to end you. He swung the cleaver at Yi Sun. In that moment, Yi Sun became nothing more than a tree before him. His master had taught him that even felling wood could cultivate one to saint-level prowess. He finally understood. This strike is called Mountain Cleaver, Yi Bujing declared as a towering, awe-inspiring apparition manifested behind him. A figure wielding the same woodcutter's axe swung it at the mountains before him. Yi Sun's expression shifted at the sight. He retreated frantically, simultaneously commanding his sacred weapon to deliver a slash at Yi Bujing. It's just a woodcutter's axe, he roared, the blade of his long saber suffused with the aura of the sacred path. It was a heaven-shaking strike, one that would leave no survivor, even among those of the divine ability realm a stage higher than his own. But he faced Yi Bujing. Cleaved. With a single stroke, the so-called sacred weapon snapped instantly. Then Yi Sun's arms were severed, and his entire body was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Impossible! He screamed and roared, refusing to believe what had happened. He wielded a sacred weapon. How could he lose? It was just a woodcutter's axe. Suddenly he looked up and saw a figure. Yi Bujing, his woodcutter's axe stained with blood, gazing at him impassively. You are still you, but I am no longer what I once was. You are too arrogant, believing you have seen through everything and control everything, but what you perceive is merely a corner of the world. He said, then raised his head to gaze at the sky of this microcosm. In his heart, he was equally shaken. The woodcutter's axe in his hand had truly severed a sacred weapon, yet the master had never truly refined it. He had merely held it once. I spare you because I want you to witness true despair. The human race may be weak now, but the master is not as you imagine. The 13 sages may not be as formidable as you think. The sky shattered, and the two returned before the imperial palace. Lin Fan stood in the distance watching the scene. Master! Yi Bujing stepped forward, bowing reverently to Lin Fan. Yi Sun lay in a pool of blood, clutching his severed arms, but still stared at Lin Fan with unwavering hatred. When he looked up at the 13 sages atop the imperial palace walls, hope still flickered in his eyes. The sages would save him. The sages would kill this human sage. Lin Fan glanced at him, then at Yi Sun, and nodded slightly. Without speaking, he understood Yi Bujing's intentions. Before the imperial palace, Lin Fan suddenly took a step forward. The 13 sages tensed. Now it's your turn. His calm words caused the entire world to tremble. He was going to fight 13 alone. Behind him, the blue-clad woman and others watched in astonishment. The 13 sages fell silent, as if none wished to be the first to act. Finally, a Sea Clan sage stepped forward. Activate the formation, he said coldly. From within Qin capital, powerful Sea Clan members emerged, each holding formation banners, and in an instant a killing array was activated. The 9-curve heavenly punishment formation. This array can slaughter sages. The Sea Clan sage declared, still not personally intervening, but commanding the Sea Clan within Qin capital to unleash the killing array upon Lin Fan. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, enveloping the entire heavens above Qin capital, followed by 9 bolts of lightning descending like divine punishment upon Lin Fan. Boom! The thunderbolts shattered the void, tearing open a spatial rift, but upon reaching Lin Fan, they dissipated into calmness, as if a forbidden domain surrounded him, forbidding the lightning from touching him. Above the imperial palace, the Sea Clan sage trembled at the sight. He is not right, he said. He could not discern Lin Fan's cultivation level. To him, Lin Fan seemed not like a sage at all, but more like a mortal. Yet when the lightning of the 9-curve heavenly punishment formation descended upon Lin Fan, he felt an inexplicable constriction in his heart, as if he had disturbed some great terror. He even felt a desire to retreat. What is happening? A nearby sage asked. How could a killing array of such momentum fail to stir even a ripple? Deploy the great Saint Dao weapon. The Sea Clan sage suddenly set his expression, now grave, his brow even trembling. He had received a message from the Sea Clan Saint Hall in the Starry Sea. 2 Sea Clan sages had fallen. They were not much weaker than him, yet they had died silently on this human land. His words made the other sages tense, turning to look at him. He took a deep breath and produced a crystalline blue orb resembling an eye. As the blue eye appeared, the surrounding sages experienced a momentary mental disorientation. The Sea Clan's great Saint Dao weapon, the Azure Ghost Eye, he announced. Under the Azure Ghost Eye, the karmic obstacles in countless hearts were stirred, plunging them into endless illusions. 2 of my Sea Clan sages have already died at his hands. He is no ordinary sage, we have all underestimated him. Or perhaps the imperial weapon in his hand is not as damaged as we thought. It might even be close to an intact imperial weapon, he said, and the other sages shuddered at the revelation. Creating a world with a flip of the hand. You should know this is beyond our capabilities. His cultivation is likely not as low as we imagined. Another sage stepped forward, revealing part of his body, skin as thick and dark as ink inscribed with eerie demonic patterns. He was a demon. The surrounding sages were startled. Even the demon race had appeared. Though the demon race had suffered devastating blows in the immemorial past, they still had hidden reserves second only to the top 10 peak clans. His power was the strongest among the sages at the 7th heaven of the sage realm. He produced a short sword engraved with even more demonic patterns and a trace of blood that made hearts clench flowed along its edge. The great Saint Tao weapon, the Imperial Blood Sword, bathed in the blood of a quasi-emperor and refined through the painstaking efforts of our clan's great saint, it can slay any being below the great saint realm. He said, coldly gripping the sword. He stood before the other sages, glaring at Lin Fan with icy disdain. Behind him the other sages also unveiled their trump cards, the aura of sage paths swirling. The very space around them seemed unable to bear their presence, collapsing and reforming continuously. Human sage, show us your trump card. A new sage who can slay the Lord of the Mountains. If we guess correctly, you must have a damaged Imperial weapon in your hand. They said, their expressions hardening at the mention of an Imperial weapon. If it were a complete Imperial weapon, they would have fled immediately, but that was impossible. If the human race possessed a complete Imperial weapon, they would not have fallen to such a state. An emperor. That was an existence absolutely transcendent above all. A single Imperial weapon could slaughter all the sages in the world. The group of sages stared at Lin Fan as if the slightest movement from him could provoke their devastating strike. But Lin Fan did nothing, merely raising his head slightly. Sea Clan, Demon Clan, Moon Clan. Lin Fan murmured. Though they were concealed, he saw through their true forms at a glance. At quite a gathering, he said softly, his voice devoid of any emotion, as if he were having an ordinary conversation. The next moment Lin Fan pointed a finger. From the tip of his finger an invisible ripple spread outward. The 13 sages' bodies trembled. Then their souls were extinguished, and all 13 sages fell. Silence. A deathly stillness. Everyone stood frozen, unable to believe the scene before them. Was the battle of the sage realm over just like that? There was no arduous struggle as imagined. With but a single finger, everything had ended. Yet those were sages, 13 of them, each a formidable existence capable of sustaining an entire race. And now they were dead, annihilated with a single finger. It was said that those beneath the sage realm were mere ants. When had sages themselves become ants? Master, this. Yi Bujing was also deeply shaken. He knew the master was powerful, and these 13 sages might not be able to do him harm. But this was too overwhelming. A saint. The blue-robed woman and the others came to their senses and knelt down, their eyes filled with reverence and hearts surging with unimaginable excitement. This was the saint of the human race. Even if all the sages descended, one man alone could defy them all. Yi Sun stared blankly at the scene as if all his vitality had drained away. He slumped to the ground, his face a mask of utter despair. How is this possible? He murmured as if struck dumb. He had plotted for so long, betrayed his father, betrayed the human race. All for the sake of ascending to that throne and ruling the world. Now everything was lost. Those were 13 foreign sages. How could they have died so easily? Now you understand. Everything you believed was nothing but a joke. What are imperial power and the realm in the face of true strengths? Yi Bujing looked at Yi Sun and spoke calmly. The throne of the human emperor is not merely a position. It is a burden. You cannot bear it, and neither can I. Among the 9 provinces of humanity, only the master is worthy. All I wish is to be able to assist the master in the future. The human race must strive unceasingly. He spoke thus. Once the master had asked him what he wanted to do in the future. At that time he hadn't fully understood, but now he comprehended completely. Standing before the multitudes to be the pillar of humanity, Lin Fan turned his gaze back to the entire Qin capital. With that single movement, the raging ninefold heavenly punishment array instantly collapsed, and all the Sea Clan members maintaining the formation perished. The land of the human dragon vein. Foreign races are forbidden to tread. These faint words descended like a rule upon this earth, and all the foreign races hidden within the Qin capital fell dead. And as for you, his gaze fell upon those court officials of the great Qin who had knelt before the foreign races. Saint, spare us. We were forced into it. Our families were in the hands of the foreign races. If we hadn't submitted, they would have died. I admit my mistake. I was in charge of the great Qin's military supplies. If I die, the army will fall into chaos. Let me atone for my crimes by fighting on the front lines. They wept and begged, a scene of utter misery. Yet it stirred not a single ripple on Lin Fan's face. He simply watched them as if observing a performance. You are not repentant. You are merely afraid. With a wave of his hand their souls were extinguished, and they stood frozen in place. The officials who had chosen to stand behind Lin Fan all trembled. Lin Fan paid them no heed. He looked up at the heavens. Heavy snow came sweeping and gradually shrouding the entire Qin capital. A figure descended before Lin Fan and bowed. Fei Xue pays respects to the master. Fei Xue had returned. As Lin Fan had said, he had slaughtered his way through purging the Sea Clan and had not encountered any Sea Clan sages. Upon arriving here, he understood it all. All the sages were here atop the imperial palace walls, 13 lifeless corpses. He had come to aid Lin Fan, but it seemed his help was no longer needed. All the Sea Clan within the Great Qin territory have been slain by me. On the eastern coast of Great Qin, I sense the aura of the Sage Path. There should be many Sea Clan sages lurking there. Master, would you like to make a trip? He asked. This was also one of the reasons he had come. Merely killing the Sea Clan within Great Qin's borders did not satisfy him. In his era, anyone who dared to harm the human race would face consequences ranging from a bloodbath stretching millions of li to the complete annihilation of their clan. The Sea Clan of today had committed a crime worthy of extinction. But his own strength was insufficient. He knew Lin Fan's power was more than enough. The onlookers were once again astounded. This was likely another sage, but one who seemed to side with the saint. Could he also be a human saint? The old man glanced at the crowd, spotted Yi Bujing, and nodded slightly. I have met your father. His talent was not bad, but unfortunately, he never reached the level of the heavenly prodigy sequence. Under the master's guidance you will surely surpass him. He spoke with warmth. His attitude toward the others was the same. Born of the human race and enlightened by the Weiyang quasi-emperor, his roots had long been planted among humanity. Yi Bujing was startled. You have met my father. He nodded and sighed softly. The human emperor of this generation has suffered too much. In any other era, who in this Xianhuang great world would dare to disrespect the sovereign of humanity? You live in an age of extreme suffering. He looked at those behind him who seemed moved by his words and bowed to him in unison. With these words he was indeed a human saint. Lin Fan also observed this scene. Having cleansed the Sea Clan within the Great Qin territory, he now roughly understood the plight of the human race. In another era he would not have come to Lin Fan, but would have already charged into the Sea Clan, for there would have been a human supreme being to back him up. But now humanity had only Lin Fan as an existence above the sage realm. Eons had passed, and everything had changed. My name is Feishua. Awakened by the master, I was once a subject of the Weiyang quasi-emperor. You may address me as Saint Feishua, he declared. Not Sage Feishua, but Saint. Everyone was shaken. Truly a saint of humanity. But who was the Weiyang quasi-emperor? They had all thoroughly studied the annals of human history, yet never had they heard of a Weiyang quasi-emperor. Not even a single word or phrase existed. Lin Fan nodded slightly, taking in the expressions of the gathered humans. Then he turned his gaze toward the eastern border of Great Qin, the vast boundless starry sea. His eyes narrowed slightly. The mere death of a few sages is indeed too light. At these faint words Saint Feishua's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lin Fan with eager anticipation. A cold wind swept in, and the snow continued to fall, but the atmosphere had completely changed. It was now a more magnificent and grander manifestation of the frost and snow Tao. Feishua, you have guarded the sacred pool for eons, and you have merit. Since the Weiyang quasi-emperor is no longer here, I will grant you a fortuitous opportunity in his stead. Observe this snow carefully. Lin Fan spoke. The void before him tore open, revealing a boundless ocean. Then with a single step Lin Fan descended onto the vast sea. Now with my Tao I bestow upon you a heaven-reaching fortune. As his voice fell, the entire ocean trembled. Snow fell from the heavens, and a profound Tao resonance enveloped the whole sea, beginning from the eastern coast of Great Qin. Frozen for millions of li. On the eastern coast of Great Qin, countless people watched this scene, all lost in a trance. The void shattered, and a figure stepped out from the boundless void. With a single faint word it froze millions of miles of sea. Now with my Tao, I grant you a boundless opportunity. Freezing millions of miles of sea and slaughtering countless sea tribe. This was merely a gift of fortune. Who was he? Someone asked, but no one knew. Just a single silhouette seemed to hold up the entire human race's sky. Boom. At the end of the sky, perhaps above the 9 heavens, a terrifying heavenly tribulation was brewing, then crashed down toward the figure on the sea. This was the wrath of heaven. But that person merely raised his head slightly and made a grasping motion with his palm. The heavenly punishment that could shatter heaven and earth directly dissipated. An indescribable aura appeared around Lin Fan. Just a thread of it stirred the 10,000 Daos of heaven and earth, causing even the terrifying heavenly tribulation to retreat. Are you sure you want to do this? Lin Fan looked up at the sky. Chaos Tao rhythm flowed in his pupils, and with the closing of his eyes worlds were born and destroyed. The Chaos Tao was born for the first time in the Xianhuang Great World. It existed in Lin Fan's conception, but Lin Fan truly comprehended it. The lightning tribulation erupted in turmoil, as if venting some anger, but eventually dissipated. The chains of rules around Lin Fan increased. Lin Fan merely smiled, faintly unconcerned. He looked at the boundless sea before him. 3 sea tribe saints were dragging themselves out of the ice, fleeing in panic toward the outer sea. Is this truly a human saint? They turned back to look, their expressions trembling. Such a large-scale massacre had not been aimed at them, separated by millions of miles. They only suffered a slight ripple. Yet they nearly had their souls frozen within. In the capital of Qin, the flying snow sage watched this scene with a face full of shock. Was this his true strength? If his eyes weren't mistaken, that should be heavenly punishment. Since ancient times, those who suffer heavenly punishment have a 9-to-1 chance of death, and even if they survive, most are crippled. But he handled it too easily. The ice and snow Tao is actually the fusion of the ice Tao and the snow Tao. Your true form is a snow mountain born with an understanding of the Tao, but you have not fully comprehended it. You lack a process. Lin Fan's voice came, a voice that only he could hear. His expression trembled knowing that Lin Fan was imparting the Tao to him. This was the fortune granted to him. He concentrated his mind, quickly placing his focus on Lin Fan, sensing every inch of the Tao rhythm flowing around Lin Fan. What I just manifested was the ice Tao, and next is the snow Tao, Lin Fan said. On the eastern coast of Great Qin, countless humans gathered, and then they saw Lin Fan stretch out his hand and point toward the boundless sea. Snow. The faint words contained an indescribable Tao rhythm. Snow began to fall over the star sea, which had never seen snow before. Flakes like worldly dust descending upon millions of miles of sea. The 3 fleeing sea tribe saints stopped. They looked up at the sky dazed. Snow. One sea tribe saint reached out and snowflakes fell into his hand. Suddenly the sea tribe saint's expression changed drastically. He sharply looked at his 2 companions who had not yet touched the snow. Don't move. The snow. As the words fell, he had already turned into an ice sculpture. His flesh, blood, and bones all froze the instant they touched the snow. An unremarkable snowflake contained the most terrifying killing intent. Even a saint could only withstand it for a moment. Songhai Sword Domain. Another sea tribe saint hastily raised his Tao domain. Countless seawater turned into swords, forming a sky-obscuring sword domain before him. Whoosh, a wisp of cold wind blew, and both sea tribe saints trembled. The snowflakes penetrated the sword domain and fell upon them. Impossible. Their eyes widened as they stared at the sky in disbelief. Countless snowflakes fell, burying their figures. The 2 sea tribe saints vanished into the swirling snow. The flying snow sage watched this scene, his expression trembling. Is this the true ice and snow Tao? He was a natural spirit mountain, yet he could not compare to a human in the path of ice and snow. Not just unable to compare, but far surpassed. It was the glow of a firefly compared to the brilliance of the moon. Human, you have gone too far. A voice came from millions of miles away across the sea. Their seawater sank, and endless water poured in. A massive sea beast's head emerged from within. With a single forward movement, it shattered thousands of miles of ice. Yet the snowflakes continued to fall. It gazed into the distance and saw a white-robed human, then a gaze fell upon it. A saint at the 9th heaven about to enter the great saint realm, Lin Fan said calmly. At these words, everyone before the imperial palace was shaken. This was a powerhouse nearing the great saint. A saint was already the strongest in the mortal world to them, let alone a great saint, a legendary being living in the annals of history. He is going to die, murmured the flying snow sage. Everyone focused their attention and looked toward that sea. From here they could see everything happening in the sea, but the creatures there could not see them. In that sea, giant waves overturned the sky. The massive sea beast shattered countless ice blocks and entered the millions of miles frozen domain. But in just a moment it became panicked. Fear filled its eyes. Unbeknownst to it, the flow of blood in its body slowed by several times. It was also being frozen little by little. The closer it got to that person, the faster the freezing became. Yet it was still nearly millions of miles away from him. How could the coverage of his Tao domain be so vast? Escape. With no other thoughts, its massive body began to turn and flee toward the distant sea. This human was too terrifying. Absolutely a great saint. Or even stronger. But everything was too late. A figure landed on the sea before it, a white-robed person standing quietly on the surface. It turned back. The human was still in the same spot. It's a Tao body. It focused its body, churning, stirring up a sky-obscuring tsunami to crush this Tao body. That figure simply took a step toward it. The giant waves subsided, and the seawater froze again. The temperature around it plunged by countless times, and its escape route was thus sealed. Human, think carefully. The sea tribe of the Star Sea is only one branch of the vast sea tribe. The true strength of our sea tribe is no weaker than the demon tribe or the heavenly tribe. My master is a great saint of the endless sea. It revealed its origin, a disciple of a great saint, and also revealed a secret: the scattered sea tribe had been unified. Now the sea tribe's power could even rival the demon tribe, heavenly tribe, and spirit tribe. But its words had no effect. In just a moment it lost the ability to speak and fell into eternal silence in this sea. That's about enough. The Tao body vanished. Lin Fan looked at this scene and said, and in a single thought he returned to the capital of Qin, looking at the flying snow. Flying snow nodded, stepped out of the void passage, and arrived at the spot where Lin Fan had just been. All of this happened in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. In the eyes of countless people it was just a slight blur. We still need a so-called incomplete Emperor artifact, Lin Fan said. Then, to Flying Snow's astonishment, he gave him a painting. Not a star map, but a picture of a great snowstorm covering the sky. I just drew it, Lin Fan said. Then the spatial passage shattered, leaving only Flying Snow standing on the frozen sea. The snow stopped and countless people finally saw the person in the sky clearly. A middle-aged man with white hair stood between the sky and the sea, holding a scroll. Around him the aura of sainthood flowed, and before him lay a domain of ice and snow. Is this the sage of our human race? On the eastern coastline of the Daqin dynasty, countless people gazed at the figure in the sky, their expressions shaken. At the same time, deep within the stellar sea, a pair of eyes opened and fell upon the flying snow sage, finally landing on that scroll. It is that. he said, focusing his mind. He saw the scene within the painting, snow falling from the sky, the sun and moon turning to frost, and a figure standing amidst the boundless snow. As if sensing his prying, the figure looked toward him. Boom! His mind trembled, and he quickly withdrew his gaze. The spirit within the imperial weapon has not been extinguished, it can still manifest the Emperor's shadow. Skillful in the way of ice and snow, could it be that one? The human race once had an ice emperor. When he attained the Tao, truly snow fell from heaven, and the sun and moon turned to frost. Even a race, the Ice Clan, was born from this. Yet its existence was extremely brief, vanishing along with the ancient human race into the river of time. Even so, it left an indelible mark on the Xianhuang Grand World. The legends of him are still recorded in the history of the Sea Clan. Deep in the void, a figure appeared. He was not far from the Flying Snow Sage, yet the Flying Snow Sage could not see him. Or rather, he had already sensed more than one prying gaze. When there are too many, there is no need to trace each one's origin. This was the meaning of his appearance, to stand before the myriad races on behalf of Lin Fan. Not human, but a snow mountain that has taken human form. This was the heavenly clan that had appeared in the Daqin Imperial Palace and slain the Daqin human emperor. Seeing that this so-called human sage was not actually human, he also breathed a sigh of relief. It meant that no human had escaped his surveillance and successfully attained sagehood. It was merely a snow mountain that had taken form. An artifact of the Ice Emperor. He looked at the scroll, making the same guess. After hesitating for a moment, his figure vanished into the void. The hidden trump card left by the Ice Emperor was not worth confronting head-on now. Ice Emperor. In the Qin capital, Lin Fan heard the voice from the void and was slightly startled. This was like planting willows unintentionally, yet they grew into shade. The human race actually had such an emperor. Thinking this, he shook his head with a smile and looked at Yi Bujing and the others. The group all bowed in reverence, filled with admiration. In this world, probably only they knew that the one who truly froze the sea for millions of miles was the white-robed youth before them. This was the true pillar of the human race. The human race is still weak. It is not yet time to truly step onto the stage of the myriad races. The future lies with you. I am merely a guide. The time has not come. There is no need to appear in this world. Lin Fan said with a smile. The group all focused their minds and then nodded heavily. He knew that the sage was thinking of them. The sage had the power to forcibly elevate the human race before the myriad races, but the outcome would not necessarily be good. The human race could not rely solely on the sage. It also needed them. Sage, we understand. They said, feeling even more reverence for Lin Fan. The sage clearly possessed the power to transcend the heavens, yet for the sake of the human race, he willingly remained anonymous. This was the sage's heartfelt care for them. Lin Fan watched this scene, smiled, faintly nodded, and then looked at Yi Bujing. The imperial lineage of Daqin has collapsed. Whether to rebuild it or not rests with you. After all, you are the last bloodline of Daqin. How do you think? Lin Fan asked. Yi Bujing, upon hearing this, looked at the magnificent yet desolate Daqin Imperial Palace, and then at the trembling Daqin court officials. He shook his head. Master, I cannot be the emperor of Daqin. He gripped the firewood knife in his hand, looked at the distant sky, and smiled. My path is not here. Imperial power and the palace are a cage to me. Master, did you not say that chopping wood can also lead to the heavenly human realm? I want to give it a try. He said, his tone full of determination. Master, do you have a suitable person? Let this Daqin world be handed over to him. At this moment, imperial power and the world seemed less important to him than the firewood knife in his hand. After witnessing that battle, he finally understood what the human race truly needed. So-called imperial power and emperors were but fleeting clouds in the eyes of the sage. What the human race needed was a sage. He hoped that when Master faced the strongest of the myriad races alone, he could still guard the human race from Master, leaving Master with no worries behind. Lin Fan looked at him and nodded. Lin Fan did not say who this person was, nor would he help Liu. Whether Liu or Yi Bujing, they all had their own paths. The path of an emperor, that was Liu's choice. Lin Fan's gaze pierced through layers of void and fell upon the eastern coastline of Daqin, where Liu stood amidst thousands of troops being acclaimed by the army. And behind the Tang army were countless Daqin commoners. They looked at the young emperor and involuntarily bowed down. I see the shadow of a human emperor in him. Gong Sunliang stood among the myriad troops, looked up at Liu and praised. The generals beside him all nodded. They had never seen an emperor who truly dared to charge and fight among countless alien races, and who could also strategize from 1,000 miles away and win decisively. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw a figure in the distance that he could never forget. In the past, atop the mountains, that figure had waved a hand and slain a sage. It was the sage. This was a projection of Lin Fan. Seeming to notice Gong Sunliang, Lin Fan nodded slightly to him, then dissipated into grains of sand. Gong Sunliang's expression trembled, and he bowed respectfully in that direction. Although he could not remember the sage's appearance, he would forever remember that figure. This was the true pillar of the human race. The one who had frozen the sea for millions of miles earlier was also the sage, but afterward it was replaced by the one in the sky. although he did not know why the sage must have had his reasons. No matter what the future of the human race held, there was always one person silently walking at the forefront. That was the sage. Go do what you want to do. In the Qin capital, Lin Fan looked at Yi Bujing and said. Yi Bujing's expression trembled. Master, are you leaving? Lin Fan nodded. The things that needed to be done are all finished. I should go back and rest. Life's moments of joy must be fully enjoyed. One cannot waste all their time in this mortal world. Books must still be read. I am a scholar after all. Lin Fan said with a smile. A trace of reluctance appeared on Yi Bujing's face. Can I still see you, master? Lin Fan nodded. When you become a sage, you will see me. Alright, I'm leaving. Lin Fan said, then took one last look at the Qin capital, shook his head, took a step, and vanished from the Qin capital. But apart from Yi Bujing, the image of Lin Fan in others' memories gradually faded until it completely disappeared, leaving only the knowledge of Lin Fan's existence. The sage is gone. Behind Yi Bujing, the woman in blue said blankly. Then everyone bowed toward the place where Lin Fan had left. Having seen the sage today marked the beginning of the turning of their fate. The human race at last had seen hope. Datong Xinjing Library Pavilion. Lin Fan first went to the backyard, looked at those graves, and on his way back another new grave had been added, wondering whose grave it would be next time. I feel like a funeral director. Lin Fan shook his head. 3 graves stood in this place, unknown to the world, and only Lin Fan visited them often. He wondered who would remember them in a million years. Tomb of the Human Emperor of the Tang Dynasty. Tomb of the Human Emperor of the Qin Dynasty. Tomb of the Weiyang Quasi-Emperor. But at least someone has buried you. Here perhaps one day you will also witness the golden age of humanity. After saying this, Lin Fan left. A flower with 3 petals sprouted on the grave soil, gently swaying, as if responding to Lin Fan's words. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye several years had gone by. Lin Fan's life had not changed in these years. He read books, drank tea, raised some flowers, and kept a pond of fish. Name Lin Fan, age 38, cultivation 9th level of Great Sage Realm, talent peerless and unmatched, sword Dao deduction opportunities 5 in used destruction essence enlightenment opportunities 2 in used thunder essence enlightenment opportunities 4 in used. It's time to break through. This day Lin Fan put down his book and suddenly said. His faint words seemed to stir some heavenly will silently descending countless restraints upon Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his head and smiled. Do you think you can stop me from breaking through? From the Great Sage Realm to the Quasi-Emperor, countless cultivators in the world could not reach it even if they spent their entire lives. Since ancient times, 99% of great sages had died of old age at this step. Yet Lin Fan had only taken a few years. Lin Fan reached out his hand. Chaotic aura coiled around his fingertips, then transformed into a chaos azure lotus with myriad heavenly principles swirling around it. Then let chaos be the foundation. Break through, Lin Fan said. As his voice fell, the entire courtyard trembled. The banyan tree, the 3-petal flower among the graves, and the fish in the pond all stopped moving. They could sense the change in their master's aura, a leap in the level of life as if transcending the entire mortal world. Lin Fan closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the sea of soul. He saw a vision of a chaos-seated azure lotus, also saw mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, as if his sea of soul contained all phenomena of the world. Finally, he opened his eyes, and the breakthrough was over. Quasi-Emperor now, he said. The system panel's 9th level of Great Sage Realm had changed to 1st level of Quasi-Emperor Realm. And the rule restraints around him naturally shattered to a great extent, as if this world could no longer suppress him. The youngest Quasi-Emperor of the Xianhuang Great World was thus born, yet no one knew, and even this world had not manifested any celestial phenomenon. The fortune of the human race has risen again. A sharp-eared Taoist came from the north of the 10,000 mountains. He lightly counted with his fingers, then looked at the human land before him, involuntarily taking a deep breath. He took out the yin-yang mirror, intending to observe the cause of this change, but as soon as he offered it, he withdrew it again. He recalled what had happened when he used the yin-yang mirror to trace back the face of that human saint in the mountain region, and couldn't help shivering. Taboo, he said solemnly. Among the myriad races of the Xianhuang Great World, only he knew how terrifying this human saint truly was. Races like the Moon Clan and Demon Clan all thought that the so-called Feishua Saint was the human saint, but he had long calculated that the Feishua Saint was not human at all. Rather, it was a spiritual mountain that had taken form. The true human saint was someone else. Perhaps it should not be called a saint, but a human great sage. As for Quasi-Emperor or Emperor, he dared not think about it. The commotion of such beings achieving Tao was too great, and over so many years he had seen no celestial phenomenon in this world. This human great sage, though not yet a Quasi-Emperor, was surely the supreme among great sages. Spiritual energy is reviving, fortune is rising. The human race is about to rise. Looking at this human world, he dared not underestimate it nor act arrogantly. Instead, he first bowed to heaven and earth, then entered the 9 provinces of the human realm. Holy Venerable, I am Tianjizi of the Tsang clan. I have cultivated to this day by inheriting a human strongman's legacy. I have no intention to oppose the human race. I hope the Holy Venerable will grant me an audience. He said. He was at the peak of the Saint realm and had been stuck at this realm for several thousand years. Coming to the human realm to seek the human Holy Venerable was also to seek the Tao. The heavenly art he had inherited only went up to the Saint realm, and beyond that there was nothing. The human Holy Venerable might know. He had used the yin-yang mirror to observe heaven and earth, and had even looked at other great sages, but never been discovered. The human Holy Venerable was the only one who had detected him. He believed that the human Holy Venerable must know the heavenly art. Another reason was to secure a future for the Tsang clan. The Tsang clan ranked among the top 50 among the myriad races, but that was because they had a great sage. In reality, their great sage had already passed away. He was the only saint of the Tsang clan. In the Library Pavilion, Lin Fan had just taken a book from the shelf, then looked toward the direction of the 10,000 mountains, and heard the words of the Tsang clan saint. A human strongman's legacy. Another legacy of a human strongman. How many legacies had human strongmen left in this Xianhuang great world? Regarding the human race's past, Fei Xue had told him much. Among them he mentioned the Ice Emperor, saying that the Sea clan's cultivation path actually contained traces of the Ice Emperor's way, suspected to have obtained some of the Ice Emperor's legacies. He also spoke of the Weiyang Quasi-Emperor's legacy, which was on his main body. He had been searching for someone who could inherit Weiyang Quasi-Emperor's Dao lineage. Lin Fan ignored Tianjizi. The Quasi-Emperor realm was a brand new realm, and Lin Fan needed to study it carefully. During this time Liu came once. Master, the Great Qin has submitted to our Great Tang, but I know this is because of you. I have already met Yi Bujing. He mentioned you to me. He said as respectful as ever. The human emperor of the Tang dynasty had died, and he regarded Lin Fan as his support, and also as the support of the Great Tang, and even the entire human race. You have the makings of a human emperor. I've heard many say so, and I think it fits. They submitted to you because you have something they trust. The future human emperor must not belittle himself like this. Lin Fan said with a smile. He then expounded the Tao for Liu. After that, Liu went to the backyard and saw 2 additional graves on the burial ground. His expression was shaken. Tomb of the human emperor of the Qin dynasty. The master had actually buried the human emperor of the Qin dynasty here. And the last grave, Weiyang Quasi-Emperor. A Quasi-Emperor. He looked at that small grave and couldn't help taking a deep breath. Could it really contain a Quasi-Emperor's corpse? A Quasi-Emperor was an existence he dared not even imagine. Where did the master find this corpse? Weiyang Quasi-Emperor. He tried hard to recall any information about her from his memory, but found none. But someone buried here by the master must be human. Thinking this, he bowed to the tombs of the human emperor of the Tang, the human emperor of the Qin, and Weiyang Quasi-Emperor, then left. Jinzhou. One of the 9 great continents of the human race, this domain is governed by the Great Qin dynasty. Located in the inner territories of humanity, this continent faces no threats from alien races. Yet here stands Mount Yuanshe, one of the 3 forbidden zones of the human race. The mountain spans 30,000 zhang, perpetually shrouded in mist, and none who have entered have ever returned alive. Someone has emerged. One day, a powerful cultivator of the Great Qin dynasty, who had been meditating outside Mount Yuanshe, witnessed a figure walking out from within the mountain. That figure stood outside Mount Yuanshe clad in ancient Taoist armor, gazing out at the boundless heavens and earth with an expression of utter bewilderment. I'm still alive. I am Mo Yun, 3rd sequence of the demon race. He murmured, his eyes gradually clearing as intricate demonic markings began to emerge across his body. The demon race. The Great Qin dynasty cultivator watching him was filled with dread, but before he could retreat, the demon had already turned to look at him. Humanity. Mount Yuanshe actually leads to this place. So weak. Who would have imagined that the mighty race capable of communing with the starry sky as recorded in those ancient murals could fall to such a state? He extended his hand, and the human powerhouse at the creation realm was instantly seized and swallowed whole. His demonic markings grew even more radiant. Humanity is now merely sustenance for my demon race. He turned his gaze toward the distant horizon, sensing the countless living beings' spiritual auras, and smiled. Imprisoned within Mount Yuanshe for 3,000 years, it has been a long time since I last smelled so many living souls. What nostalgic scent it carries. A sinister grin spread across his lips. He then entered the Great Qin dynasty city. This was merely the beginning. Behind him, several other figures emerged from Mount Yuanshe, all following Mo Yun's path into human territory. Like farmers harvesting crops, they slaughtered indiscriminately throughout the Great Qin dynasty to satisfy their hunger, or perhaps to vent some deep-seated terror within them. The human emperor of Great Qin moved. High above a county city's skies, he gripped a broken sword, his expression grave as he surveyed Mo Yun, surrounded by demonic aura in the distance. The human emperor. Countless people knelt behind him. The human emperor was their spiritual anchor. Since ancient times, his presence alone could quell any calamity, even this demon race standing before them. Human emperor. Mo Yun laughed. First time seeing such a feeble human emperor, not even reaching the sage realm. He spoke a cryptic remark while the great Jin, human emperor, regarded him endless sacred resonance surging from the broken sword in his grasp. This was a supreme sage Dao artifact. Though fractured, it retained the power of a sage weapon. It embodied the dynasty's deepest reserves. Boom. Waves of sword energy wrapped in the human emperor's boundless might surged toward Mo Yun. But Mo Yun simply extended a hand and clenched his fist against the void. The great Jin, human emperor, froze mid-motion. Break. The human emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he forced himself through the binding constraints, retreating thousands of meters. His face tightened with anger when he looked back at Mo Yun. Sage realm. Those two words sent tremors through countless humans below. That demon was truly a sage. How only now do you understand? Mo Yun spoke, yet uncertainty lingered beneath his composure. How could a mere Dao-severing realm human possibly escape his grip? A Dao wound. He spotted an unhealing scar within the great Jin, human emperor's body, positioned directly upon his Dao foundation, severing his path forward. Recalling everything he had endured within Mount Yuanshi, he drew a deep breath. Now he finally understood why the human race maintained overseers. Sending overseers to sever humanity's ascent to sainthood was the shared decree of all apex races across the Xianhuang Great Worlds. The demon race had done the same, with each rotation spanning roughly a millennium before another race took its turn to send champions among humanity's 9 continents. Humanity's potential terrified even them. Seeking to flee. Mo Yun remarked, noting how the great Jin, human emperor, wielding that fragmented supreme sage weapon, had somehow attained a fraction of sage-level power. He was only at the first realm of sage. If the great Jin, human emperor, truly wished to flee, he could not have stopped him. Yet the human emperor steeled himself, stepped forward, and remained standing before the human city, his broken sword raised, his battle intent piercing the heavens. Fight! That was the great Jin, human emperor's answer. He charged forward with his broken sword, pitting his Dao-severing strength against a sage realm opponent. Had he not borne his Dao wound, he might have held Mo Yun at bay. But he remained but a half-broken human emperor. His body was blasted into the earth, crashing against the city walls and shattering the ground beneath. Countless people quaked in terror. "Your Majesty, flee. Leave us behind," they cried out. Some with only the condensed core or divine platform cultivation actually threw themselves before the human emperor, seeking to buy him time. Mo Yun watched this scene and shook his head in disdain. "Ants," he spoke, and with a single footfall countless humans spat blood. Mo Yun merely watched with mocking amusement, as if savoring the sight of humanity struggling beneath his feet. He had experienced similar scenes within Mount Yuanshi. The great Jin, human emperor, still struggled to rise, but the crushing weight of his long-standing Dao wound, compounded by Mo Yun's devastating strikes, rendered him unable to stand. "No, our race still has a sage." Suddenly one person cried out. At that moment, everyone seemed to realize something, and hope surged in their eyes once more. They prostrated themselves before heaven and earth, their faces etched with devotion. "O sage, please deliver us. The human race faces catastrophic calamity. Grant us your intervention and slay these alien invaders." "Sage." One person, then two. Soon the entire land followed suit. Even Mo Yun furrowed his brow at this sight. A human sage. Then he laughed. Under the watchful eyes of the overseers, how could any human ascend to sainthood? These were merely the death hallucinations of these ants. Within the archive pavilion, Long Fan, who had slumbered for an eternity, suddenly opened his eyes. A beam of chaos light flashed from his gaze, and the endless void before him began to collapse. Having reached the quasi-emperor realm, he had expended much of his primal essence and comprehension. He had merely intended a brief rest, never expecting to slumber for so long. Great Jin Dynasty. He turned his head toward a certain quadrant of the heavens. He heard the voices, countless souls calling out to him. Humanity cannot possess a sage. Mo Yun declared. A crimson vortex manifested before him, within which countless wronged souls wailed and shrieked endlessly. He intended to devour the entire human city. No sage. Suddenly a voice resonated beside his ear. The void before him tore apart, and a figure emerged, clad in white scholarly robes. He cast but a casual glance, and Mo Yun's very soul fell into silence. That sensation again, the same terror and despair he had felt confronting those entities within Mount Yuanshi. If humanity has no sage, then what am I? A palm strike descended like the hand of heaven itself. There was not even a whisper of resistance. In the next instant he was obliterated into a mist of blood. A black wooden tablet fell bearing the character 3 upon its surface with a name inscribed behind it. Mo Yun, third sequence of the demon race. The pride of the demon race. Long Fan cast but an indifferent glance, and the wooden tablet was directly annihilated. It's the sage. The sage is here. I knew it. The sage would never abandon us. Countless humans exclaimed excitedly. The great Jin, human emperor, lay on the ground, the surrounding area stained red with blood. He looked at this scene and smiled. The human race not only has a human emperor, but also a sage. Great Jin, human emperor, you have worked hard. Lin Fan's voice sounded. Lin Fan had already arrived before him, placing a hand on his body. He shook his head slightly. Don't worry about me. I know my condition. I haven't been able to live long anyway. Fortunately, I held on until the sage arrived. Before he could finish, his pupils abruptly contracted. Looking at the sage before him in disbelief. His already withered body was slowly reviving, and even the Dao wound embedded deep in his Dao foundation was healing. A dark force that had been entwined around his Dao foundation was wiped away. He seemed to have instantly become 10 years younger, his aged face turned youthful. The human race still needs you. You can't die so early. You must witness the future prosperous era of humanity, Lin Fan said softly. Another finger landed on his forehead, and the enlightenment of ascending to sagehood surged into his mind. Live well, Lin Fan said, then looked toward another direction of the world, his eyes turning cold. With one step, he vanished between heaven and earth. He reappeared on a covered bridge where a seductive woman was standing, watching the people of the city go mad for her. Men and women, young and old, all rushed toward her like madmen, their faces filled with infatuation, as if completely immersed in her spiritual world. What a charming world, she said. As soon as she finished, a giant hand pressed down toward her. She looked up, her expression drastically changing. Her stunning face tore apart, turning into several alluring petals, and then her body transformed into roots and stems. I am from the spirit clan's Dilu. Spare me. She could sense that this palm strike was far beyond her ability to block, so she immediately revealed her identity. She was a prodigy of the spirit clan. However, the palm did not pause at all, it instantly fell upon her. The covered bridge collapsed, and the surrounding ground sank, forming a 5-fingered deep pit. The spirit clan prodigy had been reduced to residue. The people rushing toward the bridge suddenly snapped awake. They were all shocked at the scene before them, and looking up into the sky, they only saw a silhouette of a back. In a village, a giant wolf dug out a woman's heart, bit it apart, in one go, its body covered in fresh blood. The taste of humans is so sweet, it said, looking at the terrified crowd ahead with a ferocious grin. A hand reached out from the back of its neck and crushed its neck directly. The wolf's soul rushed out of its body, trying to escape, but another palm crushed it. Primordial Mountain, Lin Fan said solemnly. In an instant, several Dao bodies appeared throughout the Great Jin dynasty, and all the alien races that had emerged from the Primordial Mountain were annihilated. These were all prodigies from various peak races, yet they appeared simultaneously within human territory. Lin Fan traced back their memories and saw a mountain. In front of the Primordial Mountain, Lin Fan's figure appeared. It was not a Dao body, but his true body. He gazed into the void, and the entire Primordial Mountain seemed to sink into his pupils, while more eerie mist drifted out from the mountain. One man and one mountain seemed to form a kind of confrontation. Primordial Mountain is one of the 7 life-forbidden zones of the Xinhuang Great World. It does not only exist within human territory, it appears elsewhere as well. A voice sounded. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and looked at the person beside him. It was an old man holding a yin-yang plate with a starry light settling in one eye, as if observing something. I can't see through it. Finally, he shook his head, looking at the Primordial Mountain before him with a face full of caution. All the primordial mountains that appear in the Xinhuang Great World are actually just one mountain. It's just that the space here has twisted, causing it to appear in many places throughout the Xinhuang Great World simultaneously. It is said that even quasi-emperors have entered it. They did not die, but went mad after coming out, and did not live long. They only lasted a few years before dying. He said, having studied this mountain extensively. Then he smiled at Lin Fan. Which race are you from? Don't tell me you're also here to find the human great sage like me. It seems I'm not the only clever one. Let me introduce myself. I am Tianjizi of the Song clan. He introduced himself. He was Tianjizi, who had come from the distant Song clan, traveling all the way and finally arriving here. Seeing Lin Fan, he naturally assumed Lin Fan had the same purpose. Lin Fan ignored him. He could sense a certain will within the primordial mountain staring at him. This aura had already surpassed the quasi-emperor level. It was only because of some reason that it could not leave the primordial mountain. Tianjizi was also startled by this scene. Brother, you don't mean to enter, do you? He said, unconsciously stepping away from Lin Fan. The primordial mountain was eerie, but he felt that Lin Fan was not much better than the primordial mountain. And the strength Lin Fan displayed was actually the first level of the body refining realm. First level of the body refining realm. He had seen this through his yin-yang mirror. What normal person could stand before the primordial mountain with such a cultivation level? I should go there eventually, but the time has not come yet, Lin Fan said. He glanced at the human realm before him and shook his head slightly. At this time, if he left, the human race would be nearly destroyed. Wolves surrounded them from all sides. Even a snow sage could be devoured to nothing in an instant. You really want to go? Tianjizi said, stunned. Daoist brother, you don't need to be in such a hurry to die. Do you think you're a quasi-emperor? Even quasi-emperors went mad inside. Isn't living a good thing? He shook his head, not understanding Lin Fan. The human race is truly plagued by disasters. Just when they finally got a great sage and things improved slightly, the primordial mountain shows abnormal activity again. Races like the Demon Clan, Spirit Clan, and Devil Clan can suppress the primordial mountain's anomalies, but what can the human race rely on? That great sage. He said if it were an ordinary matter, a powerful great sage could indeed suppress it, but this was the primordial mountain. However, if the human race could awaken a few emperor weapons, it might work. Though I don't know if it's true in my inheritance, there seems to be a mention of the primordial mountain. There is a human powerhouse's hand in this. I just don't know what the human race actually did. He shook his head. Seeing that Lin Fan was not paying attention, he was about to leave. Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Weren't you looking for me? At these words, Tianjizi was stunned, staring blankly at Lin Fan. Come here, Lin Fan said indifferently. The world before him transformed. The pointer on the yin-yang plate in his hand spun wildly, as if losing its direction. His expression trembled. The next moment, he found himself in a courtyard. In front was a library pavilion, then a large banyan tree, and finally a white-robed youth standing before the tree looking at him. You are the human great sage, he exclaimed in shock. Be seated. Lin Fan did not respond to his words, merely stating. Tianjizi was startled. In the courtyard, aside from a fish pond and a large banyan tree, the only place to sit was the rattan chair beneath the banyan tree. But it was clearly not a place where he could sit. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly felt his body sink, and involuntarily, he sat down, a chair materializing beneath him out of thin air. His expression trembled. Materializing objects from nothing, the Tao of creation. He spoke solemnly. The Tao of creation was an immensely powerful path, and he had only heard of someone from the Spirit Clan who had comprehended it. Little did he know that this human great sage also walked the same path. Sage Lord, I apologize for the intrusion, but I wish to seek your guidance on the art of heavenly providence, and also to propose an alliance between the Tsang clan and the human race on behalf of the Tsang clan. He cupped his hands and bowed to Lin Fan. However, recalling the Tao of creation, Lin Fan had just displayed, his eyes dimmed. It was the Tao of creation, not the Tao of heavenly providence, so he had nothing to learn from this human great sage. The art of heavenly providence. Lin Fan looked at him and said calmly. He shook his head. The Sage Lord walks the Tao of creation. I was presumptuous. I have come in my true form with no other avatars. The Sage Lord should understand the sincerity of my Tsang clan. The Tsang clan is willing to form a permanent alliance with the human race. If the human race faces hardship, the Tsang clan will spare no effort to help, and vice versa. He spoke, and this was one of the crucial reasons for his visit. Using the yin-yang mirror, he had calculated the future of the human race countless times, and each time it was a void. Yet he remembered calculating it 100 years ago. What he had seen was the extinction of the human race. Why such a drastic change? Something unknown must have happened to the human race. The appearance of this human great sage was likely one of the variables. The unknown held infinite possibilities. He wanted to board the ship of the human race in advance. This was a gamble, staking the entire future of the Tsang clan. But the Tsang clan was already on the brink of survival. Not gambling meant only annihilation. The death of the Tsang clan's great sage could not be hidden for long. Once the news leaked, the hostile clans would likely pounce, instantly tearing the entire Tsang clan apart. He looked at Lin Fan, waiting for his answer. Sitting upright on the stool, his tense body betrayed his extreme nervousness. The future of the Tsang clan hinged on a single word from the man before him. Lin Fan looked at him and shook his head. His heart sank, but Lin Fan's next words pulled him back. It can be done, but not as an alliance. Your Tsang clan must submit and pledge fealty to the human race. The human race needs no alliances and does not believe in them. The calm words seemed casual, yet they were overflowing with overwhelming arrogance. Those serene eyes instilled an inexplicable fear in him. The yin-yang mirror in his hand trembled, as if in dread of some terrifying presence. It had been like this ever since he entered this courtyard. If you submit, I will act once for your Tsang clan. If not, your clan will soon be destroyed. A single saint cannot sustain the Tsang clan. Lin Fan spoke. Tianjizi abruptly looked up at Lin Fan, his expression shaken. How do you know that the Tsang clan has only one sage? This was the Tsang clan's greatest secret. Within the Tsang clan's sacred hall, apart from him, there was only a corpse, the great sage of the Tsang clan who had died centuries ago. Lin Fan extended a finger and touched his brow. What is heavenly providence? It is an act of stealing heaven and changing fate. Now with my Tao I shall connect your Tao of heavenly providence and help you ascend to great sage. Lin Fan's voice echoed in his mind, and countless obscure symbols surged within his sea of consciousness, coalescing into a heavenly providence Tao scripture. It was more complete and more powerful than the heavenly providence Tao scripture he had once obtained, a different pioneering path of the heavenly providence Tao. In an instant he fell into enlightenment. After a long while he opened his eyes again and saw the young man in white standing by the pond feeding the fish. He took a deep breath and bowed reverently. Sage Lord, I have understood. He spoke, his inner shock beyond words. This human great sage actually comprehended the Tao of heavenly providence, stealing fate, knowing destiny, a path entirely different from the Tao of creation. Yet both resided in a single person. This man was terrifying. I am willing to submit to the Sage Lord, and my Tsang clan is willing to be a vassal of the human race. If the human race has need, the Tsang clan will spare no effort to help. He spoke without any sense of humiliation, only hope for the future of the Tsang clan. With this man, the rise of the human race would be unstoppable. This was the greatest variable of the human race. Lin Fan nodded. A clan offering itself, Lin Fan naturally accepted it. The human race indeed needed an ally. The Tsang clan was just right. He looked toward the Great Tang Imperial Palace where Li Yu was listening to the court officials discussing worldly affairs on the Golden Throne Hall. With a sage manifesting, the human race had taken on the aura of a prosperous era. Of course, the so-called sage manifesting did not refer to Lin Fan, but to Flying Snow Sage. He was the nominal sage of the human race now. Wielding the great snow veiling the sky painting, he had once frozen millions of miles of the Starry Sea off the coast of the Great Qin Empire, preventing the Sea Clan from approaching human territory to this day. The great snow veiling the sky painting, a nearly flawless imperial weapon. This was how the foreign races described it. Even the saints of other races looked grim when mentioning it. But Li Yu's eyes still held an unshakable gravity. He had learned of the incident in Jinzhou, the mutation at Primordial Mountain with powerful beings from foreign races emerging from the Misty Land. And in the shadows, the observers of 10,000 races kept constant watch over the human race, making it difficult for them to even make a move. Just then a voice echoed in his ear. The Tsang clan has submitted to the human race. If you need anything, you can seek out Tianji Zi, the sage of the Tsang clan. He will soon ascend to the great sage realm. Lin Fan said. The calm voice sent a tremor through him. The Tsang clan, he exclaimed involuntarily, and the court fell silent. All the ministers turned to look at him. By now Li Yu had begun to establish his authority. The court officials could no longer ignore him, and even had to report to him diligently. The Tsang clan. This was the 41st ranked clan among the 10,000 races with a great sage. But why would Li Yu mention the Tsang clan at this moment? I am Tianji Zi of the Tsang clan, paying respects to the human emperor. Another voice sounded in his mind. Li Yu's expression shook. It was real. The master had reached some agreement with the sage of the Tsang clan. This clan, ranked 41st among the 10,000 races, had chosen to submit to the human race. Of course, he did not believe that the human race's strength had prompted the Tsang clan's submission. The only truly powerful one was the master. The Tsang clan had come for him. What are your insights regarding the Tsang clan? He gazed at the assembled courtiers and inquired. Listening to the minister's discussions, he gradually gained an understanding of this clan, and his expression turned slightly solemn. The allegiance of a powerful clan would enable him to accomplish many things. Your Majesty, a message from Jinzhou the sage has intervened, temporarily quelling the chaos in the Yuanshu Mountains. However, Jinzhou has suffered heavy casualties. This was a member of the Great Tang Academy who bowed deeply to Li Yu and spoke with a grave expression. The assembly, looking at him, also tensed up. Li Yu had dispatched a powerful cultivator from the Great Tang Academy to investigate the situation in Jinzhou. This person had just returned and came directly to the court. Many? How many exactly? Someone asked. The member of the Great Tang Academy looked grim. Incalculable. No fewer than the dead in the Northern Territory. Some say they saw a two-headed hellfire wolf emerging from the Yuanshu Mountains, as well as three-eyed monstrous beings and countless other nameless creatures. He spoke as if recalling the events in Jinzhou, his eyes blazing with fury. If not for the sage's intervention, the entire Jinzhou would have been massacred. Yet the sage only alleviated the immediate crisis. The human emperor of Great Jin personally stationed himself outside the Yuanshu Mountains and witnessed many terrifying figures at the mountain's edge. They have likely already ascended to the sage realm. These words sent tremors through everyone present. Once again it involved the sage realm. All wished to speak, but their words died in their throats, leaving only a profound silence. Matters concerning the sage realm could only be resolved by the sage. They had lost count of how many times the sage had acted for humanity. Truly one person guarding an entire race, yet no one could stand behind him. This was the tragedy of the entire human race. Li Yu clenched his fists as he witnessed this scene. He rose to his feet, and everyone turned to look at him. Court dismissed. Those two words felt like a release to many, and they hurriedly departed. No one knew what thoughts crossed their minds at that moment, but as they walked out of the imperial palace, a look of determination settled on every face. Humanity cannot rely solely on the sage. In the Great Tang Imperial Palace, Li Yu declared to the assembled experts of the Great Tang National Academy. Flames flickered in his pupils. He had already stepped into the 7th level of the Divine Ability realm. From today onward, expand the enrollment of the Great Tang National Academy twofold, no tenfold. Hold an annual Dao discussion in Shengjing, inviting powerful cultivators from all 9 provinces. The sage has bestowed a great fortune upon the human race of the 9 provinces and has intimidated the foreign races on all sides, buying us time. The rest depends on us. The sage cannot always be among humanity. We cannot place all our hope upon the sage alone. His voice rang with conviction, and all the experts of the Great Tang National Academy looked at him and nodded solemnly. The Great Tang was changing. And not only here. The The entire 9 provinces were undergoing a subtle transformation. Even Lin Fan might not have anticipated this shift. He had always regarded himself as a guide. Master, when I attain sagehood, I shall return. In the eastern seas of the great Qin, Yi Bujing bowed deeply toward the human lands, then led a group of humans away from the human domain. No human had ever ventured into other regions of the Xianhuang Great World before. He would be the first to step beyond the 9 provinces. This was his path. The chopping knife in his hand was everything to him. He would use it to carve out a sage realm. In Shuzhou, inside a study, Chu Yin held a book listening to the pattering rain outside the window. She attained enlightenment and broke into the divine ability realm in a single thought. Will I ever see you again, she murmured. Everything she did, every action she took was for humanity, and for the person in her memory. For 1,000 years in the mortal world, she only wished to see that person once more. Zhao Kuangyi, the prodigy of the Zhao family, officially stepped onto the stage of the 9 provinces. He danced with his sword atop the Bianjing capital of the Great Song. His sword stirred wind and clouds, cleaving 1,000 zhang sword light before countless onlookers. Sage. He stood beneath the gaze of thousands, staring at the heavens, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Ever since he met that person, only one thought occupied his mind: to become a sage. The southern border town of the Great Tang. On that land that had once flowed with rivers of blood, Qin Ming once again drew out that branch and slashed toward the sky. 3 great Daos resounded in unison. Master, I did it. He smiled. The Tao of thunder, the Tao of the sword, and the Tao of slaughter. He had truly achieved a preliminary fusion of these 3 Daos. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the divine ability realm. He had never deliberately cultivated, it was through his relentless sword practice that breakthroughs came naturally. The sword and he had become one. At the Yunzhong Tower, a sacred site of the Great Tang, flowers bloomed everywhere that day, encircling the woman in the music chamber. One by one cultivation rooms opened, and everyone stared in astonishment at the scene. Truly a prodigy. The manager of the Yunzhong Tower looked on, utterly stunned. This woman had actually stepped into the creation realm. How much time had passed? Could she really be the legendary woman from the Northern Territory? Humanity shall flourish. The king of Bailiang appeared. He too gazed at Qin Gu in awe. A cultivator so young in the creation realm was surely the first in the world. At this moment, he felt even more fortunate for the decision he had made. Protecting her path was better than ruling the Northern Territory for 100 years. The resurgence of spiritual energy had infused vitality into humanity, and the human race's fortune was soaring, though an invisible hand concealed all this. Saint Lord, those who emerged from the Yuanshe Mountains should have died. They should not appear in the human lands. Tianjizi spoke of the Yuanshe Mountains, having heard many human words, and said this. He did not employ his divination art, for before Lin Fan such techniques were like a babbling infant brandishing an axe before the god of war. Lin Fan looked at him. He took a deep breath. Saint Lord, you mentioned a demon named Mo Yun, claiming he was the 3rd sequence of the demon clan. But the 3rd sequence of the demon clan is not named Mo Yun. The demon clan's prodigies are ranked by sequence. The lower the number, the more powerful. I have met the current 3rd sequence. His name is Xuemingzi. However, there was indeed a sequence named Mo Yun thousands of years ago. But he died, or at least according to the demon clan he died. He spoke as if a sudden realization dawned on him. Could it be that Mo Yun did not die, but entered the Yuanshe Mountains? But that shouldn't be. Every sequence of the demon clan is extremely precious. Logically, they wouldn't send them to their deaths unless they discovered something inside the Yuanshe Mountains. Out of habit, he picked up his yin-yang mirror. Just as he began to use his divination technique, his heart trembled, and he quickly stopped. Saint Lord, the Yuanshe Mountains are beyond my ability to calculate. It must be you. He looked at Lin Fan with eager anticipation. He wanted to witness Lin Fan's divination technique. Lin Fan rose, and with a single thought manifested an avatar that tore through the void and arrived before the Yuanshe Mountains. If you want to know, just go in and take a look. In front of the primordial mountain, no living creature dared to tread. Only the Renhuang of the Great Jin guarded this place, standing with a sacred weapon in hand, gazing solemnly at the towering mountain before him. He knew he could not hold back what lay within that mountain. But he was the Renhuang, and it was his duty to be the first to face the peril for all mankind. He had to be here. Roar! A deep beast's roar echoed from within the depths, and a pair of crimson eyes emerged through the noxious miasma, shrouding the mountain. His body tensed. He felt his entire blood and qi briefly freeze in his veins. This was undoubtedly in existence at the sacred realm. Its mere roar could crush countless cultivators. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to stake his life. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Clad in white robes, he merely cast a glance at those crimson pupils, and the master of those eyes instantly vanished into the miasma. A saint. His expression shifted as he hurriedly bowed in reverence. Yet doubt lingered in his heart. The saint of the 9 provinces was said to be a white-haired man wielding the great snow heaven-sealing art master of ice and frost. The saint before him was clearly not that figure, and yet he could sense with certainty. This one was undoubtedly a saint of the human race. Fear not. They dare not approach. It is they who should fear me seeking them out. Those calm words carried an unspoken authority that steadied his heart. Then he watched as that figure began walking toward the primordial mountain. His expression turned startled. "Saint, you must not enter the primordial mountain," he cried urgently. But that figure had already stepped inside as though entirely unaware this was a zone forbidden to all living beings. Wherever he walked, the miasma parted like the sea, revealing a grand path stretching into the endless abyss. With a wave of his hand, a flash of blood light erupted from the depths of the fog. A head tumbled to the ground, a blood-feathered white tiger. Its eyes were wide open, pupils filled with terror. This was the very creature that had threatened the Ren Huang of Great Jin earlier. A being at the sacred realm. The Ren Huang of Great Jin's remaining words stuck in his throat as he stood dumbfounded witnessing this scene. A sacred realm existence was slain so effortlessly. Within the pavilion of scriptures, Tianjizi watched this scene with a trace of worry etched upon his face. His gaze turned to the figure reclining beneath the great banyan tree, absorbed in a book. Using an avatar to enter the primordial mountain, certain demon clans have attempted this before. That demon clan met an ill fate, perishing in a most miserable manner. Certain existences within the primordial mountain can trace your true body through your avatar. You should not have done this. He spoke, and Lin Fan raised his head slightly. Is that so? Then I would like to see what it is that comes to find me. It spares me the trouble of seeking them out myself. His tone was as light as if the ominous existences of the primordial mountain meant nothing to him at all. Tianjizi regarded him and shook his head slightly. Did he truly know not the terror of the primordial mountain? One of the 7 great death zones of the Xianhuang Great World. Even a quasi-emperor dares not set foot there, yet this man was merely a great saint. He began to question whether coming to seek refuge among humanity had been the right choice. This great saint of humanity seemed somewhat overconfident. "I wish to take a walk," he said to Lin Fan, who nodded. After he departed, Lin Fan glanced once more in the direction he had gone and smiled faintly. He was not the only extraneous race to come to the human lands. The freezing of tens of millions of li across the starry sea had indeed caused quite a commotion. However, as long as they did not make trouble, Lin Fan had no intention of interfering. Let them come. Once they arrived, their lives would no longer be in their own hands. Lin Fan continued reading, simultaneously sinking his consciousness into his divine sense avatar. Beyond the foggy marshland lay a primeval jungle where colossal trees towered 1,000 zhang high and vines entwined every corner. Of course, what filled this place even more abundantly were bones and corpses. White bone dust danced through the jungle like snow, while the remains of countless creatures formed mounds between the trees. Even the streams flowing through the forest ran crimson with blood. It was as though this were a land of the dead. Yet occasionally strange sounds echoed. Chewing flute music, unintelligible whispers, among other things. But when footsteps sounded, all those voices vanished at once. It was as if the entire world had been frozen mid-motion. A burial ground for all races, yet no human bones. Lin Fan walked through the jungle, speaking softly as though talking to himself, or perhaps addressing the hidden denizens of this desolate forest. Suddenly he smiled. Could this have been the work of humanity, he blurted out. Like a stone thrown into still waters, the words sent ripples through the jungle, drawing the gaze of countless eerie entities lurking within. Humanity, you are not welcome here. A bone serpent spoke, its body stretching thousands of zhang. From its hanging head, sinister crimson bloodlight flared, as though it might swallow the Lin Fan below in a single bite. Lin Fan looked up. Yet I am already here. I find this place rather fascinating. And I am equally interested in you all. He extended his hand. The colossal bone serpent shuddered violently, its crimson eyes quaking as though beholding something of unspeakable horror. The thousands of zhang bone serpent shrunk into the size of a small snake and fell into Lin Fan's palm. After a brief inspection, he crushed it. The primeval jungle now held one more handful of bone dust. Then, raising his gaze deeper into the forest, he saw myriad presences rapidly fleeing, leaving only an oppressive silence behind. Is this all there is, eh? Lin Fan said, pressing onward. He walked for an unknown span of time until ahead a figure finally appeared. The most humanoid creature Lin Fan had encountered on this journey, except for the missing half of its body. Enough. This is not your true body, merely a fragment of divine sense. That you have reached this far is already sufficient. Beyond this point, there is no return. It seemed once to be human, if only in the distant past. Unlike the grotesque entities of the jungle, it had come to warn Lin Fan. Do not assume that sending only a divine sense avatar makes you safe. The things there can trace your true body through it and curse you. What you call the ominous, this is but a forsaken wasteland. It is not worth your trouble, it said. Lin Fan gazed at it, shook his head, and smiled. Then I am even more determined to see for myself. I also understand some arts of cursing. Why not go discuss the Tao with whatever it is you speak of? Lin Fan paid it no mind, but as he passed beside it, his eyes caught a token hanging at its side. Prison. Only one character was inscribed upon it. Lin Fan paused briefly. Prison. A warden. He seemed to understand somewhat, yet needed further confirmation. which only made him more resolute in his decision to press forward. Although it was only a divine sense avatar, it was not so easily annihilated. At least among the creatures he had encountered thus far, none could harm it. He was a quasi-emperor, and likely the first such in all of history. As for an actual great emperor, he did not know their strength, but believed he could likely contest them. A single divine sense avatar was more than enough to slay a great saint among mortals. Having exited the primeval jungle, he arrived at a blood-colored swamp that stretched to the horizon. Countless corpses sank within its depths. All of them were rotting. Among the corpses of myriad races, some far more sinister and corrupted remains seemed interspersed, rather reminiscent of the underworld. One layer of world, one layer of prison. Lin Fan gazed upon the scene before him and remarked, "One layer of world, one layer of prison." Lin Fan observed the sight before him and murmured softly. Here the text ends. Viewing the entire primordial mountain as a hell, the miasma formed the first layer of hell, followed by the eerie jungle, until one reached this swamp of flesh and blood. What else is imprisoned here? Lin Fan stepped into the swamp of flesh and blood. Though filth surged at every step, it could not stain his robes. In the dim blood-red world, only a single white-clad figure remained eternal. Human. A bloody hand reached out from the swamp, grasping for Lin Fan. He cast only a glance at it, and the hand turned to ash. Moon Clan. Lin Fan said softly, recognizing the clan of that bloody hand. A Moon Clan member at the 7th level of the Saint Realm, yet brutally suppressed beneath this blood-red swamp, his blood completely drained. The swamp of flesh and blood was flowing with the blood of saints. Through endless ages, the saintly blood had become tainted, giving birth to creatures unique to this realm. A mass of turbid blood coalesced into a blood man wielding an ancient spear, charging at Lin Fan. With a single palm strike, Lin Fan annihilated it. Gazing around, more blood men emerged from the swamp. Hundreds, thousands, fearlessly charging at Lin Fan. Blazing fire consumes the world. Lin Fan uttered softly. Invisible flames rose, covering the entire land, and countless shrill cries erupted from the swamp. Lin Fan watched calmly, then continued onward. Demon annihilation of all life. This time a demon clan member struck. He was not suppressed beneath the swamp. Instead, he sat atop a mountain of flesh and blood. He launched a palm strike at Lin Fan. Lin Fan took a step and crushed him underfoot, moving on. A peaked Saint Realm cultivator, who in the Xianhuang Grand World would be a sovereign of a domain, was killed so effortlessly here. Eroded by the swamp for endless ages, the beings here were no longer what they once were, let alone facing Lin Fan. Wasn't the human race said to be nearly extinct? A creature with wings emerged from the swamp, raising its head. Gazing at the distant figure, its expression trembled with awe. Just an avatar. How powerful must the original be? No matter how strong, can he survive that person's curse? The swamp churned, and a massive blood-red python crawled out. Its pupils were filled with cold malice as it stared at Lin Fan's retreating back. As if aware of Lin Fan's terror, no creature dared to attack except the mindless blood men. The setting sun was like blood sinking into the swamp. A figure rose from where the blood sun had fallen. All must die. A voice like grinding bones and flesh echoed, and Lin Fan stopped. Lin Fan first noticed the token hanging on the figure, identical to his own, bearing the character prison, signifying his identity. But he was no longer the guardian here. He had become the most terrifying anomaly. Born from endless curse power, he sought to kill every living being that entered this place. He has appeared. This human is doomed. Not just this divine thought avatar, but his original body will be annihilated along with it. Behind, the creatures that had followed trembled as they watched the being born from the blood sun. It was because of him that no living being could ever leave the blood swamp. Once you came here, you could never leave. All living beings would die. Boom. Lin Fan's body was covered in countless blood-red patterns like ghostly faces trying to tear him apart. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He sensed that this divine thought avatar was about to be destroyed. A pity I don't know how many more layers remain. I'll have to come again next time. Lin Fan said as the avatar was about to be torn apart. He looked at the being born from endless curse. Quasi-Emperor realm. Though endless ages had passed, he could still see traces of the being's past from his body. He was a quasi-emperor. A human quasi-emperor. As he had guessed, this primordial mountain was a human creation. In the golden age of humanity, a human emperor created the primordial mountain to imprison sinful beings from all races. Yet mere racial beings should not have required such means. Beneath this primordial mountain, there must be even more terrifying entities. Finally, he looked at the blood shadow and sighed softly. You have suffered. He glanced at the next world beyond the blood shadow, furrowed his brow, and then vanished among countless ghostly figures. Die. The blood shadow's furious roar echoed through the swamp. Countless creatures cowered in the filthiest places, trembling. Behind the swamp, those figures also disappeared. In the library, the original body of Lin Fan also bore the curse, but it vanished in an instant as he brushed it away. In the art of curses, he was no match for Lin Fan. Is the primordial mountain related to the decline of humanity? Lin Fan pondered aloud. The primordial mountain was like 18 layers of hell, each with a guardian. The guardian of the eerie jungle was the half-bodied man. The guardian of the blood swamp was that blood shadow. Only the miasma forest guardian was unseen. Of course, the primordial mountain might not have exactly 18 layers. All later arrivals were stopped by the blood shadow at the swamp. Not only those who came, but also the beings imprisoned below. He stood like an indestructible wall rooted in the entire primordial mountain. Feishua, he called. Far away in Great Chin, the Feishua, a saint, opened his eyes, seeing the world shift before him, and then he found himself in the small courtyard. He took a deep breath and bowed to Lin Fan. Master. Master seemed even stronger, increasingly resembling the quasi-emperor Wei Yang. Do you know about the primordial mountain? Lin Fan asked. He shook his head. In my era, there was no so-called forbidden zone of life in the Xinhuang Grand World. The vast heavens and earth were all human territory. I have never heard of the primordial mountain either, but I believe it must be related to the human race. He spoke not from guesswork, but with certainty. Lin Fan looked at him and waved his hand, conjuring a scene before him. An endless blood-red swamp, a setting sun falling at the edge of the world, and a blood-colored figure slowly rising from there. His pupils held no life, only infinite desolation and despair. Feishua trembled involuntarily. Just seeing that image filled him with terror. Do you recognize him? The scene faded and Lin Fan asked. Feishua's expression quivered. It took a long time to calm his mind, then he looked toward the back courtyard of the library, his eyes filled with sorrow. I do, he said. Then he turned to Lin Fan, revealing the origin of that blood shadow. His name is Chun Wu, also the elder brother of Quasi-Emperor Wei Yang. He once followed the emperor to battle beyond the starry sky. One sentence made even Lin Fan pause. Someone close to the emperor. That meant he was a pillar of the human race, before Quasi-Emperor Wei Yang rose to power. He did not expect that Chun Wu had not died in the outer starry void, but perished in the primordial mountain. He was already dead, or what remained was merely a husk sustained by an unyielding obsession and infinite curse power. It seems I have to collect another corpse. Lin Fan said. Sir, what place is that? Feishua looked at Lin Fan, his face filled with urgency. Yuan Shi Mountain. Just 3 words made his expression shift instantly. The thoughts that had briefly risen in his mind instantly sank away. Yuan Shi Mountain. The death zone of this era where even a quasi-emperor perished. He was merely at the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. How could he possibly go there? To go there would be certain death. Then he turned to Lin Fan and bowed with utmost solemnity. Master, I know you possess extraordinary talent destined to defy the heavens. You may one day attain the status of quasi-emperor or even great emperor. I only hope that on that day you can bring Lord Chun Wu back with you. Lord Chun Wu has spent his entire life serving the human race. He should not have died such a death, he said. Though he often served by Quasi-Emperor Wei Yang's side, he had not met Chun Wu many times in person. Most of what he knew came from messages transmitted across distant starry skies. Sometimes it was word of how Quasi-Emperor Chun Wu had conquered a new world, or how he had carved out fresh starry pathways, or discovered some mysterious, secluded realm, and so on. The golden age of the human race had been forged by countless heroes like Chun Wu. Lin Fan looked at him and nodded. He will return here, just as Quasi-Emperor Wei Yang rests in eternal slumber. Lin Fan said, then turned his gaze toward Yuan Shi Mountain once more. But the time has not yet come. Chun Wu served as both the guardian and the living seal of Yuan Shi Mountain. When he fell, the heavens and earth would plunge into chaos. Beneath that flesh swamp lay realms beyond imagining, prisons for beings even more terrifying. Entities that transcended the bounds of the Xuanhuang Great World itself. When Lin Fan's true body descended upon Yuan Shi Mountain, a will had manifested, a presence no weaker than his own. It must have been a living emperor. Previously, Lin Fan had believed it was merely the will of Yuan Shi Mountain itself, but after traversing its dangers firsthand, he no longer held that conviction. At the mountain's core lay an imprisoned sovereign of immense power. Its turbulent shifts were the result of his resistance against the seals binding him. Chun Wu, born from indomitable resolve and wielding infinite curses, stood as the final guardian at the swamp's edge, a fragment of the very seal holding the prisoner below. However, that day should not be far off. The human race cannot rely solely on your strength. New sages must rise. The day will come when humanity stands firm within this world, Lin Fan said. Lin Fan continued. If I return to Yuan Shi Mountain, I must descend in my true form. I cannot predict how long it will take. Once I go, I will explore every corner of that mountain. He would rid the mountain of its corruption entirely. The flesh swamp was likely only the beginning. But if he left now, humanity would lose its strongest pillar. Feishua gazed at Lin Fan, his expression shifting as understanding dawned. He bowed deeply once more. I understand. You bear heavier burdens than my lord did. You suffered more than Lord Chun Wu. In their era, humanity still had emperors to lean upon. But you stood entirely alone. He searched Lin Fan's face for any trace of weariness, but found none, only a faint, steady smile. That same composed grace remained unchanged no matter what he faced. I once heard a saying, those blessed with greater ability must bear heavier burdens than ordinary people. Besides, I have hardly done anything remarkable. I am afraid of death as well, Lin Fan said with a smile. Was he truly afraid of death? He supposed so. He feared what might lie beneath Yuan-Shi Mountain. Beings of greater power, still slumbering emperors, or even transcendent entities hidden among the myriad races. He feared terrors beyond the Xuanhuang great world that remained unknown to him. Yet Lin Fan held one conviction: time would wear down every adversary. He only lacked sufficient time and knowledge. Go now? Did you not establish the Weiyang Palace? Seek out disciples with exceptional talent and nurture them well. I hope that in the future saints shall emerge from your Weiyang Palace as well. Lin Fan regarded him and spoke, shaking his head at the worried expression on his face. I must read now. Do not worry about the future. When that day arrives, all will be resolved. If not, I will crush every obstacle in my path. His words carried that weightless, effortless tone, yet beneath them lay an overwhelming dominance, an unshakable confidence that left Fei Shui trembling. The young man before him lounged beneath a sprawling banyan tree, a book in hand, dressed as a scholar. Yet in him Fei Shui saw the echo of the human emperors from his own era. Fei Shui takes his leave. He cupped his fist in salute and departed. Crossing the courtyard, the world dissolved before his eyes, and in the span of a single blink he found himself at the Weiyang Palace. A palace perched upon snow-capped peaks, home to only a handful of disciples. None knew this was the true legacy of Quasi-Emperor Weiyang. Nor did they realize that the obscure master of Weiyang Palace was the celebrated Saint Fei Shui of human legend. As spiritual energy surged back into the world, ancient schools of thought stirred to life across the land. One by one, human cultivators of great power emerged, and the entire human race underwent a profound transformation. Some saint-level beings from the alien races walked this land, witnessing these changes unfold. Others sought to crush humanity's rising tide before it could gain momentum. But once Saint Fei Shui descended bearing the great painting, heavy snow blots the heavens. No alien saint dared stir trouble on human soil again. A single painting. Heavy snow blotted out the sky, obscuring an entire expanse of heaven and earth. No one could perceive what transpired within its frozen veil. When the snow finally cleared, the alien saint lay dead upon the ground. When Tianjizi ascended to the great sage realm, he came to the Library Pavilion once more, but upon witnessing how Lin Fan had fused the void of Yuan-Shi Mountain with the pavilion itself, he dared not return. You must be mad. Many flee Yuan-Shi Mountain at the mere mention of it, yet you would place it at the entrance of your Library Pavilion. The fact that your divine sense avatar escaped unscathed does not mean Yuan-Shi Mountain poses no danger. That was mere luck, he replied. Lin Fan paid him no mind, merely waving his hand to banish him a million li away, ensuring he would never find the Library Pavilion again. The Library Pavilion sat in the western hills of Xingjing, yet Lin Fan had woven it into the fabric of void itself. Beyond, a courtyard span distances could collapse to a single step, or stretch into infinity. All depended on Lin Fan's will alone. Now just beyond the courtyard gate, a patch of void shimmered with an eerie dark hue. Step through it, and one would arrive directly at Yuan-Shi Mountain. Walk out from the mountain, and one would emerge straight into the courtyard. In essence, Yuan-Shi Mountain had become a secret realm flanking the small courtyard. Years passed, and Liu entered the courtyard once more. The boyish softness had vanished from his eyes, replaced by the aura of an emperor. He was now the Tang Emperor, renowned across the heavens. His domain spanned Qingzhou and Xuanzhou, and the great Tang had risen to become the most formidable dynasty of the human race. Master, I wish to unite the human race. He spoke with utter sincerity. Lin Fan set down his book and regarded him. Liu drew a deep breath and continued. The 9 provinces may not be vast, yet they are fractured among multiple great dynasties. While unity would be ideal if humanity reigned supreme and faced no rivals, our current predicament demands we abandon this fragmented state. A divided 9 provinces among warring dynasties is no longer tenable. The alien races have eased their assaults upon us, but only temporarily. Bloodshed is inevitable in the days ahead, and only by uniting can humanity face what lies beyond. He set his gaze burning with resolve. He had wrestled with this decision for far too long before making it. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled. There may come a day when you are branded a sinner by history. Will you still pursue this path? He nodded firmly. Yes. Then go forth and do it. Liu departed. He had come only to ascertain Lin Fan's thoughts. If Lin Fan agreed, he would act. As for seeking Lin Fan's assistance, that thought had never crossed his mind. He knew Lin Fan would not concern himself with such matters. Who among the human race became king or emperor might be less important than his reading a single book. What did the changing world matter to him? I am merely a scholar. Once Liu had asked, and this was Lin Fan's reply. Later he understood the master cared only for the human race. If humanity faced extinction, he would act, but if it was merely the Tang dynasty, he might not. Lin Fan watched his retreating figure and smiled faintly. Long divided must unite, long united must divide. That was the rule of this world. Now perhaps it was time for humanity to unite. But Lin Fan would not help him. If he could not achieve it himself, he did not deserve to be the king of the human world. About a year later, Xinjiang was once again shrouded in heavy snow, and Qin Ming returned. He knelt outside the courtyard performing the 3 kneels and 9 prostrations. Only after completing this did he enter the courtyard, quietly standing behind Lin Fan, who was reading a book. When Lin Fan's tea grew cold, he brewed a fresh cup. When the book was finished, he fetched a new one from the library pavilion. Like a servant, he stayed silently by Lin Fan's side. 3 days passed like this. Lin Fan looked at him. "What do you wish to ask?" Lin Fan took a light sip of tea and said. Qin Ming topped up Lin Fan's tea before speaking. "Master, I heard that beyond the 10,000 mountains the spirit race is hosting the myriad races genius assembly. I wish to attend." He spoke looking at Lin Fan, bowing his head slightly. The master had always been low-key, possessing heaven-shaking power, yet willing to remain in this library pavilion. If he left the human race to attend the genius assembly, it would break the master's rule. Would the master be willing? Though he always called him master, he regarded him as a teacher. Everything he did should be explained to his teacher. Seeing Qin Ming's nervous expression, Lin Fan smiled. "If you wish to go, then go. But it is not enough for you to go alone. Let Qin Ge go with you as well. You siblings have not seen each other for a long time." Qin Ming looked up abruptly, his face full of surprise. "Master, you agree?" Lin Fan shook his head slightly. "It is merely a gathering of geniuses. Why can't you go? But since you are going, you must strive to be the best. You go representing the human race, understand?" Qin Ming nodded solemnly. "Master, I understand. I do not know how many geniuses exist among the myriad races, or whether the true holy sons and demon sons will appear. But Qin Ming will not disappoint your expectations," he said. After this period of secluded cultivation, he had reached the 3rd level of the creation realm, already a strong figure in the Tang dynasty. Except for Qin Ge, he was the foremost among the younger generation. He needed opponents. The spirit race's genius assembly was an opportunity. Qin Ming left. The cold genius revered by countless people in the southern borders Jinan city only revealed his true nature here. He went to the Cloud Tower. Those who had been training under Qin Ge finally learned her origin. She was the younger sister of the foremost young expert of the Tang dynasty. Her real name was Qin Ge. "The master wants you to accompany me to the spirit race's genius assembly," he said, barely containing his excitement. Hearing his words, Qin Ji's zither music abruptly stopped, as if a stone had lodged in her heart. She did not speak, only gazed toward the direction of the Shishan Library Pavilion. A single glance held for a long time. No one knew what she was thinking. Finally she nodded. "All right," she replied, her expression returning to calm. Qin Ming paused briefly, as if wanting to say something, but holding back. Bailiang King stood at the entrance. Hearing Qin Ming's words, many doubts were resolved in that moment. He roughly knew who the person in Qin Ji's heart was. It was that master. The human sage. His heart trembled. Was the sage in Xinjiang. "I will go with you," Bailiang King said. Qin Ming looked at him. "I know you. The king of the northern border of Tang, who vanished after the battle of the mountain ranges. I never expected to find you here." Bailiang King nodded slightly. The Bailiang King did not vanish. He had a more important mission, also to protect the human race. Qin Ming smiled upon hearing this. It was because of many such people that the human race had endured for so long, as countless had said. The human race is indomitable. A single spark can illuminate the entire land. Qin Ge finally came to Shishan, followed by Bailiang King Gui. So the sage is here. Shishan, he had heard of it. A long-abandoned barren mountain with a library pavilion, said to be the residence of the orphaned son of the Jinan king. The Tang imperial court had tacitly granted Shishan to this son of the Jinan king. It had been so for many years. Many had even forgotten about this young lord. The sage is here. I wonder where that son of the Jinan king is. I recall his name is Lin Fan. I met him as a child. He said. He was the king of the north, and the Jinan king was the king of the south, one guarding the south, the other the north. They were close friends. He has probably returned. The Jinan king's mansion has been rebuilt, and I hear it is thriving. Perhaps soon there will be another Jinan king. He sighed. Mentioning the Jinan king brought forth many words. He was a man of the same era. One had stayed by Qin Ji's side as a guardian, while the other had perished in a foreign land. Qin Ge glanced at him, but said nothing. She simply stepped forward and entered Shishan. The scenery of Shishan remained much the same as years ago, a bluestone path leading deep into the dense forest all the way to the library pavilion. Qin Ge walked slowly, as if reminiscing. Bailiang King Gu, he wore an expression of utmost solemnity, even reverence. He was about to meet the true sage of the human race. The one who had appeared like a flash in the mountainous region, slaying the mountain lord. At that time he had only seen a silhouette, but not his face. Nor could anyone remember it. This time he might finally see it. A library pavilion, a small courtyard, a narrow door, surrounded by pear trees. Logically, pear blossoms should not bloom in this season. But here the pear blossoms were in full splendid bloom. Master. Entering the courtyard, Qin Ge bowed to the figure reclining under the large banyan tree reading a book. Behind her, Bailiang King Gu quickly followed suit. Perhaps too overwhelmed, his body trembled. The sage truly lived in seclusion here. You've returned. Lin Fan's voice came. Qin Ge walked over, and Gu also raised his head. One glance and his gaze froze. Then came disbelief. You are. He stood dumbfounded, unable to believe the person before him. He was none other than the son of the Jinnan King, the one he had once seen at the Jinnan King's mansion. But then he had been just a child. Bailiang King Gu Yi, I remember you, Lin Fan said. One sentence and Gu Yi's expression shook. Was it really him? But how could it be? A somewhat blurred memory surged into his mind, dating back to about 30 years ago when he visited the Jinnan Prince's mansion. In a courtyard amidst rockeries and lush trees, a youth sat reading a book. The youth was as pure as jade, still as a deep pool, as if his world held only his book even when he stood right before him. You like reading? He asked. He knew the youth's identity. The heir of the Jinnan Prince's mansion, born with innate wisdom and possessing unparalleled talent for cultivation. Yet he saw only a youth with no cultivation at all. The youth looked up. He replied, simply unaware if he knew his identity. What use is reading? He asked again. If the world's people were divided into 9 ranks, scholars were among the lower 3. How could a prince's heir become a Confucian scholar? The youth glanced at him, ignored him, rose and disappeared with his book down the long corridor path. Perhaps one day this world will need a scholar like me. Those were the youth's parting words. At that time he could only shake his head with a smile. The youth's words seemed like naive, untested by worldly experience, tender, yet stubborn. But he never expected that one day those words would come true. The once youth had become a sage, and now stood before him again. Indeed, this world needed that scholar. Yet he still couldn't believe it. How much time had passed? At most 30 years, and the youth with no cultivation had reached such a realm. Lin Fan, the heir of the Jinnan Prince's mansion, is it really you? He asked, his eyes filled with deep shock. Lin Fan nodded with a faint smile. To be called the heir of the Jinnan Prince's mansion. It has been a long time since anyone addressed me that way, and even my name has rarely been spoken. Lin Fan looked at Qin Gu, who had already familiarly come to his side, brewed a pot of tea, and waited quietly. It was indeed him. But how could it be? In just a few years, how have you reached such a realm? Words failed him. He stared at Lin Fan, striving to accept this reality. Lin Fan simply smiled faintly, taking Qin Ji's tea. What is impossible? I merely walked a different path from you, just a bit faster. Isn't this world always like this? Some walk slowly, others walk fast. As long as the outcome is good, what difference does it make? These simple words seemed to carry a certain Tao resonance, calming his restless heart. He nodded heavily at Lin Fan. Indeed, faster. But this was too fast. I am old with little time left. I only wish to see before I die the human race no longer oppressed by foreign races, truly flourishing. As for the rest, it matters not. After speaking, he bowed respectfully to Lin Fan. Gu Yi pays respects to the sage. A deep bow from the depths of his heart. This was what everyone should do. This person deserved the bow of all humanity. Lin Fan watched with a slight smile. The journey to the Spirit Clan is not simple. As a protector, you are still somewhat weak. I shall give you a sword casket as a guardian artifact. Should anyone dare to offend you, they shall be killed without mercy. Lin Fan waved his hand, and a sword casket fell into Gu Yi's hands. Very light, 3 feet long, made of pear wood, carved with a painting of a bright moon rising over the vast sea. At a glance, it seemed to draw in one's entire soul. He came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and looked at Lin Fan again. Just a casual drawing in my spare time. This casket contains my sword intent. You can use it to comprehend the way of the sword. Lin Fan said casually, but Gu Yi could feel the preciousness of the object in his hands. A 3-foot sword casket, holding a sage's killing technique. Even ordinary sages would likely have to avoid its edge. This was also a fortune bestowed upon him. Thank you, sage. He bowed once more. He did not presume to act as an elder, nor could he be one. This man bore the weight of all humanity, the guide of the human race. Lin Fan nodded. Then he looked at Qin Gu, extending a hand with a seed in his palm. Since you are about to leave, I shall demonstrate the great Tao of life and death for you, hoping you gain insight, and soon step into the transcendent realm. The seed in mere moments took root, and sprouted, then grew into a sapling before the stunned eyes of Qin Gu and Gu Yi. Then into a towering tree. This is life, Lin Fan said. The two felt a blur before their eyes. The towering tree gradually withered, then visibly died, turning to dust as a breeze blew. The cycle of sun and moon, the changing of seasons, all contain the principles of life and death. Besides humans, you must learn to sense the nature of heaven and earth. Lin Fan said. Life and death were demonstrated in moments. A thought for life, a thought for death. Gu Yi watched, filled with awe. Qin Gu fell into enlightenment. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Qin Ji's talent was not exceptional, but his perception of the great Tao of heaven and earth was unparalleled, surpassing even Qin Ming and Yi Bujing. Sometimes Lin Fan felt that the world lacked not geniuses, but those who could discover them. On the right path, many could become geniuses. In the small courtyard, the cycle of day and night mirrored that of Shengjing. 3 days and nights passed quickly since Qin Ji's enlightenment, and Gu Yi had guarded him for 3 days. With a crackling sound, ripples spread in the dim void outside the courtyard, and a figure tumbled out. Or perhaps not a human. There was a green runic mark on her forehead, pointed ears, and an unnaturally tall figure. She possessed an otherworldly beauty. Finally escaped, she said, tremblingly, the fear in her eyes yet to fade, as if she had just experienced something terrifying. Suddenly she looked around, startled. Where is this? She turned to see a dim void behind her, and beyond it a mountain faintly visible. A void passage, she exclaimed. Then she looked at the courtyard before her, a modest yard with a cluster of pear blossoms at the entrance, and beyond the red wall, a large banyan tree. The gently swaying banyan tree exuded an extremely dense spiritual energy, and she could even see traces of the Tao on its branches. Its Tao was not weaker than hers. It was a spirit tree that had gained sentience. What kind of place had she come to? Was she still in the primordial mountain, having stumbled into a secret realm within it? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but tremble. A secret realm within a life-forbidden zone. Wasn't that an even more terrifying place? She stepped back, trying to return to where she had been before, but could no longer touch that void. A single step away, yet a world apart. There's no turning back. She took a deep breath, ceasing her attempts to return, and instead looked at the small courtyard before her and the pavilion within it. She walked toward the courtyard. Pausing for a moment before a pear tree in full bloom, she then stepped inside. What met her eyes was not the great terror she had imagined. A large banyan tree, a pool of water, a few stone steps, and a library pavilion. It was a peaceful and tranquil scene, more like a secluded paradise. Are you looking for the master? A voice sounded. She jolted, hastily stepping back and looked toward the source of the voice, a middle-aged man. He was watching her, and when he recognized her features, he was startled again. The Spirit Clan, he exclaimed, trembling, and stepped forward. Only then did she notice a woman standing behind the middle-aged man. A human woman. They were humans. Could they have arrived here before her? She focused her mind, and upon discerning their cultivation levels, she felt less afraid, but the wariness in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. This is the primordial mountain after all. Nothing here can be trusted. Life-threatening danger lurks at every moment. I never thought there would be humans in the primordial mountain. One just at Tao, severing the other only at creation realm. How did you get here? She asked, her expression grave. She had come to the primordial mountain following a spirit clan expert at the peak of the Saint Realm, but they had encountered evil spirits and been separated. And as far as she knew, the human race had no Saint Realm cultivators. How then had they come to the primordial mountain and entered this secret realm within it? Gu Yi was stunned. The primordial mountain. One of the life-forbidden zones of the Xianhuang Great World. He knew that well. But what did she mean? This is the master's courtyard. A voice spoke before he could. It was Qin Gu who had awakened. After 3 days of enlightenment, her cultivation had reached the 7th level of the creation realm. Apart from Lin Fan's teachings, it was also due to the banyan tree's Bodhi. The Bodhi had originated here, and in turn nourished this place, making the spiritual energy here 10 times, 100 times more abundant than outside. Who are you? Qin Gu stood up and looked at her. Despite being at the creation realm, facing a being at the peak of the heavenly human realm, her gaze did not flinch in the slightest. Because this was the master's domain. Even a saint would die here. The Spirit Clan woman's expression hardened. After a closer look, she discerned Qin Ji's bone age and was filled with shock. Not yet 100 years old. So young. At that age, she herself was far from reaching this realm. That meant the human woman before her had even greater talent than she did. Ling Yu, quasi-saintess of the 10,000 Spirits Valley of the Spirit Clan, she declared, a hint of pride on her face. The 10,000 Spirits Valley ranked 9th among the countless forces in the Spirit Clan lands. Being born in the 10,000 Spirits Valley was itself a supreme honor. But when she looked at the two humans before her, she was stunned again. They showed no reaction to her words, their faces calm, especially the human woman. You are from the Spirit Clan, Qin Gu said indifferently. Then, as if realizing something, she looked toward the library pavilion. Standing before it, seemingly having appeared unnoticed, was a young man in white. It seemed he had been watching this scene for a long time. Ling Yu followed Qin Ji's gaze and was startled, instinctively stepping back. This human had appeared here without her knowledge. Could he be the master of this secret realm? The true terrifying existence. Lin Fan looked at her and smiled. This is the 9 provinces of the human clan, Lin Fan said. Ling Yu's expression tightened, and she became even more wary. She had been in the primordial mountain, in that dense forest covered in miasma and fog, where she had just encountered evil spirits and been separated from the elder. In a day she had arrived here. And he said this was the human territory. Who wouldn't be terrified? The human clan and the spirit clan were separated by hundreds of tribes and billions of miles. How had he brought her here? Where is the elder? She asked, staring at Lin Fan with a grave expression. Lin Fan waved his hand, and the void tore open before her, revealing a scene. The elder she had mentioned, along with several quasi-saint sons and quasi-saintesses. They were anxiously searching for something in the miasma and fog. Is Ling Yu dead? Asked the spirit clan member, trembling. The other spirit clan members shook their heads. They had been here for decades, originally brought by the elder for training and preparation for the 10,000 races Genius Grand Competition decades later. Although the primordial mountain was a life-forbidden zone that was only deep inside, The outer area was not so terrifying, rather it was a decent place for training. But they had not expected that once they entered they would never find the way out. A group of dozens had been reduced to just a few. And now after a previous battle their elder was gravely injured. Though he tried his best to hold on, he couldn't last much longer. There are Saint Realm evil spirits here, said a spirit clan member. Upon hearing this, all the spirit clan's eyes dimmed with despair. Lost here with no elder by their side, it was practically certain death. Elder, I'm here. Ling Yu shouted toward the figures in the scene, but they couldn't hear her. They are still in the primordial mountain. They cannot hear you, Lin Fan said. Ling Yu then looked back at Lin Fan, her face even more wary. And you say you're not an evil spirit. This is even more sinister than the one we encountered. It brought me here without a sound. What do you want? She asked, trying to stay calm, but her body trembled involuntarily. Lin Fan smiled faintly. I need you to take a few people to the spirit clan to participate in the 10,000 races grand competition. If you agree, then they should be able to easily leave the primordial mountain. Lin Fan looked toward the primordial mountain speaking. Ling Yu was shaken. Them. She took a deep breath and pointed at Qin Ge and the other. Lin Fan nodded. Can you really let them leave? Didn't you say this is the human 9 provinces? How can you help those in the primordial mountain? She said. Lin Fan smiled. He extended a finger toward the primordial mountain, and the endless miasma and fog parted at his fingertip. Within this miasma world, even a chorus of wails arose. Then in the scene the group of spirit clan members saw a path of departure. On the other side of that path was not the human territory, but the spirit clan. The primordial mountain was a region existing in the crevices of space. Each rift led to a different world. One to the human clan, one to the spirit clan, and many others elsewhere. The primordial mountain existed in many places across the Xianhuang Great World. They really left. Ling Yu was utterly astonished. A single finger, and the very rules of the primordial mountain yielded. Who was he? She looked at Lin Fan for the first time, feeling bewildered by the so-called human clan. The world said the human clan had no saints. Was that true? Why me? Ling Yu looked at Fan Lin and asked. The human youth before her radiated no aura whatsoever, appearing as nothing more than a common mortal. Yet a profound terror surged within her heart. The primordial mountains followed their own laws. Each layer was governed by its grand Tao order, yet this man had forcefully shattered the so-called rules of order. Hearing this, Fan Lin offered a faint smile. I just happened to see you. It was that simple, simply having caught her eye. Ling Yu could not help but draw a deep breath as she turned to look at Qin Ge and Gui. Very well, I agree, she said without asking what would happen had she refused. Having reached this point and beheld this human youth, she had already lost the option to decline. Only a few more questions remained. In the eyes of such a forbidden existence, she was no different from anyone else. He could just as easily have noticed another. And when his gaze shifted away, that person might simply cease to exist. Fan Lin nodded. As for the spirit tribe, I shall pay them a visit when I have time. However, there is something more pressing I must attend to first. We will have to wait a little longer. Fan Lin cast a glance at the primordial mountain, then made his way to the wrought tan chair beneath the great banyan tree. The banyan tree extended its branches, conveniently shading off the sunlight. Then came the sound of pages turning. To the spirit tribe. She looked at Fan Lin, concentrating for a moment, then turned to gaze at Qin Ge and Gui. With a single glance, she could tell that the woman at the forefront was named Qin Ge, while the middle-aged man likely served as some sort of escort. As for a guardian, if they were truly heading to the spirit tribe, a cultivator at the Tao-severing realm was hardly qualified to play such a role. If this is truly the 9 provinces of humanity, then the spirit tribe lies hundreds of millions of li away, spanning across more than 100 tribes. This journey will not be easy. However, there are still 17 years until our spirit tribe hosts the grand competition of all races, so there is no need to rush too much. The time is sufficient, she said as she began arranging their itinerary, mentioning many secrets of the tribes along the route, as well as details about the grand competition of all races, a region completely alien to the human race. The human race has never participated in the grand competition of all races before. If you appear, it will surely attract the attention of many tribes. You must prepare yourselves mentally in advance. As she spoke, she concentrated slightly and cast a glance toward Fan Lin's direction. Beneath the banyan tree, that figure sat quietly reading, seemingly entirely absorbed in the book and indifferent to her words. For many tribes, the human race is like livestock fed upon blood, and most harbor a certain hostility toward humanity. Your situation will be exceedingly difficult. I can shield you from some enemies, but not all of them. I am after all of the spirit tribe, not the human race, she said, then turned to look at Qin Ge and Gui. Gui wore a grave expression, carefully listening to every word. Qin Ge merely nodded, her expression calm and composed. In short, everything along this journey must obey my arrangements, she concluded. As she finished speaking, he noticed a young man at the courtyard entrance who seemed to have been listening for quite some time. What level are the geniuses among the various tribes? The young man asked, his eyes filled with sharp light. Ling Yu looked at him. She knew this must be the final member of their party, also at the creation realm, and no older than 100 years. When did the human race produce so many geniuses? He concentrated briefly before answering Qin Ming's question. He focused for a moment before responding to Qin Ming. The geniuses of the grand competition of all races are divided into 4 tiers. The 4th tier consists of geniuses cultivated by minor tribes whose cultivation mostly reaches the divine platform realm, with the stronger ones attaining the divine ability realm. The 3rd tier comprises those at the divine ability realm and creation realm possessing certain sacred realm inheritances. Even among the peak tribes they would be considered geniuses. The 2nd tier, for example someone like me, an aspiring sacred maiden of the myriad spirits valley in the spirit tribe at the heavenly human realm. She said with obvious pride. Even among the prodigies of the spirit tribe, she was a monstrous talent. Yet when she saw Qin Gu and Qin Ming, she fell silent for a moment. The requirement for the grand competition of all races is that participants must be under 300 years of age. You are participating far too early. You could have waited for the next 2 competitions. However, since you have chosen to participate, consider this an opportunity to gain experience. Could the human race possessing such a terrifying existence still remain content with non-contention and huddle in a corner, as in the past? She concentrated, slightly gazing toward that figure lost in reading. Her intuition told her that something earth-shattering might occur at this year's grand competition of all races, and it might very well be connected to the person before her. What about the 1st tier? Qin Ming asked, bringing her back to reality. The 1st tier includes existences such as the Sacred Son and Sacred Maiden of our myriad spirits valley. Those are truly peerless heavenly prodigies. They are all at the Tao-severing realm, and even more they have mastered the great sage secret texts, and even the arts of the quasi-emperor. Their combat prowess already defies common understanding. As she spoke of these things, a trace of longing appeared in her eyes. The myriad spirits valley had nearly 100 aspiring sacred sons and sacred maidens, but the true sacred sons and sacred maidens numbered only 1 each. Those were the truly peerless monsters. Isn't there anyone stronger? Qin Ming asked again. Hearing Ling Yu's words, he showed not a trace of fear, but rather a fierce battle intent, as if a creation realm cultivator were ready to challenge the genius prodigies of all races. Ling Yu studied him deeply. There is. At this moment, both Qin Gu and Qin Ming turned to look at her. She took a deep breath and continued. The super 1st tier, those are the truly invincible prodigies who reign supreme over the Xianhuang great world. Each one is invincible within their own realm, and can even defy and slay those of a higher realm. But such existences will not participate in the grand competition of all races, for each one represents the future of their respective peak tribes. For instance, among the 10 sequences of the demon tribe, the 10th rank DNMOZ has already reached the half-saint realm and could ascend to full sainthood at any moment. These words left Gu Yi utterly shocked and speechless, while Qin Ming and Qin Gu fell silent. Half-saint, equivalent to the human emperor of the human race. And they were merely from their generation of prodigies. Doesn't that mean they have already ascended to sainthood because of their strength? Gu Yi said, his face covered in astonishment. The 9 provinces of humanity were far too limited. Too many humans had long forgotten how vast this world truly was. This was the entire Xianhuang great world. No wonder the human race had become livestock for those peak tribes to feed upon. Observing the Xianhuang, it was like an ant gazing at the heavens. Indeed, Ling Yu nodded. Many of them have already ascended to sainthood. I once witnessed a sequence existence from my spirit tribe arrive riding 10,000 luminous streaks, and with a mere flip of their hand, a saint perished. They are even no weaker than many veteran experts of older generations. Ling Yu said, and as she spoke she could not help but glance toward that figure beneath the banyan tree. Indeed, she saw that figure lift their head slightly. So it had finally drawn his attention. Fan Lin had indeed heard her words, but what he was thinking about was the demon from the demon tribe, who had claimed to be the 3rd sequence killed earlier in the Dejin dynasty. So that was precisely the most monstrous prodigy of the Xianhuang great world. After a brief pause, he continued reading his book, shutting out the world around him, though a hint of interest occasionally stirred within. A saint. A trace of astonishment also flickered across Qin Ming's face. The human 9 provinces were indeed too small. The creation realm was merely a 3rd-rate genius in the Xianhuang grand world, not even ranking among the 2nd-rate, and the strongest prodigies had already ascended to sainthood. Indeed, while we still strive for Tao severance, they have already reached the ultimate end of countless beings' cultivation. Ling Yu replied, her words filled with a sigh. What is a genius? That was the true genius. She did not wish to discourage these 2 human prodigies, but that was the reality. A truth that countless young cultivators of the Xianhuang grand world had to face. She only wanted them to understand in advance. You need not lament, you are still young. With effort in the future you can reach my level, and perhaps even strive for the 1st rank. She said. Her gaze fell upon Qin Gu and Qin Ming, yet she did not see dejection on their faces. Instead, she saw a completely different picture. Qin Ming looked up to the sky as if trying to see through the heavens to those so-called supreme prodigies. Finally he laughed. Indeed, they are strong, but so what? Some merely walk faster and start earlier. The path ahead is uncertain. Who can say who will ultimately reach the forefront? I Qin Ming will go to the forefront and see for myself. He spoke, his eyes shining with light, and an aura of invincibility faintly emanated from him. Ling Yu looked at him in astonishment. This aura she had only seen in a certain spirit clan sequence, yet now it appeared on a young human. She then turned her gaze to Qin Ge. Qin Ge merely plucked at her zither, as if the world's supreme prodigies could not stir even a ripple within her. She possessed an ethereal aura that at times even made Ling Yu feel an inexplicable wariness. She was stronger than Qin Ming. Suddenly beneath the banyan tree, Lin Fan raised his head, not stirred by their words, but by the Shengjing city beyond the courtyard. After a moment he smiled. Quite a clever scheme, he said, and everyone in the courtyard turned their attention to him. Qin Ming, Qin Ge, and Gu Yi all showed reverence on their faces. Ling Yu on the other hand felt awe. As if sensing something, Gu Yi stepped forward slightly. Master, this is the Shengjing Dao Discourse. Emperor Tang years ago issued an invitation through the Great Tang Academy to all cultivators across the human 9 provinces. It gathers the world's powerhouses in Shengjing to discuss the Dao, offering a grand opportunity to all cultivators. He said he had also taken note of the Shengjing Dao Discourse, and if he had not come here, he would have attended as well. This was a grand gathering of cultivators that no one wished to miss. Lin Fan nodded upon hearing this. His gaze fell upon the area before the Tang Emperor's palace, where tens of thousands of cultivators sat cross-legged in meditation, with more arriving one after another. Do you wish to go? Lin Fan suddenly asked, and everyone was startled. Then let us go. As his words fell to space before their eyes shifted, and in the next moment, they stood before the Tang Emperor's palace. They appeared as if from nowhere, yet no one could detect them. Qin Ming and Qin Ge were already familiar with such means, while Gu Yi and Ling Yu were utterly stunned, especially Ling Yu. She came from the 10,000 Spirit Valley of the Jade Spirit Clan, a major force of the Spirit Clan, and understood more. She knew what this method represented. The Space Dao? Together with the Time and Fate Daos, they were known as the 3 Supreme Daos, the most difficult to comprehend, and the most enigmatic and powerful. Yet they were also the hardest to cultivate. Throughout the endless ages of the Xianhuang Grand World, the beings who had attained sainthood through these 3 Daos could be counted on one hand, and each was an unparalleled sovereign. And now in this generation, a human had birthed one. Tianfeng Gate Li Qingfeng shall expound the Dao for all. Before the imperial palace, an elder stepped forward, and with a single stride, he levitated and sat cross-legged in midair, then looked toward the cultivators before the palace. The cultivators below all focused their gazes upon him. Ling Yu also looked. This was a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Man realm. Not particularly strong. I cultivate the Heavenly Wind Dao, and today, I shall use my understanding to demonstrate the Dao for you all, hoping it may benefit my fellow human cultivators. After speaking, he began to manifest his Dao. A fierce gale howled, carrying a chilly aura, now taking the form of a sword, now a spear, and then a storm of arrows. All the cultivators fixed their eyes upon him, some seeking enlightenment, others cross-referencing, and still others began to practice right there before the palace. Soon Li Qingfeng's discourse ended, but immediately a second person stepped forward. Wandering cultivator Ming Yu. This was a woman simply dressed who traversed the void with each step and landed before the palace. Another Heavenly Man realm cultivator. Outside the palace, atop the pavilions throughout Shengjing, countless people stood, all cultivators. They watched the demonstration before the palace with rapt attention. Qin Ming also sat cross-legged. Master said that all the myriad Daos in the world have points of mutual connection. Their Daos can also corroborate mine, he said, and Qin Ge nodded, setting down her zither to begin contemplating the Dao. Ling Yu watched this scene, then looked at the countless human cultivators around her, her expression dazed. They were not strong, a few were stronger than her, yet at this moment, she felt a profound shock. Could such a race truly be suppressed? Bright Moon Palace Nianpusa. Hidden Sword Sect Jianshan. Cloudy Sky Hall Lei Ming. One by one they came from every corner of the human 9 provinces, converging here to unreservedly manifest their Daos. Before the Tang Emperor's palace, people achieved enlightenment at every moment. Beams of breakthrough light appeared everywhere. Many laughed heartily, then rose to bow toward the lecturer above, and then toward the surroundings. Here everyone was a teacher. So how do you feel? Impressed? A voice sounded in Ling Yu's ear. She looked and saw Gu Yi, who gazed at the discourse before the palace with a smile on his face. It was a smile of confidence that humanity had not shown for a long time. He was momentarily stunned, then fell silent. Are you wondering why such a human race became the blood food of the Peak clans? Gu Yi said. She raised her head. That was indeed her doubt. Gu Yi looked at her and smiled faintly. That is because someone blocked the sky of humanity, shackling them with chains, preventing them from seeing hope. But now it is different. He looked toward the direction of Shishan, his expression respectful. Someone has lifted the sky of humanity and severed the chains that bound them, allowing them to see hope. Humanity never ceases. Even if blood is spilled and mountains and rivers overturned, we have never bowed our heads for a single moment. That is the heritage engraved in our bones. All we lacked was a guide. Now we have one, he said. Ling Yu was shaken, and she knew who Gu Yi referred to. the white-robed youth in that small courtyard, the existence they called master. She did not know what had happened to the human race over these decades, but at least decades ago the human race she had heard of was merely a race kept in captivity by the apex races. The human race had no sages, and it was impossible for any to appear. An overseer dispatched by the peak races was stationed among the humans, severing the path to sagehood. What about that overseer? Could he be dead? Following Gu Yi's gaze, she looked over. If there was anyone among the humans who could kill the overseer, it could only be him. An unfathomable existence. In the depths of the void, a figure with double wings and a body shrouded in black mist sat cross-legged in meditation. This was the overseer of the Tian clan. A ripping sound. Suddenly he opened his eyes, and a black light tore through the silent void. Human race. He gazed through the endless void toward the 9 provinces of humanity, his eyes sweeping over each prefecture and dynasty, pausing briefly at the coastline of the Great Qin dynasty. There the sea clans were still invading the human realm, the entire sea dyed crimson with blood. Finally his gaze fell upon the Shengjing of the Great Tang. A scene of desolation, the capital of a nation with 9 out of 10 houses empty, not a trace of vitality. Seeing this he smiled. Human race just slowly fade away like this. He said, then continued to sleep. In the Shengjing library, Lin Fan glanced at the depths of the void and smiled faintly. He comprehended 10,000 Daos, including the Tao of illusion. The hiding place of the Tian clan overseer could not escape Lin Fan's eyes. As for what he wanted the Tian clan overseer to see, that was merely within Lin Fan's thoughts. Everything the overseer saw and knew was an illusory world created by Lin Fan. The Shengjing Imperial Palace. An old woman with white hair emerged, leaning on a cane, her body full of decay, yet her eyes held a glimmer of light. I am Wei Yu, she said, standing in that same void looking at the people before the Imperial Palace, her gaze filled with kindness and relief. This was the first human Tao-severing expert to appear. Perhaps because she had lived through too many years, few actually recognized her. Wei Yu, the imperial tutor of the Great Ming Dynasty 2,000 years ago, and also the teacher of the human emperor of the Great Ming Dynasty. I thought she had already died. Gu Yi said, looking at the aged old woman, and sighed softly. He too should have been like this. It was Lin Fan who extended his life, allowing him to live another 300 years, giving him the chance to witness the rise of the human race. So it's her. Many people sighed, then all bowed to the old woman. This was also someone who had once exhausted her heart for the human race back. Then she might have thought of creating a new heaven for humanity, of opening a path for them. But it was too difficult. I cultivate the water Tao, so let me demonstrate for you what the water Tao truly is. She said, and began to manifest her Tao in the sky. 2,000 years of accumulation fully released at this moment. Rain began to fall from the sky, echoing her Tao, and countless people were immersed in it. After a long time she stopped, nodded to the surroundings, and descended to the front of the Imperial Palace. Coming here, he came more to witness. If this is the case, I can die without regret. Wei Yu, I never thought you were still alive. The last time we met was 500 years ago. I never expected there would be a chance to meet again. Another human Tao-severing expert, also an old man. The same kind of demonstration, but completely opposite to the Tao Wei Yu had manifested. It was the blazing fire Tao. Perhaps long ago they were rivals, but at this moment, all grievances were dissolved upon meeting. Before the entire human race, what enmity could there be? Several more Tao-severing experts emerged, all figures like living fossils, each having left great achievements in history. They all appeared. Young ones, this is the only thing we can do for you. Under the guidance of a sage, I believe the human race will surely have a day of revival. The flame of humanity will never be extinguished in this generation, it will only burn brighter. Tao-severing experts demonstrating the Tao. This was a sight unseen for many years, and so many appeared at once. Finally, it was Gu Yi's turn. My turn, he said, and under the gaze of countless people he stepped into the void, holding his sword case, and stood silently in the sky before the Imperial Palace. I, Gu Yi, an old man, shall demonstrate the Tao for you all, he said, and even while demonstrating the Tao he did not let go of the sword case, as if it had become the most important thing to him. It's the Prince of Bailiang, he has come too. At the star-picking hall of the Imperial Palace, the Dean of the Great Tang National Academy stood beside Li Yu and said. He was also deeply shocked by the scene before the Imperial Palace, but what shocked him even more was the Great Tang Emperor beside him. This magnificent spectacle was brought about by him alone. To this end, he even traveled across the 9 provinces, and many of these experts were personally invited by him. His body already faintly exuded an imperial aura, something that had never been seen, even on the human emperor. Li Yu merely responded faintly. He looked at the magnificent scene before the Imperial Palace. No one knew what he was thinking, but his hand trembled slightly. He was also nervous. He was waiting for someone. This was the first time he had acted on his own, and he wondered if it would displease that person. If he was displeased, what then? Whoosh. Suddenly snow began to fall from the sky, chaotic and swirling, carrying an indescribable Tao resonance. Li Yu and the Dean of the Great Tang National Academy both looked over, their expressions slightly shaken. At the end of the sky, a figure slowly appeared. Each step crossed a void, as if teleporting. Flying Snow Sage. Countless people before the great Tang Imperial Palace were shaken. His white hair cascaded like a waterfall, a scroll tucked at his waist. He arrived with the wind and snow, standing in the void before the Imperial Palace. Countless people prostrated themselves. Ling Yu was also stunned. The human race still has a sage. Weiyang Palace. Flying Snow shall expound the Tao for you all. He sat cross-legged in the void, and a phantom of a snowy mountain emerged behind him. Then a Tao domain descended, pulling even Ling Yu into that Tao domain world. In this era, the Weiyang Palace was only newly established, known to few. But in the boundless ages past, the Weiyang Palace was once the foremost power of the human race. It was the last imperial-level heritage of humanity. Imperial Scripture. After listening to Flying Snow's lecture for a moment, Ling Yu trembled violently, looking at the white-haired man in the sky in disbelief. He was actually expounding an imperial scripture. The 10,000 Spirits Valley possessed a fragment of an imperial scripture, a supreme treasure that had sustained its inheritance for endless ages. She had once glimpsed it from afar. Just one glance, and the Tao instantly arose in her mind, as if her entire body had been cleansed. Even after 100 years, she had not forgotten it. It's not a fragment. It's a complete and intact imperial scripture. She exclaimed in shock, her face full of disbelief. The human race actually possessed an imperial scripture. Although it was only an oral recitation, not the scripture itself, it was still astonishing, and it was being expounded without reservation to so many people. Although he had integrated the imperial scripture into his Tao domain and explained it in the most accessible way possible, she only needed to listen for a moment to understand that this was absolutely an imperial scripture. If he could recite it orally, then he must know where the original imperial scripture was. The imperial scripture was written by the great emperor, using the Tao as a brush, stroke by stroke. Each character carried boundless imperial will, and from the moment of its birth it had gained intelligence. The 10,000 Spirits Valley possessed a fragmentary imperial scripture, which is why it held such a position among the Spirit Clan, being listed as one of the quasi-imperial level forces. The bloodshed and chaos that a complete imperial scripture would stir across the Xinhuang Great World would be unimaginable. Could it be that he rose to power because of the imperial scripture? She thought of Lin Fan. Can the human race protect an imperial scripture? Can he protect it? She couldn't help but say, her expression heavy with solemnity. Now that this human sage had revealed the imperial scripture, here the major peak clans would eventually learn of it. What would become of the human race then? Would it be annihilated? No one noticed her expression, nor did anyone realize that Feishua was expounding an imperial scripture. They were all immersed in comprehending what Feishua taught. A sage's path. If one could grasp even a 10,000th of it, it would be an immense fortune. Ling Yu pondered for a moment, then cast aside all distractions and immersed herself in the imperial scripture Feishua was expounding. This was also an opportunity for her. In the western mountain within the small courtyard, Lin Fan put down the book he was reading, took a sip of tea, and turned his gaze toward the Tang Emperor's palace. A breeze passed by, and the book closed, revealing the characters on its cover, Ice Emperor Scripture. This was the book found on the corpse of the Weiyang quasi-emperor, indeed born with spirit, but it had fallen silent upon entering the small courtyard. Especially in Lin Fan's hands, it behaved no differently from an ordinary book. In fact, in some places Lin Fan had added his own annotations. The understanding of the Ice Tao is good, but it lacks a certain fluidity. Would it not be better to integrate a bit of the Life Tao on top of the Ice Tao? I do not agree that reaching the extremity of a single path leads to transcendence. It is too cumbersome, lacking simplicity. The Shengjing Tao discussion gathered countless human experts and also attracted the attention of some foreign sages. However, when they looked toward Shengjing, all they saw was a scene of heavy snow covering the sky. The snow obscured the heavens, hiding their vision. It is that imperial artifact, they said solemnly, daring not approach Shengjing any further. Many foreign sages had already died under the painting of snow covering heaven, and no one dared to try again. Feishua lectured for 3 days, and the snow fell for 3 days. Only when the ice and snow melted did everyone awaken. A hum resonated. Feishua's body was enveloped in sage aura. He had broken through. From the 3rd heaven of the sage realm to the 4th heaven. Before the Tang Emperor's palace, even more people broke through, some advancing several realms in succession. Everyone was stunned. Is this the path of a sage? They gazed at the figure in the sky, their expressions filled with awe. The 3 days of lecture had transformed many as if they were reborn, their souls remolded, and their understanding of the Tao became much clearer. I never thought I would see the path of severing the Tao so clearly here. Is this the power of the imperial scripture? Within a year, I will sever the Tao. Ling Yu's face was filled with shock. As she looked at Sage Feishua, greed involuntarily arose in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed the covetousness in her heart. Not to mention the mysterious Sage Feishua in that small courtyard, there was an existence even more terrifying than the primordial mountain evil spirit. Thank you, Sage, for imparting the Tao. Before the imperial palace, everyone bowed to the figure in the sky. Even Qin Gu and Qin Ming did the same. This sage was also a human sage, standing in front of the myriad tribes on behalf of the master, facing all the sages of the myriad tribes, and worthy of respect. Feishua looked at the crowd before the Tang Emperor's palace, nodded, then turned his gaze toward the western mountain. A voice sounded in his ear. This is my path. Comprehend it well. A figure suddenly appeared before the Tang Emperor's palace. Except for a few people, no one could see it, but everyone felt something. This world seemed to have suddenly frozen. It was as if some supreme being had descended. Before him the Tao did not manifest, rules ceased to exist. He alone suppressed 10,000 Taos. Inside the imperial palace, Liu trembled all over. Master. He bowed deeply toward that sky. The dean of the Great Tang Academy beside him was shocked. In that sky he only saw Sage Feishua, but he knew who Liu meant by master. It was the true guardian of the human race. The one who had slain the master of the mountain range and annihilated the billions of ocean tribes. He had come. He also bowed his body, trembling uncontrollably. So it was all true. Such an existence really existed. Before the Tang Emperor's palace, everyone bowed as well, including Ling Yu, not only out of fear, but also out of awe for Lin Fan. Beyond the sage realm. It was a great sage. Here a great sage had silently appeared, a supreme great sage who had comprehended the space Tao. Tao. Lin Fan said calmly. The entire heaven and earth seemed to resonate. 10,000 Taos converged before Lin Fan, without needing to be urged. A single word sufficed. A Tao flower surpassing all worldly things, capable of rivaling the eternal splendor of the ages, appeared suspended in the sky. Even Feishua's gaze froze. The ice Tao. In this Tao flower he saw the extreme, the ice Tao that had touched the origin. That path led from the sage realm to the great sage, straight to the quasi-emperor realm. So it was for everyone before the Tang Emperor's palace. Some saw the transcendent human realm, some saw the severing Tao realm, and some even touched the sage realm. The path ahead suddenly became clear. They all took a deep breath, their faces filled with awe. Looking up again, Sage Feishua was still standing there. He closed his eyes and concentrated, as if still comprehending something. This is the true transmission of a sage, the true inheritance of the sage realm, someone said, bowing deeply. They could not see the other figure in the sky, but they were moved to bow toward that sky from the depths of their hearts. Elsewhere, Ling Yu broke through. She had followed the elder into the primordial mountain for life and death training, seeking the path to sever the Tao. But this time she not only found the path to sever the Tao, she also found the path to sagehood. That Tao flower was imprinted in her mind. A unique fortune for her, a clear path to sagehood. After a long while she looked at the figure in the sky, again her expression awed. He has not only comprehended the space Tao, but also the wood Tao. He entered the great sage realm through 2, or even several Taos. Monstrous. She couldn't help but think of the super geniuses of the myriad tribes. Could they achieve this? Don't bother coming back. The path lies ahead and you must walk it yourselves. You are the future of the human race. Lin Fan's voice entered the minds of Qin Gu, Qin Ming, and the others. They looked up at Lin Fan, their expressions resolute. Gu, you remember the sword case in your hands. Don't overthink. Draw your sword when you must. The human race fears no tribe. The human race has me, and I am still here. Gu Yi nodded solemnly. If they want to kill them, they must step over my dead body. That single sentence was Gu Yi's conviction. From the day he became Qin Ji's protector, he had already envisioned how he would die. Finally Lin Fan turned his gaze to Ling Yu, whose expression trembled, as she quickly knelt down, her heart filled with nothing but reverence. Thank you, Senior, for imparting the Tao. Decades in the primordial mountain could not compare to a single day here. This was her greatest fortune. Lin Fan said nothing, only offering a faint smile and a nod before his figure dissipated into the air. Let us all depart. With those quiet words the Tao flower in the void scattered into golden dust. Many stared at the scene, dazed, as if waking from a dream. When they looked up to the heavens, Sage Feishua was already gone. Silence. Exhilaration. They stood before the imperial palace, gazing at the sky, unwilling to leave for a long time. This is a rebirth, someone exclaimed. They turned to Wei Yu and other Tao severing realm experts whose lifespans were nearly exhausted and sensed a surging vitality within them. These few had fallen into a profound enlightenment, their bodies radiating Tao resonance. Qin Gu, Qin Ming, and the other two watched this scene, then turned and left, not returning to the Library Pavilion, embarking on the journey to the Ling clan. At the Great Tang Imperial Palace, the dean of the Great Tang Academy was still trembling with excitement when he saw Liu suddenly kneel toward a certain void. A figure stepped out from that void. Clad in white robes with a book tucked at his waist, he appeared before them without any warning. Master, said Liu. The dean of the Great Tang National Academy also quickly knelt. The sage had come before them. It has been nearly 20 years since your first visit to me, hasn't it? Lin Fan said. Liu's body trembled, and he bowed his head even lower. Master, it is 19 years and 7 months. He replied. The dean of the Great Tang National Academy was inwardly shocked. So the emperor had met the sage 19 years ago. Suddenly a thought struck him, and his expression shifted again. 19 years ago, wasn't that the time when the human sovereign fell? You have changed a great deal, Lin Fan said, looking at the young man before him, recalling their first meeting at the Library Pavilion. At that time his eyes were full of confusion and uncertainty, but now they held so much more. Please forgive me, master. I acted on my own. I should have informed you in advance. He said. Lin Fan listened and smiled. You have done no wrong, so there is nothing to forgive. You merely did what a human emperor must do, using my influence to bestow a blessing upon the world. This is a merit for the mortal realm deserving of praise. With those gentle words, Liu raised his head and saw Lin Fan walk over and help him to his feet. From now on, you are the human sovereign. You cannot kneel so casually. Whatever you wish to do, I will not interfere. Just remember, this imperial power and royal authority are but fleeting illusions. The true foundation is the human race. And next time, remember to tell me beforehand. I spend most of my time reading and rarely pay attention to worldly affairs. Lin Fan said. Liu stared at him, then coming to his senses with a jolt, stepped back and bowed deeply. No matter how many years pass, Liu before master is always just Liu, an ordinary man seeking the Tao. The human race is the foundation of Great Tang, and master is the foundation of the human race. He said. The dean of the Great Tang National Academy was shaken. Liu could actually utter such words. Lin Fan watched this scene and smiled faintly. Do your best. Perhaps the human race should be unified. But unification is only the beginning. With those quiet words, Lin Fan paused, gazing at the vast Xinhuang great world, and then beyond it. This world is too vast. Then Lin Fan's figure slowly dissipated within the Great Tang Imperial Palace, and the dean of the Great Tang Academy raised his head at that moment. A gradually fading silhouette gazed into the endless sky, as if the entire world was reflected behind him. This was the guide of the entire human race. Farewell, master. Farewell, sage. It was a long while before the two came to their senses. Then the dean of the Great Tang National Academy bowed deeply to Liu. Your servant will devote himself to fulfilling your majesty's grand vision. With just a few words, he understood what Liu sought. It was the entire human realm. He aspired to be the emperor of the entire human 9 provinces. In the small courtyard of the Library Pavilion, Lin Fan picked up a fishing rod, walked to the pond, and watched the fish swimming within. He smiled faintly. The seeds have all taken root and sprouted. Lin Fan fished without bait. Only those willing would bite. Yet the fish in the pond scrambled to leap onto his line, as if in their small lives this was the most important thing. Reading, drinking tea, basking in the sun, Lin Fan's life returned to tranquility. In the primordial mountain, at the boundary between the strange jungle and the blood marshes, the man with only half a body appeared again. Go back. He said the same words he had spoken when he met Lin Fan's divine thought incarnation, but this time he faced a demon. This demon had 3 heads and 6 arms, its body covered with demonic runes. It had smashed its way through the entire strange jungle to reach here. Behind it followed many strange creatures lurking in the depths of the jungle, their dead pupils fixed on it. A human. The demon looked at him, eyes narrowing. Then it stepped forward, unleashing a great sage's aura that tore the very void before it apart. He was not angered, only looked at it calmly. You seem surprised that I am human, or perhaps there is a deep-seated contempt. He said. Though his words were calm, as soon as they left his mouth, the strange creatures following behind all vanished, as if they had seen something terrifying. What's wrong with being human? He asked again. His faint words carried an indescribable majesty, as if an emperor were questioning. The demon great sage shuddered, stepped back a few paces, then steadied itself, and looked at the human before it, who now had only half a body. A cold sneer curled on its lips. Humanity. How they are about to be annihilated. At those words, the half-man's gaze suddenly froze, and he turned sharply to the demon, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. The demon trembled all over as the ground around it collapsed. It was crushed to the ground, its bones shattered, staring at him in disbelief. "You quasi-emperor," it stammered. This human, reduced to half a body and radiating a deathly aura, was actually a quasi-emperor. How could there still be a quasi-emperor among humans? Suddenly its mind went blank as a powerful consciousness invaded its brain. The mortal realm. I have not visited it for a long time. A voice spoke, but it came from the demon great sage's mouth. Then the demon, like a puppet, walked into the strange jungle. Passing through the miasma jungle, it entered the demon lands. Before the eerie forest, the half-bodied human stared blankly at the void before him, his eyes tinged with a flicker of confusion. Why haven't I died yet? He murmured, his garments, as if from ancient times, stained with the dust of ages. No, I have already died. Then he spoke again, gazing at the eerie forest connected to his severed body, as if recalling something, and smiled. He thought of the human who had come before. He could retrieve some memories because of that one. He had awakened a few of his lingering thoughts. It seems for some reason you find it inconvenient to act. Very well, then let me do it. Let me see how this world treats humanity now. Does anyone still remember that we humans guarded the celestial frontier and spilled blood across the starry dome? He said, and then his eyes sank once more, as if he had only awakened for a moment before returning to eternal silence. He remained that half-corpse. In the library pavilion, Lin Fan smiled faintly. A remnant thought of a quasi-emperor. Can you withstand it? Some debts you shall slowly repay. He had seen the memories of the demon named Mo, a demonic prodigy, and witnessed many humans in the demon lands. In the 9 provinces of humanity, humans could still survive, but there they were, mere blood livestock, truly penned up like pigs in cages. The Demon Lands. Wong. A figure emerged from the primordial mountain, 3 heads and 6 arms, with rolling demonic chi. The moment it appeared, the entire sky and earth darkened. Mo Yuan, the great sage. Countless demons outside the primordial mountain came forward to greet him. Among them were over a dozen sages who looked at this demon sage emerging from the mountain with awe. Mo Yuan, a second-level great sage, was also a previous demonic prodigy already designated as one of the candidates for the demon clan's patriarch. Great sage Mo Yuan paid them no heed. He simply gazed at the sky and earth as if sensing the aura of this realm. Human blood, he said softly, uttering a sentence that none of the demons understood. Then great sage Mo Yuan extended a hand. Behind the countless demons, a group of emaciated humans bound by chains trembled. The next moment they appeared in the palm of great sage Mo Yuan. They looked up, then curled into a ball, their eyes filled with terror. These are the human blood livestock we specially brought for you, great sage. Their physiques are robust, and their chi and blood are abundant. A demon sage said fawningly. Bang! A hand swept over and he was directly smashed into a mist of blood, soul and body obliterated. All the demons behind trembled, staring at this scene in disbelief. Great sage Mo Yuan, why did you kill Nemo? A sage asked, but his answer was a hand that could crush the sky, radiating terrifying demonic intent, which directly smote him into oblivion. Then the Mo Yuan they revered launched a slaughter against all the demons outside the primordial mountain, one hand covering the heavens, demonic energy shaking the sky. Demons, how dare you? A voice resounded in the hearts of all the demons. They looked at the figure massacring their kind, their expressions quivering. Great sage Mo Yuan is possessed. He has been taken over by the eerie presence in the primordial mountain. Run! Informed great sage Chang Yuan. Countless demons fled, yet they could not escape that overwhelming killing intent. After a long while, when the surrounding world fell silent, great sage Mo Yuan set down the group of humans from his palm. They huddled together, staring at him in terror. They knew the primordial mountain was a forbidden zone of life, and they knew its terror, a place from which even a quasi-emperor had once failed to emerge. Had this demon great sage been parasitized by the eerie presence inside? Humans. Mo Yuan looked at them, a sorrowful loneliness in his eyes. Just those 2 words seemed to speak of endless ages of bitterness. They all trembled upon hearing this. They actually saw a trace of grief in the eyes of this possessed demon great sage, especially when he uttered the word humans. It was as if he was angry at their lack of struggle mixed with boundless guilt. Then this possessed demon great sage pushed them toward the primordial mountain and strode into the endless demon lands. Behind him, rivers of blood flowed, and blood stained the earth for thousands of miles. On that day, countless demon cities collapsed, millions of miles of land were slaughtered, and one by one the once lofty demon sages were killed. This once great race, which had stood at the pinnacle, encountered its greatest calamity in endless ages. How dare you? A demon great sage struck, unleashing a sword entwined with countless resentful spirits, but only infuriated great sage Mo Yuan further. Under the gaze of countless demonic powerhouses, he was torn apart alive. Even a great sage had died. Then an ancient demonic existence awakened, a hand that cut across the azure sky, and with a palm strike, a whole region of heaven and earth collapsed. No matter what you are, you must die. On the vast earth, a figure 1,000 zhang tall stood, a demon quasi-emperor. He stared at great sage Mo Yuan, his face cold. Boom! Mo Yuan was not annihilated. His half-body was shattered, but he still dragged his broken remains toward the demon quasi-emperor. Like the most brilliant firework in the night sky, he crashed into the demon quasi-emperor's body. Mo Yuan died, crushed into a clot of blood, but an intangible phantom rose from his corpse. It was surrounded by eerie aura, its face unclear. It simply looked at the demon quasi-emperor, who retreated because of that one glance. But then it dissipated. A remnant thought of a quasi-emperor. The demon quasi-emperor watched, his eyes focused. He came before the primordial mountain seeking the origin of that remnant thought, but in the end, he dared not step inside. The legends of the primordial mountain's taboo were too many. Even a demon quasi-emperor would not tread there. When our demon emperor returns one day, I will crush the primordial mountain. He spoke to the mountain range, his voice penetrating the primordial mountain, passing through the miasma forest and the eerie forest, finally reaching the flesh and blood swamp. The setting sun fell to the west, and a figure slowly solidified into existence. Outside the primordial mountain, the demon quasi-emperor seemed to sense something, his expression trembling, and he directly tore through the void and fled. In Shengjing, inside the library pavilion, Lin Fan looked toward the primordial mountain. Is it over like this? He said, then raised his hand, and a group of humans appeared in Shengjing City. On the main street, people came and went. Suddenly, a group of ragged, blood-stained humans appeared. As the smell of blood spread, everyone was stunned. Liu learned of the news and personally met these people. 3 days later, the Tang dynasty declared war on the Song dynasty. He stood on the starry-picking hall looking at those numb-faced humans, his expression grave. Humanity must unite as soon as possible, he said. The head of the Tang Imperial Academy, standing behind him, nodded. He understood what Liu was thinking. The war Liu truly wanted to launch was against the alien races, but before that humanity must be unified. Yinjing of Dasong. In the imperial court, ministers stood in rows on both sides, their expressions grave, all gazing toward the figure seated highest, the human emperor of Dasong. The emperor of Datong has declared war upon us. What is your view? He spoke in a calm voice with little emotional fluctuation, as if merely posing a casual question. Yet what was at stake was the future of Dasong itself. The ministers fell into silence. After a long pause, I have heard that the young emperor of Datong recently invited the strongest warriors across the realm to debate the Tao. Did any of you attend? The human emperor of Dasong asked again. Many raised their heads, but held back their words. Your Majesty, my father did attend. From the far end of the grand hall, a young minister spoke. All eyes in the hall fell upon him, their expressions tightening. Zhao Kuangyi, the Kirin prodigy of the Zhao family. He had already assumed the Zhao family's official seal and entered the Dasong court, though he rarely spoke within this hall. The human emperor's gaze also landed upon him, a hint of approval gracing his face. He was not only the Kirin child of the Zhao family, but also the foremost figure among Dasong's younger generation, having reached the peak of the divine ability realm. And your father? The human emperor asked. Zhao Kuangyi stepped forward and respectfully bowed before the human emperor of Dasong. He said the sage once appeared in the great capital of Datong preaching the Tao to the strongest warriors of the realm. He gained much from it, and has since entered seclusion in the capital. With a single sentence, everyone in the grand hall was shaken. Datong had declared war on Dasong. The two were now adversaries. Yet a high-ranking minister of Dasong was cultivating in the capital of the enemy nation. What did this signify? Was it defection? They cast their gaze once more upon the human emperor of Dasong, only to see him actually smiling. The sage appearing in the world to preach the Tao. It seems the sage has also chosen Datong, he said. All the ministers knelt down, daring not to raise their heads save for Zhao Kuangyi, who remained standing. Zhao Kuangyi, what are your thoughts? The human emperor of Dasong turned to Zhao Kuangyi and asked. Zhao Kuangyi looked up, meeting the emperor's gaze, then bowed slightly. Datong has declared war, but does not fight. I believe they are awaiting your majesty. The emperor of Datong has no intention of waging war against Dasong. Disputes between nations need not always take the path of battle. There is another way. Unity. He declared, then raised his gaze to the ministers around him, his gaze growing sharp. Distinguished elders, do you believe the human race can withstand another civil war at this time? Would the sage ever wish to see humans war upon humans? Our only enemy is the alien races. The blood of the human race must be spilled upon the battlefield against the alien races. His measured words echoed through the grand hall. All eyes fell upon him. Who would have imagined such words could come from a young man? Your Majesty, the human emperor, if my understanding is correct, the emperor of Datong should be awaiting your arrival. I believe your Majesty should undertake this journey. He spoke again. The human emperor of Dasong gazed at him, his expression tightening slightly. The entire hall fell silent, then the human emperor's booming laughter rang out. Excellent, Zhao Kuangyi. I was not mistaken in you. You are the one in this court who sees most clearly, even discerning my own thoughts. Since you have spoken thus, accompany me on this journey. Zhao Kuangyi bowed deeply. This subject accepts the decree. The human emperor descended from the dais, approached Zhao Kuangyi, and helped him rise. He then turned his gaze to the other ministers. You all see less clearly than this young man. This world, the human race came first, and the states came after. A single sentence echoed through the grand hall. All present gazed upon the departing figure of the human emperor, their faces lost in contemplation. Several days later, Shangjing. Within the Zhaixing Hall, Liu was steeping tea and arranging a game of Go. The dean of the Datong Imperial Academy stood behind him. At some point, a figure descended from the sky beyond the Zhaixing Tower. Clad in green robes with golden embroidery, wearing cloud-patterned boots, and accompanied by a young man, he simply sat before Liu and took a sip from the nearby teacup. I kept you waiting, the human emperor of Dasong said. Liu looked at him, rose to his feet, and offered a slight bow. As long as the human emperor comes, Liu will wait however long it takes. The human emperor gazed at him with a smile, then glanced at Zhao Kuangyi beside him. The sage has brought vitality to the human race, and more people like you are emerging. In you I truly see the hope of human resurgence. I am old now. I have carried the burden for most of my life, and should rest. From now on, this land is in your hands. He spoke with remarkable open-mindedness, as though he had long anticipated this day. But though I am aged, I can still fight. Should the armies ever march out of the 9 provinces, do not forget us. As his words fell, several more figures arrived outside Zhaixing Hall. The human emperors of Deming, de Sui, de Yuan, de Shu, and de Wei. All the human emperors of the 9 provinces had gathered save for the human emperor of Dejin. The human emperor of Dejin remained beyond Mount Yuanshe. Though aware that the sage was watching over Mount Yuanshe, he still had not departed. An era of prosperity must be paved with countless dry bones. While we still have strength, let us help you unify this world. In the coming battle we shall all be present. That night, they all converged upon Shengjing without planning to do so. Perhaps they had long awaited this day. The human race needed a human emperor, so they had stepped forward. But now what the human race needed was an emperor lord to rule over all under heaven. They were no longer needed to stand there. Li Yu was also slightly stunned by this scene. He took a deep breath and bowed to the several human emperors. Beside him the dean of the Datong Imperial Academy, and Zhao Kuangyi did the same. This was the succession between old and new, the passing of the human race's enduring flame. All within this Zhaixing Hall. Li Yu will surely not fail the expectations of all the human emperors. He declared with an unprecedented firmness. This was the human race. What reason could there be for not rising? With just a single word, the entire human race could be bound together as one. They cared nothing for the position of human emperor, they cared only for the human race. Haha, we should be the ones bowing to you. After tonight, you shall be the emperor lord of all humanity. But should you ever forget your original aspiration, we will return. Though I do not know you, well, the sage has chosen you. I trust the sage. Within the Zhaixing Hall, the 6 human emperors bowed slightly to Li Yu, and Li Yu returned the gesture with equal respect. Over the course of several tea servings, the human emperors discussed matters ranging from 1,000 years past to 1,000 years ahead. Finally, the tea grew cold, and they departed. The human emperors left together. Zhao Kuangyi did not leave. He merely looked at Li Yu and offered a slight bow. I am Zhao Kuangyi, and the sage has offered me guidance. He spoke and thus remained in Shengjing. Beneath the starry night, the 6 human emperors walked along the long streets of Shengjing. Suddenly the world before them grew illusory. In the blink of an eye, as they regained their composure, they found themselves within a small courtyard. A young man in white robes stood upon the steps gazing at them with a faint smile. Since you've journeyed so far, why not stay a while longer, have some water before you leave? These gentle words like a soothing stream washed over the wounds on their bodies, calming their hearts instantly. They stared at him, utterly astonished. To have transported them silently across such a distance. What kind of technique was this? My name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan said. The human emperor of Great Song Kangwu snapped back to reality, recalling the figure that had slain the demonic saint before the Black Pool. Now that figure had merged completely with the man before him. Kangwu, human emperor of Great Song, pays homage to the sage. He bowed deeply. The other human emperors were startled, their gazes locked onto the figure on the steps. But we have seen the sage before, it is not him. They spoke. The sage had frozen the sea for millions of miles, wielded the human race's imperial weapon, the Great Snow Veiling Heaven Diagram, to traverse the 9 provinces, and slaughtered saintly beings of foreign races. They had all paid homage to him. That sage was a white-haired man. The human emperor of Great Song was taken aback, uncertain how to answer. He too had seen that sage, but he had known this one for far longer. Lin Fan smiled. Are you referring to him? He pointed to the side where the void rippled. Fei Xue, who had been cultivating in the Weiyang Palace, was instantly teleported here. The human emperors trembled at the sight of Fei Xue. Yet what shook them even more was that the sage in their hearts paused for a moment, then actually bowed to the young man on the steps. Master. A sage was bowing to this white-robed youth. Who was he? My name is Fei Xue. Master awakened me from the sacred pool of the Snow Mountain. My master was the last quasi-emperor of the human race, the Weiyang quasi-emperor. He spoke, mentioning the Weiyang quasi-emperor. He had returned to the human race for over a decade, traversed the 9 provinces, yet found no record of the Weiyang quasi-emperor. But the Weiyang quasi-emperor had died fighting for the human race, for the Xianhuang Great World. This world should not have forgotten her. My true form is a snow mountain, but I belong to the human race. Behind him emerged the phantom of a snow mountain stretching thousands of miles, its snow veiling the sky, exuding the aura of eons. The human emperors were all astounded. The sage they knew was a snow mountain incarnate, and his master was the last quasi-emperor of humanity, the Weiyang quasi-emperor. They etched that name into memory. The last quasi-emperor of the human race. Could it be that all the holy weapons and Tao artifacts left in the 9 provinces were hers? Throughout the endless ages, the human race had survived only thanks to these holy weapons, Tao artifacts, and even quasi-emperor weapons. The Weiyang quasi-emperor is also here. Lin Fan said. Then they went to the backyard where 3 small graves appeared before them. Tomb of the human emperor of Great Tang. Tomb of the human emperor of Great Qin. Tomb of the Weiyang quasi-emperor. A 3-petaled flower bloomed quietly among them, white as morning garb, like a pilgrim standing alone before the graves. The 6 human emperors trembled slightly, then bowed in unison to the 3 graves, especially the last one. A quasi-emperor's tomb. Beside a quasi-emperor, even a corpse formed a forbidden zone capable of annihilating countless beings. Yet she lay here in peace. My master, the Weiyang quasi-emperor, was the strongest quasi-emperor under the stars, one who could contend with emperors. She was the final shield of the Xianhuang Great World. But even my master has fallen. Fei Xue knelt before the grave, his face filled with grief. Who would have thought that the mere attendant who once served tea and carried the sword behind the Weiyang quasi-emperor could become the guardian of the human race? Yet now only he remained. The human emperors looked at him, trembling slightly, wanting to speak, but finding no words. Their hearts were full of awe. So this was the past of the human race. A supreme quasi-emperor had upheld humanity and the entire Xianhuang great world only to vanish into the river of history. What had truly happened in those years? After a long time, Feishua rose and turned to face the human emperors. I only wanted you to remember my master. She should not be forgotten. They all nodded, bowing deeply to Feishua, and then to the Weiyang quasi-emperor. Back in the small courtyard, they turned to the white-robed youth on the steps, their eyes filled only with profound reverence. We pay homage to the sage. They now understood that this man was the true guide of the human race. Standing behind humanity, he had upheld the very sky. The sage had appeared, and everything that followed bore his imprint. No need to be so formal. Lin Fan smiled, descending from the steps. He drew a ladle of water from the well in the courtyard and poured a cup for each of them. There is little to offer in this courtyard, but the well water is sweet and clear, a rare treasure. Lin Fan said, and the 6 human emperors were moved. They accepted the water respectfully and drank together. The well water seeped through their bodies, flowing through their limbs and bones. The withered meridians, like dead trees sprouting new branches, gradually revived with vitality. Then it reached their heart meridians, energy seas, and even their souls. As the well water passed, everything was eradicated. When they had ascended to sagehood, an unknown entity struck from the void, grievously wounding their souls and leaving incurable Dao injuries. The well water turned into mist, surging into their souls, erasing all the residual saintly power deep within, then merging into their very essence. Their minds quaked. A primordial world unfolded before their eyes. One glance, and they were utterly immersed. An unknown time passed. When they awoke and looked again at Lin Fan, they saw him withdrawing his hand, in the palm of which lay a primordial world. This was the very world they had just perceived. A single palm holding a world. They were thunderstruck. I can sense the Dao domain. The human emperor of Great Shu suddenly exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. He could feel that with some time to cultivate, no more than a century, he would ascend to sagehood. The other human emperors felt the same. They exchanged glances and bowed to Lin Fan. The severed path has been reconnected. The road ahead is yours to walk. Severing the Dao is only the beginning. The future of the human race still needs you. Ascend to sagehood as soon as possible, Lin Fan said. These were the most prodigious talents of humanity, who had borne the pressure of the 9 provinces and faced the obstruction of the alien overseers, yet still reached the half-saint realm. In Feishua's era, they would have already become saints. Sage, when we ascended, we were all attacked by an unknown mysterious entity. It was he who destroyed our foundations. The human emperor of Great Song spoke gravely. Then he saw Lin Fan smile. Lin Fan pointed to the void. Layer by layer the void tore open, revealing a being with wings on its back, shrouded in black mist. A member of the Tian clan. Are you referring to him? They were all stunned, including Feishua. He won't wake up for a while, Lin Fan said. The overseer from the Tian clan had been completely trapped in the illusionary world that Lin Fan had created for him. That is him. Though they had never seen his face, they all recognized him. The mastermind hidden deep within the void. His existence was like a sword hanging over the entire human race, forcing them to remain cowered within the 9 provinces. Heaven Clan. They focused their minds and recognized his identity. One of the supreme clans from the Xianhuang world. But why would the Heaven Clan target humanity? They were puzzled and turned their gaze toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at them and gave a slight shake of his head. Because they are afraid. These words left the several human emperors in utter disbelief. Humanity had fallen into decline, barely surviving. What was there to fear? Lin Fan smiled faintly. Because they fear another like Quasi-Emperor Wei Yang will emerge among humanity and dread that we may one day come to collect what was taken from us. Yet they also suspect humanity hides secrets unknown to others, which is why they dare not push us to our limits. That casual chuckle carried an air of mockery toward all the myriad races. The human emperors listened in stunned silence, their thoughts drifting back to the words inscribed on the tombstone in the courtyard. Quasi-Emperor Wei Yang. Humanity once had a quasi-emperor. When my master reigned, there was no such thing as the so-called supreme clans of the Xianhuang world. In the Xianhuang world, humanity reigns supreme. That so-called demon emperor would kneel before my master, and this heaven clan does not even exist. Feishua said, speaking of the past with evident pride. Though we do not know what happened, humanity's history was likely severed by those so-called supreme clans. Perhaps humanity extends beyond this single lineage in the 9 provinces, with other branches whose histories lie elsewhere. After all, humanity once spread across the entire Xianhuang world. The human emperors absorbed these words, their faces etched with shock. Humanity reigns supreme. Was that truly humanity's past? But their expressions quickly turned grave. Does this mean we are not only targeted by the Heaven Clan? Could there be overseers from other supreme clans monitoring us in the 9 provinces? They asked. Lin Fan shook his head. They rotate. The current generation's overseers are from the Heaven Clan, but once their term expires, another supreme clan will take their place. The human emperors were shaken. They would rotate. This meant the overseers monitoring humanity could change at any moment, and if new overseers arrived, while this Heaven Clan overseer remained trapped by the saint, the secret would be exposed. Humanity would face calamity like never before. At this realization, they each drew a deep breath, turned together toward Lin Fan, and bowed in unison with profound reverence. Saint, we understand now. Humanity's predicament remains unsolved. You have merely prolonged the clock, buying us more time. The war for humanity has only just begun, they declared with grave determination. Lin Fan regarded them slightly surprised. We will not disappoint your expectations, Saint. We shall ascend to sainthood as soon as possible. Should anyone seek to block humanity's rise, they must step over our corpses first. In the battles ahead, Saint, you will never face them alone, they said. Lin Fan fell silent. Had that been his intention? Perhaps it had been. But could they truly help him? The human emperors took their leave one by one until only Fei Xue and Lin Fan remained in the small courtyard. Fei Xue looked at Lin Fan, words trembling on his lips. Lin Fan glanced at him and offered a faint smile. What would you say? Fei Xue gathered his thoughts. Master, is it premature to send Qin Gu and Qin Ming to the 100 Clans competition? Humanity still lacks the strength to stand before the Supreme Clans, he said, voicing his deepest concern. Humanity's participation in the 100 Clans competition was unprecedented, and he refused to believe Lin Fan had not prepared hidden methods within Qin Gu and the others. Should those methods be deployed, it would unleash carnage on an unimaginable scale, like the vast frozen wasteland that allowed no quarter. It would become a battle to the death. Now they faced only a single Sea Clan. What would happen if the Supreme Clans were added to the mix? Humanity had only a saint, but those Supreme Clans each possessed a quasi-emperor. Lin Fan looked at him. Fei Xue, you were not born in this era. You cannot fathom the suffering humanity endures, nor understand their resolve. We can afford to wait, but they cannot. There are other branches of humanity beyond the 9 provinces, but this is the last sanctuary that has not yet fallen, he said. Fei Xue stared at him, utterly bewildered. He watched Lin Fan gazing toward the horizon, beyond the 100,000 mountains where countless races of the Xianhuang world lay. Then he saw Lin Fan smile. How do you know humanity lacks the strength to face the myriad races of the Xianhuang world? As long as I exist, humanity endures. Those quiet words carried immense heaven-defying authority. Fei Xue stared in utter shock. Fei Xue fell silent for a long time, then bowed deeply toward Lin Fan. I understand. He did not know Lin Fan's cultivation level. In his view, achieving the great saint realm in this era was already extraordinary. Yet human history held examples of great saints who had slain quasi-emperors. The figure before him must be such an existence. He had always compared Lin Fan to quasi-emperor Wei Yang. In his eyes, Lin Fan was the Wei Yang of this age. Whatever Wei Yang had accomplished, Lin Fan could do the same. Fei Xue left, though, this time weighed down by heavy thoughts. He had already foreseen the battlefield humanity would face. A single person, Lin Fan alone, would not be enough. More people were needed. He had to grow stronger. Lin Fan watched his retreating figure and offered only a faint smile. The myriad races, eh? He murmured. His gaze often fell not upon the Xianhuang world, but beyond it, into the vast cosmos. Humanity's true battlefield should lie there. The strongest figures of humanity in that region had likely perished long ago, and the only one who could fill the void was Lin Fan himself. In the future, it would be his solitary arena. As for why he did not kill this Heaven Clan overseer, it was not for the reasons the human emperor suggested. He had read the Heaven Clan's memories. He had uncovered a staggering secret. The Heaven Clan did not originate from the Xianhuang world. They came from beyond the starry sky, from the very cosmic expanse where humanity's mightiest had once waged war. They were likely nothing more than an advanced vanguard with far more terrifying powers lurking behind them. To avoid alerting them, Lin Fan had merely trapped him in an illusion. This world grows ever more interesting. Lin Fan also took a sip of water drawn from the well, then smiled, though no one remained to hear or understand his words. The great banyan tree swayed gently as though deep in contemplation. Finally, it extended a branch to shield Lin Fan from the sunlight, the only thing it could do. Since gaining sentience, it had always been thus, and always would be. It would remain by his side until its final withering. A flying boat pierced through the clouds, traversing hundreds of miles in an instant. It had been journeying through the heavens for years, and finally, it began to slow down. At the edge of the land, a colossal city emerged, towering 10,000 zhong, high, covered in countless formations and barriers. Flying boats converged from all directions. This is the Boundary City, Ling Yu said, gazing at the massive city before them from the flying boat. Qin Ming, Qin Gu, and Gu Yi all looked at her. The Xianhuang Great World has 10,000 boundary cities connected by cross-border teleportation arrays that link all the various races and regions. Outside the Boundary City lies the myriad races territory, but within the city, it belongs solely to one race. The Boundary Clan, she said, a hint of solemnity appearing on her face as she looked at the city before them. The Boundary Clan ranks 5th among the peak races of the Xianhuang Great World, just below the Spiritual Clan. It is said that every Boundary City has at least a peak saint-level combatant. Those who enter the Boundary City must abide by its rules regardless of their race. Even the demon race is no exception, Ling Yu explained. The Boundary clan ranked 5th among the top 10 peak races, the spiritual clan 4th, and the demon race 1st. We need to use the teleportation array in the Boundary City to go to the spiritual clan. Remember, once inside the city, you must stay close behind me, she said, and the three nodded. The flying boat entered the Boundary City and stopped at a point in the sky. Ling Yu then put away the boat, and a person clad in dark attire approached them. The spiritual clan and 3 humans. He frowned slightly. He looked very similar to humans, but upon closer inspection, one could notice a faint metallic sheen on his skin. This was a member of the Boundary clan. Ling Yu stepped forward. I am Ling Yu, the quasi-saintess of the 10,000 Spirits Valley of the spiritual clan. These 3 are my attendants, she said, producing a token with a special valley entrance mark, which was presumably the identity insignia of the 10,000 Spirits Valley. The Boundary clan member looked at the token, furrowed his brow slightly, then gave a slight bow to Ling Yu. Quasi-saintess Ling Yu, please, he said, handing a piece of dark iron to Ling Yu. Ling Yu nodded and led Qin Ming and Gu Yi into the Boundary City. Seeming to notice their gazes, he paused briefly and looked at them very seriously. Humans are not allowed to enter the Boundary City. Only by pretending to be my attendants can you come in. This is not just here, it's the same in many places across the Xianhuang Great World. There are many races in the Xianhuang Great World that are hostile to humans. In many places the status of humans is extremely low, no better than that of blood livestock, he said, paying special attention to their expressions. Gu Yi's face darkened and a hint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. This was all normal, but what surprised her most was Qin Ge. Even after hearing such insulting words, she remained utterly calm, holding the zither. She never parted with a faint Taoist aura permeating the air around her. Suddenly she was startled. In just a few steps, this human woman who had been at the 7th level of the creation realm when they first met had already crossed into the heavenly human realm. Qin Ge, have you reached the heavenly human realm? Gu Yi was also astonished while a smile appeared on Qin Ming's face beside him. Sister, you're already a whole major realm higher than me. As the master said, you are truly the most talented one. Qin Ming was filled with pride. The master had once told him that Qin Ji's talent surpassed his, though he hadn't specified by how much. The master had also mentioned others, Li Yu, Zhao Kuang, Chu Yan, and that Yi Bujing, who had gone far out to sea. He compared them to seeds, saying that one day they would grow into towering trees, providing shade and shelter for all of humanity. But I'm not far behind, Qin Ming said. He was also at the 8th level of the creation realm, an equally astonishing progress. Ling Yu, watching this scene, shook her head slightly. Monsters, she murmured. Throughout this journey, she had learned that Qin Ming and Qin Ge had been cultivating for less than 50 years, yet they had already reached such heights. This was even more impressive than the saint of the 10,000 Spirits Valley. However, when she asked about their physiques, both shook their heads. The master said that so-called physiques are merely misinterpretations by the beings of the world. The great Tao is singular, and so are humans. Every individual is unique and has their own strengths. An ordinary mortal body can also be the strongest physique in the world. Strength or weakness depends on the individual. After hearing this, she seemed half understanding. All beings in the world are born into 9 ranks. The first are the favored children of heaven, while the 9th are destined for little achievement in life. This was the consensus of countless beings in the natural order. But according to that person, such rules seemed irrelevant, which was too fanciful. She didn't believe it. She only thought that Qin Ge and Qin Ming must have hidden physiques they were unwilling to reveal. How could someone like that person teach just anyone? They must have exceptional talent. Not only in the Boundary City, but in some places of the spiritual clan, you must also act as my attendants or disaster will befall you. I might not even be able to save you. Within the Boundary City, beings from all races of the Xianhuang Great World resided, all following the rules of the Boundary Clan. Mystic Ice, Spiritual Liquid, 1,000 Spirit Stones. Realm-breaking banner, just retrieved from a saint's tomb, only 5,000 Spirit Stones. With this banner you can break 90% of the world's barriers. Slaves captured from the Wood Clan, 100 Spirit Stones each. They can be used in alchemy to enhance cultivation. The streets were filled with vendors' cries, creating a surprisingly lively atmosphere. Qin Ming and Qin Ge exchanged a glance. They recalled what Fei Xue had told them. Many of the behaviors and rules of the myriad races in the Xianhuang Great World were actually derived from human traditions, and many races bore the imprint of human heritage. Wasn't this reminiscent of a human cultivator market? Spirit stones are the currency promoted by the top 10 peak races. They come in lower grade, medium grade, high grade, and extreme grade forms. What they were calling out were lower grade spirit stones. Spirit stones originate from spiritual veins of heaven and earth and can aid cultivation. However, lower-grade spirit stones contain extremely sparse spiritual energy and are of little use, she said, glancing only briefly at the goods on the street before leading the 3 away. The Wood Clan. As they left, Qin Ming looked at a Wood Clan being bound by a magical seal, frowning slightly. The Wood Clan ranks below 5,000 among the myriad races. In the Boundary City, they are no different from commodities, Ling Yu said, noticing Qin Ming's confusion. And what about the humans? Gu Yi asked from the side. Ling Yu paused briefly as if thinking before replying. Humans in terms of strength are ranked 109th among the myriad races, not too weak. But their situation in the Boundary City is not much better than that of the Wood Clan. It is said that the Wood Clan once relied on the human race. They were reduced to their current state because of the humans' influence. Humans are very special, you will gradually understand as time goes on. She spoke calmly, but they all understood the implication. Humans could also be reduced to mere commodities here. Only after leaving the 9 provinces could one understand how arduous the human race's existence was within them. The 10 supreme tribes had collectively forsaken them, making them enemies of the entire world. Although the Xianhuang Great World was said to host myriad races, many tribes dwelled within the lands governed by the 10 supreme tribes. No matter how the world views our human race, if any human is treated as they are, I will see it and kill them, Qin Ming declared. Ling Yu trembled slightly, gazed at him, seemed about to speak, but held back, then shook her head. This is no longer the 9 provinces. I know that one is powerful, but here he may not be able to watch over you. The Boundary Clan has quasi-emperors more than one. He looked toward a black statue atop the Boundary City, his brow slightly furrowed. Not only the Boundary Clan had quasi-emperors, all 10 supreme tribes possessed them, and some might even harbor living emperors. So what? This was Qin Ji's reply. The taciturn human woman simply looked at her and uttered those words. Though only at the heavenly human realm, she exuded an intangible pressure. Ling Yu composed herself, but said no more. Yet she already knew this journey would not be simple, not as she had imagined. Merely bringing them to the Spirit Clan, and then attending the myriad races grand competition. What that one desired was probably not these things. The Boundary City was immense, like a world in itself. A long street split the entire world in two, stretching almost endlessly before them. Let us rest for a night and leave tomorrow. Ling Yu led the 3 into a tavern, feeling she could not simply bring Qin Gu and the others back to the 10,000 Spirit Valley. She needed to report this to her master, a powerful sage of the 10,000 Spirit Valley. The 3 glanced at her, understanding her thoughts, but still agreed. The 9-story tavern gathered people from various races who talked freely, but most spoke of one matter. A great sage of the demon race, possessed by a malevolent spirit from the primordial mountains, slaughtered billions of demons, even drawing out a quasi-emperor of the demon race. One sentence instantly sparked countless discussions. To draw out a demon quasi-emperor, that malevolent spirit must be at least a quasi-emperor level existence. As expected of a forbidden zone of life. I also heard that the malevolent spirit in the primordial mountains was once a human. A powerful human who fell there, transformed into a quasi-emperor spirit over endless ages. It still retains some human memories, so it particularly targets the demon race, which has long raised humans as food. Mention of humans made Qin Ming and the others stop and listen. Ling Yu was also shocked after hearing this. A human quasi-emperor? She glanced at the 3, thought of that one, then shook her head. Humans? Impossible. Humans have no sages, even attaining the Dao-cutting realm is difficult. Who would dare step into the primordial mountains with such cultivation? It's just baseless rumor. Someone said, not believing the claim. This was a crystal clan being entirely composed of crystals, with a life core supplying energy to its body. It was also among the 10 supreme tribes, ranked 10th. Friend of the crystal clan, you are not aware. The human race is no longer what it was. A human sage has already appeared, annihilated the stone clan, and frozen millions of miles of the starry sea, preventing the sea clan from setting foot on land. Another being whose body flowed with lava said this, though his tones still brimmed with disdain. He was an elemental clan being ranked 8th among the 10 supreme tribes. I've heard of it too. It's said that this human sage only recently ascended to sagehood, but wields a damaged imperial artifact, called the Great Snow Covering Heaven painting. The lord of all mountains of the stone clan died under that painting. A group of supreme tribe beings discussed, mostly lighthearted, but with a hint of gravity, whenever the primordial mountains were mentioned. Qin Gu watched this scene calmly, while Qin Ming gripped his sword. Gu Yi held his sword case, standing quietly beside them. Ling Yu shook her head slightly. This is how it is for humans in the Xianhuang Great World. You must get used to it. Best not to quarrel with them here, she said, but just because she did not seek conflict did not mean others would not come to provoke. An elemental clan being passed by them, and stopped, when he saw Qin Ming, and the other. Humans? He frowned, then looked at the Boundary Clan innkeeper. Can humans even enter Boundary City, let alone a tavern? He asked directly, his aura at the 2nd level of the heavenly human realm, surging with contempt and disgust in his voice when mentioning humans. Ling Yu composed herself and stepped forward. They are my attendants. Do you have a problem with that? Dao-cutting realm suppressed the heavenly human, making the elemental clan being step back, but then more gazes gathered around. The spirit clan actually takes humans as servants. And they don't seem like your servants, especially him. This was the crystal clan being who had spoken earlier of a cultivation level similar to Ling Yu. He referred to Qin Ming, because he saw Qin Ming place his hand on his sword sheath, killing intent emanating, as if he was about to draw and kill. Ling Yu's expression tightened. As she was about to speak, Gu Yi pressed her hand down. This human man who had always seemed steady to her smiled and shook his head at her. The master did not send them here to be humiliated. One sentence made Ling Yu's mind tremble. Those words contained many meanings. They did not wish to be seen as her attendants. They wanted to walk this land as humans. Even if they faced the supreme tribes. You want to kill me? The elemental clan being stared at Qin Ming stunned, then burst into laughter. Others from other races joined in. A human merely at the 8th level of the creation realm wants to kill me. Even if I let you strike with one sword, can you do it? They were far from the 9 provinces. The humans they knew were either blood livestock raised by various races or some slave tribes. They had no combat power, let alone prodigies. Over time they had long stopped taking humans seriously. In their eyes humans were weak, and even if an opponent was several realms higher they could be killed across realms. How much more so when one's own realm was lower? One sword, Qin Ming said calmly. Ling Yu watched without stopping him, knowing she could not stop Qin Ming, and also wanting to see his combat power. How strong were those brought out by that one? Would it overturn the impression the 10 supreme tribes had always held of humans? Arrogant. The elemental clan being burst into blazing flames, transforming into a lava giant, and slammed a palm down toward Qin Ming. Even with the Boundary City Tavern's restrictions, it unleashed terrifying power. Chirp. A sword carrying lightning flashed before everyone's eyes, and then ahead fell the flames, slowly extinguishing. All the beings in the tavern stood up at that moment. It was not the human who died, but one of the elemental clan. A single sword strike crossing realms to slay. Could a human be this powerful? Their expressions turned grave, all gazes fixed upon Qin Ming. This was the upper domain tavern of the Boundary City, a place inaccessible to ordinary identities. Those present, whether of high or low status, all held extraordinary backgrounds. In their understanding, such a thing should never have happened. The reason peak clans were called peak clans was because they possessed powerful inheritances and bloodlines, granting them combat strength far surpassing ordinary clans. But humans. Let's go. Ling Yu spoke, stepping before the 3, activating the cultivation technique of the 10,000 Spirits Valley of the Spirit Clan to reveal her identity. A group of beings watched the scene, frowning slightly. The 10,000 Spirits Valley of the Spirit Clan. Leaving the upper domain tavern, Ling Yu did not lead the 3 to the Boundary City's cross-realm teleportation array, but instead headed directly out of the city. This Boundary City lies on the land of the Elemental Clan. Anyone who can enter the upper domain tavern holds an extraordinary status within their respective clans. For example, I am the quasi-sacred maiden of the 10,000 Spirits Valley. She explained. Qin Ming understood her meaning. They had offended a major figure of the Elemental Clan. Whoosh! The night was oppressively dark. A flying boat sped out of the Boundary City, and half a moment later more flying boats followed. A human killed someone from the Flame Clan's genius camp. A figure entirely wreathed in dark yellow flames spoke from within one of the flying boats, his words dripping with soul-stilling murderous intent. Notify the Divine Fire Army to pursue these 3 humans and that Spirit Clan member from the 10,000 Spirits Valley. Since when do humans dare to strike against the Elemental Clan? They seek death, he said in a cold tone. This was not merely about the life and death of a genius from the Flame Clan's genius camp. It was about the dignity of the Elemental Clan itself. Boom. In the pitch-black night, a curtain of flames suddenly appeared, as if some mighty being had slashed a sword through this world, severing it. The flying boat carrying Qin Gu and the others crashed into it. They're here. Ling Yu's expression shifted. She took out a jade bottle, and the water within poured out, piercing through the flame curtain. Then they abandoned the flying boat and fled. The Elemental Clan is divided into 4 subclans: Flame, Heavenly, Water, Earth, and Thunder. The Thunder Clan is the strongest, and the Flame Clan the weakest. But even the weakest Flame Clan is not to be compared to ordinary clans. As they fled, Ling Yu continued speaking. She also activated a transmission talisman, attempting to contact the owner who had granted her the talisman. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed. Lightning surged on the sword in his hand, and a killing light flickered in his gaze. He did not regret killing that member of the Elemental Clan. If given another chance, he would still kill. Shing! 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 The sound of the void tearing echoed through the heavens and earth. Looking back, they saw countless burning arrows raining down, followed by towering flame giants. You cannot escape. Ahead, a volcano erupted, spewing lava and flames that blotted out the sky. Figures clad in crimson battle armor emerged from within. Gu Yi's expression shifted. He tightened his grip on the sword case at his side. Zheng. Suddenly a single note from a zither rang out, and the countless flaming arrows were instantly extinguished. Even the erupting volcano ceased its fury. Perish! Qin Gu pointed a delicate finger, and those clad in crimson armor froze in midair before plummeting to the earth. In an instant their lives were stripped away. Ling Yu was horrified. Those Flame Clan members in red armor were all at the Creation Realm, or Heavenly Being Realm, yet in a single moment. Annihilated. Back in the Boundary City, still at the upper domain tavern, an eerie young man descended from above. In appearance he was completely human-like. But his pupils were triangular. Simply standing there, all those in the upper domain tavern could sense a bloody fishy aura. The patrons who had been chatting fell silent, gazing at him with reverence, including the Crystal Clan member who had earlier confronted Ling Yu. I smell the scent of humans, he said flatly, then fixed his gaze on the Crystal Clan member. The man quickly bowed. Lord Qing, 3 humans were here just now, but they have already left. The Elemental Clan has given chase. He spoke. Everyone present knew his identity and why he was here. They had come for the same reason. An attendant to a sequence of the demonic clan. A quasi-emperor tomb had appeared on this land, and a demonic clan sequence would descend here. They were all waiting to welcome him. Becoming a follower of this figure would be an immense fortune. A human prodigy. It's been years since I last saw one. Upon hearing the Crystal Clan man's words, he said indifferently. The young master requires some humans to scout ahead, but ordinary humans won't do. They must have a certain level of cultivation. I thought we'd have to go to the 9 provinces to capture some, but it seems we won't have to travel so far. He said, then under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he walked out of the upper domain tavern and transformed into a green serpent flying out of the boundary city. The onlookers wore grave expressions. It is said that this demonic clan sequence, though not yet in the saint realm, already possesses saint-level combat power and can even fight several opponents at once. The Heavenly Serpent Clan, their talent is terrifying. Lord Qing has set his sights on them. It seems they have no hope of survival, not even the Spirit Clan can save them. Back in the boundary city, Qing Gu and the others were unaware of these events. They had just escaped one calamity only to encounter a Dao-severing powerhouse of the Flame Clan. He could turn his hand into a sea of fire and even stir their inner flames, burning them from within until nothing remained. 10,000 spirits trample the heavens. Ling Yu also employed a secret technique of the 10,000 Spirits Valley, summoning countless phantom spirits of myriad beings to charge at the Dao-severing Flame Clan powerhouse. Gui also made his move. He was the Northern Liang King who had suppressed the Northern Domain, a true Dao-severing powerhouse who had emerged from seas of blood and mountains of corpses, later receiving teachings from a saint. His combat strength was no weaker than that of ordinary prodigies. One sword strike forced even the Flame Clan powerhouse at the 3rd level of Dao-severing to retreat. Combined with Ling Yu's efforts, they fought to a standstill. Human, and you will not live to see another day. The Flame Clan powerhouse roared, then turned his gaze toward Qin Gu and Qin Ming, bypassing Ling Yu and Gu Yi to attack them directly. He had already realized that the Spirit Clan member and the humans were both subservient to those two. Whooshed. Suddenly a figure blocked his path, taking his strike with brute flesh, then retaliating with a wound-for-wound exchange, severely injuring him. Are you insane? He cursed, retreating 100 meters as he stared at Gu Yi. Ling Yu was also shocked, never expecting Gu Yi the Guardian to resort to trading blows. But in the next moment she understood. Behind them the sound of Qin Ji's zither echoed. Gu Yi's wounds were healing at a visible rate. The Flame Clan powerhouse was stunned as well. So that's it. She watched as Gu Yi charged forward again, and she followed suit, adopting the same wound-for-wound tactic. The sound of the Qin resonated, unfolding a domain of life with an enduring Dao intent of ceaseless vitality permeating the entire world. The Dao of life, exclaimed the Flame Clan's Dao-severing cultivator in astonishment. Under the frenzied assault of 2 Dao-severing cultivators, he had fallen into absolute disadvantage, and the original situation instantly tilted. The Dao of life, the most powerful supporting Dao, could almost single-handedly shift the tide of a battlefield, making it one of the rarest practitioners in the Xianhuang Great World. He had encountered it, and it was a human. Flee. In an instant he lost all desire to fight, and turned to escape, but at that moment a bone sword appeared before his eyes. The one wielding the sword did not frighten him, for it was merely a human at the creation realm 8th layer, yet the bone blade was imbued with a sacred will. It was a sacred weapon. Puchi. A single sword pierced through his body, blood gushing profusely. He roared, hurling Qin Ming away, then soared toward the sky. But a sword intent erupted from within his body. His pupils constricted, and he froze abruptly, staring in disbelief at the human youth he had hurled away. One sword bearing 3 Dao intents. How could this be? Die. In that instant Ling Yu and Gu Yi's attacks arrived, shattering his entire body, and he perished in that stretch of the sky. A Flame Clan stronghold at the Dao-severing 3rd layer had died just like that. Ling Yu turned back, looking at Qin Ming, her face full of shock. Sword thunder and the Dao of slaughter. You have comprehended so many Daos. The most terrifying thing was that these 3 Daos were not conflicting for him, instead they possessed an ineffable balance. Can a single path still coexist with others? Suddenly she thought of that one person, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. That person had also comprehended more than one Dao. As if recalling something, she turned her gaze to Qin Gu. If Qin Ming could comprehend 3 Daos, what about this human woman with even more heaven-defying talent? Time to go. A voice spoke, belonging to Qin Gu. Her expression was calm, as if she had never worried about their situation, simply doing what she needed to do. Everything was just right. The 4 ascended once more into the sky, this time with Ling Yu at the rear. She gazed at the 2 figures ahead, momentarily lost in thought. What kind of monsters had she brought back? If the journey were so peaceful all the way to the spirit clan, it would be dull. This is what true training is, being placed between life and death, emerging from the brink. After another battle with Qin Ji's assistance, Qin Ming fought alone against nearly 100 divine fire guards, and ultimately slew them all. Drenched in blood, he looked at the sky scorched red by flames, and spoke. He is growing stronger. Ling Yu remained silent, her heart shaken. She no longer tried to dissuade them, letting them act as they pleased, becoming an observer and witness. The rise of two human monsters. The true powerhouses of the Flame Clan are coming, she said. Gu Yi glanced at her, then at the sword case in his hand. No matter. Those two words were his absolute confidence in Lin Fan, recalling what Lin Fan had said to him before leaving. There was no need to worry too much to draw the sword when it was time to draw it. Perhaps he had been overthinking before. The master's true intention was not merely to have Qin Ming and Qin Gu participate in the 10,000 Clans tournament. He was also an important part of the plan. Grasp the sword in hand, and tell the world that humanity had returned. They entered a city of the Flame Clan, and heard how the Flame Clan described them, as well as the ones hunting them. Monsters. Practitioners of evil forces. They sneak attacked and killed the geniuses of the Flame Clan's genius camp, insulting the sacred spirits of the Flame Clan. And a fugitive sinner from the Spirit Clan. Hearing the Flame Clan's portrayal of them, Ling Yu grew furious. She was the quasi-sacred maiden of the 10,000 Spirit Valley, potentially ascending to the position of sacred maiden. But when she was about to explode, she saw Qin Ming and Qin Gu and held herself back. These two, who were even more harshly cursed, showed not even a ripple on their faces. One brimming with battle intent and murderous aura, the other as still as a deep pool. I heard a follower of a demon sequence is coming to hunt them, and a peerless prodigy of our Flame Clan has also made a move. They won't escape much longer. This piece of news made even Ling Yu tremble. Demon sequence, she exclaimed in horror. That was the highest echelon of genius in this world, a great figure. Why would they come here? Was it for them? She looked at Qin Ming and Qin Gu, then shook her head. Although they were equally monstrous, they were still at the creation and heavenly human realms. They would not attract the attention of a demon sequence. The follower of a demon sequence has come, so that demon sequence will likely come as well. We cannot stay here, she said. The group left the city and continued fleeing northward. A canyon. When passing through a certain region, a canyon appeared before the four of them. Ling Yu's face showed confusion. A canyon 1,000 zhang high, as if cleaved by some supreme being wielding a sword, exuded terrifying sword intent from both sides. Ahead there was no end in sight. The entire world seemed to shrink into a single line in front of this canyon, a truly awe-inspiring sight. This canyon is not on the map, she said solemnly, but before she finished speaking, the three behind her had already stepped forward. She frowned slightly, then followed. Probably the map had missed something. She saw someone walking within the one-line Heaven Canyon step by step, not moving fast, seeming to have nothing special about it. After a while, a massive green serpent descended from the sky, landing on this land, transforming into a young man in green, the young Master Qing. Behind him followed a group of Flame Clan members. They stared at the one-line Heaven Canyon before them, all wearing expressions of awe. Is this? A Flame Clan Dao severing stronghold, said, his face full of solemnity. The canyon was right before him, but he dared not approach. This was a region that had never existed. Or rather, it had always been there, but never revealed itself to the world, and now it had manifested in this era. The Quasi-Emperor Tomb. Young Master Qing said in a grave tone. Even he showed fear before this one-line Heaven Canyon. A Quasi-Emperor, an unimaginable supreme existence able to split the heavens with a single palm and easily destroy a powerful clan. Though his tomb was not a forbidden life zone, it was an absolute forbidden zone for countless beings in the world. The auras of those humans vanish here. They must have fled inside. Young Master Qing, should we still pursue? A Flame Clan stronghold asked. Young Master Qing shook his head. Wait. Just one word, and everyone's spirits were shaken. They understood young Master Qing's meaning and knew who he was waiting for. It was that demon sequence. Had no such genius of this caliber truly appeared in this world yet? Would they have the chance to witness one? In the 9 provinces, Shangjing. Lin Fan, who was resting under a banyan tree, suddenly snapped his eyes open. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the void to fall upon Yuanshe Mountain. Within the second layer of Yuanshe Mountain, an eerie creature picked up a blood spear and impaled the void of the mountain with a single thrust. It's open. The creature froze for a moment, stunned. Yuanshe Mountain had suppressed them for eons, and they had long abandoned any hope of escape. Yet on this day, the gates of the mountain suddenly swung open. That person is wounded. The seal of Yuanshe Mountain is weakened. Bone fragments scattered as another eerie being emerged, a ghost-headed insect. It gazed at the void gate, sensing the aura of the living beyond, its pupils flickering with ghostly flames. Should we seize this chance to kill him? He's nothing but a corpse. A mere lingering thought, long unable to hold on. One by one, eerie figures appeared, their eyes fixed on the half-severed corpse standing at the edge of the eerie forest. Better to flee while we can. He is after all of the Emperor's bloodline. Besides, there's an even more terrifying presence in the Blood Marsh. That one is merely mad, but far more intact than him. He might even be reborn in another form. At the thought of the Blood Marsh, all the eerie beings shuddered. That was the most fearsome entity within Yuanshire Mountain. A ruthless man who had dared to clash with an emperor in his lifetime. Flee. And so the horde of eerie beings escaped through the void rift, fleeing Yuanshire Mountain. Humans, demons, and the elemental race. The void of Yuanshire Mountain connected to many places across the Xianhuang Great World, and they scattered in all directions guided by instinct. Some eerie beings arrived in the 9 provinces. A red-furred giant ape, sensing the countless living auras of this land, could not suppress the greed that surged within him. This is the human domain, yet there is only a single spirit mountain at the 4th level of the Saint Realm. He exclaimed in delight. The 9 provinces of humanity were a place few eerie beings dared to tread, for the fear of the past was deeply rooted in their memories. He was one of the few who dared to venture into the human lands. Over the endless years they had devoured countless beings who entered the eerie forest, filling in many gaps in their memories of this world. They knew humanity had declined, but they had not imagined it had fallen so far. No saints. Only a single spirit mountain of the Saint Realm remained to hold the line. A saint. Suddenly a figure appeared beside him. The blood-furred giant ape turned to see the Shadow Saint of the barbarian race. The Shadow Saint's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the ape. An eerie being. He cried out in alarm, dissolving into countless afterimages that fled in all directions, vanishing before the giant ape in the blink of an eye. The blood-furred giant ape merely watched, making no move to pursue. The barbarian race. He muttered, then turned his gaze back to the 9 provinces. The aura of an emperor. This land gave birth to an emperor. I can smell the bloodline of an emperor. The blood-red fur on his body grew wildly, corrupting the world around him as he stepped into the 9 provinces. In that instant, all living beings in the 9 provinces trembled. It was as if a great terror had descended. Huff! Ripples stirred in the void, overlapping intangible spaces. The rampant blood fur suddenly halted, and the giant ape's body froze. Before his eyes a mountain appeared, and within it a courtyard. A young man in white robes gazed at him calmly. It's him. The ape was horrified. That person who had once passed through the eerie forest and entered the blood marsh. How was he still alive? Since ancient times, no being who entered that blood marsh had ever survived, not even a mere avatar. But what was this man before him? He wanted to turn and flee, yet his body refused to move. Then he saw the white-robed youth flick a finger in his direction. Boom. Like a bubble or a phantom, the blood-furred giant ape was annihilated in midair. Lin Fan then turned his gaze back to Yuanshire Mountain. With a thought, an avatar descended before the half-severed corpse. Though only half a body remained, it still stared fixedly at the eerie forest. Lin Fan knew it was well aware of the fleeing eerie beings. Awake again. Lin Fan spoke. The corpse turned its stiff neck to look at him. Its pupils were filled with utter desolation, yet within that endless death a faint glimmer of another hue flickered. It replied as if even a simple response was a great effort. They are not natives of the Xianhuang Great World, are they, eh? Lin Fan said, not a question, but a statement. He kept his eyes fixed on the eerie forest, as if that brief flash of color had been nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Letting them go is fine. No matter how much you did, who remembers? Once you are gone, few will recall humanity's sacrifice. Perhaps only when they see it will they understand. Maybe they still won't even then. But it's all right. I'll make them understand. Though it will take some time. Lin Fan said as if talking to himself. He looked toward the blood marsh, and also saw the blood-red setting sun. What exactly is sealed beneath Yuanshire Mountain? Could it be an emperor? Lin Fan mused, his expression betraying little emotion. Chaos filled his pupils as countless worlds crumbled and reformed within his gaze. But in the end, all was blocked by the blood-red setting sun. He smiled faintly and withdrew his gaze. It wasn't that he couldn't see through it. But if he truly did, that person's condition would worsen, and even retrieving his corpse might become impossible. Forget it. I'll know sooner or later. Lin Fan shook his head. Then he turned his gaze to the void rift opened by the eerie beings, and through it he saw the elemental race and the one-line sky canyon. Let me borrow one, Lin Fan said, and in the next moment one of the eerie beings at the peak of the Saint Realm, who was fleeing through the void rift to all corners of the Xianhuang Great World, suddenly froze in place. Then a powerful suction force emanated from the void, dragging it into another world as it watched in terror. A world steeped in death where a river of swords hung like the Milky Way inverted. Countless phantom figures swam upstream against this celestial river. They were not real beings, but echoes of memories left behind. A place that was once a sacred ground for sword cultivators. Quasi-Emperor. It turned and saw a figure standing atop a colossal sword. A man 8 feet tall, gazing skyward, his eyes frozen in eternity. Could it be him? It trembled, the terrifying suction of moments ago still, making its whole body shake, flakes of bone falling away. A gigantic serpent formed from linked skeletons coiled around the Sword River world beneath the great sword. Dark miasma shrouded the area. It looked around the ghostly flames and its pupils flickering with fear. "Your Excellency, what are your commands?" It called out into the empty void, but received no response. It dared not move, sensing that some unseen eyes were watching it from the shadows, as if any rash move would mean certain death. One step felt like crossing from one world into another, a decaying, desolate aura rushing toward him. "This is sword intent." Qin Ming paused, his expression shaken, as he felt the breath surging from the canyon. Every blade of grass, every tree, even the path beneath his feet was condensed from sword intent. This was a world of the sword path. Turning back, he could no longer see the road that led here, nor could he see the end of the canyon ahead. "We've entered a secret realm," Ling Yu said, her voice taut. She was still trying to communicate with the talisman in her hand, but its spiritual light had dimmed, showing no signs of activity. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is a terrifying secret realm, one that has even surpassed the scope of the Saint Realm. It likely harbors lethal dangers beyond the Saint Realm. This is not a place we should be. Her face was extremely grim. Qin Ming and Qin Gu both tensed. Gu Yi moved closer to the two, his fingers resting on the sword case. Looking up toward the canyon, countless strands of sword intent converged there, even taking on solid form, suspended overhead like a forest of swords. "No escape above, no escape below. We can only move forward," Qin Gu said. Qin Ming nodded, feeling that something at the end of the canyon was calling to him. Then the two walked forward. Figures still walked ahead, but when they reached them, they vanished. These are memory imprints. This canyon has recorded some of those who came here, forming these indelible residual shadows. Judging by their appearance, they all seem to be sword cultivators. Could this be a place of inheritance? Ling Yu said. The further they went, the heavier her expression became. Sword intent seeped into her body, creating a constant, invisible feeling of being slashed. Sword comprehension gorge. Finally, they saw a stone steely, its surface carved with 3 characters of sword intent. But they also saw countless bones scattered before the gorge. It is a place of inheritance, but also a place of death. Too much time has passed, no one knows what truly happened here. Perhaps there were unknown anomalies. Gu Yi said, his voice grave. They saw many words carved into the ground with swords. Sword, demon, human race. The fragments only deepened the confusion. "We'll know once we reach the end," Qin Ming said. Sword intent surged from his body, repelling the invading sword intent around them, and he continued deeper into the canyon. Outside the Yixianshan Gorge, tens of thousands of Flame Clan members hovered in the air, including several prodigies from the Flame Clan's elite camp. The strongest among them had even reached the peak of the Dao-cutting realm. With crimson flames underfoot and a massive flame halo suspended behind them, they resembled a god of fire. In addition, members of other clans stood at a distance. The Boundary Clan with dark metallic skin, the Crystal Clan whose bodies were entirely crystallized, and the Demon Clan exuding dense demonic aura. They all waited in silence. Lord Qing stood at the forefront, staring at the canyon before him. At a certain moment, his expression tightened, and he turned to bow toward a distant horizon. "Welcome, young master." The creatures of this land all trembled at the sound. Looking toward that horizon, a sky-shrouding demonic aura appeared first, followed by a massive figure emerging from within. Whoosh! A figure stepped out from the rolling demonic aura. He wore a gray robe, his pupils were eerily blood-red, and patches of snake scales flickered faintly on his cheek. The Demon Clan sequence had arrived, and he was from the Celestial Serpent lineage. Songhua 9th in the Demon Clan sequence. A Flame Clan member exclaimed in shock. Those around were shaken. The sequences of the top clans were recorded across all races. Songhua of the Demon Clan had already stepped into the Saint Realm, a monstrous prodigy. He had attained the Saint Realm in less than 300 years of cultivation. In the Xianhuang Great World, those under 300 were all considered young. He even had the qualifications to participate in the Spirit Clan's all-races grand competition. Yet beings like him scorned such competitions. Their strength and talent required no validation from the all-races grand competition. Quasi-Emperor Tomb. Songhua arrived before the Yixianshan Gorge, letting his demonic aura seep into the canyon. His eyes narrowed, and then he looked at Lord Qing. "Where are the humans I asked you to prepare?" Lord Qing bowed respectfully, then waved toward the Yixianshan Gorge. Hundreds of humans appeared on the ground. Men, women, old, young. An entire clan captured and brought here. They looked around, their faces filled with terror. "Young master, everything is ready." Unfortunately, a few talented humans escaped, but the place they fled to is the Quasi-Emperor Tomb. Lord Qing said. Songhua looked at the canyon, his gaze cold and murderous. Humans always have some who fancy themselves clever, thinking they've found a sliver of hope, not realizing it's a dead end. The Quasi-Emperor Tomb. Is that something they can touch? Let them go in. That was always the plan. He said, then looked at the group of humans on the ground. The humans trembled, huddling together. The weak children and elders inside, with the young adults and stronger cultivators on the outside, staring fiercely at Songhua. The gray-robed youth appeared humanoid, but he dragged a long serpentine tail behind him, and snake scales adorned his face. He was of the Demon Clan, and the most powerful clan of the Demon Clan, the Celestial Serpent. In their memory, a celestial serpent once swallowed an entire tribe whole, even devouring cultivators at the creation realm in a single gulp. Get in, Songhua said. An invisible demonic wind swept over the humans, blowing them into the Yixianshan Gorge. Then Songhua stepped inside. Lord Qin followed, and all the others filed in. They did not know why the demon clan sequence needed humans, but there must be a reason. This quasi-emperor tomb might be linked to the human race. Did the human race have a quasi-emperor? Or was this quasi-emperor somehow connected to humans? They leaned toward the latter. Whooshed. Wind rose in the canyon, but it was all condensed sword intent. Songhua and the others who had just entered were greeted by this sight. Splashed, splashed, splashed. Blood sprayed across the canyon. Within moments, over 100 lives were lost. Yet the hundreds of humans remained unharmed. They stood in the canyon, and the sword wind that swept past avoided them. Songhua watched this, his eyes narrowing. As expected, it's connected to the humans. The humans also noticed this. The elder at the front looked at the alien races behind, then at the canyon ahead, and took a deep breath. Perhaps there is a chance of survival ahead. He said, his gaze hardening with resolve. Let's go. He led the group forward. Above the Sword River, beneath the giant sword, the bone serpent stared eerily at the lower end of the Sword River, its gaze falling upon the canyon. Flesh and blood of living beings. A ghostly flame burned on its body, capable of corroding the void and eroding all living matter with a single spark, but it abruptly ceased just as it was about to ignite the Sword River. It then looked at the figure atop the giant sword. You are merely a sword spirit, it said, having seen through the figure on the giant sword. It was merely a manifestation of the sword's spirit conjured from the image of its deceased master. The master of this sword died long ago. The sword's shadow solidified, descended from the giant's sword, and walked before him, staring at it. Are you not afraid of me? Are you not afraid of that one? He said, implying something. The soul fire in the bone serpent's eerie pupils trembled slightly, and then quieted, knowing whom the sword's spirit referred to. It was the terrifying existence that had captured him. You'd better stay put, the sword spirit said, standing above the Sword River and looking down, seeing Qin Ming, Qin Gu, and the other two at the front, and then at the group of alien races behind. That one. What kind of person, what kind of existence, and whether it was still watching this place, he actually didn't know. But he knew the bone serpent would not dare act rashly. One who could forcibly tear open his master's sword domain and cast such a bizarre being in here. He dared not imagine what kind of existence that was. Even his master could not have done that while alive. Do you know them? The bone serpent asked eerily. The sword spirit fell silent. I hope they are human. He replied after a long while, but in his heart, he didn't believe it. Having spent endless ages here, he understood the state of humanity best. How could such a powerful being emerge under the blockade of all races? It was likely a quasi-emperor of some peak race had discovered him and intended to use this place as a trial ground. He sought Songhua at the half-sage realm, surrounded by a group of alien races, and heard them say he was from the sequence of the demon race. Then, that one should be a quasi-emperor of the demon race. A trace of bitterness and loneliness appeared on his face. After guarding this place for so many years, could he still not protect his master's legacy? Human prodigies? He saw Qin Gu and the other three who had already reached the Sword River, and a glimmer of relief appeared on his face, but only for a moment. With the bone serpent beside him, he dared not show it too clearly. Before the Sword River, Qin Ming and the others gazed at the river formed by sword intent, their expressions filled with awe. What kind of powerful being could condense such sword intent? A sage, a great sage, or even? Ling Yu murmured in a daze. She even thought of a quasi-emperor. The river was like an inverted Milky Way stretching for countless miles in all directions, and above only a void of nothingness, as if endless. She reached out and touched the Sword River. Chi. A terrifying sword intent erupted. She frantically retreated, but was still cut, with countless bloody scars. It was only when Qin Ming stopped the river that the turmoil ceased. She asked in shock. She noticed that when Qin Ming touched the Sword River, it did not react violently, only rippled slightly, and the sword intent flowed toward him, as if refining his body. Qin Gu also reached out to touch the Sword River, sensing the sword intent within, then looked toward the endless end of the river. I think the master of this Sword River should be human, she said. Ling Yu was shocked again. This was the land of the elemental tribe. How could a human powerhouse leave such a vast sword river here? I also feel it should be human, Qin Ming said, already stepping into the Sword River, letting the sword intent surge through his body. He closed his eyes slightly, as if immersed in the river's sword intent. People of the world did not know humanity, but the master had told them. Countless ages ago, humans ruled the heavens and earth. Thinking of that, encountering a human powerhouse's legacy here was not surprising. Let's go. Without saying much, Qin Gu walked to Ling Yu's side and led her into the Sword River. The sword intent in the river indeed no longer attacked Ling Yu. The sword intent formed a river endlessly scouring this world. Several figures as tiny as dust in the Sword River swam upstream against the current. Found them. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind the Sword River. Ling Yu looked back and saw tens of thousands of alien races appearing before the Sword River. Leading them was a gray-clad man exuding demonic aura who came to the Sword River surrounded by a cluster of followers. Not far from him was a group of emaciated humans. Songhua of the Demon Sequence. Ling Yu said tremblingly. Qinggu also looked back and met Songhua's gaze, but only glanced briefly before turning her attention to the group of humans. Her originally calm gaze suddenly turned cold. Human prodigies haven't seen any in many years, Songhua said looking at Qinggu with a smile. A trace of blood still lingered at the corner of his mouth. Human blood. The last time was 100 years ago a human prodigy tried to lead a group of humans to escape, and I ended up eating them. And you, which group of humans are you from? He asked. Qingming also looked at him. One was at Half-Sage Realm, the other only at Heavenly Realm, but Qinggu showed no sign of retreat. Jojo, Qinggu said indifferently. Those two words made the group of humans who had been full of fear suddenly show excitement. Jojo, the birthplace of humanity, the ancestral land in the hearts of countless humans. What they sought all their lives was to return to Jojo. They had also hoped that humans from Jojo would come to save them, but they waited generation after generation and never saw them. Don't get your hopes up. Do you think humans from Jojo can save you? They can barely save themselves. We just keep them as livestock to raise more food. The prodigy of the Flame Tribe said coldly, humanity has no sage and can be destroyed at any time. Word had spread from Jojo that humanity had a sage, and many races sent people to investigate. The final result was that the so-called human sage was merely a transformation of a spirit mountain. They only had a troublesome imperial artifact called Great Snow concealing the sky, but if they truly wanted to destroy Jojo they could. Jojo? Above the Sword River the Bone Serpent also felt a slight daze. Those two words were not unfamiliar to it. It had once been suppressed by a powerhouse from there into the primordial mountain. Over countless ages it had even developed a fear of those two words. This is a quasi-emperor's tomb, a place of inheritance for a quasi-emperor. And this quasi-emperor should be related to humanity. Only human blood can reach the core of the inheritance ground. Go and retrieve the legacy for me, and you will avoid death and become my servants. Songhua said looking at the vast river of sword intent before him, with great wariness, not daring to set foot in it, even he. Qinggu only gave him a faint glance, and then continued forward. Noisy. Those faint words made his expression instantly freeze. A murderous intent surged from his eyes, and the surrounding void twisted. You're asking for death, he roared, pushing a group of humans into the Sword River, and then followed behind them walking up along the river. Follow. Behind him Songhua's attendant Qin Yun, and the members of the Flame Clan narrowed their eyes and followed Songhua. This is a quasi-emperor's inheritance ground. This Sword River was likely left behind by that quasi-emperor during his lifetime, and it must conceal unimaginable opportunities. Cultivators go against the heavens. If one fears life and death, how can they ascend to sainthood? This is our chance to defy fate and change our destiny. Both Dao Severing and heavenly human cultivators, and even those in the creation realm, stepped into the Sword River, gritting their teeth and heading upward against the current. Sword intent surged forth, and the group of Flame Clan beings at the very rear were sliced into countless pieces, their blood staining the Sword River. Everyone trembled. Don't stray too far from those humans, someone said as they had already discerned the rules of the Sword River. The Sword River surged mightily, cascading down from the 9 heavens. The terrifying sword intent within could even tear the void, yet it avoided the humans within it. Above the Sword River the Sword Spirit watched this scene with a dejected expression. This was originally the inheritance his master had prepared for humanity, and only humans could step into the Sword River. Yet he never expected that in later ages alien races would use human flesh and blood as shields to ascend the Sword River. You want to kill them? Came the eerie voice of the Bone Serpent from beside him. The Bone Serpent coiled above the Sword River, overlooking it, its ghostly flames capable of igniting the void itself. An abomination at the peak of the Saint Realm, capable of making even some great saints retreat. The Sword Spirit looked at him and smiled faintly. Don't you wanna? The Bone Serpent, upon hearing this, only stared gloomily at the group of beings ascending against the current from below the Sword River, his pupils filled with deathly stillness. What he wanted to kill was not only Songhua's group, but also the few humans ahead, and even the Sword Spirit beside him. But he dared not move. He did not know what that one meant, or what if there were beings in this Sword River related to that one. His gaze fell more often on Songhua. Like the Sword Spirit, he also believed it should be the powerful figure behind Songhua. Then perhaps those humans can be devoured. His gaze then shifted to Qin Qinggu and the others at the forefront. The Sword Spirit noticed his gaze and suddenly tensed. The giant sword behind him trembled slightly, as if about to rise from the ground. Boom! The slightest disturbance above the Sword River became a monstrous wave within it. Endless torrents of the Sword River surged forth, causing Qin Qinggu and the others to halt their steps. The Sword River is stirring. Flee! Below, the vast army of tens of thousands stared at the surging waves, their expressions horrified, and the entire formation instantly fell into chaos. Everyone pushed toward the group of humans, but the oncoming waves shoved them in the opposite direction. Help! Lord Songhua, save me. No. In an instant, tens of thousands of beings fell into the Sword River. Within a few breaths, they were all submerged and never reappeared. Both body and spirit annihilated. Above the Sword River, the Bone Serpent only stared quietly at the Sword Spirit, the two wisps of soul fire in his pupils gently flickering, as if pondering something. You can't even save yourself, yet you want to save them, he said, somewhat unable to comprehend the emotions of living beings in this world, nor what the Sword Spirit's obsession truly was. The Sword Spirit merely looked at him, an invisible sword intent locking onto him, as if the slightest move would trigger mutual destruction. It has stopped. Above the Sword River, feeling the now gentle flow, Ling Yu said, I have a foreboding feeling. I always sense that what lies at the end of this Sword River may not be the Quasi-Emperor's inheritance. Should we still go? She said, looking at Qin Ming and Qin Ge. Qin Ming was still comprehending the sword intent within the Sword River, having entered a state of enlightenment. Qin Ge looked at the Sword River, frowning slightly. Gu Yi stood guard beside them, holding the sword case. The aura of death. Qin Ge reached into the Sword River and scooped up a trace of dead stillness. This force was eroding the Sword River, attempting to dominate it. Indeed, something has reached the end of the Sword River before us. This thing. It doesn't seem like a living being. But it's not purely a dead thing either. She said. Her calm words made Ling Yu beside her tremble. Not like a living thing nor a dead thing. What was it? Let's go. Qin Ming, who was in the midst of enlightenment, suddenly said, then directly walked upward. Qin Ge paused briefly before following. Gu Yi still followed closely. Ling Yu glanced back at Songhua, who was gradually catching up, and quickly followed. They had no retreat left. Faster. Songhua urged the group of humans, quickening his pace. The group of humans looked at the few figures ahead on the Sword River and felt the affinity emanating from the river, their gazes gradually firming. Hope lies ahead. The old patriarch of this human clan transmitted his voice. Those humans who had been on the verge of giving up instantly reignited their fighting spirit. A single spark, as long as it is not completely extinguished, will not die out. Such is humanity. No matter how desperate the situation, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will pursue it. Even if they know it is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Passing through the sky curtain, they finally saw the scene above the Sword River. But the sight there made everyone's face change in horror. That is an abomination, someone said, tremblingly pointing at the coiled bone serpent, whose massive body almost occupied the entire space above the Sword River. A giant sword was embedded horizontally, forcibly creating a space within it. That should be the so-called Quasi-Emperor's inheritance. Neither alive nor dead body mutated. This is the recorded transformation into an abomination. Could it be that the dead Quasi-Emperor turned into an abomination? How could this be? Everyone wore expressions of despair. Having journeyed upstream against the current, they finally saw the end of the Sword River, only to find an abomination. Abominations, the taboo of all living beings, eve death upon sight. This was the impression everyone had of abominations. Such beings were nearly immortal and indestructible, evolving by devouring living creatures. Flee. Someone lost their reason and rushed down the Sword River. A wave rolled in, and only a splash of blood remained on the river. Quick, grab those humans. Suddenly they saw that group of humans moving toward Qin Ming, Qin Ge, and the others, and their expressions changed instantly. Come back. Songhua reached out with a large hand, like scooping the moon from the sea, intending to grab the entire group of humans. But a figure blocked his path. It was Qin Ming. He swung his sword, actually connecting with the entire Sword River, causing its sword intent to move with his blade. Boom. Qin Ming was blasted back 1,000 meters, his blood staining the river, but he delayed Songhua's palm and saved half the people. As the other half was about to fall into Songhua's grasp, the entire Sword River suddenly churned, and a sword barrier appeared, forcibly separating Songhua. A phantom figure appeared above the Sword River, slashing a sword toward the river. All of you come here, he said, and then all the humans, including Qin Ming, Qin Ge, and the 4 of them, were carried by the Sword River to behind him. The bone serpent watched this scene, extending its tail into the Sword River, and brought Songhua and all the Flame Clan members to behind itself. Humans, you are still so foolish. You know that one should be the figure behind this demonic beast sequence, yet you still want to save them. Are you going to oppose him? The bone serpent said, looking at Qin Ge and the others, his cold, dim pupils filled with deathly pallor. The sword spirit merely fixed its gaze upon the bone serpent, then shifted its eyes to Songhua and the others behind it. A sliver of murderous intent leaked out, and the entire Sword River world trembled. A breath of ghostly fire spread from the bone serpent, eroding the Sword River, and turning half of the Sword River world into a land of deathly stillness. Songhua and the others were stunned by the sight. The eerie creature was actually protecting them. Could it be my uncle? Songhua was bewildered. His uncle was a great sage of the Santian Python clan, but he should have no idea that Songhua was here. He had learned of this Quasi-Emperor tomb through an auction where a being from the Boundary clan had accidentally discovered the place. It was only said to be possibly related to the human race, but as for the specifics or what dangers lay within, he knew nothing, and had not told any other members of the Tsantian Python clan. Perhaps his uncle had been secretly protecting him all along, knowing he would come, and had entered this inheritance ground ahead of time to arrange everything. Thinking this, he suddenly felt everything made sense. I am deeply grateful for my uncle's painstaking efforts, and if ever my uncle needs my help in the future, I will spare no effort to assist. He bowed toward the surrounding void, as if convinced that his uncle was nearby. Qing Yun and the Flame Clan members all breathed a sigh of relief. So this was it. This inheritance ground had been set up by the demon race as a trial for Tsanghua. Truly worthy of the demon race with such grand gestures. A quasi-emperor's legacy used as a trial. The bone serpent's soul fire trembled slightly at his words, and it unconsciously glanced at the surrounding void, its fear unmistakable. The sword spirit upon hearing this was filled with sorrow, just as he had suspected. This eerie bone serpent had been thrown here by a powerful demon race expert. In a moment I will open a void portal. I will hold him off, and you take this chance to escape, as many as can make it. The sword spirit spoke. The group of humans looked at him, all trembling. Senior, the clan leader at the forefront, spoke, his face filled with agitation. Had they finally found a sliver of hope only to see it extinguished so soon? Had they fled all this way only to keep fleeing? My master is already dead. I am merely a sword spirit. Though I have recreated a wisp of my master's divine form, I am not truly my master. Standing 8 feet tall with a great sword behind him, and the surging sword river beneath his feet, he was like a deity from an ancient era. But upon closer inspection one could see that his body was ethereal, not truly existing. If only my master were here, he said. The great sword rose from the ground and fell into his hand, and a terrifying sword intent tore open the void beside him, revealing a void portal. Go now, he said, then turned to face the bone serpent, the group of alien races, and the possible supreme of the demon race alone. Long after his words fell, not a single person behind him moved. They simply stood in silence, their faces resolute. He trembled slightly. We have fled for far too long. Even if we escape now, what good is it? We will only continue to live under their shadow. This time we do not wish to flee. This time it was not the old clan leader, but a young man, likely the most gifted among them. He was not yet 100 years old, yet had already reached the peak of the divine ability realm. The sword spirit looked at them, shaking his head slightly. There was both relief and a hint of despair. You cannot escape. Songhua's voice rang out as if to confirm his words. Ghostly fire spread across the sword river world, sealing off even the void portal. The bone serpent was following his orders. Very well, then let us fight our last battle together. For the human race, even in death, we must fall on the battlefield. He said, then sighed softly as he saw Qin Ming and Qin Ge. These were surely the peerless prodigies of the human race. If they had not died, perhaps this generation of humans would have fared much better, but he could not protect them. Do you think you stand a chance? The bone serpent's voice came like a sound from the underworld. The power of deathly stillness had already consumed most of the sword river world. This world was falling. The sword spirit steeled himself. Even if I have no chance, I must fight. He raised his sword, and the entire sword river surged, countless sword intents converging on the blade as he prepared to fight to the death. But amid this nearly frozen atmosphere, a voice suddenly rang out. Is there no other possibility? It was Qin Ming's voice. In an instant, all eyes fell upon him. At this moment, 3 Daos were surging within Qin Ming's body, startling even Songhua. 3 Daos, and they seemed to be merging. How was that possible? Kill him, Songhua ordered. The bone serpent turned its gaze to Qin Ming, and a chilling intent instantly invaded Qin Ming's body. Qin Ge beside him stepped forward slightly. A surging vitality helped Qin Ming resist the bone serpent's deathly stillness. A repulsive aura, the bone serpent said. Overwhelming death force descended, and the sword spirit's expression tightened as he prepared to move forward, but a figure had already stepped ahead of him. Gu Yi, whom Songhua and the others had regarded merely as a guard for Qin Ming, and Qin Ge possessed the cultivation of the first level of the Dao-severing realm, yet he stood against the overwhelming deathly stillness. He took out a sword case, an ordinary-looking one, though the carvings on it could arouse some interest. It emitted no aura whatsoever, as if it were a mere mortal object. But when he took out the sword case, Qin Ming, Qin Ge, and Ling Yu all became serious, even showing a glimmer of hope. Just a sword case. Can it work? Ling Yu thought to himself, staring at the sword case with a grave expression. He knew that person was extremely powerful, but this was only a sword case of his, separated by such a great distance. Could it cut down that eerie bone serpent? Senior, the human race does have those who can stand tall. With him, the human race is not so easily bullied. What was possible in the past is still possible now. These words were spoken to the sword spirit. They are the master's people. At least here no one can touch them. He said, with the surging sword river behind him and the overwhelming deathly stillness ahead standing between these two extremes. With a soft click, the sword case opened a crack. A gust of wind rose and the waves ceased. A sword light flew out from the sword case, moving so slowly that everyone could clearly see its trajectory. Yet no one could evade it. Wherever the sword light passed, all ghostly fire was extinguished. The soul fire in the bone serpent's pupils trembled wildly. Wrong. This is the true one, it cried out in terror. Then it turned its furious gaze to Tsanghua, who was looking at the void, still expecting his uncle to intervene at the crucial moment. The sword light swept through, and the entire world fell silent. The sword river, the bone serpent, even the world itself began to split apart. Heavenly light poured in, revealing the world outside the inheritance ground. This sword strike had split the heavens. This sword. The sword spirit stared blankly at the strike. He was a sword spirit born from the nurturing of a quasi-emperor of the sword, yet he could not comprehend this strike. He even felt that his master could not match the power of this strike. No, it was far inferior. Under this sword, it seemed, even the myriad Daos retreated. The eerie creature, normally undying, had its body collapse and annihilate under this strike. A single sword strike opening the heavens. This sword. The sword spirit stood there dazed. He was a sword spirit born from the nurturing of a sword Dao quasi-emperor, yet he could not fathom this strike. He even felt that his master could not match the power of this strike. No, it was far inferior. Under this sword, it seemed, even the myriad Daos retreated. The eerie creature, normally undying, had its body collapse and annihilate under this strike. No. The bone serpent roared, its ghostly flames engulfing the heavens and earth, yet they could not impede the sword light in the slightest. It could only watch as its body was severed inch by inch. In his daze, a figure surfaced in his mind. The white-robed youth who had once walked through the eerie jungle of the primordial mountain. Only then had he tasted such despair. Suddenly his pupils contracted, and he jolted into realization. It was him, a human who knew of their existence and possessed such power. Only that white-robed youth who had not died. Even the terrifying entity in the blood swamp had failed to kill him. I was wrong, he murmured, but those were his final words. A single sword strike swept through, and everything was annihilated. The so-called indestructible anomaly was nothing but a joke before this sword. Afterward, of the tens of thousands of living beings, fewer than a few dozen remained. Only because that sword strike was not aimed at them. It was meant solely for the bone serpent, the rest were merely collateral damage. The once arrogant celestial beast Tsanghua revealed his true form. A giant serpent spanning thousands of meters, stretching across the sky. His body was covered in wounds like a tattered, pitted rag. Blood gushed forth, endlessly dyeing the entire sky a deep crimson. Trembling all over, he stared in terror at the sword box in Guyi's hands. The box had already closed, and only a sliver of an opening had been revealed, but that scene had left an indelible mark on his heart. That single sword strike had consumed all his life-saving treasures, and even his innate divine ability. He had still come within a hair's breadth of death, and it was only a mere ripple of the strike. An imperial weapon, he stammered, not a question, but a certainty. He did not know the true might of a genuine imperial weapon, but it could not be far stronger than this. That sword strike was enough to drive all beings in the world to utter despair. Humans truly possessed an imperial weapon, and it was intact. Guyi was also deeply shaken. He stared at the shattered world, and the countless corpses drifting at the horizon, unable to suppress a deep breath. Only now did he understand the meaning of Lin Fan's words, have no reservations, draw the sword when it is time. With this sword box in hand, one truly needed no hesitation. Even before the indestructible anomalies, a single sword strike could cut them down. How could this be? The surviving Flame Clan members stared blankly at the scene, incredulous as they looked at Guyi. No one could have imagined that this overlooked individual could unleash such a lethal treasure. They had stood farther away, suffered less of the impact, and survived by chance, but they were all gravely wounded with little combat strength left. Kill them. The group of humans, snapping out of their profound shock, turned to face the Flame Clan members, their faces filled with hatred. The Flame Clan members trembled upon hearing this. Mercy. More than half of them fell to their knees, their dignity as a once dominant race shattered, replaced by sheer terror. This world was collapsing. The sword river was no more, the anomalies were gone, and their bodies were fading along with it. They could not hold on much longer. But the sword spirit's intent locked onto them, preventing them from moving a single step. They could only watch themselves slowly dissipate. The group of humans ignored their pleas, merely staring at them coldly. One young prodigy even picked up a sword from the ground and struck at them. A strike at the creation realm was like a mere tickle to them, but it was an unbearable humiliation. Yet they could no longer care about that. Among those present, only Tsanghua retained a shred of composure. He transformed into human form, forced himself to steady his posture, and turned his gaze toward Qin Gu and Qin Ming. Kill me. Have you thought this through? He said, his half-saint aura surging as he struggled to maintain his dignity. I am the 9th sequence of the celestial beasts of the Azure Serpent clan. If I die, every living being here will perish. My uncle is a celestial beast grand saint commanding billions of demonic troops. With a single word, he can annihilate the human race. He spoke, his tone growing colder with each word. The celestial beasts. This was the source of his confidence. No race in the world dared to ignore the celestial beasts, least of all the Azure Serpent clan. The humans all turned to look at Qin Ming and Qin Gu, their expressions grave. The initial killing intent had subsided considerably, as they too were wary of Tsanghua's identity. They feared it would bring disaster to the 9 provinces of humanity, the last pure land of the human race. Even the sword spirit fell silent, looking at the sword box in Gu Yi's hands, then at Qin Ming and Qin Ge. No one knew what he was thinking. Heh. A soft laugh suddenly broke the silence. It was Qin Ming who had comprehended the Tao within the sword river, his cultivation reaching the peak of the creation realm. But here he was not considered strong. The surviving Flame Clan members and Song Ho were all stronger than him, yet none dared to underestimate him at this moment. Song Ho stared at Qin Ming, wanting to know what this ant-like figure intended to do. "Senior, may I borrow your sword?" he asked. The sword spirit was slightly taken aback, then handed him the sword. A quasi-imperial Tao weapon, for he was the sword spirit itself. With this sword he could kill anyone here. Qin Ming gripped the sword and walked toward Song Ho and the Flame Clan members. Killing intent surged from him without concealment. Boom. Thunder rumbled. Lightning danced on his sword. Song Ho frowned at the sight. "What are you doing?" A Flame Clan prodigy stared coldly at Qin Ming, as if certain he would not dare to strike. The human race cannot withstand the wrath of the elemental clans. Your so-called saint is merely a spirit mountain transformed. Any saint-level being of my elemental clans can suppress him. What happened here cannot be hidden from the saint of our elemental clans. Our saint should already be on the way. He spoke with cold indifference and air of superiority about him. But what greeted him was a single sword strike from Qin Ming. The sword intent of the entire world converged upon the blade, and with that one stroke his head was severed. Any saint-level being can suppress our human saint, you say? He walked toward the next Flame Clan member, and under the terrified gaze of that person he slew him. If that's true, why hasn't any elemental saint descended upon the human realm? Or perhaps they have already come, and simply died. With each step of death, the so-called supreme race now looked like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As long as the master lives, who dares to claim that humanity can be extinguished? He declared, slaying the last Flame Clan member, then turned his gaze to Song Ho. Song Ho's expression changed. He tried to struggle, but a quasi-imperial sword intent pressed down on him, forcing him to stare helplessly at Qin Ming. "Have you gone mad?" he cried out in fury as Qin Ming approached him. Qin Ming only smiled, faintly glanced at the humans watching behind him, and raised his sword. He brought it down. "Celestial beast or not, the master never told me I couldn't kill a celestial beast. This is just the beginning. You won't be the last celestial beast to die by my hand." As the words fell, Song Ho's head was already flying, then crushed by the collapsing fragments of the world. A celestial beast sequence, a supreme genius of the world, was dead. Boom. The entire Sword River world collapsed in a thunderous roar as a colossal sword soared into the heavens, carrying a group of people as it burst forth from that realm. Looking back, all that remained was a collapsed void. The Sword River had run dry, and the canyon that had stood for endless ages was gone. Go! The gigantic sword vanished with the group in an instant. A long while later, the sky tore open, and a woman in blue descended upon this realm. Her demonic aura surged to the heavens, causing the very firmament to tremble. A sage from the Flame Clan arrived belatedly from afar, and upon seeing her, he knelt directly. "Song Yuan, great sage." This was none other than a great sage. He gazed at the woman from the demon race, then turned to the collapsed void, a tremor running through his heart. He had heard that a demonic sequence had come to the elemental clan. Could it be that this was the place? Had that sequence perished? Song Yuan, great sage, stared intently at that world, opening a third eye on her forehead as a rock shadow materialized behind her. Sword spirit, aberrations. She focused, grasping at the void, and a piece of snakeskin fell into her hand. Sensing the aura upon it, her expression grew even colder. "Again, these damned aberrations," she said, then vanished from the world in a flash. Only then did the Flame Clan sage lift his head, exhaling slightly in relief. But his expression changed abruptly. "Aberrations have appeared in the ancestral land. Return at once." A divine mental message echoed in his mind, jolting him. How could aberrations surface in the ancestral land? The next moment, he too transformed into a heavenly fire and disappeared beyond the horizon. Not only in the elemental clan, but in many places across the Xianhuang great world, figures of aberrations emerged, each appearance heralding a catastrophe. Aberrations were born to devour all living beings. As for Qin Ming and Qin Ge, no living creature mentioned them again, and the Flame Clan's pursuit of them ceased. In the eyes of the world's creatures, the aberrations' emergence had killed everyone, including the demonic sequenced Songhua, in the so-called quasi-emperor tomb. Deep in the mountains, in a desolate valley nearly devoid of spiritual energy, the sound of a qin rose, each note piercing the ear, mournful and plaintive like a funeral dirge. It was Qin Ji's qin melody. But this tune carried no vitality, only desolation and lamentation. Ahead, the rescued humans knelt at the mouth of the valley, weeping before the corpses scattered within. This is the state of humanity. Ling Yu looked upon the scene and spoke. This is just one place. In the Xianhuang great world, humans are slaughtered every moment. Yet their reproductive ability is indeed strong. It seems they cannot be wiped out nor exterminated, she said. She had heard many tales of humanity, and for some reason countless races in the Xinhuang Great World bore an inexplicable hostility toward them. Qin Ming remained silent, standing quietly beside Qin Ge. Somehow he sensed that another power seemed to be awakening within her. This power bore some resemblance to aberrations, yet was also different. Nearby a sword hung in the air, a phantom standing beside it, the sword spirit still existing in his master's form. One day they will pay the price, Gu Yi said, clutching his sword case tightly, suppressing his rage. Only now did he realize how bitterly humans outside the 9 provinces lived. The people of the 9 provinces could still survive, but these were no better than beasts. Even living in these crevices, they faced extinction. As the moon gave way to dawn, the group of humans returned to the desolate valley to tidy houses and bury the dead. The young prodigy then approached them. The old patriarch behind him watched intently. "I want to follow you," the young prodigy said, then began to kneel before Qin Ming's group. Qin Ming reached out to stop his prostration. The young man looked up at Qin Ming, who merely smiled. "You are their hope. Are you sure you want to come with us? We are heading to the Spirit Clan for the All-Races tournament. There we will face even more alien races, and death may come at any moment." The young prodigy nodded, showing no hesitation. "I know, but I also know that humanity needs people like us. By always hiding, we will live no better than rats. Humanity needs someone to pave the way for those who come after, even if it means death. I am willing to be that person," he said with unwavering resolve. Qin Ming looked at him and nodded. And so they parted from the desolate valley. He did not look back, knowing the old patriarch was watching him, but also understanding that he could not turn back. "What is your name?" "Xinhua." "A good name. In truth, we don't necessarily have to die. The master has already shielded us from the strongest enemies. We only need to walk the path he has laid out. Humanity is not as weak as imagined." Thus the 4-person team gained a new member, a young human named Xinhua. Shengjing Library Pavilion. Xinhua, a fine name. Lin Fan pulled a book from the shelf, paused briefly, and said. That night Xinhua had a dream. In it he saw a young man in white who asked him a question. "Do you want to learn archery?" The young man smiled at him, instantly calming his heart. All the pain he had endured seemed to ease here, as if the road ahead was no longer so arduous. "Yes," he replied. Then the white-clad youth in the dream shot an arrow toward the sky and earth. Using the heavens as a bow and the great Tao as an arrow, the shot pierced through 10,000 miles of void, a scene forever etched in his mind. Huff! On the giant sword he suddenly awoke. Under the astonished gazes of Qin Ming and the others, he grabbed the bow at his waist and shot an arrow toward the sky. When he released that arrow, they all saw a trace of Lin Fan in him. Everyone was stunned. The giant sword halted, and the sword's spirit materialized, gazing at Xinhua, with his bow drawn, his expression grave. Swish! This arrow was not powerful, but it carried an indescribable Tao resonance. Only a rudiment, yet still awe-inspiring. After a long moment, Xinhua came to his senses. Meeting everyone's eyes, he was startled. "I had a dream." He described the scene, and the few on the giant sword were all shocked. "It was the master," Qin Gu said, gazing at Xinhua, then at the chain in her hands, her expression laden with indescribable emotions. Ling Yu's spirit trembled. She unconsciously scanned the surrounding sky. Could it be that the master was watching them? The sword spirit did the same, sweeping his sword intent through the void. Only emptiness, no one concealed. The master? Xinhua was also puzzled. He knew who Qin Ming meant by the master. The guide of Qin Ming, and Qin Ge, the true sage of humanity, the hidden guardian of the 9 provinces, of being of immense power. That white-clad man was him. At this thought, he suddenly bowed toward the hidden void. "Thank you, master, for imparting the Tao." In the small courtyard, Lin Fan wore a faint smile as he gazed at the large tree in the yard. Unbeknownst to him, several fruits had appeared on the branches. They were emerald green, exuding a rich aura of life, shaped like humans, which reminded Lin Fan of a particular fruit. Ginseng fruit. But wasn't this a banyan tree? The banyan tree is the form, Bodhi is the name, yet it bears ginseng fruits. "It seems you have also forged your own path," Lin Fan said. A branch of the Bodhi tree drooped down, and a ginseng fruit fell into Lin Fan's hand. He shook his head with a smile. "It has the effect of prolonging life, comparable to so-called elixirs of immortality, but it's useless to me. I'll leave it for those in need," Lin Fan said. The ginseng fruit returned to the tree. He then looked at the fish in the pond, as if responding to his gaze. All the fish surfaced. "I heard that golden carp leaping over the dragon gate can ascend and transform into dragons. What about you?" he said. The fish in the pond swayed their tails, and on their heads dragon horns indeed emerged. Lin Fan smiled and pointed at the void, transmitting the so-called dragon form into the minds of the golden carp. "The more I see, the more interesting this world becomes. What lies beyond, Oi?" Lin Fan looked up at the heavens, the boundless starry universe. Name Lin Fan. Age 57. Cultivation Quasi-Emperor Realm 5th Layer. Talent unparalleled through the ages. Sword Tao Deduction Opportunities 3 unused. Life Essence Enlightenment Opportunities 2 unused. Thunder Origin Enlightenment Opportunities 6 unused. When he ascended to the Emperor Realm, Lin Fan should be able to travel abroad. The boundless starry sky, the myriad celestial bodies. What secrets do they hold? The root of humanity's decline lies within the stars. Many of the world's mysteries could likely be unraveled in that starry expanse. Lin Fan looked beyond the western mountains to the imperial palace where Li Yu stood atop the Zhaixing Hall. Below, countless humans stood in solemn silence. The 6 human sovereigns stood at the forefront. Hail to the emperor! The voice surged like an ocean echoing through heaven and earth. Everyone bowed to Li Yu on the Zhaixing Hall. From this moment, the entire landscape of the 9 provinces changed. The 9 great dynasties were no more. Henceforth the 9 provinces had only one imperial dynasty. Great Tang. By the sacred decree today, the Great Tang imperial dynasty is established with its capital at Shengjing, divided into 9 prefectures. Emperor Li Yu ascends the throne of the Great Tang Emperor. A voice rang out. Beside Li Yu stood another man dressed in ceremonial robes who proclaimed this decree to the entire world. Zhao Kuangyi had become Li Yu's sole close minister. Bow. His voice spread from the imperial palace throughout Shengjing. Countless people were shaken, all bowing toward the direction of the imperial palace. This was a day of earth-shaking change for humanity. Bow again. All beings bowed to Li Yu, but Li Yu bowed toward the western mountains. With this bow he paid homage to the sacred will. Today only humanity stands here, but one day right here in Great Tang's Shengjing, I shall have all races pay homage, and the world bow its head. Li Yu stood on the Zhaixing Hall, and spoke these words to the world. Countless were stirred. Even Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Arrogant and reckless? Not at all. Humanity now needed such an emperor. One who dared to declare war on the world with a spirit that could encompass all rivers. Soon with Shengjing as the center, 8 major cities were established across the 8 prefectures, jointly forming the human imperial court that guarded Shengjing. Humanity thus entered a new era. Annihilate the barbarian tribes. This was the first act Li Yu undertook after his ascension. To this end he sought out Fei Xued, determined to wipe out the race that had plagued humanity for countless ages. Lin Fan did not intervene in this battle. It was Li Yu's first campaign to establish his authority, and moreover there was no need for Lin Fan's involvement. The peak races were all preoccupied with the threat of the anomalies, having no time to attend to this corner of the world where humanity dwelled. Even if they noticed, they did not take humanity seriously. Humanity had no sages to them, they were nothing more than ants to be casually exterminated. Late autumn, a long night. In the former capital of the Great Song dynasty, now the seat of Song Prefecture, a carriage slowly rolled out of the city gates. The curtain was drawn aside, revealing a woman in blue. Chu Yan, the woman who had received Lin Fan's teachings on the Tao of righteousness. While the entire human race was waging war against the barbarians, she left humanity. She took only a carriage and a maidservant. Crossing the 10,000 great mountains, she walked before all the myriad races of the Xianhuang great world. Humanity needed not only war, but also redemption. In many corners of the Xianhuang great world, other human communities existed, some hiding in obscurity, surviving in squalor, others raised as livestock by certain races, some perhaps having long forgotten the existence of the 9 provinces of humanity. She was going to find them and tell them. A single spark can start a prairie fire. She was going to ignite that spark. Miss, can we still return alive? Chu Yan's maidservant, a woman only at the divine altar realm, was actually a prodigy from a great clan who had chosen to bow before her and willingly serve as a maid. Chu Yan looked back at the 10,000 great mountains, then gazed at the endless plains ahead and shook her head slightly. Perhaps we won't return. But at least many will remember us. This should be what the books call leaving a name in history. I suppose it's worth it. A faint smile touched her lips. If she could, she would wish to see that person one more time, but perhaps that would never come to pass. Within the 10,000 great mountains, humanity could still carve out a place to survive, but beyond those mountains, mere existence was a luxury. To the east of the Great Tang imperial dynasty, tens of thousands of li out to sea, a ship was breaking through wind and waves. A young man with a woodcutter's knife tucked at his waist stood on the deck, silently gazing at the vast, boundless ocean. How long had he traveled? He had actually forgotten. He simply kept heading east, the woodcutter's knife in his hand, his conviction. Countless times along the way he had faced life-threatening dangers, and yet survived. According to the sea tribes, the waters ahead are called the Ghost Sea, a forbidden zone of the endless ocean, which even Sage Realm cultivators dare not enter lightly. Going further and could indeed shake off the pursuit of the sea tribes, but we may not be able to emerge from it either. Behind him, a woman in blue stood staring at the dark sea, her expression solemn. The Ghost Sea. This was another forbidden zone among the 3 great forbidden zones of the Xianhuang great world, standing alongside the primordial mountain. The world knew little about it. Those who had the most contact were the sea tribes. It was said that a sea tribe quasi-emperor on the verge of his end had entered but never emerged. Some sea tribes who had strayed into the Ghost Sea claimed to have seen him. Only a distant glimpse, and he was already lifeless. On a ship, that ship was called the Ghost Ship, carrying ancient taboos, ceaselessly sailing through the Ghost Sea. Too many legends all told the world one thing: the Ghost Sea harbored great terror, an absolute, forbidden zone for living beings. Let's go, Yi Bujing said. His expression was calm, never showing the slightest trace of fear, even in the face of countless sea tribes' pursuit. He trusted the woodcutter's knife in his hand, and he trusted his master. Time passed in a blur, and 10 years had slipped away. Qin Ming Qin and their group finally arrived at the Spirit Clan, bypassing the cross-domain teleportation arrays of the border cities, traversing hundreds of millions of miles across the heavens and earth. We've arrived. Looking at the land abundant with spiritual energy, Ling Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Finally she had returned. In 10 years, she had almost forgotten her identity as the Saintess Designate of the Wanling Valley. Even a Saintess Designate was already a prodigy, but compared to the few beside her, what was that? Qin Gu, that woman who rarely spoke, but was subtly the center of the group, had already reached the peak of the heavenly human realm. Before her there seemed to be no concept of cultivation bottlenecks. She would naturally break through just while playing the zither. Qin Ming, on the contrary, had fought his way through almost this entire journey. Wherever he went he battled, every renowned prodigy along the way had been challenged by him. He gained enlightenment in battle, and even broke through realms during combat. Now he was also at the 6th level of the heavenly human realm. Moreover, their combat prowess could not be judged by cultivation level alone. Qin Ming had even crushed a Dao-severing prodigy, while still at the heavenly human realm. Is this the Spirit Clan? A voice rang out, interrupting her thoughts. She looked at the human youth behind the giant sword. Xianhua, the one who had received teachings from humanity's supreme being in a dream, seemed not to cultivate much, yet she could not see through his cultivation level. He merely caressed his bow and stroked his arrows every day, and one day, when he drew the bow and knocked an arrow, he actually shot dead a peak Zhaohua realm demon beast. Who knew that when he had left the valley he was not even at the Zhaohua realm? Yes, this is the Spirit Clan's heavenly pass. The Spirit Clan has 9 heavenly passes, and the Imperial Court of the Spirit Clan lies at the very center of the 9 passes. Among the human races the Imperial Court is the strongest, and my Wanling Valley ranks 8th. The giant sword descended, and the figure of the sword spirit also vanished into the sword. Qin Ming now had an additional sword behind him. They no longer used the giant sword to fly, but flew into the Spirit Clan on their own. Unlike the Elemental Clan, the Spirit Clan ranked 4th among the 10 supreme clans, far stronger than the Elemental Clan, and its powerhouses were immeasurable. Although it ranks 8th, that does not mean my Wanling Valley is weak. My Wanling Valley has a quasi-emperor ancestor, and he acted once 1,000 years ago. The fall of the Demon Clan from the 10 supreme clans was related to my Wanling Valley's ancestor. As for the ancestors of the other major powers, it's uncertain whether they are still alive. When mentioning Wanling Valley, Ling Yu's face showed pride, but when she looked at Qin Ming and the others she saw little reaction from them. Your master might be strong, but he may not necessarily be a match for my ancestor. I heard from my master that the ancestor has taken a step forward in the quasi-emperor realm. She said that a quasi-emperor was the strongest in the world. Taking another step forward was unimaginable. None of them responded to her. Xianhua had never truly met Lin Fan, so he didn't know, but in his heart Lin Fan was the sole belief. No living being in the world could compare to him. Qin Ming and Qin Gu merely shook their heads slightly. They had never known how strong their master was. Some said he was a saint, others said he was a great saint. Some even said he was a quasi-emperor. However, arriving at the Spirit Clan doesn't mean complete safety. The all-races grand competition is approaching, and many beings from other clans have come to the Spirit Clan. Let's go to Wanling Valley first. Crossing the Heavenly Pass, they entered a border city, and without much delay left directly via the cross-boundary teleportation array. Humans. Outside the teleportation array, someone saw Qin Ming and the others and frowned, but the next moment, as if thinking of something, their expression shifted in shock. It's him, Qin Ming, he exclaimed, drawing the attention of others. Qin Ming, a name many were not unfamiliar with, a human prodigy from the 9 provinces who had already defeated too many prodigies. He's also come to the Spirit Clan. Could it be that he intends to participate in the all-races grand competition? A Crystal Clan member involuntarily took a deep breath and said, a human participating in the all-races grand competition. That would be a first. But who gave them the courage to come? I heard that the geniuses of the human 9 provinces always hide, afraid of being discovered by the inspectors we send to the 9 provinces. Yet here they are showing up voluntarily. No matter how monstrous, they are doomed to die. Along the way, Qin Ming and the others had heard such words too many times. The human inspectors were no secret among these supreme clans. In their eyes, the 9 provinces were a prison. They kept humans pinned there, and when the time came they would harvest them. Now in many places of the Xianhuang Great World there were descendants of blood prey captured from the 9 provinces. To them humans were no different from beasts. Qin Ming had asked Ling Yu about the reason for this, and Ling Yu mentioned the essence of humanity. I heard from the elders in the valley that human flesh and blood have some effect in aiding enlightenment and cultivation, and also have life-extending properties. The more a cultivator approaches their limit, the more they want to capture humans. Ling Yu frowned and said these words. In truth, she didn't believe it either. If humans were like that, how could they have become so weak? Life extension. When she heard this, she saw a rare murderous intent flash from Qin Gu, chilling her heart inexplicably. From that moment, she knew she was no longer a match for Qin Ge. A saintess designate of Wanling Valley had been surpassed by a human prodigy who was only at the Zhaohua realm when they first met. But over time she grew accustomed to it. She no longer even compared herself to Qin Ge and Qin Ming, having classified them as super first-rate geniuses of the world. All they lacked was time. Are you? Sister Ling Yu. After passing through 7 Spirit Clan heavenly passes, they arrived at the 8th world of the Spirit Clan. Not long after leaving the teleportation array, a Spirit Clan member recognized Ling Yu. It was a Spirit Clan youth. He looked at Ling Yu with shock on his face. Didn't you die on Primordial Mountain? He said, approaching to examine Ling Yu carefully, and finally showed excitement. Ling Yu looked at him and smiled helplessly. I didn't die. I came out alive. She couldn't very well say that she had been captured to the human 9 provinces, and then walked all the way back to the Spirit Clan. Sister Ling Yu, come quickly with me to see the master. The master will be very happy to see you. The Spirit Clan youth said, about to pull Ling Yu away. Ling Yu looked at Qin Ming and the others. The Spirit Clan youth also followed her gaze and noticed the 4 of them. A young man with 2 swords on his back, a veiled woman holding a zither, and another young man standing behind, lost in thought, as if deeply absorbed in something. Who are they? The Spirit Clan youth's face showed confusion. If he wasn't mistaken, these should be for humans. How could Sister Ling Yu be with humans? They are my friends, Ling Yu said. The words the Spirit Clan youth was about to speak instantly got stuck in his throat as he looked at Qin Ming and the others in disbelief. Sister Ling Yu is a saintess designate. How could she have human friends? Wanling Valley was in truth an immeasurably vast world within a heavenly aperture. Viewed from above the firmament, it resembled a nest constructed by some celestial creature. Where the nest mouth faced the heavens lay the entrance to Wanling Valley, spanning thousands of li in width and standing 10,000 zhang tall, with countless spiritual beings passing through its gates every day. Legend has it that Wanling Valley was once the nest of the divine phoenix, and from it hatched a phoenix that left behind countless epics across heaven and earth. The abundance of spiritual energy here is unmatched among the spiritual races. As Ling Yu spoke, she led Qin Ge and the other 3 into Wanling Valley, with that young spiritual clan member trailing nearby. He studied Qin Ge and the others with keen curiosity, greatly astonished. It had been a millennium since the last humans entered Wanling Valley. A severely wounded human powerhouse had come seeking an audience with the Valley Master, but he died not long after. I will take you to see my master. Noticing many spiritual beings around watching their group, he stepped forward slightly and said. Several of them nodded. Azure seas beneath a vast blue sky. Such was the scene of Wanling Valley. Ling Yu's master dwelled in seclusion within a mountain ravine. A woman in green robes stood upon a mountain waterfall, quietly watching Ling Yu's party approach. She had already received Ling Yu's telepathic message regarding Qin Ming and the other humans, yet she found it hard to believe. Could humans truly have reached the realm of a saint? Greetings, master. Greetings, senior, several of them said. Among the 36 cavern masters of Wanling Valley, she was one. A supreme saint who had fallen from the peak of the great saint realm. You have returned. Watching Ling Yu, she said. Ling Yu stepped forward and knelt directly before her, every ounce of fortitude she had maintained finally easing away. Only here could she truly relax. Along the journey, only she understood what she had endured. Decades within the primordial mountain and countless trials among humans nearly shattered her mind and spirit. Fortunately, she had finally returned. The green-robed woman smiled and stroked her head, then turned her gaze toward Qin Ming and the others. Ling Yu has spoken of you, saying you all possess talents that surpass all others in this world, and that one among you has a master comparable to the Taba-level existences. She said this with apparent calm, yet beneath those words lurked profound shock. The young spiritual clan member beside her had his eyes wide open, unable to believe what he was hearing. Surpassing all talents. Did that mean they rivaled the lineage of the spiritual races, even surpassing the heavens chosen of Wanling Valley? Incomparable to a taboo. What manner of powerhouse was that? When did humans produce such powerhouses? The green-robed woman murmured as though speaking to herself. Sacred intent flowed within her pupils, as if she wished to see through every one of them completely. Gu-I stepped forward, his hand resting upon the sword case. The green-robed woman frowned slightly, her gaze falling upon the sword case once more. A massive Dao domain descended, making it nearly impossible for Gu-I to move. A sword case capable of slaying anomalies. 3 chi in length, forged from pearwood, carved with a painting of profound artistic conception. Upon a vast sea, a bright, white moon slowly rose. Master! The startled Ling Yu was about to speak when she saw her master's body tremble violently, taking a sudden step back as a trace of blood escaped the corner of her mouth. It is not an emperor-grade artifact. Only a single sword intent. Then she heard her master's voice filled with shock and disbelief, which ultimately gave way to a hint of terror. As though she had glimpsed some unfathomable great horror. Qin Ming, Qin Ge, and the others could only see the tranquil image of the bright moon over the vast sea upon the sword case, but she saw something beyond it. A boat and a person. When she looked at the figure in the painting, that figure looked back at her in a single glance, causing her very soul to tremble and nearly dissipate into the Tao on the spot. This single sword intent could have killed her. But Ling Yu had clearly told her that this sword case had already been used once before slaughtering an anomaly that had escaped from the primordial mountain. After being used once, it could still be this powerful. Quasi-Emperor. Her heart trembled deeply. Looking at the sword case, and then at Qin Ge and the 4 others, she could not help but take a deep breath. Humans had a quasi-emperor. She had once been a great saint. If the sword intent had belonged to someone at the great saint realm, it could never have affected her this severely. It could only belong to a quasi-emperor. The Tao domain receded, and the oppressive pressure upon everyone vanished. Gu Yi's hand settled upon the sword case, already bearing the intent to draw it. Qin Ge and the others wore similarly grim expressions. But the green-robed woman instead smiled at them. Please forgive me. In recent years, the demonic clan has shown signs of resurgence, so Wanling Valley has grown more wary of outsiders. I merely wish to check whether any of you carried demonic techniques. These artifacts are offered to you as compensation. Several sacred energy-infused items fell into the 4 of their hands, and they stared at what they held, momentarily stunned. These were saint-grade weapons. The young spiritual clan member beside them stood with his mouth agape, wanting to say something, but unable to utter a word. He had followed his master for so long, and never received such a gift, yet these completely unknown humans had received such treasures upon barely arriving. What in the world was happening? Qin Ge watched this scene, gathered his thoughts, and nodded. Thank you, senior. Please convey my greetings to your master when the opportunity arises. She said this with a face full of warmth, leaving Ling Yu beside her utterly bewildered. Her master had always appeared cold and icy, and this was the first time she had ever seen her react in such a manner. Sir will know. Xin Ho replied. He liked Qin Ming, and Qin Ge referred to Lu Fan as Sir. In his view, since Sir had transmitted teachings to him through dreams, Sir must certainly be watching over them. No. Upon hearing this, the green-robed woman trembled violently. She looked around at the surrounding heaven and earth, and a strange sensation of being observed unexpectedly arose. Had that one also come? Master, that one is in the human 9 provinces. For now, there should be no reason for that one to leave the human realm, Ling Yu said. This was merely her intuition. She always felt that Lu Fan was there, perhaps guarding the primordial mountain. The so-called emergence of anomalies in the world might very well be connected to him. Hearing this, the green-robed woman finally felt reassured, and her gaze turned to Qin Ge and the others. Since you are friends of Ling Yu, then you are my guest as well. I am Yi Luo, one of the cavern masters of Wanling Valley. From now on, as long as I draw breath, no member of the spiritual race will dare to bully you. As for the grand competition of all races, I shall personally escort you to attend it. She spoke, and for the first time in countless years, her previously tranquil heart trembled. Certain matters long suppressed in her heart rose to the surface once more. She was no longer merely cavern master Yi Luo, living in reclusive isolation. Some grievances and hatreds were not easily set aside. Only there had been no hope to be found. But now hope had arrived. Suddenly her gaze shot toward a certain part of the firmament, her eyes narrowing. Ling Yu settled them properly. I must take care of something outside. Leaving those words, her figure vanished from the mountain waterfall. The next moment she stood before a wooden cottage where an elderly woman sat upon the steps, regarding her with a kindly countenance. Valley Master. She bowed deeply and spoke. This seemingly ordinary old woman was in fact the master of Wanling Valley. At the peak of the Great Saint Realm, one of the overlords of the Xianhuang Great World. Foolish child, your heart is not at peace. She spoke devoid of any aura, like an ordinary elder. Outside the courtyard stood a fence and a medicinal field, while countless disciples of the 10,000 Spirits Valley flew across the sky above. No one could have imagined that the Valley Master of 10,000 Spirits Valley resided here. Yi Luo lifted her gaze to her, falling into silence. After a long while she said, the human race has birthed a quasi-emperor. Her words caused the Valley Master's pupils to contract sharply, and her slightly hunched figure straightened. The human race has a quasi-emperor, she said, rising from the steps, staring intently at her. Do you know what you are saying? The human race has birthed a quasi-emperor. Do you understand what this signifies, and what will happen? It is impossible for the human race to produce a quasi-emperor. She shook her head. A century ago I journeyed through the human realm. The 9 provinces, the 9 human dynasties. I visited many places and traced the vestiges of the emperors. But those things have vanished just like them, leaving not a single trace in this world. Let alone a quasi-emperor, the human race cannot even produce a saint anymore. Their path is severed. She said, then sighed softly. If there was one faction that held affinity for the human race, it was only the 10,000 Spirits Valley. Yet they dared not reveal it openly. The past of humanity was a taboo among all beings above the great saint realm of the peak races. They knew of human history, understood what humanity once was, and what they had done. Thus humanity must never rise again. But I saw it. Yi Luo spoke, nearly persuaded by the Valley Master, but the memory of the figure beneath the setting moon hardened her resolve. It was a sword case. I initially thought it was a human imperial weapon, but it was merely a sword intent. Upon the case was carved a painting. I could tell that painting had not existed for long. My disciple said that a certain human existence retrieved him from the primordial mountain, ignoring the taboos within. She spoke with a grave expression. The Valley Master fell silent upon hearing this, casting her gaze toward the 9 provinces of humanity, beyond the valley, her eyes narrowing. Could it be that he concealed himself back then? But why? She murmured, then took a deep breath, looking at Yi Luo, her gaze shifting to the mountain waterfall, whence Yi Luo had come. Qinggu was playing the zither, its melody melodious. Flocks of birds from unknown origins circled around her, while spirit beasts from the forest gradually drew near. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, 10,000 beasts bowing in worship. This was the great Tao of life, and within it seemed to linger a trace of the Tao of nature. That the human race possessed such a prodigy. Her talent was no less than the Tao child of the 10,000 spirits valley, even surpassing him, ranking among the foremost in the mortal world. Next was Qin Ming, carrying a sword on his back and holding another in his hand, standing beneath the mountain waterfall, allowing its torrent to wash over him. The 3 Daos of sword, thunder, and slaughter surged within him, stunning even her. This was the fusion of Daos. This human youth was merely at the 6th layer of the celestial being realm. Shwat. An arrow pierced through the void, carrying the very power of the soul. This arrow could penetrate the souls of living beings, extinguishing their spirits. The 3rd human, that youth, bending his bow above the waterfall, cultivated the great Tao of the soul. And there was one last. Gui. He held the sword case, standing by the mountain stream, silently watching Qin Ming and Xianhua cultivate a smile, occasionally gracing his face. The sword case. Her gaze fell upon it. Wang. Before her eyes materialized a vast ocean from which a bright moon slowly rose. Beneath the moon appeared a small boat. A young man in white robes stood within it. As if sensing her prying gaze, the white-robed youth looked up at her. Who? The Valley Master's consciousness withdrew from the vision, falling into a long silence. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her spirit instantly wilted. Severely wounded. Unlike Yi Luo, she had employed her own Tao, using her consciousness as a vessel to truly cross swords with the figure in that painting. One sword strike, and she was utterly defeated. Valley Master. Yi Luo stepped forward, gently supporting her. She knew the terror of that painting, and that the Valley Master would inevitably test that figure. But she could not stop her. The Valley Master of 10,000 Spirits Valley bore the lives of countless beings. As she needed certainty, not a single error could be allowed. Luo, the heavens are about to change. Suddenly the Valley Master spoke, gazing at the sky and earth with emotions difficult to articulate, finally letting out a soft sigh. He has remained dormant for so long, surely concocting some grand scheme. He may not be merely a newly ascended quasi-emperor. When he moves, chaos will engulf the grand Xianhuang world. Then perhaps the entire grand Xianhuang world will suffer a purge. The countless years of humiliation endured by humanity. Such crimes are too numerous to record. She shook her head as if envisioning the scene of blood staining the heavens and myriad races fallen in battle. She even grew anxious for the Spirit Clan. Valley Master, I wish to take them to participate in the myriad races tournament. Yi Luo spoke. The Valley Master looked at her, pondered a moment, then nodded. This should be the intention of that one. Since he wishes them to attend the myriad races tournament, let them go. Your disciple is named Ling Yu. Appoint her as the saintess. As for the ancestor, we shall not inform her, she said. Yi Luo trembled slightly at the words, bowed to her, and then departed the courtyard. Xinjing, the Library Pavilion. Lin Fan finished reading another book. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, he shook his head with a smile and exited the library. With a single step he arrived at the primordial mountain. An uninvited guest was already there. A figure entirely shrouded in blood-red light, standing before the half-length corpse outside the flesh swamp. What happened here? He asked, addressing the half-length corpse, but received no response. Yet he did not choose to step into the flesh swamp. Experts of his caliber all understood the primordial mountain. The first 2 layers were not dangerous. The true terror lay in the 3rd layer. There the lingering obsession of a human quasi-emperor at the peak level had not faded. After the mutation in the flesh swamp, it transformed into an undead aberration. Any living being who saw it would be cursed, plagued by countless malevolent spirits that would devour their body and soul until their Tao was extinguished and their person destroyed. A blood clan quasi-emperor. Suddenly a voice sounded in his ear. He tensed and looked to the side. A young man in white robes was staring at him. Clad in simple linen robes untainted by a single speck of dust, his eyes were clear as the vast sky. He stood there quietly like a mere mortal, utterly out of place. Who are you? He asked, stepping back unconsciously. Then he saw the white-robed youth smile. Can't you see? I am human. Those words seemed to stir some will within the primordial mountain. Countless eerie forces surged toward him, but all dispersed before his presence. Then he saw nearly infinite chains of rules binding and suppressing the man before him, yet he remained calm, meeting his gaze steadily. How could this be? His face was filled with horror. The weight of rules pressed upon him, the constraints of the heavenly Tao bound him. This was taboo. How could such a being exist in this world? And it was a human. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, boundless blood aura surged from his body, turning the entire eerie forest into a sea of crimson. You came from beyond the heavens, he said with a grave expression. Lin Fan was slightly startled. Beyond the heavens. That should be the vast, boundless starry universe outside the Xianhuang Great World. Since they had never set foot there, they called it the Beyond. Lin Fan looked at him and smiled faintly. The Blood Clan, one of the top 10 peak races. Yet I've heard that in his era there was no such thing as the Blood Clan. Then how did you come to be a? Lin Fan scrutinized him, causing his body to tense. He tried to use his overwhelming blood aura to obstruct Lin Fan's inspection, but when a wisp of chaotic chi rose in Lin Fan's eyes, everything flowing within him came to a halt. Blood stopped flowing, cells became inactive, the soul fell silent. It seemed that under this gaze the rules and order of the world had lost their effect. In an instant, everything about him was laid bare. This was no different from the soul-searching art of the demon race, even more thorough as it penetrated to the very essence of his being. I see. When the voice rang in his ears, his consciousness returned to his body. Looking at the person before him, his face was now filled with terror. He was a quasi-emperor of the Blood Clan, one of the most powerful beings in this world, yet at this moment, he felt a sense of losing control over his own fate. Life and death hung on a single thought of the person before him. The Blood Clan originated from the human race. Then why do you persecute, enslave, and slaughter the very race that created you? Is it out of fear or a desire to keep this secret hidden? Lin Fan said calmly. From the bloodline of this Blood Clan quasi-emperor, he saw a vision. Countless eons ago, the heavens collapsed, stars fell to the earth. An imperial corpse landed on a stretch of land, its imperial blood flowing endlessly, transforming into myriad waves. Thus the Blood Clan came into being. They emerged from the imperial blood born from the blood of a human emperor. That one human emperor had created them. The Blood Clan quasi-emperor stared at him with a face full of terror. You know, what kind of power was this? With a single glance it had seen through everything about him, even dissecting his bloodline and tracing its very origin. Lin Fan nodded. Then he looked at the half-corpse beside him and shook his head slightly. What exactly happened? It caused an emperor to fall and turned you into such a state, willingly becoming an abomination lingering in this world. He then turned his gaze to the blood marsh. This time he truly intended to take a look. Come with me, Lin Fan said. The Blood Clan quasi-emperor beside him understood Lin Fan's intention and his expression trembled. You cannot go in there, he said. But in the next moment, an irresistible force fell upon him, and his body moved forward. When he landed, he was already in the blood marsh. Behind him was a void, no longer able to see the eerie forest. Only the crimson world before him, where countless piles of flesh and blood filled this realm. But ahead there was a person who seemed utterly out of place in this scene. He was dressed in white robes, quietly gazing at the world. The blood marsh is more like a graveyard, burying myriad races, burying alien races from the stars, and even burying humans. Lin Fan said calmly, walking toward the end of the blood marsh. The Blood Clan quasi-emperor followed behind, not of his own will, but because an invisible hand was pushing him forward. He seemed to be shackled. Only the person ahead could do this. Was he an emperor? His heart trembled, countless thoughts surged within him. Could it be that the karmic retribution of the Blood Clan had come so soon? Born from a human emperor, now to be destroyed by a human emperor. It's him again. He still hasn't died. Murmurs arose from beneath the blood marsh. Hands of blood reached out from the marsh, only to be crushed to pieces under the shadow of that figure. Can't even that person kill him? Could he be a human emperor? The human race has an emperor again. Countless beings sank into the blood marsh. They raised their heads, all gazing at the white-robed figure, some in awe, some in terror, some in relief. In this world, perhaps death itself was a release. A corpse of the Dapeng clan, a pure-blood divine beast. The Blood Clan quasi-emperor saw a massive corpse, its head half devoured, and his face was filled with shock. The Dapeng clan was second only to the Azure Sky Serpent among the demon race. But now the bloodline of the Dapeng clan had long since thinned, no longer worthy of being called divine beasts. Yet before them, this one exuding a faint imperial might was a true Dapeng, a terrifying divine beast whose wings spanned 90,000 li. Even a quasi-emperor Dapeng had died here. Blue blood. This is not a creature of the Xianhuang Great World. Even after dying so long, it still leaves such a terrifying field around it. How many beings have died here? He saw broken ancient halberds, tattered burial shrouds, and a shattered banner under the setting sun, all exuding an air of desolation. And all of these originated from the human race. Is this where all the human strongmen died, he said. They originated from the human imperial corpse, knowing the human past best, and understanding how glorious the human race once was. Now the so-called number one race of the Xianhuang Great World, the demon race, was merely the mount of humans. Even the legendary dragons and phoenixes were auspicious symbols for humans. More than half of the top 10 peak races had borrowed the heritage of the human race. But these alone are not enough to kill a quasi-emperor, he said, looking at the white-clad youth ahead. He watched him walk to the end of the setting sun, then stop under the last glimmer of light. Humph! A whiff of bloody wind entered his nostrils, causing his heart to tremble inexplicably. He looked back. The entire blood marsh was deathly silent, as if afraid to disturb some terrifying presence. Looking forward again, the falling sun transformed into boundless blood red. A figure rose from that endless blood. All must die. A voice resounded from the depths of his soul. Instantly a chilling shudder ran down his spine. Even as a quasi-emperor, he felt an inexplicable terror. Abnormal. Countless blood-red patterns instantly crawled over his entire body, transforming into terrifying ghost faces, then devouring him whole. Flesh, soul, memories. It would devour everything tangible and intangible. Curse, he exclaimed in horror. A blood-red sky descended. This was his unique Tao rhythm, and a long halberd appeared in his hand. Slash. He would cut off the source of the curse, the figure that rose under the setting sun. Suddenly he felt a chill throughout his body. The abomination born from the setting sun had come behind him, placing its blood-stained hands on his head. Die. A whisper. His mind trembled, his body went rigid. Then he looked at the white-clad youth, his only remaining hope. Save me. Lin Fan made his move. With a single slash through the void, he severed the entire sky, halting the figure formed by the setting sun. He is still of some use for now, Lin Fan said. At his words, the blood-drenched figure turned to gaze at him, and countless curses crawled over every inch of Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. The cursed energy dissipated. He stepped before the other, placing a finger on his forehead, and instantly the entire world's crimson hue paused. Countless eyes opened within the swamp of flesh, all staring at the scene before them. The one who seemed like an emperor had clashed with that monstrous being. Who would triumph? Awaken, Lin Fan said. Innumerable chains of laws materialized around him once more, and the heavenly Tao manifested, mountains and rivers pressing down with immense force. Lin Fan remained as if untouched, merely gazing quietly at the man before him. A strand of chaotic energy flowed from his fingertip, dispersing some of the endless curse force, and then a trace of clarity returned to the man's eyes. Who are you? He stammered. His voice carried a desolate tone, a sense of estrangement from the entire world, as if he had forgotten his own identity. The Blood Clan quasi-emperor cowered in the corner, trembling at the sight. Who could have imagined that this arrogant quasi-emperor, once so domineering, would become like an ant here? Either of the two before him could effortlessly crush him. Lin Fan, you probably don't know me, but I know you. Someone told me about your origins. They said your name is Chun Wu. You once followed the great emperor to battle across the stars. Lin Fan said. This was what Fei Shui had told him. A being revered by countless living creatures in that era. He was only one step away from entering the emperor realm. Chun Wu, the Blood Clan quasi-emperor, was horrified. The Blood Clan had once gathered all the human history of the Xianhuang Great World, though only fragments, yet this name was mentioned. Chun Wu, also known as the Tianwu quasi-emperor, had personally created a martial codex hailed as the foremost scripture beneath the emperor's classics. Even now that codex survived, fragmented into countless copies, becoming the origin scriptures for many races and lineages. So this man was him. But how could he know of Chun Wu? Was he also from that era? He turned his gaze to Lin Fan, still uncertain of Lin Fan's origins, a human powerhouse who seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Yet he was oppressed beyond breath. Chun Wu. The figure shrouded in blood paused slightly, as if the name stirred some memory. After a long silence, the blood-covered face revealed some contours, a young man's visage. He looked at Lin Fan for a long time. He smiled. So the human race still has descendants, the torch hasn't been extinguished. He spoke, and in those words was an endless sorrow. His aura was extremely unstable, constantly shifting between the form of a strange being and a human. The part of him that was human was being continuously erased. He seemed aware that his time was short. First he looked at Lin Fan, then raised his head to the heavens, and finally let out a faint sigh. Remember, never seek to explore the stars. The debts of the past we have borne, the price was the entire human race. It is enough that humanity still exists. He looked at Lin Fan, a hint of relief on his face. Then his gaze fell upon the Blood Clan quasi-emperor, and he frowned slightly. The aura of the Kongtong Emperor. Are you of the Kongtong Emperor's bloodline? No, you are not. Suddenly a murderous intent flared in his eyes. The Blood Clan quasi-emperor trembled, and quickly hid behind Lin Fan, also looking at him. Lin Fan smiled faintly. With a thought, the power of the great Tao descended upon the Blood Clan quasi-emperor, suppressing him, and then another force stripped away all his bloodline power. He is a gift I am delivering to a certain clan still of some use, Lin Fan said. The Blood Clan quasi-emperor stared at Lin Fan and Chun Wu in terror, full of shock. Both were quasi-emperors, yet why was the gap so vast? Chun Wu looked at Lin Fan and nodded. I trust you, he said, then turned his gaze to the end of the swamp of flesh, as if sensing something. The cursed force began to erode his will once more. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, slightly stabilizing the last trace of his human essence. You have not yet entered the Emperor realm, do not descend below. Though I have died, my body remains, it will guard this land for me. The obsession endures forever, suppressing the world. He knew he was already dead, merely a lingering obsession, coupled with some memories awakened by Lin Fan. But he did not care. He had placed his corpse here for this very purpose. His words were not only for Lin Fan, but also to inform the beings of another world at the end of the swamp of flesh. He was still here. Lin Fan looked at him, then shook his head slightly. Don't you feel too bitter? Lin Fan asked. He was startled, and looked at Lin Fan. You must know the way, young quasi-emperor, Lin Fan said. He too gazed at the world beyond the setting sun, unafraid of the existence behind that world, his face calm. Wei Yong. Shun Wu's expression tightened. My sister, what happened to her? He looked at Lin Fan, his voice turning urgent for the first time. Lin Fan traced a line in the void, and a library, a courtyard, then a tomb appeared before him. I buried her in my backyard, and I also dug a grave for you. You have done enough, but it's time to rest, Lin Fan said, his voice calm, but Shun Wu's expression shook. What do you intend? Lin Fan merely looked at him quietly. After today, your last memories will also fade. What remains is only your obsession and your pain. This is not what the later generations of humanity wish to see. The pioneers of the human race deserve a good ending, not to be cursed and live forever in endless suffering. Shun Wu trembled at these words. The last vestige of his human essence faded further, and the curse gradually shrouded his entire body. No. If I am no longer here, no one will guard this place. They will emerge. They can communicate with the alien races beyond the stars. They must never be released, he said with a grave expression. Lin Fan looked at him, smiled faintly, and shook his head. You are no longer here, but I am, Lin Fan said calmly. He gazed at the world behind the setting sun, his silhouette reflecting the entire world behind him, as if he alone would support the whole heavens and earth. You are only a quasi-emperor, Shun Wu said again. His human consciousness had dwindled to a mere fragment, about to transform into the strange being again, yet he feared Lin Fan would actually do it. He knew Lin Fan was not weaker than his prime self and could accomplish it. But he was ultimately not an emperor. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Is it impossible just because I am not an emperor? Then he struck a sword toward the world beyond the setting sun. The blade divided yin and yang, manifested life and death, and severed the world beyond the setting sun. Those who cross this line shall die, he said, his voice penetrating the minds of countless beings in that other world, and Lin Fan's figure appeared in all their minds.